The Malfoy Prophecy by Kixer. Chapter 1. Return to Greystone. There is an economy to a smile. You learn it young in my family, how much you can pay for with a thin crescent of teeth, how much you can hide beneath the pale calm of a Malfoy face. It is a useful trade. Practice the right curve, keep the color in your voice steady, and people will tell you the things they do not mean to. They will tell you their plans. They will tell you how frightened they are. They will tell you what they will give you if you will only be what they want. I had two good reasons to keep that smile polished as I left Greystone. The first was obvious, the second was the sort of weight you learn to carry sideways, so it does not topple you in a crowd. The obvious reason was my father. Lucius is an expert at the visible world. He commands light, presence, attendance. He made me stand beneath statues that had kept their ancestors' faces for centuries and recite phrases until my voice had the right shoulders. He made me walk down avenues of lacquered oak and answer the right greetings with the right inflections. He taught me that the simplest deflection is the one most often believed. He meant me to be untouchable in the public eye because he had investments that could not survive anything less. The other reason, the heavier one, sat at the bottom of my chest like a sealed letter that should have been handed to the ministry but never was. It did not belong to anyone in the way a title or an inheritance does, it belonged to the future. I had read it in a voice quieter than my father's, in the dim of my own room, the paper thin and cold in my hands. The words had been private and small and impossible to forget. You cannot practice a smile and hide a future. Not forever. Mother knew. She had a way of holding a secret that made it seem smaller and therefore safer. She folded linen around my collar and told me to be careful in a voice that did not sound like chastisement. That, more than anything, made my smile necessary. To her, to my father, to the world, I would remain the son who could be relied upon to look untarnished, even while the castle began to feel as though it had been given a new tune and the notes did not fit the old music. Greystone had been appropriate in its cold niceties, it had expected glances and silences, had favored measured conversation. Hogwarts announced itself in a different way. It was a place that had been listening long before I arrived. The approaching train felt like an organ pipe, every carriage hummed with someone else's small anxieties and sudden joy. Children returned with trunks that jutted like chests of jewels. I sat with people who said the sort of thing you were supposed to say, answered the questions you were supposed to answer, and left the rest in the private compartments where noise could not reach. The boat ride across the lake reminded me how vast the school looked from water, grey walls piercing the evening like the teeth of an old guard. Up close, the castle had a softness that surprised me, ivy and lichen in places where my father's estates favored iron and marble, little gardens that seemed to have been left where they pleased. But there was an undercurrent of dissonance even from the lake. A door stood partly open in a tower where I knew there should have been shutters, a painting on the far shore that I had admired as a boy had turned its head the wrong way. Not many people notice small wrongnesses. Most people notice what they expected to notice. I noticed them both. People who know the meaning of prophecy, and I used that word to myself in the dark with the careful cadence of a man rehearsing a confession he will never say aloud, learn to read everything as if it might be a line in script. A stare that shudders when you put weight on it becomes a line you have walked across before. A portrait that stares a second too long could be a chorus. You begin to hear patterns instead of noise. It is a lonely way of listening. There were other sounds that night. A portrait in the corridor whispered gossip like a moth. I passed a suit of armor missing a gauntlet, its stand awkward like a man with a favored arm gone. And there was a smell in the air, old and metallic and not entirely of the castle, a hint of copper that set my teeth on edge. Sabotage is a slow art. You begin by disarranging the small things, a candlestick that will not stand, a door that will not shut properly, a stair that forgets which way it is supposed to go. There is a confidence in the thief who can unsettle a place without making people look up. They look inwards. They gossip and they point at each other. They become easy to move. I wanted to be none of that. I wanted, in every polished way, to be my father's son. But there are thin hours in the evening when even the practiced face grows tired, and your thoughts push against the skin where you keep them. I had been practiced in charm so long that sometimes my own charm felt like a costume I could not take off. It is comfortable, that costume. Comfortable, and very lonely. The great hall had an ache to it when we arrived. The long table shone with a shine that did not manage to be cheerful. The staff table stood higher than I remembered, the faces along it were composed as ever, but their eyes flicked like the corner of a tapestry at a cat. Hallways full of returning laughter were spliced with quieter, strained conversations. People said the word return in too many ways, and every return seemed to bring with it an extra listener. Teachers' faces were readable only by the slimmest margins. They had become watchful. Watchful is not the same as frightened. It is a smaller, keener emotion. Perhaps that is worse. Slytherin table received us with the same green and silver flourish I have known my whole life. The common room smelled like polished stone and the sort of perfume that is learned rather than inherited. I moved among faces arranged like a tableau. There were nods and the half-laughs that are the currency of schoolmates who measure one another. There was a ripple when I sat, as there always is, because the world likes to measure itself by me, but it was a ripple I had learned to flatten with a look. A practiced smile, a tilt of the head, a word to the right person and someone else's gossip veers away. It is a small magic. I used it all the time. It is surprising, then, how little my usual magic helped with the small things that had been slipping, a basin of hand wash that had been turned cloudy like milk, a broom rack that no longer held the brooms straight, a portrait that complained about the placement of a candlestick as if the candlestick were the onset of a conspiracy. Small things attract attention by their repetition. The room began to look like a patient very carefully examined. I kept my distance from those who looked at me as if I were an answer or a problem. There are always people who wish to fold you into a story that makes them feel safer. I smiled at them. I let them see the Malfoy the world expects. I did it so well that sometimes I surprised myself at how convincing I had become. Convincing works until it does not. One evening, later than it should have been for a boy who likes his sleep, I found myself walking beside the tapestry that leads to the older corridors. The moving stair that usually gave me an agreeable nudge instead trembled like a horse that had been tapped too often. The corridor smelled of books and a sort of autumn damp that had no business being indoors. As I passed a portrait whose subject liked to scold early, the old man suddenly pushed his frame to one side and revealed a young woman sitting on the window seat, shoes not matching, legs drawn up beneath a dress that would not have been chosen by anyone for the sake of fashion. She had the look of someone who collects facts the way some people collect shells, because they are interesting, not because they are worth anything to anyone else. If a person were to ask me where I had seen her before, I would have nothing helpful to say. She gave off a presence like a contrarian breeze, lightly displacing, inexplicably cool, and exactly the sort of thing that notices where the staircases want to go. I almost expected the portrait to hiss and pull the woman back into its frame as if she were a stray line of embroidery. It did not. The portrait resumed its frown at the castle and left her there as if she belonged. She looked up at me as if she had been waiting. She had eyes that regarded without suspicion and a mouth that liked to observe. There was nothing immediate in her face to offend the practiced senses of Slytherin. There was an odd tilt, though, a sort of deliberate casualness, as if she had decided not to bother with the elaborate armor of other people's certainty. The room felt braced for something polite or cruel. The girl, because she was surely only a schoolgirl, made herself as quiet and as central as a pebble dropped in water. "You look as if you have something heavy in your pocket," she said. It is a strange sensation, to be addressed in a manner that trades in truth rather than the polite lies of small talk. I had been ready with the proper deflections, a joke, a smooth remark about house unity, and found them odd things to keep in my mouth. So I replied with something more honest. "Perhaps I do," I said. "It would be foolish of me to carry it where anyone could see." She regarded me as if I had said something that should have been obvious and had therefore failed to be clever. Her steady eyes did not dart away. They charted my face as if measuring it for a frame. "People who are trying to be careful forget they have hands," she observed. "They tuck things away so thoroughly that things begin to do all the breathing instead. There are, in many moments, things you do not know how to do. Flirt, lie, be cruel, I had a reasonable education in all of them. But when someone touches a particular private knot in your thought and unties it to see whether the string is real, you are taken unawares. I found myself answering with some other admission instead of the practiced simplicity I had intended. That happens, I said. It can be loud when it finally decides to breathe. She smiled the smallest smile then, not for my benefit but because she liked that thought on its own merits. Then you should put it somewhere quieter, she said. Or learn to hum along. Humming to a secret seems a dangerous hobby, I said. Some secrets prefer to be shouted. Some secrets prefer to be kept because they are scared, she said. And some secrets are fed so many stories they forget what they are. Her voice did not judge. It only catalogued. What's your preference? She asked, as casually as one might inquire about the weather. I should have deflected. I should have played him the Malfoy I had been trained to be. There is a vanity in the way we hold on to what was taught to us. We fear letting it fail because that would be weakness. I surprised myself by telling the oddest truth. I prefer to keep them quiet, I said. But I have not been given that luxury. She considered this, the way someone might consider the right shape for a stone. Then perhaps you are in the wrong house for silence, she said at last, which was a perfectly harmless observation that came out as if it were a verdict. I had to smile then, because what else do you do when someone notices the part of you no one else will? Perhaps, I agreed. Or perhaps I will teach them a different kind of quiet. Her eyes brightened then, as if that were an interesting lesson plan. She took a book from beside her, a thin book with a cracked spine and a terrible title that suggested charm work gone wrong, and offered it to me on a shared, respectful sort of daring. I did not take it. Instead I looked at her and decided, without having planned it, that this was the kind of person I could say things to and be believed in as a statement of fact rather than a provocation. What's your name? I asked. She paused, as if she had been expecting the question for some time and had no desire to answer too quickly. Luna, she said, like an offering. She said it simply, as if that should be enough for a beginning. Her name, the peculiar roundness of it, had a quality of someone who has a private geography. Do you like secrets? She asked. I thought of the letter, the paper cold in my hands at Grey Stone. Of my mother's hand smoothing my collar. Of my father's voice like a polished boot. I thought of the way the castle had shifted underfoot. I have been practicing to like them, I said. But practice does not always keep things from being loud. Then perhaps we should teach them to be interesting, she said. Loud is more exciting when it tells you something useful. She tapped the book with a finger that had ink stains on it as if it were an instrument. Besides, she added, it's nicer to have someone to notice when something is wrong. It was a small thing, it felt like being offered an umbrella in the middle of a drizzle. I had not expected much when I wandered the corridors that night. I had expected only to be seen and measured as a problem or a prize. I had not expected to be addressed as a person. We spoke for a little while. She had an habit of giving facts the air of casual amusement, listing them as if they were small curios. She noticed the bruising of the paint on the portrait frames, the way the kitchen plates were arranged in the wrong order, the pattern in which candles drifted down the hall. She called these observations clues the way some people call every trivial purchase an investment. Her voice was light, but the way she stored facts was not frivolous. It was steady, like a neat stack of notes you knew mattered only to the person who arranged them. At one point she looked at my hand and said, "You hold your wand too tightly. You think it will slip." People had spent a good deal of my life convincing me that looseness equated to weakness. Fathers make iron of their sons, so they do not break. Mothers learn to muffle. I have always held my wand with a care that was almost ritual. For someone to remark on it with such calm empathy was like hearing music you had not known you had been missing. "Perhaps," I said. "Or perhaps it is to remind it not to leave my side." "That is sensible," Luna said. "Some things are better kept close. Others you should place in a pocket so they cannot shout." It was easy to talk to her. It was dangerous because easy conversations are the sort that cause you to forget the audience. I left her then, before the easy could become compromising. We parted like two people who had swum in the same pool and decided to meet later because one of us had noticed the pattern of the tiles. The castle had other people in it that night, portraits that muttered alarm, ghosts that replayed long arguments, and younger students whose faces had not yet learned the art of concealment. I went back to the common room with words that felt like they belonged to someone braver than I had been in recent months. I put my hand on the banister. The stair under my palm remembered a safer past, and it drew me down in a way that was at once familiar and unfamiliar. There was an ache in the house, a small weariness that was not unlike the way a man feels when a neighbor has decided to throw a party at midnight. The castle was being tested. When I reached my dormitory, the trunks were the same as ever, polished, labeled, the sort of possessions that announce themselves as investments rather than memories. I had learned to write my initials on the brass lock with ease. The motion was as habitual as breath. My fingers brushed the beam of my trunk and stopped on something that was not brass and not luggage. A scrap of parchment lay folded into the seam. It was the kind of paper you might leave in a jacket for a pocket to carry home a theatre seat or a pressed flower. It had no name on it. I thought, briefly, of the methods of the castle. Moving stairs leave things mislaid, forgetful portraits drop notes like teeth. I did not believe in accidents. That is another of the ways you grow familiar with prophecy. Nothing is merely misplaced. My hand was steadier than I felt as I unfolded the paper. There were only 3 things on it. The first was a small symbol drawn in a hand that I did not know, a serpent coiling in on itself, its head narrowing toward a tiny circle. It was colored with ink so pale it needed closer light. The second was a word I did not expect to see in my own world of formalities, written in the same pale ink in the narrow, almost impatient hand of someone who has practiced handwriting to be efficient and expressive both. The word was simple and ancient in its gravity. The third thing was a smudge of something like rust along the edge, as if the ink had been fingered by someone impatiently on their way out of a room. The word read, "Remember." There are many things you can imagine about reputation. You can imagine enemies who will delight in a small cruelty, jealous peers, even the distant interest of the people my father kept. You can imagine threats that arrive in the shape of a voice shouted through a gate. But the paper, small and quiet in my palm, felt like something else. It felt like a message someone had intended for me alone. Someone had placed it with a thrift that suggested they had not wanted it found by accident. It was a mark that asked to be read in private. It meant that the castle had been noticing in more focused ways than I had supposed. I folded the scrap back along the same seam as if to reassure myself that paper could be as silent as a closed mouth. Then I turned the lock and put it inside the trunk where no one would look unless they were specifically supposed to. That was the ritual of keeping something secret. You do not try to smother it, you tuck it into a place where noise is seldom made and then wait to see if it will begin to thrum. When I lay down that night, the castle hummed below me like a living thing with a little disease. I did not know whether the sickness came from people or from the place itself. I had memorized the long list of what would be expected of me. Be charming. Be cold. Be useful. Appear exactly as required until no one remembers you have a pulse that might differ from the one they want to hear. I closed my eyes and counted the other ways one could keep an impossible weight at bay. You could ask for help and be refused. You could burn a letter and be visited the next day with 2 more. You could trust a portrait to hide the truth. Or you could find someone who looks at you the way Luna had, not shocked, not eager, not as if I were a curiosity to be displayed, and say, simply, "I am tired of being the thing they expect me to be." The words were not mine, they were something I had rehearsed like a line in a play. But they felt true when I thought of them in the dark. It is an odd mercy to learn that there are people who will not flinch from the truth of you. It is a stranger mercy to have the truth you hide be the sort that the castle cares to notice. Outside, a stair shuddered as if on cue. A portrait across the hall cleared its throat and resumed the long conversation it had been having with itself. Somewhere in the castle, a window banged shut and left a small, accusing echo. I drew the curtains and lay with my face to the pillow and the strange, steady notion that someone had set a mark for me to find. A mark is an invitation, and invitations rarely arrive without an expectation. The thing that made the paper dangerous was not the symbol or the single word. It was that someone had known I would find it. Someone had needed me to see the reminder. For whom else would a serpent matter? For what else would a single word be enough? I did not know who had written it. I did not know whether it was a threat, a kindness, or a test. But I did know, with a clarity that surprised even me, that whatever else the school hoped I would be this year, I would have to be more than a pale smile. When you are taught to be a particular thing for an audience, the first dangerous step is to teach yourself other kinds of courage. I lay there in the dark and let myself consider the breath the paper had taken. It was a quiet thing, but not quite dead. It wanted to be loud. I closed my eyes and listened to the castle, counting not its floorboards but its possible motives. It was better to be watching than to be watched without attending. In the morning, I woke with my hand on the trunk as if to reassure the paper that it remained, for now, secret. I dressed with the habitual precision that is part of my armor and caught my reflection in the polished wardrobe. The smile was there, its edges were as smooth as always. But beneath it my chest felt slightly changed, not lighter, not yet, the weight had not left. It had simply become something I could keep moving with me. There is a list a man keeps when he has to be what others expect, the minutes he will spend smiling, the hours he will spend listening, the moments he will steal for himself. I folded my day into those categories and found, to my own slight surprise, that there was room in the corners for one more item, to notice. To keep watching the low disturbances and make my own small mats from them. To remember the face of a girl who spoke plainly and did not pretend. Luna, who had noticed the stairs and had thought them worth mentioning. Luna, who had offered a book with an absent-minded gesture. I could be the Malfoy the world expected. I could fold myself neatly into that shape and let others use me as they had used centuries of names. But I could also, quietly, choose to be someone who noticed when things were wrong. That would be dangerous. It would also be important. The castle would sing its songs whether I belonged in them or not. The trick would be to learn which verses were meant to protect and which were meant to persuade. The harder trick would be to find someone to hum with who could take the notes and steady them into something that might save more than one life. I put the trunk key in my pocket and, with practiced calm, walked out into the day. The hallways did not look particularly inclined to rearrange themselves, the paintings kept their old complaints. But somewhere in the castle, someone had drawn a pale serpent and written one word. Someone had decided I should remember. It was a small beginning and a dangerous one. It was also, for the first time since the letter had been folded at grey stone, a thing that felt like a first step rather than a sentence. I had been given an instruction by fate, all by mistake, all by malice. I would not let it be wasted. I would not be the answer others expected by reflex. If I was to be chosen, I would choose how to answer. The stairs under my feet shivered like a throat clearing. The castle rearranged a corridor or two as if to accommodate an idea. I smoothed my robes and walked toward the feast as if this were the ordinary start of term, because if one thing about Malfoys was reliable it was that we never gave the opposition the satisfaction of seeing us break. But there was a small tug at the back of my mind that was not part of our old training. It was curiosity. It was fear. It was, oddly, something like hope. Someone had left me a word. I had folded it up and put it in a safe place. Now the castle was beginning to hum a different note, and my chest, the part of me that was tired of being admired or feared, tightened as if readying to answer. I walked into the great hall and felt the air change. The portraits leaned in. The feast continued. But the castle, like a person clearing their throat before saying something important, waited. And I, who had been taught the right smiles and the proper distances, realized that the true training would be how to move when the music changed. Outside, the moving stair that had shivered when I passed it nudged itself into a new direction, and the painting above it, which had preferred historical accuracy, murmured as if pleased at a small rebellion. I caught a glance of Luna across the hall, her hair tucked behind one ear, her gaze steady and thin as a compass. She raised a hand, the kind of small salute that is both acknowledgement and promise. I returned it with a smile that cost me nothing and meant everything. I had things to hide. I had things to protect. I had a secret heavier than my name. But for the first time in a long while, I thought that perhaps a secret could be shared without being weakened. Perhaps being chosen did not only mean bearing a burden alone. Perhaps it meant knowing when to let someone else carry a corner at your side. The castle hummed. The letters from grey stone sat in the trunk. The scrap of parchment would not rest there for long. Someone had marked me. Someone had written remember. And I, made of tricks and unexpected anxieties, folded my smile and walked into a day that would not be ordinary for long. Chapter 2: The Hollow Feast. There is a kind of silence that arrives before the castle remembers to breathe. It is not the absence of sound so much as the gathering of every small thing, cutlery stilling in mid-rattle, 100 conversations pausing on the tip of their tongues, the way the enchanted ceiling holds its breath as if it too were waiting to see what will happen next. You learn to notice that silence early at Hogwarts. It tells you when trouble is only a rumor and when it is a thing that knows the names of the people at the next table. The start of term feast was full of it. The great hall was a picture of ceremonial brightness, long glistening plates, house colors running their banners to the rafters, the ceiling a high, curling ocean of sky. But the roast tasted of yesterday, as if someone had taken the feast on a carriage and left it on the doorstep, and the bread was more air than crust. Even the puddings seemed to be holding themselves back, as if embarrassed to sweeten their mouths while everyone was looking. Candles bobbed along the air, pale and steady. They flare and gutter for all kinds of reasons at Hogwarts: drafts, bad wax, a stray spell, but there was a small, very particular flare mid-hall that made conversation stop all at once. 3 taper lights, the ones closest to the staff table, leapt up, blazed a touch brighter, and then settled, leaving a thin smoke that tasted faintly of iron. I watched faces. I learned long ago to watch faces. Dumbledore looked older than I remembered. Not gaunt, never that, but weightier, as if the beard and the smile had been put to work and were tired afterwards. He had the air of a man who has been keeping a very large number of secrets on his person and is thinking of how to arrange them so that none of them spill into his soup. His eyes, though, those bright blue specks, were the same. They found corners of the room and catalogued them. They counted people in the way a gardener counts bulbs so he can plan for spring. Tonight those eyes slowed on my face for a fraction longer than politeness required, and I felt the old, familiar prickle in my knuckles as if I'd been told to stand perfectly still. Professors exchanged glances with the thin, economical politeness of people who read archives and expected threats to announce themselves on parchment. Their looks were unreadable on the surface, a chuckle, a frown, a leisurely adjustment of spectacles, but the movement between them held messages. Unsaid things folded into those micro-gestures like paper cranes. Have you found anything? Did you ask the portraits? Keep an eye on him. They were notes folded and refolded until the corners threatened to tear. Severus Snape's glance was all straight lines and chill. Minerva McGonagall's was a tight, pinched thing that said she had children to protect and an order to keep. There were other signals. The banner nearest the staff table bore an unfamiliar scorch mark across its edge, a neat crescent that had not been sewn there by housecraft. A small portrait above an armchair near the staff entrance was panting with the remainder of a charm. The lady in the painting dabbed at her face with a hanky and kept glancing down the table. In the portrait galleries, whispers trickled like a long, cold stream. They rose in tiny, excited fits and then were swallowed by the room. Hogwarts has many mouths. Portraits gossip faster than any of the students. You would think, given all the talk of prophecies and omens that had been floating about the summer, and that had lingered in the grey stone corridors like a draught you cannot quite shut out, that the castle itself might be jumpy. It was. The feast had the feel of a place that had been told a joke whose punchline is missing. Nobody wanted to laugh until they were sure it was safe. I sat with my house and practiced the pale smile I had perfected during long, dull dinners at home. There is an art to it. It is not only showing teeth, it is the precise control of the eyes, the tilt of the head, the tiny, deliberate reserve at the mouth that says you are amused but never so amused as to forget your standards. My lips did what they had been trained to do. My eyes did not. They kept finding the same thing, a girl at the Ravenclaw table who hummed to herself while she pressed the rim of her cup with a fingertip. She wore her hair weirdly, as if someone had braided it around the idea of a question, several narrow plaits coiling into each other, and she had a look like a person peering through fog at a map that only made sense to her. There was a dreamy set to her jaw, a small open-mindedness like a window left unlocked. She hummed a thread of sound that did not belong to any of the school songs but fit like a lost piece in a mosaic. When she saw me watching, she did not look embarrassed nor flustered. She tilted her head and gave the faintest nod. It was almost an acknowledgement of something abstract, of the pattern her eye had followed, of the way the candles had flared, and it stopped me the way a sudden wind can stop a procession of papers. She was not the sort to be startled by flaring candles, or portraits gossiping, or scorch marks. That is what made her dangerous to me. Most people at Hogwarts measured fear and decided what to do by the size of its shadow. They would shout first, hide later, they would stamp at the ground and make bold noises and then return to their plates when the teacher told them it was safe. This girl, Luna Lovegood, seemed to carry a patience the size of a whole library in her pocket. Her eyes were quietly cataloguing the world, and her nod contained the suggestion that I, too, might be worth noticing in a way that did not immediately imply contempt or worship. It unsettled me because I have been seen 1,000 ways and most of them are a reflection of what people wish a Malfoy to be. They glare, they avoid, they whisper and point. They want me to be certain things, reckless, cruel, perfect. A nod like hers was not categorization. It was recognition of the sort that asks questions rather than demands answers. I had not learned to be questioned without some irritation. I had learned to parry. "That'll be the candles," I heard the boy beside me say, the voice low and rushed. He did not look at me. He was playing the part of companion, a prop for my ease. I kept my smile. I let the rehearsed lightness rest on me like powdered sugar. An omen is only as threatening as someone believes it to be. Small things become larger when there are already stories hungry for a center to feed them. The last summer had been full of visits from men in cloaks and enough cold shelter from conversations about old loyalties that even Greystone felt quieter, more deliberate. Father had spoken to me in the library about responsibility in the same tone used to discuss estate management. He does not ask for anything he will not get, but his requests were precise. "Be visible," he said once, as if visibility could be a charm you could conjure and set so that no one would be able to miss you. He did not know how wrong he was. There are some things better hidden than shown. Those small flourishes in the hall, the flaring candles, the scorch marks, the tapestry with one edge faintly singed, threaded together into a mood that made people look for a villain. People like villains. People can work with villains. They cannot always work with ambiguity. Ambiguity makes them clutch at each other like shipwrecked folk at driftwood. "Have you been reading anything interesting over the holiday?" McGonagall asked from across the staff table with a voice that was both a question and a precise test. She spoke to other professors the way she spoke to Gryffindor first years, with a formula built on logic and a small, sharp edge, the sort that can catch a liar. Her shoulders were high, as if they were holding a kettle in place against a storm. Dumbledore laughed a laugh that had no heat in it and said something that sounded like a story about enchanted pears. The laugh settled around the table like a curtain and some of the tension eased. It is Dumbledore's talent to fit a smile into a sentence and make it stay while he rearranges what the sentence actually means. He did that now, and the hall relaxed by degrees. The tasting of stale roast remained. Courage is not the absence of appetite, it is the decision to eat in spite of it. To anyone on an ordinary night the nod from the Ravenclaw would have vanished into the crowd. To me it lodged like a small stone in my shoe. I could not name why her attention felt more dangerous than any flicker of flame or the quickness of Snape's scowl. She had not said anything aloud. She had simply nodded. But there was a steadiness to it that suggested she had acknowledged more than the physical. She had acknowledged the possibility that there were stories about me lined up like dominoes, and someone might want to set them all down at once. I have learned to carry secrets in ways that look nothing like what I am carrying. At Greystone each room has a list of acceptable shadows and I am practiced at choosing which to invite in and which to lock away. At school, secrets have to move with you without making noise. You cannot leave one's burdens under your chair and come back to them between lessons. There is no cloakroom for a destiny. The portraits murmured as they always do. A duke scolded a duchess about her hat, a boy in 18th century garb complained about his collar, and the portrait of a long-dead head girl leaned forward and hissed at a younger one about being tedious. But under the chatter there was a new thread, a question passed from frame to frame: who would do such things? Who benefits? Who is brave enough to say it is not the obvious choice? Rumors travel faster than owls, I heard Dumbledore remark at some point, his voice drawing a thin arc of amusement through the room. There were people who read that as a warning and those who read that as a promise. I read it like a knife's edge. Rumors travel. But who carries them? Who feeds them? Who lights the match? There are things a Malfoy learns by instinct. One is how to be seen without being understood. Another is how to answer with enough grace that no one will pry. Yet the more time I spend in a hall full of watchful faces, the less certain I am that a smile can make the world simpler. The older I get, the more I find there are measures of responsibility that are not counted on a ledger, nor do they fit into the family name. They sit where a heart would if I let myself ask after it. I did not let myself. Not properly. It is almost funny, when you think about it. I have always been taught to value control, to command the space I occupy with a glance and a chosen word. But there are some things that resist command. Courage is one of them, and love, I could not yet have named it at the time, was another. They are not ornaments one can wear, one discovers them in the way one stands when a room is asking for something you did not bargain to give. The Slytherin table made little sounds of its own as students shifted. There was the small, bright laugh I pretended was amusement, and a few low, half-concerned murmurs. House jokes go a long way in raising a smile the way a draft raises a ripple. Sometimes they are armor. Tonight the armor felt thin. "You all right, Draco?" a voice at my left asked. It was meant to be casual. It was meant to provide an alibi. He is merely amusing himself. He is our boy, nothing to fear. I swallowed the urge to make a cutting reply. There are some knives you keep sheathed by choice. I am perfectly well, I said instead, and it was true on the surface. I had the pigments of composure mixed on my face with the smallest of hands, the tilt of the chin, a contained interest in the dessert, and the words had been practiced so often they fit like gloves. In the corner of my eye, I saw Dumbledore watching, as if measuring the correct pitch of a note. When the first of the plates near the staff table cracked, a sound like someone stepping on thin ice, the room instinctively inhaled. It was a hairline fissure that raveled out from the center rim like the spreading of a map. Nobody else seemed to notice it at first. They were more occupied with the way the candles had browned with an odd, metallic smell. But the portrait over the nearest window made a small, offended sound and cleared his throat in the exaggerated way portraits do when they mean to be dramatic. I do not mind drama from anything but people I count as allies. Drama is a show, it can be countermanded. A crack in a plate is a message. Somebody had made sure the plate would split and not render the failure obvious until a hand reached for a knife. There are people who would say such things happen. There are people who would say it is coincidence. There are people who keep lists and tick off items when they grow a little nervous. I wanted to know which sort of person had been in the hall when the plate had been tampered with. I wanted to know who had the patience to do such a small, precise thing. Saboteurs like tidy tricks. They like to leave crumbs you can follow if you are meant to find them. They like shapes that mean something only to those already paying attention. Luna's humming thread wove through the room and found my ear again. I could not make out its tune so much as the logic of it, a pattern that smiled politely and then went on. When she spoke, and she did not shout, she addressed no one and everyone at once. I rather think it was greedy, she observed to no one in particular, as if the plates themselves had been caught out in a misstep and required reprimanding. Greedy things make a mess when they take more than they're owed. Her comment was harmless and entirely peculiar, the sort of remark that could be dismissed without thought. But when she turned her head and offered me that same faint nod, I felt something shift like furniture settling. She had said nothing about me, yet her meaning landed with the kind of accuracy a good one can manage. As if in her head someone had written the situation in shorthand and the missing words were my name. I have never been comfortable with sentiment. It is messy in a way that ruins dinners. Yet that evening, the small hum that followed the nod sat on me like a warm garment. It was ridiculous. It was dangerous. It was also, in a way that made the scalp along my neck prick, an offering. There are people who will use you when you are presented as a symbol. They will take what the story offers them and make it fit. I have been a symbol for a long time. I have been the boy with a silvery name and colder teeth. People line up to believe the neatest versions of a person because belief is less complicated than curiosity. Luna's nod refused the neatness of me. It asked for the messy business of interest. After the feast, there was the hum of conversation as students made their quiet exits. The moving stairs at Hogwarts clattered and sighed and rearranged themselves as if in sympathy with the night's small unrest. Portraits do not move like stairs, but sometimes they compensate by getting louder. The fat lady had been unusually solicitous of visitors tonight. She did not allow anyone to enter her portrait without asking at least 2 questions about their plans for the term. The castle was asking questions of itself and waiting for answers like one waits for rain. It was a trivial thing, yet when I crossed the hall and caught a brief glimpse of the sill near the staff entrance, a scrap of parchment lay on the stone. Someone had tucked a note there and hoped none of us would see it. It was folded in a hurried, deliberate way. I did not touch it. The impulse to pick at other people's business and to know its content is a strong thing in me. There is a dark pleasure in small discoveries. But the ink seemed fresh and the seal, if there had been one, had been torn. Whoever had left it had meant it to be found by the wrong person or else by someone who could read more from a line than the words themselves. One of the portraits, a thin man from the Victorian era, who once famously complained about the number of witches who had ruined tea, glanced sideways and trilled, "Whoever is responsible will be caught," as if pronouncing the inevitable. The pronouncement is as comforting as a lullaby because it is the sort of certainty people can lean on. People like anchors. They prefer not to be the rope. I did not feel like being someone's rope that night. I felt like a loose stone in the path. People would step on me to see if I would crack. Some watched to see if I would laugh. Sometimes I wanted to laugh just to spite them. Sometimes I wanted to prove that I could be more than their expectations. The thought was not heroic. It was merely human. There is a difference in scale between public legend and private resolve. The latter begins with small acts, and the former would have to wait. Luna had finished her cup and now she tilted her head slightly and whispered something to a friend who shrugged and took it for granted. She had a freedom to her that was enviable. She was not afraid of being considered odd. Oddness builds a shell that the common terms of school life cannot pierce. I had never had the luxury of being odd. My oddness, if you chose to call it that, was always a means to an end. I liked it less when it was inspected. "You're being awfully quiet tonight," said someone behind me, a voice that was familiar enough to have the right weight of ownership and concerned homework. I turned and found a tray of food being offered like a peace treaty. I accepted it, because good manners are a weapon I wield well. "Too much anticipation makes a poor meal," I said. It sounded as close to a joke as I allowed myself that evening, a thin silver thread meant to take the edge off the watchfulness. The night wrapped itself up in light and the great hall settled. Students drifted like moths back to their houses, carrying with them the small, private combustions of the night. The moving staircases creaked as if complaining about having to do more shifts than usual. I walked with my back straight because it was easier to look like you belonged than to stand crooked and be asked why. On the way toward the Slytherin common room I passed by the end of the Ravenclaw table. Luna had put on her scarf in a manner part art and part thought experiment. She did not, as some people might, make a show of her leave-taking. She gave a small wave and the same faint smile she had used earlier. I almost waved back. I did not because it would have been too much of an admission. The admitting was the part that did not have practice. "You do well to meet her properly," muttered someone behind me with the sort of sly tone that meant they would use any potential information as leverage later. I made a sound like agreement and hurried on. I have learned one more thing in my years: information is a commodity, and one must be precise when spending it. The Slytherin common room was warm and smelled faintly of lemon polish and old leather. There was a ceremonial air to our private gatherings, as if the seriousness of the house warranted gentler comforts. I unrolled myself into an armchair and let the day's outer skin slough off. In private one can be an unfinished project. Publicly one must be a finished book. Still, even when alone with your thoughts, there are things that will not leave you. A nod can echo in empty rooms. A humble play on the edges of sleep. I made tea because the motion steadied me. The teapot was a kindly thing. It had, as the castle's objects often do, an opinion about the correct temperature for solace. It settled into my hands, and the steam rose like a small, obedient spirit. I thought about the scrap of parchment. I thought about the crack in the plate. I thought about the candles and their metallic smoke. I thought about Dumbledore's long, tired smile and about my father's precise expectations. I thought about Luna's eyes, which, if you were generous, might be described as both kind and unafraid of seeing the wrong thing in the right person. I thought about the way the castle seems to hold its breath when the dangerous stories come out to play. I am not a man of many illusions. I know my family, and I know what it asks. I know what the darker corners whisper when the weather favors them. I also know that the world is not merely a ledger of advantages and losses. There are accounting errors in the universe, and sometimes those errors go on to alter balances. By the time the common room lamps had dimmed and the portrait of a duke had retired to his bedchamber, I had decided a small thing. The note by the staff entrance would be looked at, if not tonight then first thing in the morning. The someone who had left it had expected either an ally or a witness. I did not want to be only a witness. Witnesses are convenient. Heroes are problematic. Villains are profitable. There was a quiet in my chest that had nothing to do with hunger. It felt like a readiness. Not bravery, perhaps, that gets decided by other people and then published in ink. Readiness is a private matter. It means you will move when the house calls for you to move. It means you will answer even if the subject has a name you were not prepared to say. For now, I did what sons of good families do. I washed my hands of visible discomfort and practiced my pale smile for morning. I folded my thoughts into neat compartments. I practiced invisibility by way of posture. I told myself stories about timing. I told myself I would learn things in the morning. I told myself I would be the right kind of Malfoy, measured, composed, and always polite. And then, like a small, inconvenient truth, I heard the stillness in the room shift. A sound that was not music nor a voice nor the creak of a stair but the kind of single movement that announces a choice. Somewhere in the castle a door opened that had been shut for a long time. I felt it like a draft on the nape of my neck. I did not know then whether it was for me or for someone else, whether it was an indictment or an invitation. Luna would, I reckoned, be humming about something in the morning. Dumbledore would have more questions than he lets anyone own. Snape would frown as if that frown could knit the world back together. My father would have opinions that were sharp and very particular. The portraits would keep their counsel and keep their gossip. I hitched up my chin and let the pale smile fall into place. Somewhere in my pocket, a folded thing, a precaution, lay tight against my thigh. I would not be unready, even if I did not know what readiness looked like yet. I would not be found wanting, even if I felt, for the first time in a long while, that I might prefer not to be wished into a shape. The castle kept its breath. The candles that had flared settled, and the scent of iron dissipated into the stone. But some small echo lingered, and when I turned from the window I could still see the slant of Ravenclaw blue across the hall and the girl with the braids nodding as if she had just placed a careful bet on the right horse. I had always been taught to play my hand close, to display only what would make my position stronger. The nod she had given was not a wager I had agreed to. It had the dangerous likeness of someone offering you a lifeline when you have been trained to pretend you never need one. I lay back in my chair and stared at the ceiling, where a painted house had its own private stars. I thought of the note, the cracked plate, the smell of smoke, and that small, improbable nod. I thought about what I had been told to be, and what I might be if I chose differently. When the night drew down to its last small hush and the lamps in the common room exhaled their last glow, I found myself smiling for the first time with an idea in my mouth. It was not the practiced smile. It was smaller, unpolished, inconvenient. It tasted faintly of lemon and tea. In the morning, I would make certain of a small thing. Secrets can be kept, but they can also be shared. And sharing is a choice that will ask for more than the pale smile. Chapter 3: Whispers on the Stair. There are subtler signs a place is ill before anyone dares name it. At first it was only the small things: a draught that smelled faintly of iron, a dish of owl's feathers upset on a sill, a tapestry pulled as if to cough. The castle coughed back. Stairs thinned to a hush and then to outright muttering. A corridor went on a brief holiday and refused, politely but with the most determined rudeness, to lead anyone to where they had intended. Portraits blinked more often. Even the house ghosts acquired, for a week, the disordered air of people in possession of a secret they could not be trusted with. You learn the mood of Hogwarts the way you learn a chess opponent's favorite opening: by watching, by being patient, by never letting surprise look like surprise. The steps, particularly, started complaining. They chatter at your toes, at the soles of your boots, and once, at least, I could have sworn, they said something like a name that was falling out of the language most people prefer to keep polite. I polished my shoes 3 times that day and put a thin strip of silver tape just inside both heels, an affectation I would have called uncouth in other circumstances and practical in these. There are evenings when I pretend the castle is only an eccentric old relative, when the paintings are merely opinionated aunts and uncles, when the staircases are no more than a disagreeable cousin. That evening, however, the hillocks of snow in the courtyards looked like cold bruises and I had mud on my slippers the size of apologies. I found the prints between the 7th and 8th landing outside the portrait corridor, shallow, like someone fishing for a story and not caring whether it got it right. The mud had been pressed by a boot with a flat, narrow heel and a patenting of some ornamental looping. Not my family's boots, their sole marks are as recognizable to me as my own initials. I admit I paused there, not because the pattern meant anything immediate, but because the place where prints began was too clean. Someone had wiped their shoes carefully before stepping into the corridor and then, for a reason they might have told me had they been polite, decided against it. I clean my shoes more often than I used to. It began as vanity: a boy wants to look tidy, silver hair looks better with a gleam, and hardened into habit. Clean shoes are a sort of armor. A boy cannot be laughed out of his shoes if his shoes do not give the world anything to laugh at. They become, as it were, inconvenient to notice. If you have to spy, you must make the spies work a little harder. There are advantages to being watched. People see you, and because you are expected to look a certain way, you can use that expectation like a screen. Pale smile. Polished posture. The sort of politeness that lets other people place pieces on your board without realizing they are revealing their strategy. I have been practicing that null face for years. It fits me like a glove. It is silk over steel. I hide things behind it as a matter of course. Not all secrets are heavy, some have a way of being brilliantly inconvenient. The one I carry is both silk and iron. It is the sort of thing that changes how your boots fit you in the morning. Nothing in Slytherin thought the castle's mischief accidental. Walls have ears, and we have mouths that enjoy passing them something to chew. Rumor at breakfast is like burnt toast: it fills the air and makes everyone impatient. Some of it was predictable, that Gryffindors had been seen skulking where they ought not, that some Hufflepuffs had taken to leaving their belongings in very peculiar places, that the staff frowned more than usual and wore scents that suggested too much lavender and too little hope. Among the gossip were words I hated: prophecy. It is such a large thing to drop into the soft bowl of a conversation. People handle the idea of a prophecy like they handle a rare, sharp cheese, with a fork and a great deal of distance. Teachers, of course, reacted exactly as teachers do, with care, as if the institution were a patient and not a pet. Dumbledore's eyes, which I once would have described with the flippancy of a teenager remaking metaphors, watched the walls instead of us. McGonagall's wrath sat upon her shoulders like a perfectly fitted cloak. Snape, predictably, made silence a study. He has this way of standing at the doorway and not really being at the doorway at all. He stands where secrets pass through, and the secret's always slow for him. He gave me one of those looks that weighed like a hand finding its place along the spine. It was not quite an accusation, it was more like a measurement. He thought to himself the size of something. The rest of us think he meant to dislocate it. Family letters arrived in their usual tone, easy civility on the surface, thinly throat-clearing threats beneath. Lucius wrote first, a ribbon of measured expectation. Narcissa's were shorter and quieter. She wrote as if she were talking to a child, and the child was someone she was determined to keep from harm. I did not show them. I would not, at this point, let anyone else touch the paper that looped the family's authority around my neck. So I followed the footprints one night, because that is what you do when there is a mystery and enough self-preservation to make you curious. I left the common room guarded with two of our quieter prefects playing chop with their fingers and acts of ritual conversation, so we would not be noticed until it was comfortable. The castle seems to prefer mystery the way some people prefer strong tea. It strengthens with passing moments. The northern stairs were disgruntled, an audible complaint underfoot like an old dog. Each mutter of a tread sounded distinct. I fancied they were pronouncing my name in syllables I had never learned to say out loud. Perhaps it was my shame that lent them language. The portrait corridor held an anticipatory hush. Portraits are the worst kind of witness, vividly suggestive but habitually dodgy. They gossip for sport and are sentimentalists of tremendous consequence. They will, if politely asked, lower themselves to help. They will, if affronted, slam their own frames like doors. That night, several of them instructed me to keep moving, in tones ranging from bored politeness to offended syrup. One turned his back as if my presence were an inconvenience like a fly. Another, a woman with an enormous brooch, took it upon herself to glower until she had a proper audience. The muddy prince stopped at a particular frame, a tall man with amber eyes and an insignia I had seen once on a cloak when I was very young. The man was painted with a kind of grudging affection, his hand resting on the hilt of the sword. He did not look like a man who liked being interrupted, he looked like a man who thought everything else had been interrupted on purpose. As I leaned closer, expecting to find more mud, the portrait sighed. Not a painted sigh, but a real one, as if the canvas was still given to living motions. Trouble, said the painted man, which, by the inconsistent rules of portraits, was perhaps inevitable. Sounds about right, I said, keeping my mouth to the direction of the frame rather than letting it become a proclamation. I had learned, the more I practiced the art of concealment, that telling the truth in whispers folds the truth into something less damaging. It is, of course, dishonest. It is also efficient. The painted man did not offer more, because portraits never do when you want it. Instead he sniffed. Mud is an imposition, he declared. You could say that again, I replied. I had not intended to speak to anyone that night. I had only intended to observe the end of muddy tracks. But the castle is generous with its collaborations, it insists on pairs. I suppose it missed me a little, the feeling the stair felt when I passed had the texture of being noticed, and so brought me a companion. Luna Lovegood stood in the corridor not as a plot convenience but as proof that instincts have taste. She had come, as she often did, in a coat the color of old coins and a scarf of improbable pattern. Her hair seemed to have been designed to catch moonlight. She was peering at the floor with the kind of concentration that made her look a little like a person trying to solve an elegant arithmetic problem and not at all like a person who might laugh at someone for carrying too many secrets. "You're following the prince," she said before any more formal greeting could be arranged. She did not walk the prince, she knelt and placed a finger beside them as if testing their temperature. "They smell a little like rain and of something rotten." "That's interesting." For a moment I almost resented her for being right. She always sees things other people don't think to look at, the way the moon sits on the astronomy tower, the way the portraits remember the edges of night, the way a corridor has a bad mood because someone has left a sweater in its throat. She never seemed surprised by me enough to be offended by who I was. That kept the conversation, perversely, easy. "They smell like old book linen to me," I said, because I had been to the library that afternoon and had developed a fondness for the smell of certain parchments. I also preferred being wrong in practical, schematic ways rather than wrong in terrifying, prophetic ones. Luna tilted her head, which has always been her most accurate instrument. "I think the staircase is crossed because it was stepped on by someone who was feeling something sad and secret," she said. Stairs mind where you put your feet. If you are ashamed, they put their foot down too, so to speak. A moral staircase, I said dryly. How appropriate for Hogwarts. You know, she said, and there was that slow sort of amusement about her that made it difficult to be less than honest. The portraits do remember. They remember more than people say. If you listen after midnight, they keep saying things like proper nouns, and they get cross if you don't know the history. Her voice dipped conspiratorially, the way she would explain the behavior of a crumple-horned snorkack. They'll be helpful if you offer them something interesting to gossip about. Is gossip really the only currency? I asked. It is the castle's oil, Luna corrected gently. It keeps the hinges lighter. Also, I brought you a tidy cloth because your shoes are an insult to the floor. You should clean them, otherwise the castle sulks and throws things. Her hand appeared at my sleeve and, absurdly, there was a polishing cloth folded within it. I accepted it as if one accepts a lifeline. There is an intimacy to being handed a cloth by someone who believes your shame is an animal that can be cared for. It was, I thought then, the sort of kindness I had always been taught to disguise as indifference. We compared notes in a fashion, she with peculiar analogies and observations, I with acuity disguised as sarcasm. Between us we compiled a small list of the castle's ailments. A few fireplaces had been put out of order and now spat soot at random times. The kitchens had had plates rearranged in manners that suggested a dinner party had taken place for servants of the air. In the astronomy tower an old telescope had been loosened and left pointing at a slur of stars that do not make a kind arrangement. Most damning, several of the portraits had been seen to move slightly from their frames during the day, and they had all returned with the same faint crease of perplexity across their painted brows. Sabotage? I asked, attempting to sound as if I was in the comfortable vicinity of a hypothesis. Sabotage is a word grown folk use when they are worried, Luna replied. I prefer, for the moment, to say the castle has been pronouncing grievances. Sabotage sounds so final. The castle is only grumpy. That was Luna's great charm and her weapon against me. She turned weight to word until the weight of things became people you could speak to. She accepted, without fanfare, that a corridor might be sulky. She did not ask why I walked the stairs with my back straighter than usual or why my smile came a touch too thin. She did not titter and she didn't fold away like a person who had heard the word prophecy and was unwilling to have her nap interrupted. We could check the room of requirement, she suggested. It likes it when people need things without them necessarily knowing. I have a life of spacious secrecy organized already, thank you, I said, though it sounded more like gratitude than dismissal. I have never liked giving the impression that the castle could start to think of me as needy. It would only want to change places with me. The room is only good when you are rather specific, Luna continued, and when you go there with someone who keeps their shoes neat. We went because we are, in small ways, susceptible to people's theories and the promise of rooms that provide. The moving staircases complained bitterly as we traversed them. One took us to the kitchens and then to a broom closet instead, as if to say it would have happily spat us out anywhere unpleasant and then decided the broom closet was merely inconvenient. I have always believed the castle to have more patience for arrogance than for indecision. The latter is a messy thing. Indecision is what makes the portrait snicker. The room of requirement is, in a way, exactly like a book you forgot you were invested in until your finger marks a page. I have seen it as a training ground for those who have no place to practice swords. I have seen it as a cache for the mischievous. That night it opened like a sigh and presented us with rows of narrow shelves, each shelf shadowed with the long backs of books and boxes and an awkward crate or two labeled with handwriting I recognized but could not, at that hour, place. Something had been rummaging through the box nearest the door. Its contents appeared to have been flung with a temper more passionate than necessary. A bit of velvet had been torn. A needle had been bent like a question mark. Luna knelt again and peered inside a crate like a child who has found a new constellation. She produced, with the kind of flourish that implied the cosmos had approved, a strip of cloth as thin as a ribbon and as pale as silk. It bore an embroidered serpent I did not immediately recognize, not the family crest, nor any house badge I could place. It was refined, the stitching had been done by someone who was practiced. There was a smear of mud at one end. "Smells like the prince," she said, and placed it on the floor between us. My fingers, against all reason, found the cloth too. My first instinct was to treasure it for the proof it might give to those who insist on triangulating prophecy by the arcane angles of evidence. My second was to hide it, to fold it away inside a book or myself. I could feel, with a clarity that was embarrassing, my father's voice saying over and over, "Be ready." Ready meant different things. Ready meant certain sacrifices. Ready meant an answer to the call of men who do not turn away from hurt. "You could show it to Snape," Luna ventured. "He likes things that are precise." I did not want to show anything to Snape. His opinions were sticky things. Once they touched you, they left residue. He would look at the cloth as if measuring it against a scale of guilt and innocence, and would perhaps find me wanting because I have never enjoyed surprises that are not my own. Snape is not a man who swoons at wonder. He appraises, he slices, he assigns. McGonagall would have a list, I said instead. Dumbledore would have a question. The castle would begin, at once, to believe in the idea of me as an interesting variable. It is easier to find who was doing things if the castle is in a mood to be helpful, Luna observed. Sometimes you have to be the one to tell it you are listening. It rewards you. It likes to be needed when it's not sulking. There is a small, galling part of me that enjoys being needed, even by the castle itself. It is a malicious pleasure, like enjoying a thunderstorm while holding a warm cup. It feels like a responsibility that might lead somewhere with a better view. I suppose that is the beginning of bravery, the point where you realize your curiosity is not entirely selfish. We traced the prince back to the portrait corridor again, careful to avoid the stare that liked to sneer. The corridor, by then, had fewer spectators. Most of the portraits were tired and only half interested in providing commentary. One, however, a woman who looked as though she had been painted at 60 and stayed painted for negligence, leaned forward as if the thing she required was gossip and someone to feed it. "You boys look as if you have swallowed a story," she said. "One of us may well have," Luna said simply. She offered the cloth. The portrait sniffed in painted impatience and, for reasons I cannot explain, looked satisfied. "You'll find," the portrait said, "that some footprints serve other purposes. Not all steps are for going. Some are for being found. I am not, by nature, graceful at being told things in riddles. I prefer a quietly precise instruction to a metaphor that may or may not reveal itself according to mood." But the portrait's word settled into my head like a stone one tosses into glassy water. The ripples keep returning. That night, when the castle had softened in its grievances and the moon hung like a pleased grey coin, something else happened. The stairs, that particular flight at the back of the portrait corridor, decided to say my name. It was not the shout of a drama that wanted to be played out. It pronounced my surname in a slow, careful way, like a footman who has to bring a message across a room full of people who pretend not to listen. Malfoy. It was not the voice of a living thing, and yet the breath it used felt intimately human. I froze because people freeze when houses say their name. I suppose anyone would. There are voices we trust to be polite, and there are voices we fear because they have no use for our courtesies. Why would the stairs know my name? I asked, though in truth I did not expect an answer and did not want one offered by people who tended to make prophesies sound like hats one picks up at a party. Luna looked at me and, with all her strange practicality, removed a paper napkin from some pocket that seemed designed to hold the improbable and tucked it carefully into my palm. "If a thing says your name, you listen," she said. "Not because it's necessarily polite, but because it has decided something about you. Sometimes things pick sides without telling a soul. You should know which side they are on. It is a curious habit of mine, to count the spaces in the ceiling when I am frightened and to measure the distance between my chest and the thing that weighs. I counted the spaces above me as if they might translate into steps I could take. I felt, as if a thread had been looped through my shirts, the pressure of being suspected and the pressure of being expected. Those are not the same thing. Suspected is a dirty word. Expected is precise. I kept the strip of cloth. I wrapped it in a handkerchief, a poor lie of secrecy if there ever was one, and I made a plan. I would watch, I would listen, and I would make certain people uncomfortable in the direction I intended. I was used to the idea of being a tool. I had been folded into usefulness since the day the family name carried more weight than my opinions. This, though, felt like a new sort of tool, not the blunt, obvious kind one is proud of, but the kind that fits neatly into the mechanism of the world and causes, if turned, a little less suffering than the other tools. I thought of it then as an advantage. Today I think of it as the origin of a habit I'll have to live by. I did not tell my father. I did not place the cloth on the desk for him to examine and find meaning where I had not wanted him to look. When I thought of his hands, I thought of them like precise instruments, and I knew the part of him that, like power, would call this a useful thing. Narcissa would have smoothed a hand over my head and told me to be careful in a way that suggested she had already wrapped me in bandages. I was not ready for either. Instead, I chose to tell Luna, in a way that was the opposite of confession. There are different ways to reveal a secret to someone. You can drop it like a stone into a well and see who hears the splash. You can place it on a table and watch as they decide whether to taste it. I made Luna a custodian of a half-truth. I showed her the handkerchief, the feel of silk, the thread. I did not say the word that sits in the hollow of certain rooms and draws the air towards it. I never said the formal syllables of the thing I had been told in half-lit rooms by people who use sugar and knives in equal measure. She took the cloth, smoothed it with a reverence that offended and soothed me at once, and looked at me as though I were a new constellation she had not yet placed on her map. "It will be easier if you speak to people who do not speak in riddles," she said. "I would rather not be rewritten," I said. "People make whole novels of me that I have not yet read." "Then you must write something yourself," she replied. "You should begin with an honest sentence." I thought that was something I could not do. I have, in my life, curated the art of misdirection. To be honest is to be vulnerable in a way I had convinced myself was unbecoming. Yet there was a piece to Luna's words that softened the rigid line between me and the thing I hid. Perhaps there is a braver version of me that begins with less bartering. We did not, that night, find who had been leaving mud upon the floor. We found a string of other puzzles threaded into the castle's hem, a portrait that smelled faintly of smoke when its subject had never known fire, a stare that would not bear my heel, and a whisper or two that hinted at names I knew and names I would rather not meet in the dark. The cloth, folded within my handkerchief, was both proof and promise. It meant that someone with a practiced stitch had been near the room of requirement. It meant that someone had left tracks for me to see, perhaps to be found, perhaps to be bait. That is the crux. Bait is a peculiar delicacy. Some things are laid out because the one who lays them has something to teach, and some things are laid out because someone wants to catch a hand in the jar. The castle had littered both across our path, and it was impossible, for all my inclinations, to believe the castle had no favorite. When I returned to the Slytherin common room, the moon had smudged the windows to silver. The conversations were small and brittle. A boy in Renaud's 4th year was attempting to practice a new sneeze. Housemates laughed like they had not been given a reason to do anything but manage their ladle of duty and their bowl of fear. I sat, with a cloth in my pocket and a silence on my tongue, and listened to the slow, persistent clock of the hour. Of course, the house has a way of making everything personal. I have long known my name will be weighed by many hands. I have been measured as one might measure a rod of wood, checking it for lumps and knots. There is pride in the measurement when it's kinder than you expect, and there is fury when the measure suggests an inconvenient flaw. But there is a new temperament to the house's attention now, the kind of focus that asks more of you than merely bending to power. It wants to know whether you will become the thing they say you might be. Whether you will hold the castle, whether you will betray it, whether you will be credible in its darkest hours. I do not yet have the words to describe how heavy an unseen name sits when there are others ready to bend, and when your father looks at you with the practical eye of a man who believes usefulness is the best form of patriotism. The idea that some prophecy might name me, that some parchment might fold my life into a narrative that is not mine, is something I keep inside like a small collection of glass beads. They rattle. Luna, in the way she sees the world sideways and yet straight, placed a hand lightly against my arm. It was nothing dramatic, only contact enough to remind me that I am not as alone as I sometimes perform on the surface. "You'll be clever," she said, half as observation, half as promise. Hogwarts knows clever when it sees it. And sometimes, when a place sulks, it will let those it likes help tidy it up. You make it sound like cleaning the castle is a domestic task, I said. It is, in a way, she said. You take care of where you sleep, and where other people sleep. You are being kind whether you mean to be or not. She is right, of course. Much of bravery begins as such small domesticities, keeping boots clean so a corridor will not sulk, being honest enough to offer the truth in small, safe increments, staying up at night to listen to the way the house breathes. I slept badly that night. I dreamt of staircases with teeth and of portraits whose eyes had turned like clock hands to watch me. I dreamt that mud was a thing you could not wash away and that the more I cleaned the more it left traces. When I woke, I set about the day like a man who has learned a new pocket within himself where a candle keeps a constant glow. It shone not bright and flaunting but steady and practical. I have come to learn that a small internal light often steadies others. There are alliances in Hogwarts more complex than houses, more complex than blood. There are rooms that will not tell you their contents unless they have learned to trust you. There are portraits that will only adjust their gossip if you present them with something of interest. There are also those outside our walls who find such divisions of allegiance useful tools. Death Eaters take a name and turn it into a promise, families take a name and make it law. I can feel those currents tugging and I have to decide, every morning when I shave and fold my hair and polish my shoes, which tide I will ride. That is, perhaps, the strangest part. Courage is not always the moment of action you see in songs. Often it is the quiet decision to keep your tongue from telling the mistake your family expects, to be warm when you are cold, to accept a cloth from a person who smells of moonlight and strange teas, and to begin, with minute patience, to untie a rope that someone else has thrown around your life. I have not, here, made any proclamations. I have not spoken aloud the particular line of fate that has been suggested to me in hushed rooms. I wear my secrets like a scarf. I smile for appearances. I listen when the stairs have the decency to say my name. I watch patterns like a man learning to read runs on a ladder. I am learning, in a way that has only now realized its taste, to be quiet and to be purposeful at the same time. The prince will return, I am sure. The castle will not keep its secrets forever, and those who arrange trouble do not always have the patience one needs for success. Someone, somewhere, has decided to make the school uncomfortable until it confesses. It is an unkind plan, and an obvious one. It contains, as any good plan does, the chance to be undone by the small things, a neat shoe, a whisper heard at the right time, an unlikely friendship. There is a simple sort of courage and a sort of stubborn domesticity that says you will keep your house tidy even if the mice are conspiring. When I left the corridor that evening, the steps were less noisy, as if content they had been taken into account. The portrait smiled, in the way only painted people smile, a little too early and a little too final. The strip of cloth lay in my handkerchief like a promise of a puzzle not yet solved. Luna fell in step beside me for a while, pointing out stars that seemed to be trying different patterns and pointing them out as if they were obvious mistakes. "Do you think they'll find it?" she asked, half of bicycles and half of seriousness. "Which part?" I asked. "The truth." I did not answer her in any grand way. I pocketed the handkerchief and the silk within it, and I told myself I would be ready in ways that did not include a theatrical admission. I smiled the pale smile. I polished my shoes before bed as though each stroke might make me less tentative. I walked the corridors with the carriage of a boy who expected to be interesting rather than accused. I held the precincts of my life close as if they were instruments that must be tuned before they were played. And as I passed the staircase by the portrait corridor one last time, it gave me another small, peculiar sound, not quite a whisper, but a breath that held the sharpness of a thing that had been told to keep quiet and had failed. It said, very softly and with the old, imperious tone a staircase uses when it has finally something to be frank about, tomorrow. There are nights I sleep with my ears wide open. There are mornings I wake and my hands are marked by little things I did not know I touched. Tomorrow sounds like a promise and a trap at the same moment. It is, if you will, the exact kind of word that will either make you brave or compel you to run. I find I do neither. I straighten my back, smooth my hair, and taste the small, thin joy of willfulness to stay and find out. Chapter 4: A Portrait with a Pale Pallor. The antechamber smelled of stone and old polish, of faint perfume and the kind of cold that sits in your bones and remembers last winter. Torches guttered as the evening pressed against the castle's skin. The Slytherin common room, just beyond, hummed with the low, polite baritone of a house that cultivated menace-like table manners. I let the door swing closed behind me. The thud was a punctuation mark, and I liked my sentences to have good punctuation. There are portraits in the antechamber that do more than watch. They lean, prod, snub and gossip in ways that would scandalize any decent ancestor. Some take an interest in me because of name and lineage, some grumble because I refuse to sit the same courses as they did. One, a thin, severe woman with powdered hair and a disdainful mouth, had once called me a good-natured nuisance and called it a compliment. Tonight another portrait stirred in its frame and gave me a look that felt like a handcard slid across a table, a private bet placed on the tablecloth between us. It leaned forward with the slow, confident movement of oil that has known gravity for centuries. Its colors were the sort of green that had gone pale with time and the sort that suited Slytherin dashes of silver. The woman, an Ambrose, if the placard was to be trusted, had the sort of face that seemed carved from frost. Her eyes caught the torchlight and flashed. Her voice, when it came, was the soft, cold kind portraits developed to keep secrets and correct small mistakes. She did not speak to the room. She addressed me. I had the good sense to laugh where laughter would do least harm. I made it flippant, a polished laugh that said, "I am amused," as if the very idea of being admonished by a painted ancestor were the most ridiculous of inconveniences. It was easier that way. Slytherin smiles are like masks that fit especially well to pale faces. But even while I let the amusement sit thinly, I catalogued what she said. Portraits, after all, have loyalties as peculiar as aunties and servants. Their language is roundabout and covered in varnish, but it is precise. Her words were cautions in silver, phrased as family advice and echoing old grudges. "Do not let strangers pick at the frames," she said, in effect. "Do not answer every knock with a smile. Keep your mouth like a purse and your doors like the bottoms of wells." The admonition was embroidered with references no one else in the corridor would understand: the name of a servant my mother used to favor, the description of a winter when a Malfoy gate had been forced, the scent of lavender and coal. It felt personal because it spoke the language of my family's rooms. I pretended, properly and with feeling, to be mortally offended. "Ambrose," I muttered, soft enough that the other portraits, who were altogether too fond of listening, would think I was talking to myself. In my head, a younger Malfoy, a brash boy who had once tried to convince a mirror that the family silver was merely so tastefully outdated, would have answered with some neat retort and turned it into a story for the table at Greystone. I did not. Instead I thanked her in a way. Perhaps she took my gratitude as a concession. She sank back into her frame with the theatrical indifference of an aristocrat who has closed a conversation. Once the antechamber returned to its usual, slightly conspiratorial silence, I did what I always did when the castle said something with teeth behind its words. I looked at the frames. The portraits of the antechamber are not decorative in any practical sense. They hang with purpose, guardians of memory, of etiquette, of grudges. Behind each canvas there are folds of wall and small compartments where temperamental ancestors tucked away little things: the odd note, a lock of hair, a pressed flower that meant something to some marriage no one alive remembers. Families leave things in frames because frames, unlike people, will not forget. Portraits keep things the way museums keep fossils: they press them into the ground of the present. So when one frame slackens at the screw and the painted man suddenly smells of the draft behind his canvas, you do not take it to mean that a breeze is passing. You take it to mean that someone has been behind the mouths of the castle and that they had fingers for more than painting. I slid my hand along the gilt edge like a thief feeling for a seam. There was a soft give, and when I pressed a little harder a ribbon slid free. The canvas flexed against my fingertips and a smell rose out that was not quite smoke and not quite dust but something older and stranger, the scent of parchment that has known secret folded things. Behind the painting, someone had been working methodically. The compartment that should have held a neat folded scrap, the kind of thing an ancestor would tuck away for reading in case the house burned down, had been emptied. At first I thought of prankish students with appetite for mischief. There are always those who think themselves clever for waltzing through other people's history. I thought of the first years who locked themselves in trance and the sixth years who borrowed jokes from even older jokes. Then I smelt the air again and noticed the faint blue dust, not ash, something metallic, clinging to the sewing thread like the residue of a wand that was careful, not accidental. Someone had been rifling painted mouths with a purpose. It is curious how the mind divides itself when it meets an unwelcome truth. One part catalogued, cool and efficient, list the places that have paintings, find the best way to reach them without the fat lady seeing you, make note of the paint of the frames, the brands of screws used. Another part raised, suspects, motivations, whether this was personal to our family or part of some larger sweep. A darker portion, the part that lived in the same place as the secret I would rather die than let loose, tightened selfishly. If they searched portraits, they might be looking for parchments. If parchments, they might be looking for lines of prediction wrapped up in the careless handwriting of some half-forgotten seer. I slid the canvas back gently. You do not treat portraits with brusqueness. They remember. They will hold a grudge in the way wallpaper will hold a damp patch. As I did, the Ambrose portrait, as though amused by my meddling, leaned forward and said something quite small. Someone is collecting what belongs to pictures. It was not a question. It read in the lines of her mouth like a deduced sentence, a warning to me not to trust my house so straightforwardly. I gave her another neat smile. Inside, the coin of irritation clinked. Portraits were not a new place to pry. They were, however, intimate. Whoever came at our painted mouths had manners enough to know the house and enough patience to take the time to look. That head note of caution refused to unclench. I moved down the gallery, inspecting frames with the practiced care of a man who has spent his life appreciating how things look when arranged properly. Each canvas had its own way of breathing. Whenever I fingered the edge, a portrait would glance my way as if to say, "Oh? Who else knows this?" The lean was an idle one until I reached the portrait of a man who had a favorite way of pretending he was abroad when in truth he had died in Malfoy Green. His eyes bulged in a manner unbecoming the dead when I touched his frame. "You're late," he announced, as if a portrait could scold a living being for not arriving on time. He mentioned a corridor that had been altered last winter. He named, in passing, a stair that tends to lead to the kitchens on Thursdays. I did not know why it had come to his mind, but I made a mental note: stairs rearrange. Good to remember. The moving staircases are not just jokes, they can be routes for people who want to look without being found. The man offered me an apology that sounded like a courtesy to the house. He would not know the truth. He had been painted for a lifetime of serving the family in the fashionable way of portraits, which is to alternate between loyalty and scandal. I tucked that apology into the pocket of my memory and kept going. Someone had been patient enough to find holes behind paintings and to take what they wanted. By the time the antechamber had entered of other students, their soft chatter fading away into the house's bones, the seriousness of it had pressed itself against my shoulders. I could not tell if the hand that had been at the paintings knew what it sought. People often rummage for petty things: a will, a name, a token to hold up for blackmail. But portraits protect different things. Families hide legacies behind varnish. Small things, like the cot of a child's name or a scorned lover's note, sit beside larger, sanctioned artifacts: an old contract, a wrathful curse reproof, a tally of names that means more in the right brewing. I thought of a particular parchment I had once seen, dust-shaded and tucked behind a long-forgotten sea captain in the headmistress' wing, a prophecy, or a piece of one, that some had said was banal and others declared significant. The memory stabbed because that scrap had been old and wrong-colored, and it had been filed where portraits keep records not meant for all eyes. If someone was looking for such things now, for pieces of prophecy, for maps to rooms that rearrange when needed, then the search was not accidental. It was a house cleaning with purpose. The next portrait I examined was small and, in truth, rather forgettable on most days. It depicted a woman who had been particularly good at compiling lists. She prided herself, in paint, on domestic arrangements and on the precise ordering of silver. When I caught her eye, she blinked and, with the sort of off-handed cruelty ancestors have, said that someone had taken the best of their lists and left the cupboards tidy in a manner that suggested rehearsal. That is to say, this was not random. The rooms we keep orderly were being tidied of specific contents. Who benefits? I asked the paintings, though I knew portraits are terrible at giving straight answers. The man who had once been our family's appointed hereditary something or other, titles are like footnotes in the catalogue of the Malfoys, shrugged in the way of paint. He suggested professions rather than names: a collector, a historian, someone with an obligation to another kind of order. Everyone in portraits who was not actively trying to be useful is useful in being unhelpful. They would rather hand you a proverb than a weapon. I hummed my displeasure. If this were a witch hunt, which it smelled faintly to be, then the paintings were losing their tongues underneath the very people who ought to have protected them. The thought of someone lifting words from frames like bread from an oven made my jaw tighten. Words have a way of feeding people and of poisoning them, and portraits keep both in equal measure. That night I did not take the usual direct route back to the common room. Instead I walked the gallery in slow circles, a small animal hunting the edges of its territory and sniffing the air. The moving staircases under the portrait shifted in the dark in ways I had not heard before. They did not clatter like misbehaving chessmen but like something that had been told a secret and obeyed. I watched their steps rearrange and thought of ways corridors could be bent into subterfuge. The castle, bless it, is full of hiding places that do as they are told. By the time I reached the portrait of a stooped old Malfoy who had once been famous for a duel that was more rumor than fact, I had collected more than mood. I had a list: which paintings were disturbed, which frames had threads pulled, which screws had been loosened enough to make a draft. There were more holes than there should be. The holes trailed down the stone like breadcrumbs leading someone to something that was not meant to be found. I could have announced it. I could have marched to Professor Snape or, worse, to my father and made the sort of squealing formal complaint that would set malcontent engines in motion. But there is a particular kind of danger in having the family and the castle breathe over the same mystery. The more men in journals and curtains and polished shoes know, the more likely the wrong eyes and the wrong tongues would be trained on what was taken, and especially on who might have lost it. Instead, I did what I always do: I covered my tracks with an extra fold of charm and went to check the places a thief might have been keeping watch. The kitchens offered nothing but the faint smell of stew and the mild interest of house elves, who do not meddle in portrait quarrels unless it is to keep the silver shining. The library was quiet and the restricted section more than usually forbidding. The librarian's eyes followed me in a way that suggested she, too, could count frames and missing things. I did not open the restricted section. I am not reckless enough to let curiosity make my name into gossip, but I did compare the records to the placards in the gallery. Names were consistent, the catalogue had been tended. Whoever had moved the paintings had a mind for order. I lay awake that night under the thin smile of my bed and rehearsed possibilities. It is charming, in a way, how the mind slides into its best posture when danger knocks. Every plan looks neat and economical before the first move is made. A thief with purpose would need to move through rooms the house considered sacred. They would likely be a student, a staff member, or someone with a key. Students are messy with their secrets, staff have access and motive, and a person of outside stations would be dangerously obvious. There are two peculiarities to mention here that bear heavily on my mood. 1. The portraits are not only repositories of things, they are gossips. They share news like women at a market and keep grudges like relics. If someone had been visiting them, certain portraits would know, not perhaps the names, but the faces and the steps. 2. The castle has a way of resealing itself. Things that are taken are often replaced with symbols or small jokes. The thief leaves something else to show they were there. This time, what the thief left was a silence that felt staged. The next day passed in a smoothed-over way, as acts of school do when they want to pretend that nothing bleak is afoot. We learned charms that blinked like polite eyes. We were graded on the exact curl of our incantations. I moved through the lessons with a nap of composure, but I remembered the way the Ambrose had looked at me, the bit of silver admonition warming in my chest like a coin too hot to touch. Each portrait I passed considered me with a measured curiosity. Some, pitifully, seemed grateful for my presence. Old painted folk have a way of aligning themselves with someone who will keep the family respectable. The quieter truth hammered at me through the day like a small, insistent bell. Someone who cares enough to go through portraits is not content with gossip. They want the truth that people hide because of the wrong reasons. Prophecy, names, lines of destiny, these sit like small, dangerous things tucked under cloths, and they make men move like spiders. After supper I did an errand that gave me an excuse to be where the portraits were. There was always a way to place yourself so as to notice things without having to make an announcement. I made tea run for someone, though I do not drink the stuff unless forced. The antechamber filled with students in various states of performance, they arranged their faces to show that they were not yet party to conspiracy and certainly above it. I lingered longer than I had to with my tray, letting the tea cool so that the gravity of my presence would not be mistaken for eagerness. It is astonishing how effective passive indolence is as a cover for cunning. When the rush of students left, the corridor sighed into solemnity. Several portraits do their best work when the public has gone. They air their grievances, pass each other notes on the small scandals of the day, and tuck away the things that matter. As the corridor quieted, I slunk along and tugged at one frame that had been disturbed. The ribbon that should bind a small packet had been cut cleanly, not torn. The cut had been made with something keen. Someone knew how to make it look as if the wind had done the job. There were residues you cannot hide, a scrap of paper with a wet edge, the ghost of an ink blot, the weight of something once folded in place and now absent. I went behind 3 more paintings. Each told the same story, opened, pried, handled carefully, and rifled. The thief had not been in a hurry. They had treated the paintings like lockers and taken only the things they wanted. On a whim, and on that cold and reckless sort of charity one keeps for one's own cause, I reached behind a particularly dignified frame and left something of my own. There are few comforts I indulge in when the world tightens, but one is the pleasure of misdirection. I tucked into the cavity a scrap of paper I had pilfered from a school archive months earlier, nothing of value, a child's rhyme to liven the mood. It would not fool a determined seeker, but it would be a child's rattle to the kind of people who like to feel they had found something. When I straightened and smoothed out the cloth of the portrait, a noise caught my ear. It was the softest of things, like a breath caught behind a curtain or the click of a key in a lock. Something small had been displaced on the floor. I turned to see a pin, ordinary and yet somehow wrong. It was of a dark metal, the sort of thing a cloak of a certain faction might wear. It had a notch taken out of it, as if to disguise it from casual identification. The pin told me, in a tidy, violent way, that the search had not been limited to students. This was the kind of insignia a man who had money would use. It suggested a hand comfortable with both wealth and quiet errand. If I had wanted to be theatrical, I might have marched to my father with the pin and demanded explanations. Instead, I tucked it into my coin purse and walked away. It is unwise to do certain things without allies. Alliances are tricky because they demand a currency of trust one am miserly with. Yet the castle tends to forgive our parsimonies when they produce results. There was one person I had met this year who handled secrets like they were mild curiosities rather than threats, Luna Lovegood. She has a way of listening the way portraits listen, slow, unjudging, and with a willingness to be wrong. Her intelligence is not the kind that pounces, it is the sort that sits and lets patterns show themselves. I do not know why she bothers with the world's cruelties the way she does. She wears hardness like a shawl and it becomes a sort of armor. I could have told her nothing. I could have kept the pin and the ribbon and the ridge of worry tight and alone. That would have been the practical thing. But there was also that other me, the me that suspects, with a sort of private hunger, that there are certain risks best faced with a clear-eyed stranger who does not flinch at the darkness and will, perhaps, find the hardness amusing. Luna, who hears the silence between words as if it were a tune, might at least name the thing in a way that made it less monstrous. So I made an arrangement of a sort I never expected. I guided my steps to the Ravenclaw Tower the next evening under the pretense of borrowing a book on rearranged staircases, practicalities, always the practicalities, and I found her in a corner of the library where the light seemed to make her hair look like a thing that had been accidentally dipped in the moon. She listened as I told a measured version of events, the way one tells a story over dinner without spilling the soup. I did not speak of prophecy. I do not like speaking of destiny unless I can dress it up in as many pleasantries as possible. She did not press for details I did not give. She asked in the way she always does, with tiny, pointed questions that amount to a compass. What did the thief leave? What did they take? how long have the portraits been disturbed? Her eyes when she asks are not unkind. They are curious as observatory lenses. There is comfort in being perceived without being judged, and I admit, here, that the comfort is new to me. I am used to being paused, placed and played as a piece in a larger game. Luna does all of her listening as if she is gathering shells on a beach rather than looking for the obvious fish. She raised a simple point. Whoever was at the paintings wanted things kept hidden. That as much explained the choice of places as anything. But why portraits? She suggested, gently, improbably, that perhaps a painted mouth is easier to make confess than a living one. People expect paintings to keep quiet. You whisper to them, you tuck things in and you leave. The thief, she suspected, liked the quiet of stealing what was designed to be private. I think, she said, with the small certainties of one who had been wrong 100 times and learned to love it, they want the parts that speak of names. Names. One syllable and a thunderstorm. She might have been watching my face. I did not show it, because I am a Slytherin, and one of our virtues is the firm management of expression. But names are the currency of destiny, and destiny is a thing I keep my palm upon like a coin I will not let drop. A theft of names is a theft of history, and perhaps of futures. She set her own conclusion in place with the soft certainty of somebody who knows the atlas but delights in the detours. She believed, she said, that if people take words out of paintings they intend not only to learn but to make others learn. The stealing makes the world listen differently. Who listens differently? I asked. She shrugged. Those who have ears and an appetite, she said, like a child describing a moth. Those who would arrange the world so that the right people quake at the right names. She did not say the name we both thought, a name smeared in headlines, the one that made the whole school tilt towards rumors. Luna is not foolish, she simply chooses which weapons to name and which to leave as riddles. I knew her mind had its own compass needle and that it pointed to wonder instead of terror. I admired her for it. I admired more, perhaps, than I ought. We pulled the evidence with the slow gladness of conspirators. It is a strange joy, the one that comes from doing the practical thing while also doing the dangerous thing. I told her about the cut ribbon and the neatness of the thief's work. She smiled at the idea of people gentle enough to use knives on frames. We found in each other's faces the private knowledge that this was more than someone taking trinkets. You could ask the portraits, she suggested casually, as though she were recommending soup. They'll tell you what they noticed. They remember faces. And so we did, because you pick allies that know things you would rather learn from people who cannot lie cleverly. We approached frames that had been silenced, and the painted eyes flickered like those of nocturnal animals. Some of them were maddeningly uncooperative. The small, practical woman who liked lists had dried tears in the fold of her painted cheek. She could not name the thief, she said, because the thief wore a cloak that smelled of ash and kept their face wrapped up. But she could tell us when the thief had come, Wednesdays, between supper and the first study bell, and which frames had been prized open for the foreign dust one of the servants used to call moonspark. Moonspark is not a thing I had catalogued before, it sounded like something from a nursery rhyme. Luna did not blink. We learned that the thief moved in patterns, that they had a knowledge of the stewardship frames and a particular taste for half-forgotten family notes. They took words and left silence. They had assumed, perhaps wrongly, that the portraits would not complain. They were wrong. When we finished, the corridor felt smaller. It felt like something had a foot in it that did not yet belong. A person can grow used to living with danger when it is sharp and immediate, a duel, a public scandal. It is a different thing entirely to live with the sense that an invisible hand reaches into your private storerooms. There are manners for how one loses silver, there are fewer for how one loses the building blocks of one's life. I walked back to the common room after our meeting with Luna with a different sort of foxglove of thought. Someone was taking names, and they were doing it politely. That they had the courtesy to be neat did not make what they had done any less threatening. If names fall into the wrong hands, rumors begin like little fires. It took me but a week of sleep split into careful naps to realize that there is a particular kind of danger that prefers to work by accretion rather than by violence. A single letter torn from a portrait will not take the school. A series of letters, a systematic removal of family histories and warnings, can make a whole house forget how to protect itself. A house without its stories is a body without a spine. One night, when the moon was exactly where moons ought to be when they are trying to be polite, I went back to the portraits and found a new absence. I recognized it immediately because it was the sort of thing that does not make itself understood on first glance. There was a faint scorch on the inside of a frame. Not enough to have been made by a careless candle, it was surgical, as if someone had grilled their thumb on the edge of the world to see whether it would flinch. Tucked into the scorch I found a torn sliver of parchment, almost wholly consumed by heat. The edges curled like a shell and the middle held a word that had been singed away. But in the margin, in a cramped, precise hand that I recognized as not my own but as handwriting I had seen once folded into a paper and slipped into a history volume, one letter remained unmarred, M. The letter rested there like an accusation. It could have meant many things: Malfoy, perhaps, for the family, M for map, M for the word that starts with the sound that makes the castle cool suddenly. I held it to the torchlight and let my mind run through its catalogues. The letter was all the more damning for being so little. Whoever had left it wanted me to find it. Luna's expression when I showed her the burnt scrap was as if I had produced a particularly curious insect. "They are leaving you tokens," she said thoughtfully, as if considering whether they were meant to charm or to warn. "Tokens is a charitable word," I offered dryly. "They could be mocking." "Perhaps," she said after a thoughtful beat. "Or perhaps they are teasing. Or perhaps they're gathering for a book and forgot a page." She looked at me then in a way that made me want to rearrange my face into something more flattering. "How," I said, without sentimentality, that this was not merely a gentleman's theft. It smelled of a purpose with pattern. "Do you think," she asked, measuring not only the words but the spaces around them, "that the person knows names that will make people do foolish things when they hear them?" I did not answer at first. I kept the small, burnt scrap folded somewhere on my person like a thing too dangerous to throw away. The letter M sat on my chest like a small stone. The fact that they were leaving things was the more worrying part. It is unsporting, as I like to think of myself, to be in a position where a thief writes you little love notes of menace. Yet there it was. Someone had placed the painted mouths of the castle in a line, and they were removing what the houses had kept for safekeeping. If they wanted to rebuild the world by its names, they would begin with our frames. Luna placed her hand over mine with a gentleness that is not usually a Slytherin's private possession. She did not say, "We will find them," in the sentimental way people do. Instead, she said simply, "Then we will listen to the castle and to those who cannot keep quiet." There are moments where courage is nothing dramatic. It is small and domestic. It is a decision to go back into a room you have already entered and to look under the rug where you suspect the thief has planted their footprints. It is choosing a companion who will not flinch at the bright ugly parts of things. That night, when I went to bed, arranging my pillow as if it were a cushion of diplomacy, I felt the quiet ferocity of someone who knows they must keep a secret for reasons no longer only their own. In the dark between dreams I could hear portraits breathe the way old rooms do. There was the faintest whisper, as if a painted mouth had been opened after a long silence, and this time it felt like a summons not only to watch but to act. The evidence pointed, with a neat and infuriating clarity, to one thing: the search of the paintings was no longer subtle. Someone wanted what the portraits were hiding. Someone knew how to pick at the painted mouths. And whoever that someone was, they had started leaving traces that read like a name, part of a name, and an invitation: "Listen to what we are about to rearrange." I folded the burnt scrap again and again in my palm until the paper softened to the warmth of my fingers. The letter M stared back, patient and accusing and impossible to ignore. Outside, the castle sighed and the moving staircases rearranged as if to make room for the thing that would follow. I do not like playing host to prophecy's shadow, but I have held a coin to the light and seen that it is not entirely false. Someone has begun a conversation with my house. They have leaned into its painted mouths and taken something out. They have left the smallest of taunts behind. And when gossip turns to theft and theft to names, the whole of the school listens. I stood in the dark with the scrap small as a whisper in my hand and understood, fully and with that cold neatness that sometimes accompanies fear, that the search had become a demand. The portraits had been pried open and the voices within were being listened to by ears I did not choose to name. The question was no longer whether I could stop them. It was how much I would let them find before the castle realized its own tongue had been cut. Chapter 5: A Quiet Campaign. Sabotage at Hogwarts preferred to be a whisper. It liked the small, domestic things, the quiet betrayals that settled into a student's skin and made them hesitate. A cauldron that refused to boil until the lesson ended and the instructor's patience thinned, a remedial draft that the room agreed, between themselves, had started to taste of ash, a broom handle that creaked and shivered in the very moment you needed silence the most. Nobody marched to the castle gates with placards. They did not have to. Unease crept like ivy into the place you trusted most. You learn to notice that sort of thing when your face has been on the wrong side of a whisper for as long as mine has. The pale smile becomes a way of breathing, it sits in the soft of the mouth when you do not want to give away the slightest tremor of interest or fear. I kept it handy those first weeks. It was useful. It made people underestimate me. It let them talk around me so I could listen. The first oddity came from Professor Slughorn's classroom, a cauldron that would not reach the proper simmer no matter the amount of heat given. Half the house had spent the hour coaxing and prodding, the other half pinched their lips and watched their marks fall. Slughorn was befuddled, he called for new cauldrons and muttered about faulty enchantments. He blamed the supply list, then blamed the elves, finally blaming himself and the stars. No one suspected malice at first because malice, here, preferred a softer shoe. The second was in charms, where a simple charm to steady a quill left a white residue on the feather that smelled faintly of burnt paper when you held it to your nose. Minor, easily explained by an overzealous student or an overworked wand. The third was a broom that not only squeaked but gave a soft, accusing creak right as the captain of the team set off for practice, a creak that cost a well-timed play and cost them a point in the House Cup boardroom. The squeak went away by morning as if ashamed, but its memory stretched. A week of small failures is nothing. It is coincidence and then, if anyone has to be particularly careful and suspicious by temperament, a pattern. I have had the temperament for suspicion ever since I discovered people admired me for it. Once the pattern forms, it ties the incidents together with a kind of etiquette that is hard to break. The cauldron that would not boil, the draught that tasted of ash, the broom handle that announced its disgrace at the wrong second, they were not errors. They were a line of little notes played in the corridor outside the common rooms, meant to unsettle anyone who listened. There is a cruelty to small cruelties. They force you to search inward and find nothing but raw reaction. The castle is used to ghosts, actual and otherwise. It keeps a careful, nearly parental list of which of its children are prone to tears and which to temper. The portraits grow more interesting when trouble walks the halls, they lean in like gossiping aunts. The fat lady, who presides over Gryffinder's access, glared at me once in a way that felt personal. She did not accuse me, portraits will seldom do anything so blunt, but her gaze settled on the line of my jaw and did not stray the way it once would have. It was as if the castle itself were asking questions about who could bring these small wins. I could have gone to the teachers with that suspicion. I could have let Dumbledore's quiet authority comb through the minutiae and put minds at ease. Instead, I smiled the pale smile and watched. There were reasons I did not tell. Some had nothing to do with me and everything to do with my name. Words travel round the school like small birds, and carry with them the weight of family history. Malfoy. It is a word that opens doors and closes other ones. There are people, outside this school and within the darker rooms men like my father frequent, who would be interested in the pattern for the wrong reasons. There are those who would seize any strangeness at Hogwarts and try to bend it into proof of their narratives. I had no intention of providing anyone with anything that could be made into a blade and pointed at the throat of the place I had, in my own convoluted way, begun to care about. So I followed the pattern on my own. It felt like a viper's work at first, quiet, private, a thing that lived where the veins of the castle converged. Each afternoon when lessons let out I kept to the gaps between classes, when staircases were in motion and crowds thinned. The moving staircases bothered me less than most people. They have a curious politeness to them. They make room for your footfall, test your patience, sometimes hide what you will find next. They are also, I had noticed, used by the saboteur as a kind of cover. The cauldron that would not boil had been left in a place where a staircase's tendency to swivel could mean something that should have been there at 7 o'clock was moved by 9. The broom that squeaked had been hung on a beam where 2 routes crossed. Small logistics, but the saboteur was threading rooms and times together like a seamstress. Portraits became little investigators of their own. I stopped by one that hangs in an old corridor near the library and left a small mark, an ink smudge from when I thought my ink had been poisoned by fear more than by choice. The portrait took it personally and told me, in clipped tones, that it had seen a hooded figure move through the gallery at dusk. It did not volunteer the color of the cloak. Old portraits love to be coy, but it remembered a scent that the two of us agreed on afterward, iron and something metallic, old coin shells in some warehouse, something a person might remember after their fingers lingered on a ledger. The portrait itself could not mislead, it knows what it has seen. People like you and I, alive, tend to misremember to save face or to make a story more palatable. Portraits are cruel in that way. They are honest without malice. The honesty of portraits is dangerous when your name has weight. I use that honesty, though, in the way you do when you are not entirely pleased to be doing anyone a favor. I learned the schedule of the moving staircases and where they like to gossip. I looked for the holes in the castle's pattern and found that someone was working nights, slipping into workshops and classrooms when the lesser lights of the place dimmed. They left no footprints. They left sometimes a little dust that smelt faintly of burnt sugar and iron. It is not a thing one supplies easily on a list for the teachers. There is a smell, I would say, and the word sounded ridiculous. People smiled without their eyes. Luna found me because of that ridiculous smell. She was leaning against the library door the second Sunday after the broom incident, her legs tucked beneath her on the cold flagstones and a book that made no sense to anyone else spread open across her knees. Ravenclaw wraps itself around neat edges and fine pens, but Luna never looked constrained by it. She looked the way one looks at a chessboard and sees not a battle but a certain kind of order you could live with. Her hair was as careless as a flag, and she had a way of looking at you that made your private where the strips of your face leak information by accident. Your fear has a taste, she told me without looking up, as if the things that taste and the things that were tasted were conversations she'd had all morning. It tastes like not quite water and penicilva. Not the coin, the smell of the person who counts the coin. Men who are not careful with their hands. There were 2 ways to respond to that. One was to tell her she had entirely too much imagination. The other was to ask how she knew. I chose the latter because the pale smile can be useful for more than covering fear, it can be an invitation. She closed her book with an even motion and looked up at me as if the book had explained everything for her already. I saw it near the astronomy tower last week, she said. Not the person, but the sound of someone thinking they were alone. The stairs like them. Stairs have preferences, I said. They are rather like people. They do, Luna agreed. But they don't lie. They turn so you have to find where someone was going. It was that oddity, her ease with stating things the rest of the school thought fanciful, that began to turn the little hunt from one of suspicion to one of alliance. She did not offer sanctimony. She did not blink away the idea of me being someone the school might be worried about. She looked at me, really looked, and then she said something else. You could follow the staircase that lights the kitchen side of the castle. It shares its roots with those who like to keep others unsettled. It was a sentence that made the rest of my morning fall into a pattern. I told her about the cauldron and the broom and the ash draft like a man handing over a half-finished confession and expecting nothing. She listened without irony. She accepted my pale truth and then, as if a puzzle had been offered her, began to smile in a way that looked exactly like a street lamp turning on. We began to meet after that. At first it was practical, herself and me, tallying times when the castle breathed oddly and where. She wrote in a notebook the color of old leaves and used a pencil sharpened to a point like a sting. She made notes in little sideways scrawls, times of day, the scent, the painting of the corridor that had seen the movement. She spoke in metaphors that made me look at my own instincts more carefully, as though they had been silly children I had not yet taught basic manners. Fear, she said one evening as we sat on the cold stone steps near a portrait that complained about the weather, is like a plant under wrong light. It grows thin and sharp, and anything clever trims it wrong. You must water it in secret. That's reassuring, I said. And how do you suggest I water it? She looked at me, and then reached into her bag. She drew out a small glass vial filled with something pale and looking much like water. That, she said, handing it to me, is lavender and a little of my mother's tea. It does not stop fear from tasting like penicilva, but it makes the taste easier to bear. I took the vial, because nobody had offered me tea and none of my usual comforts were allowed to stay close when the name that clung to me might burn them. The vial was warm in my hand because she had held it long enough to think of it as a useful tincture. It was an absurdly domestic gesture, one that meant, in ways she perhaps did not intend, that she trusted me enough to cross the gulf of our houses. Trust is one of the very few things that frighten my father. He prefers instruments and alliances he can count and classify. A quiet hand that gives you tea is not on any balance sheet he understands. Between my father's expectations and the whispering pressure of those who moved when the moon was new, I had only a few tools: guile, a careful ability to make people comfortable in their own conclusions, and a small bravery I had not been quite conscious of until I used it. Following patterns required me to move in places least people considered: staircases at 2 in the morning, portraits that had not been pestered since the War of the Great Portrait in '83, a back door that led you into the kitchens and out again without the elves knowing you had been there. There was a certain finesse to moving through Hogwarts like that. You became part of the house's other life, the life that only the walls and the chairs and the suits of armor remembered. It felt dangerous and therefore real. We found the first physical clue in a place you would never consider attractive to a conspiracy: the broom cupboard beneath the North Tower. Brooms, left in a certain bored way, creak soon enough, but one broom had a small wedge nailed under its handle. I thought at first it was a way to pad the grip, clumsy hands, or a lazy prefect. Luna picked it up with her thumb and found beneath the wedge a faint smear of soot and a trace of something that smelled, unmistakably, of iron. A maker's mark, she said, like a detective who had stopped pretending. Not a brand. Someone's way of signing. Soot and iron. Maker's marks. They could be accidental. Or they could be deliberate. I kept them to myself. I added them to the list in my head: the timing of the moving staircases, the portraits that had seen someone sniff at the air and then move on, the kitchen door that usually clicked behind someone's heel at midnight. At the edge of my list sat another thing I had not been prepared to admit. Every month, just before the break of the new moon, someone left a single white feather on the window ledge of the room of requirement. The room of requirement had always been temperamental. It was private the way a diary is private. You could ask it for almost anything, and if you asked it properly it would give you what you needed, or at least what you deserved by the standards of a castle that dealt in riddles. The feather was placed on its sill as if some bird had preferred the very place where secrets formalized themselves. The first time I found one it seemed foolish, and I left it. The second time I found it I pocketed it because trifles become evidence if you hold on to them long enough. The third time I found it I smoothed it between my fingers and realized it had been marked with a tiny loop of thread, like a knot that held a message to itself. Whoever left it liked rituals. Whoever left it liked small clues. When you hold the feather, you feel absurdly alive. It is the sort of thing my father would call sentimental. He would ram a logical explanation through it and call the whole business solved. I kept my hands on logic. I kept a list. I kept my mouth closed. And, increasingly, I kept Luna at my side. People will tell you that alliances across house lines happen out of strategy and political expediency. That is occasional truth, true as an old house's foundations. This was not that. This was watching someone stand in the doorway of a library and offer you a small bottle of warm tea and not look at you as if you might poison her for sport. Luna's steadiness reminded me of a fact I had long buried: there are people worth being careful for who are not the sort of people you can put on a ledger. The Malfoy ledger is a fine thing when you want to buy influence. It is a poor substitute for friends. We traced the Federy ritual one moon at a time. We followed the marks to a portrait I'll not name, for the portrait likes its anonymity, but it painted a picture we could use. Someone with a limp had once been in the passage by the tapestry that runs near the kitchens at odd hours. Someone who preferred to smell of iron. The portrait said this without drama: portraits do not do drama. They state and correct like an old librarian. When no one else would listen to me, a painting might as well. The pattern I followed became less a random string and more the outline of something with purpose. The small sabotages had the quality of practice. Whoever wielded them knew how to unsettle. Whoever wielded them did not want immediate panic or violence, they wanted worry, the kind that sours minds and bends loyalties. It was a cruel craftsmanship, and it required the kind of patience most people do not have for a small, steady undermining. The saboteur liked to teach a lesson in measures. At night, when the castle settled and the stars were thin as stitched beads, I would stand by the astronomy tower and look out over the lawns. The telescopes are old instruments, rubber on brass, their lenses are world-weary and honest. I trained one to the small courtyard by the eastern ramparts and watched figures move like chess pieces. On 2 different evenings someone had moved between the supper of the lower staff and the closing of the kitchens, using routes that avoided the tapestried routes but not the narrow windows of portraits. It was cunning, careful, and unnervingly domestic. A saboteur who knows the castle's kitchen schedules knows its rhythms. Someone who knows its rhythms knows how to unsettle it at home. There came a night when the castle seemed to be a listening thing rather than a place of stone. The fat lady was unwell, I was told by a passing portrait. People were jumpy. There were meetings behind closed doors, and the portraits, who are as addicted to drama as any of us, gossiped with a hunger that would have been comical if fear were not involved. I kept my distance from the teachers' summoned councils. I kept the pale smile ready and my answers small. No matter how you play politics, there are consequences to being the child of a name that opens doors in some rooms and barters your sanity in others. My father had announced, in a letter that was polite enough to have teeth, that I should be careful whom I consorted with. The implication was that Luna might be an influence he would not approve. I wrote nothing back. There is a way to live a life that pleases your family and another way to live one that keeps you awake through all the long nights thinking about what might be done to the people you care for. I found myself choosing the latter more often than was comfortable. Avoidance is a luxury for people whose comforts do not depend on the continuing good graces of others. I suspected, with more childish clarity than I liked, that avoiding the company of a certain Ravenclaw girl would satisfy little but his appetite for order. I avoided him by stopping to take seriously small things instead. I tracked soot patterns. I learned which portraits liked gossiping after midnight. I learned that the room of requirement, when asked for a place where you could watch the castle without being watched, gives you a narrow window that looks out on 3 corridors and an entrance. You have to stand just so and you have to pinch your thumb and forefinger to make your eyes sharp. It sounds absurd, the room has a temperament that asks competence for cooperation. I sat there many nights with a telescope and a cup that held a little of Luna's warm tea to steady my hands. It makes sense, in a way that is not comfortable, that the smallest acts of sabotage are the ones that break trust most efficiently. A burnt taste in a potion is intimate. It belongs to your mouth and your memory and it cannot be unlearned. Whoever wanted hatred to bloom at Hogwarts knew that well. They wanted the odd, the domestic, the sort of thing you could explain away and therefore refuse to fix. They knew that when people took to doubting the little comforts of the place, they took to doubting the place itself. Once you doubt the place that keeps you, politics gets in by the back door. Luna, of course, had a theory about politics manifesting as domestic sabotage. People make small holes in the things they love because they're practiced at throwing away the small things, she said once, stirring her tea with a pencil, as though the pencil were its own kind of charm. They cannot bear the big things being taken because the big things will be noticed. But a hole under a chimney will let an awful draft come through before anyone understands why the room is cold. There is a poetic villain being hatched in your description, I observed. We shall have to find a way to make them less poetic. She smiled at that, an expression that never altered her eyes the way other smiles altered faces. Poets are useless for unmaking drafts, she agreed. You will need coal and a stitch in the right place. We made lists. I hid them in my notebooks between dull class notes so they would look like work. She wrote hers in the margins of novels she read for pleasure in the common room. We compared notes: feather, suit, iron smell, stair roots, kitchen windows. Sometimes our evidence was as thin as a sliver of a footprint on a sloped flagstone. Sometimes it was as obvious as a man with a limp seen by an old portrait. We stitched these things together the way the saboteur must have stitched them to create a pattern of fear. It did not repay in victory, but it gave a kind of defiance that is honest. There was no grand discovery yet. The small things had their patience. But that is the cruel part of certain wars. The skirmishers test the ground long before the banners are raised. They will muddy the stream to see whose taste of water is corrupted. They will test doors and watch what opens from within. You learn to answer with quiet acts. For me, that quiet act was to learn to listen to this castle the way it had listened to me when I was a child and had nothing but vanity to offer. It listens differently when you are awake to it. It will tell you about the night someone moved down the third gallery and hummed under their breath like a child. It will tell you when a portrait remembers that a cloak dragged like a wet animal and had to be shaken. It will tell you if you know how to ask. The worst nights were the ones where you could not convince even your own face that you were not afraid. I put the pale smile on like a mask and felt, underneath, a heat of indignation. Who did one belong to when one's family expected you to be a figure of power and one's school expected you to be a mark? If there had been a grim man from my father's world to advise me, he would have said, play each card precisely, do not reveal your hand. He would have meant, of course, give your allegiance where it is profitable. That sort of principle lay thin before the sort of human attachments a person finds when they are forced to choose small loyalties over big ones. Luna was one of those attachments. Hogwarts itself was another. I suppose I am telling you all this to explain a point I had not expected to have. Courage is often an accumulation of verbs rather than a single noble deed. You do the small right things because you have learned to count what matters. You pick up feathers, you smell soot, you learn the routes of staircases. These are not glamorous. They do not have banners. But they prepare you. They give you muscle you did not know you had for the moment when the pattern will need bending. The moment came that night when the portrait of an old divinity, who in his living time had been both scholar and minor bureaucrat, suddenly tilted his painted head and said, in a voice like dry paper, a message has been placed. It will be at the room of requirement southern window by dawn, small and folded. The portraits are not always accurate. They are, in some ways, perfectionists. But there was a conviction in his painted eye that silenced the corridor for a sliver of a heartbeat. Luna tightened her hands around her warm cup. She looked at me and said nothing. There are conversations made of silence that come once every few years. We agreed, in the way that people who share the same worry do, to be there. When the bell for planning would have finished its slow, sleepy groan and the first birds of dawn would have been starting their announcements, I found myself at the room of requirement with feet that did not tremble as much as they had at first. The room obliges you only when you ask it precisely and without show. I asked for a place to watch and keep safe, and it gave me a narrow window, a sill, and an old ledge that had once been used by someone who liked to sketch. Luna stood with me on the other side of the glass, her breath making tiny clouds against the window. There was a feather on the sill. It was white and clean and looped through with a single stitch of black thread. I picked it up, and, because of some inclination I have learned to follow, put it to my lips as if to taste the story it had been part of. The feather tasted faintly of penicilver and pine smoke, the sort of taste that belongs to old storerooms and men's hands whose kindness is always measured. I passed it to Luna. She closed her eyes as though listening to it, the way a person listens to music only they can hear. It wants to be found, she said softly. But it is not for us to announce it. Whoever left it likes that we can follow small things together. She is right, of course. Sometimes you follow a pattern and find only a trail of trivialities and get away with it. Other times you follow it and some larger thing looks up and sees that you were paying attention. The feather's thread looped through like a question mark. There is a voice in the castle now that is trying to find out how many of us are willing to care for the little things. I suppose I will be one of those willing ones. I put the feather in my pocket and left the room with Luna at my elbow. We walked away from the windows that show the lawns and into the slowing heartbeat of Hogwarts as if we had not been rehearsing for anything. The portraits watched and the moving staircases shifted in a polite sort of curiosity. I felt, with a bittersweet sort of pride, that for once the pale smile was not hiding fear so much as hiding the way I had decided to keep a promise to a place that would not ask for it. There would be more feathered notes. There would be creaking broom handles and draughts of burnt taste. There would be letters with polite edges from my father and the occasional coldness of a Death Eater's interest that one learns to feel like a draft under a door. For now, there was a small, clean object in my pocket and a hand that reached for mine in the dark as if to say, without any ceremony, we are looking together. I had not planned to be anyone's savior. My father had plans that would have made the name Malfoy shine clean and sharp on the headlines of a darker future. The castle had other ideas. It has always had a way of deciding which of its children are ready to stand for it, and sometimes it chooses the unlikeliest among us. Perhaps that is the nicest thing about it, that it cannot be bribed with pedigree or frightened into submission. I looked at Luna as we passed a portrait that muttered about the weather and gave the pale smile a little more room. She tilted her head the way only she does and said, quietly, "There are steps beneath the East Gallery that do not like being watched. They will take you where someone went to hide things." "I will go," I told her. "At night, when the stairs are honest." "Good," she said. "Bring your tea." It seemed ridiculous and perfect at once, a sentence that knitted the domestic and the dangerous into the same small cloth. I pocketed the feather, tightened my cloak against the cool, and began to think of what questions to ask the stairs. They are difficult interviews, but they have a certain stubborn respect for the persistent. If the saboteur liked small rituals, then someone would have to countermeasure with a kinder, quieter habit. Watch the soft places. Tend to the small things. Keep even the feathers if it came to that. The stone of the castle warmed under my boots as we walked back toward the common rooms. I kept the feather where my hand could find it if I needed something to remind me I had chosen this. Outside, the first thin light was already betting on the day. Inside, portraits rearranged their opinions and the stairs shifted their confidences. There was a war of small things under the surface of everything. It will require a patient sort of courage to answer in the same key. And I suppose, thinking of the future, I am not yet ready to speak aloud, that I have always been fond of linens that bear a stain you do not know how to get out. They demand work, and work is what changes a person. I have never liked to be idle. There are small tasks that fit me now: follow the scenes where the castle yawned, listen to the portraits when they whisper, and, when necessary, bend my own name into a shield rather than an accusation. Luna squeezed my fingers as we reached the half-moon steps. It was a small pressure and perfectly secret. "If it tastes of coin again," she said, "remember it is only a flavor. It does not mean the whole thing is rotten." "Then we shall try to be better tasters," I replied, and my mouth was as steady for once as my feet. We parted at the Slytherin doorway, but not before she put the feather back into my hand, as if she knew the thing needed me to carry it. I felt, then, the strange tipping point of being responsible for something thin and delicate. It matters less what you call the thing in your pocket, feather, promise, proof, than that you walk with it and do not drop it at the first sign of a gust. I went upstairs to the common room and let the pale smile settle like a proper uniform. People drifted around me with small household politics, betting on whether the bumbling chaos of the past week would resolve itself. I listened and learned. The castle hummed like a thing that knows the tides of worry and the strange undertow of fear. I had a list and a friend and a feather. Outside, a portrait that watched the corridor shifted and muttered to itself. It used words like "Fintriek" in the way some people use coughs to clear a throat. Inside, I wrapped the feather in a scrap of cloth and placed it gently in my pocket as if I were carrying someone else's responsibility rather than my own. The choice was the same, and the feel of it made me ready for a question I could not yet ask the castle. There would be more feathers. There would be the careful, patient unmaking of small certainties. There would also be the moment when someone would push too hard and the practice would become a blow. Until then, I had decided, I would keep watch with a strange little woman who could taste my fears and a smile I used to hide nothing and everything. At 3 in the morning, the moving stairs turned and whispered their directions to me, and I followed them down to the East Gallery because the portrait had said so and because Luna had a mind for tea and such comforts. The feather throbbed against my palm like a tiny heart. I had permission, in a way I had not been given as a child, to be careful on behalf of others. It frightened me, and it made me feel entirely, ridiculously alive. When I reached the bottom and slipped into the corridor where the tapestry's hem puffed against the wall, something moved in the shadows, deliberate and slow. The sound it made was a small, quiet habit, like someone setting down a broom with care. The pattern I had been following unspooled ahead of me, and this time it left a shape I could not ignore, a symbol drawn in soot on the flagstone, a circle with a slash like a question posed, and a single more feather pinned at the center. I crouched because it felt like the right, respectful thing to do, and I did not laugh. Whoever had been playing at this had decided to show their hand, perhaps to taunt, perhaps to recruit. Somewhere behind me the portrait muttered and the stairs shifted as if to avoid the tension. My breath steadied despite everything. I slid a hand into my pocket and felt the folded scrap of cloth around the feather I had been carrying all night. "Tell me the plan," Luna said quietly at my shoulder, as though the corridor had ears and as though she were capable of asking a dangerous question without tending to drama. I answered her by standing. I put the feather I had found back into my hand and let the other one rest against the soot-marked symbol. Whatever the campaign was, it had an elegance that made me study it the way one studies a particularly well-made blade. You do not fear a blade because it is dangerous, you fear it because someone polished it carefully before they used it. "First," I said, "we will learn who likes leaving feathers." Luna nodded as though the answer had been given often and simply. "And second?" "Second," I said, and there was a steadiness to my voice that surprised me, "we will make sure the castle knows we are watching." Chapter 6, Unmarked Letters. The first one arrived on a Sunday evening, sit beneath my common room door like an apology. It was a small thing, fine vellum, no seal, no wax, no careless smudge of ink to give it away. The paper was cool as if it had been kept in shadow. When I picked it up I expected something polite, forensic, perhaps a reminder from my mother about the season's best wandsmiths or a bill from one of Lucius's associates. Instead there was only an impression, the hollowed outline of a fingertip, pressed into the center so cleanly the paper held the negative as if it, alone, wanted to speak. Warnings without words are the sort of threat I dislike because they make you do all the talking on their behalf. They leave you to interpret tone, intent, scale, they hand you the sober, miserable luxury of imagining every cruelty you can summon. I laid the paper on the table between the green and silver cushions and turned it over. Nothing. No enchantment shone under the soft light of my wand. No corner flickered with hidden script. Just that tiny dent, like a deliberate, polite bruise. I smiled. I mean to say I arranged my features as I do when a professor passes and I am supposed to be taking notes, pale, polite, insolently unruffled. The smile was armor as much as expression. It was supposed to be that I am unbothered of all Slytherins. It was seldom believed and never failed me when the work was obvious. The next letter came 3 days later, tucked into a library book on the history of the Quidditch World Cup. I found it when I least wanted to, between diagrams of broom construction and the margin notes of some earnest Ravenclaw who underlined everything as if emphasis could resurrect the past. The indentation this time was on the edge of the page, as if the hand had been nervous, unwilling to place its thumb where anyone could see. Same thin paper, same coolness. I traced the tiny hollow with my nail. Even the dust in the indentaments felt peculiar, like old snow. They kept coming. Under the hood of my cloak after potions. Between pages of the quibbler left in the corridor. Once, slid into my pocket when I changed robes after dueling club, someone had been close enough to my person to press paper where others might notice nothing but the warmth of a shoulder. Each note carried a single fingertip, each note was otherwise mute. It is unexpected, being observed without being accused. People at Hogwarts had a variety of ways to make you take notice. The golden sword, The teachers made their attentions felt in lectures and detention lists and pointed, formal letters. The more unpleasant sorts made themselves known in the buzz of gossip, in the way house points hissed away. But this silent punctuation felt intimate and intimate in a way that belonged neither to rumors nor to official punishment. It belonged to someone who could touch and withdraw, who could press a mark into your private world and walk away. That same week the teachers' nets went taut. They always did now and again. After the hollow feast, any small matter could be treated as a symptom. But there were new faces at staff meetings, new looks across the great hall. Snape's watching was a thin, honed thing. He did not look at me as a man looks at a student. He inspected me as a surgeon examines a wound, attention without warmth, calculation without curiosity. When he passed my desk in potions, his eyes made me feel as though I were a sensitive ingredient, to be measured, noted, replaced if necessary. He had that way of making the air around him colder and expectation sharper. I held my posture better than most of the class. Potions is not an art for showmen, he reminded us, and I had to swallow the reflex to comment that neither was sleight of tongue. He did not bother to punish the remark. He did not need to. Professor McGonagall became a sentry. Her jaw made law. Where once she had allowed a glance or two to pass as she paced the length of the hall, now her gaze lingered like a ledger. She tightened me in public with the same economy that a strict head of house uses when removing a boy from a corridor at night. It was efficient, it was official, it was humiliating. After the second blank letter, I noticed that her collar was starched sharper, that she had begun to stand where wordless accusations were most conspicuous: doorway, stair landing, the point from which all exits could be seen. As for Dumbledore, his silence folded around us like a careful cloak. He made no sermons. He made no proclamations. He read reports and listened with the distance of someone who knows a ceiling beam has cracked but must measure exactly where to place the props. That sort of patience is an art. He practiced it with the ease of long habit. It made my own impatience the more obvious. At home, the veil of summer at Greystone never quite lifted. My father told people he had no inkling when questions slid close enough to be dangerous. It is a show he is excellent at, the genteel shrug, the airy disclaimers, the polished cuirass of surprise. He paraded ignorance as an invitation for trust. It invited the wrong sort. My mother was a different thing. She wore worry as precise jewelry. She would say nothing and ask everything with her eyes, which is the only marriage uncensored by our society. One evening, when we sat across from each other at a table too large for the company of three, she angled her teacup, a small, flawless motion that said, "Proceed." I set the paper between my palms because one must sometimes let the truth be heavy enough to sink. Her thin fingers traced a little dent as if it were a map and she a cartographer. She did not look afraid. She looked determined. That is the most threatening expression a mother can have, not fear, but the intention to act. You mustn't make mistakes, she told me later, quietly, without accusation. It was the only counsel she would offer, not to the world, not in front of our guests, but to the one thing she believed she could still shape. I thanked her with what my father had taught me of a polite mouth. She did not retract. I knew then that she had already decided the measure of her loyalty. Loyalty has always been a complicated thing. The house crest can tuck away 1,000 contradictions. I was taught, with great care, to arrange my friendships in a line neat enough to please my father and secure enough to keep me safe. I was taught to think of power as a stove to kneel by and of allegiance as a warm cloak. The prophecy, the soft, terrible thing that wrapped around my life like frost, complicated all that because it was not a cloak to be slid on at will. It demanded a bearing, a secrecy, an acceptance of use. Being told that you are meant to bear something brave is not always a consolation. It is often a calculus. It is arithmetic disguised as faith. The blank notes did not fit that arithmetic. They suggested someone who wanted me to see and not to tell, someone who wanted me to be more cautious and less conspicuous. Which opened a window a dozen directions all at once. They could be warnings from those who supported me, from those who sought to protect me in the quietest possible way. They could be threats from the other side, a cruelly intimate manner of asserting dominion. They could be from a student with a hideous imagination. They could be a trick to make me do the wrong thing. I tried tests. I filled the house common room with the sort of theatrics I usually saved for visiting parents. I stomped grandly from the dungeon to the corridor to the stairs. I let loose the laughter of a boy who wished to appear uncaring. I read out loud the most ludicrous passages of our school books until the portraits raised their eyebrows. I placed traps for the next note that would make its arrival seem ungracious: a circle of powdered chalk on the mantel, a plate of sugared biscuits spiked with sleeping draught, an enchanted book that would ring like a bell if handled. The castle laughed politely. Nothing came. Then, one night, when cold had pushed in and the common room's candles burned like small, stubborn suns, I found a note tucked beneath my pillow. It had been placed with such an economy of movement that whoever had done it had come close enough to see my face when I slept and had allowed some small indulgence of curiosity. I pressed the paper to the light. The imprint was the same. Only this time, the fingerprint curved like a crescent and there was a faint iron tang lodged in the edge of it. It smelled of attic dust and of autumn bridal leather. It smelled, oddly, of starlight. It was a stupid thing to do, I knew that. I had been the sort of boy for whom reason and caution were the keys to survival. Yet the smell made my mind wander in directions that had nothing to do with strategy. It made me imagine the hand that had pressed the paper, long fingers, an old callus at the base of the thumb, a person who knew how to be careful and who wished to be unnecessarily tender. The thought made me angry and dishonest and oddly pleased. When I took it to the library for inspection, I found Luna Lovegood already there. She was perched in a corner with a stack of magazines the lights of which would have made most teachers wince: the Quibbler, a battered volume of star charts, a slim booklet on enchanted insects. She was not looking at me as most people did, as a subject to be judged, but as an interesting interruption. "You have letters," she observed. Her voice was matter-of-fact, as if she had always been comfortable in rooms where dangerous things were discussed as one discusses weather. That obvious. I tried for insult and landed somewhere between faint amusement and audible relief. She picked the paper up with 2 fingers as if it were china. She smelled it, the way someone reads a picture. "Not ink," she said. "Not even sealing wax. A print presses more story into paper than a sentence can sometimes." Her head tilted, which is to say she listened to the wall. "Who would?" I began. "Depends what kind of silence you prefer," she said, and she had the honest, bewildering calm that makes people confess. "If it is a warning, it will be someone who knows how to be secret. If a threat, someone who knows how to be close. If comfort, someone with bad habit of using little things to speak. You are fond of tiny performances, Malfoy. Perhaps that explains why you are chosen." Even saying a few words out loud felt like contraband. She did not ask for questions that everyone else seemed to carry like a sharpened broomstick between them. No one had to tell her that what I bore was, what? Dreadful? Fateful? A burden? She only made that observation about tiny performances and smiled as if it were the morning. I considered giving her the sort of retort that had made my father laugh in the drawing room and made professors bristle. I considered, too, keeping the matter inside, because one learns quickly that secrets in this place are dangerous as well as sudden. Luna's curiosity had a way of becoming a lantern for things that otherwise did not want to be looked at. In a house of polished surfaces and practiced indifference, she had the strangest knack for finding the scuffed edges. "Could you tell whose hand it's from?" I demanded, the way someone might demand the sky to stop being ambiguous. She frowned, more in thought than in confusion. "Pressure tells a bit," she said. "Weight tells the rest. People press differently when they're afraid than when they're angry. The first one was light. Hesitant. The second was sharper. The ones in your pocket were careful. The last was certain." "It could be anyone," I said, though I already knew that was insufficient. "A pot of ink and some mischief." "Perhaps," she agreed. "Or perhaps a message needs to be blank but for the finger because the rest of us are whispering so loudly that a whisper would not be heard." Luna's habit of making sensible remarks in nonsense was one of her minor charms. I had the odd, private conviction that she could make a map of the truth out of moonlight and rumors. I also suspect she saw the ineffable, sometimes better than people who spent their lives collecting facts and severed certainties. She had a way of naming the unsayable that did not feel like invasion. I had a different kind of training. I had been trained to conceal. It was a trade made between two habits, hers, to show the thin parts of things and tender them, and mine, to wrap and stitch. We traced the impressions over charts, over diagrams of Hogwarts as prying hands had sketched it across the years. The castle, of course, refused to be pinned between two pages. Staircases moved, portraits blinked, the map of the grounds was as sensible as any creature for a little time and then quite imaginary the next. But Luna's fingers were nimble and her thinking sideways. She placed the dented paper beside a map and, without asking, pressed the indentation onto a blank margin so that a pale grease mark matched the hollow. It did not, of course, reveal words. It made a pattern. It made a suggestion. When you find a pattern in a place that is always shifting, she said, you look for where the castle doesn't like to change. Those places are old. They keep their corners. Portraits who have been here the longest remember things people forget. The grey lady, perhaps, or the man behind the helmet in the armory. The portraits were the castle's memory. They could tell you who had kissed who in 1907 or which corridor was haunted by the scent of burnt sugar, if you knew how to ask. They would not, necessarily, tell you what a fingertip meant. We went to them anyway. House portraits are the polite version of gossip. They remember and judge with equal measure. I spent more hours in the portrait gallery that month than I'd like to admit. I pretended to be interested in an ancient headmaster's tactics for cover-ups. I pretended to admire the painting of a witch who insisted on being called irreproachable. The truth was I was taking careful inventory of faces that had been alive before my grandparents were born. They liked to be asked to recall because that made them feel useful again. The hand that pressed you was steady, one muttered at me after I produced the paper and asked a wardrobe of questions. It knew where to place its mark. Probably a colleague, said another. Somebody who respects the constitution of the paper. They had a way of dignifying the simplest thing with history. The answers were vague, because portrait memories are like those of elderly relatives, precise in their small gestures, vague in their large arcs. Perhaps an old student, murmured a waxen face in a frame rubbed with the neatness of someone who liked things in order. Or perhaps the letter is not meant to tell you anything. Perhaps it is meant to train your hand. We did that in my day with cipher ribbons. I came away with no proof and a strange number of tiny details, a scent of tar and peppermint at the edge of one print, the knowledge that someone could pass through the dungeons and not awaken a single portrait, a suspicion that the hand belonged to someone who had practiced leaving nothing behind. At night, lying awake while the castle shifted its breath and the portrait voices floated like distant chaff, I found that paranoia and possibility were companions. The blank notes had become a private cadence in my life. I could feel their rhythm, a press, a week, an examination, a new mark. They made me vigilant. They made me stupid with superstition. They convinced me that everything in the school might be conspiring against me. Between Snape's attention and my father's performance of the baffled nobleman, between McGonagall's ledger jaw and Dumbledore's folded patience, there wasn't much room left for error. Every small thing I did was observed twice. I kept my movements economical. I stopped staying out late by myself. I practiced the right sort of breathing. I practiced being chosen and not being seen to be chosen. There were advantages to not being noticed in clusters. Spies make mistakes when they think you're watching them closely. The school thought I would crack and confess to the most dramatic remedy. They wanted heads on plates, explanations, and the right sort of justice that could be hung in frames for the school year. I was not interested in being framed. The next note changed the pattern. It arrived not as an empty hollow but with another mark, faint as if it had been wiped, reversed as though the finger had pressed from the other side. When I laid them together, the two dents formed something like a path, a line that could be followed if one were willing to make things speak by placing them against one another. I spent a night doing exactly that, trimming paper into the shapes of tiles, pressing pads together, pairing negative spaces like twins. It was ridiculous and perfectly satisfying. It felt like a private riddle. When Luna arrived to find me bent over the table in the common room, she sat across and watched without comment. "Maps like people," she said at last. "They like to be put with their counterparts. They are embarrassed when you don't pair them." "Are you suggesting the letters were intended to be pieced together?" I asked, trying not to sound thrilled. "What are you suggesting?" she replied, and the question was as calm as a stone in water. "I am suggesting a plot thicker than my hair in a summer breeze," I said. Which is to say, I was trying to make a joke because it steadied my hands to watch her look at the simple truth. We arranged the dents like a jigsaw until, at last, the marks formed a map I could recognize. Not of the whole castle, that would have been too tidy, but of something between two staircases, a curve of stone that did not make sense on official plans. It pointed vaguely toward a corridor that occasionally appeared on the moving staircases and was never there the following day. It pointed toward a room that behaved like the rest of Hogwarts' secret places. It was there when you needed it, and when you did not, it was obstinately absent. It pointed, in a wry and noticeable way, toward the room of requirement. My throat closed at the thought. The room is the sort of place that takes what you offer it and gives you back what you don't know you've wanted. It is not precisely a friend. It is probably not a trap either, though the difference between a room that protects and a room that ensnares is paper thin. To have the letters point there meant someone wanted me to go. To have them be anonymous meant someone did not want me to tell. "It could be bait," I said. "It could be bait," Luna agreed. "Or it could be a hand showing you where to step." "The safer bet," I mused, "is that both are true." I did not tell her then what the prophecy required of me. Some things are not told in rooms of books. They are told at tables with wine, on walks in the park, in glances held too long. I had, over months, learned that confessions require an anchor. Luna's hand on the page had been anchor enough for now. The teacher's net tightened further. Snape's pupils became small knives. He graded me as if each mark on a parchment was another way to measure my worth. He looked for slits and found none. McGonagall grew formal in her kindness. Dumbledore, for his part, grew more composed and less willing to be alarmed in words. He would call me aside sometimes, little meetings that were less instructive than they were deliberate. He would look at me as if he were reading a page half written. Those moments made me want to be braver, which is to say I wanted my hands to stop shaking. I practiced bravery the way one practices a speech, in secret, with exacting repetition until the fear had edges. At home, the stakes shifted. My father made his ignorance more performative, and that was, strangely, a doctrine of protection for him. My mother began to move in subtler ways, to call me aside for small tasks that required secrecy and then to ask me nothing about them. She framed letters to send as if their contents were of the most mundane sort and entrusted me with them. I delivered them, and at the post I would sometimes be held at the entrance like a boy to be examined. People watch the Malfoys because it is pleasurable for our enemies and profitable for our friends to watch the great ones. I could do nothing about that. It was the quiet small things that bothered me, the tiny trust that the anonymous hand seemed to ask and my inability to reciprocate. I liked order. I liked names. I liked being the one who chose the story. To be chosen is to be named by another power, and to carry that name in silence is an exercise in self-erosion. The notes felt like a plea and a command. They asked me to step more carefully. They asked me to be secret in ways that were not official. I suspect that the person who pressed their finger thought silence would stop noise. They were wrong. Silence makes noise in a different register. It makes my mind race with questions, with imagined enemies, with the variety of ways my life could be unstitched. It makes me think of all the things we pretend not to see. On the third week, we went to the room of requirement. It was a ridiculous midnight in which the castle felt as though it had a stomachache. The moving stairs creaked like knuckled knaves. Portraits bickered across canvases. We walked past the tapestries that tried, always, to be helpful and failed. The corridor shifted in a way that made our steps sound like agreements. Luna kept her hand close to the paper as if it were a talisman. She had an unbothered manner about her that makes people behave honestly. She wore a half-smile as if everything amusingly peculiar in the world could be fixed with a cuppa and a good argument. I wore my armor of pale politeness as armor should be worn, snug, precise, purposeful. We came to the brick wall where the door would appear and sat, two shadows waiting to see whether the castle would oblige. I had never had more reason to be cautious. To be chosen is not to be marked in visible ink, it is to be threaded into something larger and older than oneself. It is, sometimes, to be the center of a very terrible circle. When the hook appeared, when the wall opened like a mouth to receive a need, I did not quite know whether I felt relief or dread. The room unfolded into a space that was not entirely a room: shelves, curtains, a small chair and a trunk, a scrap of candle, the smell of old paper. It knew the sort of thing I would bring: private conspiracies, small hopes disguised as objects. It knew too that the person who had sent the notes had wanted me to come. There was a single thing on the desk, a pile of blank papers tied with a ribbon of grey-green. On top lay a single fingertip impression, fresh enough that the paper curled with the warmth of a recent touch. The ribbon was familiar in a way that made my skin prickle, not some family's crest but not hostile either. It was an invitation and a test. I thought, briefly, of walking out. I thought of the hands that pressed into my life and took me up. I thought of the many kinds of courage there are, the brave step forward and the stubborn refusal to move. Luna's hand found mine without fuss. There was no great drama to it. It was simply there, warm against my skin. Her fingers were an anchor. "Go on," she said, as if she had been expecting the question and had prepared an answer. And because some things in me were tired of being a secret and because others delighted in the smallest rebellions, I untied the ribbon. The papers inside were blank. They were blank in the ordinary sense and in the deliberate, crisp way of a page that had never been written upon. I pressed my thumb into one on impulse and left nothing. I left a small print that the room seemed to swallow. On the underside of the desk, where dust had gathered and small things hid, there was a note. It was not the same fine vellum. It was rougher, the sort of thing used for scribbles and quick calculations. The handwriting, when I flipped it over, was not the neat script of my mother nor the hurried capitals of a careless student. It was small and sure, the sort that belongs to someone who writes often because they must. There were fewer words than any of us might have wanted. They were measured like the impressions had been. They said, simply, "Do not go alone." It was not advice. It read as instruction. It read as a hand that had been watching and thought it could protect. The words on the page were the kind you get from a friend who comes at midnight and knocks. It made me think of all the people who had been my enemies and turned out to be only complicated friendships in different clothes. "Who would?" Luna began, but I stopped her with a look. The question had the same little weight as the letters. It wanted to be asked but not named. "No one we can name," I told her. "Not yet." She nodded, as if the silence agreed with her. "Then don't," she said. "Go with one. Take something solid." "Like a weapon," I muttered. "Or a friend," she said, and there was no mockery in the suggestion. Only a small, clear hope. I thought about my father watching politicians and watching me, about my mother wearing determination like a ring, about Snape's blade of a glance, about McGonagall's rule-jawed patience, about Dumbledore's distance. I thought about the prophecy again, clumsy as a stone in my pocket. I thought of what it asked of me, not merely that I would stand in the right place at the right time, but that I would be ready to be believed by those who would not believe me at all. I looked at Luna, at the absurdness of her, at the kind of friend she offered, patient, odd, unrepentant, and I realized that the strongest alliances are often the least advertised. The school was full of pageantry and loyalty in formal colors. The person who had left the notes had chosen a small voice. The person who had written "Do not go alone" had used paper rather than seal or sword. "We go together," I said. She smiled in that way that makes people like you even when you've been accustomed to being disliked. "We always do," she replied, and then, as if the castle had been listening, someone shifted the portraits in the corridor and a stare that had not been there before settled into place like a reluctant answer. I packed my things with the neatness of someone who has long practiced being ready. I took a thin knife, not to harm, the coil of rope in case stairs had other ideas, and the note. I left my wand where it would make the least fuss if it rang in the night. Outside the room, the castle seemed to hush its breath. The moving stairway groaned like an old man who has been asked to dance. The portraits were unusually talkative, preoccupied with the idea of youth being brave or rash. We followed the map we had made by pressing paper into paper, by making order out of the anonymous way someone had tended to lead us. The corridor smelled faintly of rain even though the windows were dry. The castle felt like a house that had been told to keep a secret. At the top of the stair we reached a landing I had not seen before. It was narrow, stone-smelling, lined with portraits whose faces had a knowing look. One of them, an old woman in a velvet cap, raised an eyebrow. "You children are a risky sort," she said. Her voice fluttered like the edge of a curtain. "But then again, the world is for the living. Have you seen a hand go past here?" I asked, because apparently it had become my business to ask portraits for small favors. She smiled as if she enjoyed a private joke. "A hand has been everywhere it's supposed to be," she said. "Or nowhere at all." We moved on. The corridor entered into a small antechamber with a door that breathed faintly of cold. The door held a pad of notes under a stone. There, a single, small print was pressed into the margin, a crescent beside a circle. Luna made a soft sound. "It's a map," she said. "It's the way the hand moves." I pressed my ear to the wood and listened for nothing at all. Silence was complicated here. It meant safety and threat in equal measure. I put my hand against the door and found warmth where there should have been none. "Do you think it's from someone trying to protect you?" she asked. "Or from someone trying to make you move toward something?" "I think," I said slowly, choosing my words like scalpel strokes, "that whoever wrote it thinks they're doing the right thing." "That does not always mean they are right," she said. We opened the door together. Inside, the room was filled with things left by people who had once wished their hands to be read. There were maps and stars and everything that collects when students do what students do, gather and experiment and hide. In a corner, lit by a thin beam of moon, there was a small wooden chest. On it lay a scrap of paper, and on the scrap was a fingerprint that matched none we had found yet. When I lifted the lid, the breath that came out smelled like peppermint and old leather and a little like sea spray. There was, among the instruments and disused texts, a tiny iron token. It was simple. It had been made small, perhaps by a person who wanted to keep something light. It was stamped with a sigil I did not recognize and shaped like a coin. Beneath the token, folded and neatly tucked, there was a note, written in the same small hand as the one under the desk. It read, "We watch. We cannot be loud. Trust the quiet. Go to the astronomy tower at dawn. Bring someone who believes in odd things." The words were an instruction and an invitation. They were also a reminder of how little control I had over the things that meant the most. I felt, for a brief, horrible moment, like a boy with a stone in his pocket that might be an apple or a grenade. "Someone believes in odd things," Luna said, more to herself than to me. "You meant me to see this." "Perhaps," I said. "And yet, perhaps it was meant for me." "Sometimes one needs both," she said. "There is a distinct sort of courage that is not clothed in banners. It wears quiet clothes. It chooses small company. It does not seek to be seen." The note in my hand felt like high treason against my preferred way of being. It asked me to be trusting. It asked me to accept that someone else, unknown and nameless, thought me worth watching over. I returned the token to the chest. I left the room of requirement with the weight of the note in my pocket and a friend at my side who was calm in the way a steady ship is calm in a storm. We climbed the stairs across the castle that seemed, for once, to carry our footsteps as if they mattered. The portraits looked at us with the kind of interest reserved for a story that will be told again and again. The next morning dawned with a sky so thin and sharp I could have believed it paper. I went to the astronomy tower because that is where people go to measure stars or to find reassurance that their small problem is as old as the heavens. We were not alone there. There was the faint, certain presence of someone else who had kept the nights and the footprints. I recognized the way the telescope had been adjusted, not to look at a particular star but to be ready for movement. A figure stepped from where shadow meets stone. He kept his face partly under a hood. His voice when he spoke was low and polite. "You were meant to be careful," he said. "You were meant to tell no one." "Then why the notes?" I asked. "Because quiet is the only language safe enough for now," he replied. "Because someone must watch and someone must warn and someone must press their finger into paper and trust you will read it." "Who are you?" I demanded, though the way the words left my mouth suggested I already suspected the answer. He did not answer directly. He ducked his head in a way that was barely a nod. "Friends are a complicated thing at a time like this, Malfoy," he said. "Surnames are friendlier to messengers than to revolution." I thought about my father and his alliances, about secret societies and polite dinners, about the way people hide in plain sight. The man with the hood was neither friend nor enemy in the ordinary sense. He was some hybrid thing that people become when survival predates reputation. "You told me not to go alone," I said finally. It was a simple admission. It felt like removing a glove. "And you did not," he replied. "That matters." It did, in a slow, accumulating way. The people who had been the architects of my life, my parents, my teachers, the prophecy, had put me into a role. The notes had placed a different sort of role at my feet, that of a person who could still be surprised by kindness. "Why the token?" I asked. "For luck," he said. "And to mark the work. We leave marks. Sometimes prints, sometimes coins, sometimes a scrap. It is how we say we were here." "Who are we?" I asked. He smiled in a manner that lacked teeth but still spoke volumes. "People who do not like loud things," he said. "People who prefer to work in the margins. We are not a council and we are not a committee. We are the kind of friends who are necessary when the world demands theater." The theater existed in my life like a constant. The prophecy was the center of the stage. No matter how much rehearsal I attempted, I could never quite make the lines feel entirely mine. But there were these margins, small glances, anonymous tokens, a girl who believed in the quiet, and they were beginning to look more like a map. "One more thing," the hooded man said. He handed me another piece of paper, folded so carelessly it was as indecent as any small thing can be. "You must not trust appearances. They have been used to distract the careful." "Which appearances?" I asked, trying not to be snide, though snide is a reflex I refuse to abandon entirely. "Appearances of allegiance," he said. "Of certainty. Of who belongs and who does not. Keep your choices small and your promises true." It was a counsel I could agree with. It was also an instruction I would not give to friends lightly. Promises are heavy. They are heavier when they must contain a nation's worth of secrets. He left before I could ask anything else. He walked away like a man who had a place to be and an assignment to complete. He turned the corner and disappeared into the castle like a coin thrown into a wishing well. Luna and I remained on the tower with the wind and the instruments and the thin sky. We called down to the castle and to the birds and to the portraits and everything that kept this school afloat with its stubborn life. We watched the hour pass and the day ripen. "What do you think they want?" Luna asked finally, looking at the paper. "That I will not know," I replied. "And that I will learn to keep quiet until it is necessary to speak." She nodded, which meant she understood more than she let on. For a moment, we were two people in a vast building that had been built by many hands and for many secret wars. For a moment, our companionship was only the simple warmth of being seen and not judged. I thought then of all the things that had been demanded of me and all I had refused. The prophecy in my private pocket had been a heavy thing. These notes, anonymous, tender, troubling, were a different kind of stone. I did not know which would crack under my fingers first, or which would keep me from falling. "Do you ever think," Luna said softly, "that sometimes the people who leave the little marks, they are practicing future things? Like a rehearsal? Perhaps they think the world will need small kindnesses later." I wanted to argue that the world did not permit rehearsal. It demanded decisive action. But there was something in her idea that sounded sensible, not the part about rehearsals, but the part about small things mattering later when the rest of the theater went dark. Perhaps, I said. Perhaps now is the rehearsal. She smiled, turning the word over like a coin. It seemed, for a breath, ornately hopeful. As we climbed down from the tower and the castle opened its arms around us, the letters I had been receiving sat like small, important coins in the pocket nearest my heart. Whoever had left them wanted us to be careful. Whoever had created the anonymous map wanted me to move in a certain way. Whoever wrote the final note in the room of requirement wanted me to be accompanied. And that, above all else, was what mattered. I was the sort of man who liked to be the center of things. I had practiced being an example and a leader and a perfection of pale smiles. I had not practiced being loved by mystery. I had not practiced being given the choice to accept small kindnesses. That is, perhaps, the oddest of schools. We returned to the common room with our dresses in order and our faces a little more honest. The castle closed its doors like a mouth with secret teeth. The portraits rustled. The moving stair made its stately adjustments. My life, which had been measured as duty and prophecy and family fortune, had found an eccentric partner in a girl who read the world sideways. There are many kinds of courage. I was beginning to see that mine would be made not in grand gestures, at least, not only in them, but in the accumulation of small refusals to let fear name the day. Whoever it was who had been touching paper and leaving finger-sized holes in my life had also provided a lesson. Danger need not always shout, it sometimes taps gently and waits for you to reply. I kept the token in my pocket for the rest of the day like a charm, though I knew charms are nothing without action. Luna walked beside me with the placid, curious look she favored. We moved through the school like two conspirators with a common joke. That evening my father made a speech at dinner that was more perfunctory than usual. He had, it seemed, been praised for his continued lack of direct involvement in any recent unpleasantness, which is to say he had been applauded for being the kind of person who pretends to be untouchable. I did not applaud. My mother watched me with the half-closed eyes of a woman who has decided that the best way to love is to trust in the other's choices. Later, in the quiet of my room, I unfolded the new note again and pressed my thumb into the paper, feeling the hollow of my own fingertip. The ridgelines matched mine in ways I recognized and ways I did not. The prophecy leaned in the dark, a thick thing. The token in my pocket felt like an oath. The anonymous man who had met me at the telescope had promised that not all of those who watch wish to harm. Luna's hand had been steady and was there even now in my memory like a small anchor. And yet somewhere in the corridor outside my window the castle sighed and the stairs made a sound like an agreement. There were dangers in being chosen and in being noticed and in being loved. There were also, occasionally, allies who wished you well without asking for returns. I pressed the paper to my lips and thought of all the ways the world might be arranged to make you choose between family and duty, between fame and truth, between fear and courage. Then I made a decision that felt less like a decree and more like a courtesy. I would go to the astronomy tower at dawn as instructed. I would not go alone. I would not pretend I knew everything. I would not be tempted by the sort of solitary heroics my father admired. There were enemies enough in the world who wanted me to be spectacularly alone. There were other enemies who liked complicated plans. I would be nothing if not practical. I would also admit, privately and without ceremony, that I had a strange and sudden fondness for the person who trusted in odd things. I placed the paper back into my pocket and, for the first time in a long time, allowed myself a smile that was not purely armor. It felt, for reasons I could not entirely explain, like the beginning of something dangerous and possibly good. When the sun fell, the castle's teeth showed like little lamps. I breathed in the corridor's dust and listened for the moving stair. I kept my hand on the coin in the quiet of my pocket as if it were a compass. And because the notes had told me to be cautious, because the man at the telescope had asked for one to come, because Luna's quiet belief trembled in my side like a lantern, I made a small and deliberate choice. I would answer the anonymous hand. I would follow the map. I would stand in the place asked of me. And in the mornings, when the world is still too large and every choice looks like an army, I would admit to myself that sometimes the bravest thing one can do is to accept help. The next dawn would be a test in ways I was not yet ready to understand. I slept poorly, with the token beneath my pillow, and dreamed of fingerprints that spelled out stars. When morning came, I dressed with the slow exactitude of someone who knew the weight of expectations. I hid the token where no one could see it, and I left a note for my mother that said little and asked nothing. I met Luna at the passage and we walked together, two odd companions to the place where the sky meets the stone. At the base of the tower a shadow moved and, beyond it, the world had decided to become interesting again. I felt the letters in my pocket. I felt Luna's hand at my side. I felt, like a small, dangerous bloom, the start of a plan. There were many ways to be brave. I had always known the public ones. I was learning now about the quiet ones. We climbed the tower steps toward whatever awaited us, and the castle, patient, cunning, full of its own secrets, settled behind us like a watcher waiting for a verdict. Chapter 7: Hallways of Echoes. The stairs were sulking. Hogwarts has moods. Some days it's indulgent and lets you find the shortest route to the Great Hall without a single sigh. Other days it perks up, realigns itself and delivers a first year to the astronomy tower because it thinks, quite rightly, that child ought to be looking at the stars. This particular evening it had decided on malice. Steps unhooked themselves and arranged a maze where there had been a corridor, staircases dated to the west wing for reasons only the portraits could explain, and at least 3 of my housemates arrived at dinner looking as though they had ascended the wrong staircase and thereby lost an entire chapter of their lives. I smiled my usual smile, pale, just sharp enough, and let other people think I found the situation outrageous on their behalf. It helped. Politeness is armor. So is a laugh that indicates you do not mean to be troubled. Inside, my mood was more complicated. Inside, I had the sense of being tugged at by threads I could not see. The tugging began, as these things do, with an echo. At first it was nothing, a scrap of speech that did not belong to the person it apparently came from. A boy in a Gryffindor scarf had told an unwelcome joke a few steps away. The joke, or at least the echo of it, slid past me as if on a draft and folded back on itself. For a moment I felt 2 conversations cross my path, like 2 foxes signaling each other across a hedge. Then the echo developed intent. It reached for me. The first time it happened properly, the echo took the form of a laugh I did not recall ever possessing. It was bright and small, a chime of amusement that did not match my mood and should not have matched my mouth. It followed me up the 7th set of stairs, it rattled behind a portrait that was trying to be helpful and suspicious at once, and it slipped between banisters like a kitten. When the laugh repeated itself, I turned. There was no one there. At least, no one who wanted to be seen. The stairwell opened into an empty space at the end of which a suit of armor hummed with old soot and the fat lady's portrait was perched at an understanding incline. Only the breath of the castle, and the pale polishing of candlelight along the stone. But the laugh threaded the air again, and beneath it a phrase, repeated with the stubbornness of a clock, shivered in my ear, "Watch the scene." Watch the scene, the castle reiterated, all the echo did, or some small voice borrowed from the stone. It was a ridiculous instruction. Watch scenes, watch knots, watch hinges. My life had been one long lesson in watching scenes. Lucius had watched the scenes of our bloodline for as long as I had existed, cross-examining allies for any pucker in loyalty. Narcissa watched scenes with a far more careful, protective eye, making sure nothing with claws ever slipped into our nursery. I had been watching scenes for years, habitually, as if a scene might burst and reveal feathers or something unsavory. But this scene was not in my shirt sleeve and it was not in any marriage arrangement. It was in the castle. Staircases love to be meddlesome. They are ancient and opinionated and, when they take a mind to it, very good at misdirection. I followed the laugh anyway. It felt less like curiosity and more like the dragging of an anchor. The more I pretended to ignore it, the more persistent it became. There is a particular sensation to being pursued by an echo. You are at once the hunter and the hunted. You want badly to prove that you are not being ridiculous. You want badly to find out what is wrong. At the top of 7 steps there was a portrait of a woman in a tea-green frock. She had been with the school longer than she liked to admit, and she liked to spread gossip like jam. She tilted her head the way older portraits do when community news is imminent. "Going somewhere interesting, young Master Malfoy," she said, as though she had not just spent the last 5 minutes gossiping about a quarrel between 2 kitchens. "Just strolling," I said, and my voice sounded better for the lie. It is useful, when people are offered small bottles of secrets, to look as though you are buying nothing. The woman in green did not offer anything useful. She mentioned only that the portraits had been oddly quiet and that the grey lady's handwriting, on the margins of an old program, had been scratched by a hungry pen. The grey lady is a ghost of a ghost, and she keeps secrets the way owls keep dead mice, because it is easier than letting them go. That did not help me, except to confirm that the castle had indeed been suffering from bad manners. I took the stairs that were supposed to take me to Slytherin and, of course, found myself on a landing that felt like the bottom of the clock tower. 2 first-years were arguing in hushed panic tones about a missing homework that bore the regrettable resemblance of being eaten by a ghost. A Hufflepuff second-year was under the wrong portrait. The moving stairs had shifted them into a wrongness that the rest of the school seemed to think was comic. I thought it dangerous. Mischief that moves the wrong person into the wrong place can be an old joke, it can be an elaborate way of showing off, it can be a start. The echo caught up to me at the top of the west stairs. This time it hammered, not politely but with insistence. The laugh returned and the phrase stitched itself around the sound. "Watch the seam. Watch the seam. Watch the seam." There are phrases which, when repeated, begin to mean something other than the sum of their words. They become talismans. They stick to your clothes. They lodge in the hollow of your palate. You begin to taste them. Watch the seam tasted like old silver and like wet earth after rain. I followed it. Corridors rearranged themselves in ways that suggested the castle was not merely sulking but scheming. A doorway I had used every week for a year refused to open. Panels of stone slid across each other like giant, discouraged books. Where once there had been a passage, now there was only a wall that wore the face of an old portrait and an expression of polite surprise. The moving staircases had opinions, and tonight those opinions aligned to keep people apart. The phrase led me to a corridor I did not recognize. It smelled faintly of coal and herbs, as though the air had been breathing in the wrong chimney. The corridor ended abruptly in a stretch of brickwork so new it looked as if someone had pressed their palms to the mortar and left fingerprints. In the center of the brickwork, at something approximating eye level, a portrait had been removed and the socket repointed with unprofessional haste. Someone had plugged up a doorway. The seam was obvious then. A seam that had once been a hinge. A seam that wanted to say something. I came closer. The mortar was still warm. That sound you hear sometimes in old houses, the settling and the complaining, was present, like the castle drawing breath after a heavy thought. My breath drew short in the way it always does when I am reminded that I live in a place that is older than comfortable explanations. There, lodged in a crack where the masonry had not quite held fast, bulged the corner of a scrap of parchment. It was as though the corridor itself had coughed it up. The castle gave me a clue the way some people give away their true feelings by the movement of a foot. It was polite and ominous both. I pried the scrap free with a tipped finger. The paper was thick and brittle, it had the faint burn of a candle about it, and along its edges the ink had smeared into lace. The writing itself was peculiar. The script slanted, as if written in a hurry, yet there were deliberate unnatural flourishes, a tiny loop at the end of an rest that looked suspiciously like a serpent's tail. The ink had a sheen not entirely black, at certain angles it seemed to reflect light like the dark of a storm glass. It did not belong to any professor I knew. I recognized handwriting like I recognize faces. A single flourish can tell you a story of schooling, of temper, of what a person takes pains to hide. Lucius writes like a man giving the exact truth with ornamental lies folded into the corners. Narcissa's hand is careful, a little impatient with the world. Professor Snape's script is compact and disdainful. Professor McGonagall's marks the discourse of someone used to perfection. The handwriting on this scrap was none of those. It had none of the taut pulls of ministry clerks, none of the old-fashioned loops of headmasters, none of the tolerant sloppiness of the house elf scribbled notes. It was a stranger's. The smear along the edge looked as though it had been traced with something other than a regular quill. The ink was too bright. It exhaled a scent, iron and wild lavender, that put the hairs up on my arm. The castle around me seemed to listen. I tucked the scrap inside my robe. It was the sort of thing you do when you acquire a secret and are not sure whether to keep it. You put your hand over it, like a palm pressed to a pulse. The parchment was warm against my skin. The echo in the corridor quit its chattering long enough for me to hear something else, the distant scrape of a curtain, the soft passage of someone moving like a thought. There are rules, of course. There are many things one does because they are expected. I am used to doing my duty in front of people and doing other things in the dark. My house demands appearances, my father demands achievements, the wider world demands allegiances. Secrets lie in the crook of your elbow and are not to be aired like moths. Some secrets, though, gnaw. That night I learned one further thing a little too strongly: secrets have a way of carrying the wrong smell in public. Someone had evidently been trying to get a message somewhere the castle did not approve of. Whoever had written this had not used a professor's ink. Whoever had written this had used something else. Later, when I dared consult finer detail, the scrap disclosed only a few words in a stern, impatient hand. Not the whole of a sentence, only enough to produce a sense of being suddenly important. Do not answer, do not. The ink there had been smeared, but the last mark, the punctuation if it could be called such, had been a tiny drawing, a seedling, perhaps, with 3 leaves. Under the seedling, in a different hand and in an ink that looked as if it had been mixed from moonlight rather than soot, was written one further line: until the seam moves. I looked at the seam. The castle had been subtle, it had hidden the scrap until it itself was ready to cough it up. There is an hardness to being chosen, if one is chosen and knows they are chosen. You move through rooms and find that doors intend to bar your way, that conversations pause when you cross them, that coins clink in your pocket like foreign tongues. Being chosen is also to be suspiciously useful to other people's plans. You begin to count the ways you can be used, like a tally chart: family advantage, Death Eater endeavor, the public's fascination. Tonight, the tally added another line: the castle itself might be trying to warn me. But to take the scrap somewhere public was to risk too much. There are eyes everywhere at Hogwarts, and not only those attached to living faces. Portraits gossip, house ghosts like to float about with old grudges, and the staircases are particularly indiscreet when they are affronted. I had to decide whom to trust. There are people who are immediately reliable in crisis. There are people who answer with fire, who run toward noise shouting for a sword. There are people who slow the storm by asking the right question. Luna Lovegood is one of the latter. She has a way of looking at hardness as if it were a garden she could tend rather than a thing to be feared. Her laugh is not bright in the way other people's are, it moves in the hollow between words and makes you hear things you have never heard before. She will tell you the name of the cream that keeps Nargle bites at bay. She will, I suspect, know the history of a particular ink. I had met her a few times. She sits in peculiar places, with her knees folded and her hair like a pale halo. People notice strange without being offended by it. I had the oddest inclination to take this scrap to her. There is risk in trusting anyone, but I calculate risk. Luna is harmless in ways that are useful. Harmlessness has its own kind of armor. It does not want to impress, and therein lies a certain immunity. People do not suspect someone who talks as if the world conspires kindly. They suspect the loud and the neatly explained. To the castle and to the whispers that had been trailing me, Luna offered something like a counterweight, not opposition, not a hand on a dagger, but a steadiness that does not ask for allegiance. I moved before I convinced myself. I would not take this scrap to a professor. I would not take it to my parents, although their guidance is always the first and last yardstick in a Malfoy's life. I would take it to someone who sees the world askew and says thank you, rather than how dare you. She was where she always seemed to be when you most needed her, sitting under a portrait in the Ravenclaw Tower, that curious smile on her face as if she had been reading a private conversation in the wallpaper. The moving staircases had mislaid her too, it seemed. Her boots were dusted with unfamiliar ash, and in her hand she held a paper windmill she had apparently crafted from the margins of an ancient treatise on dragon sleep. "Luna," I said, and the name felt odd in my mouth, like a coin you had never spent. She looked up as though I had said something ordinary and thereby wonderful. "Malfoy," she said, as though I had appeared on her perfect schedule. Her eyes were not mocking nor indulgent. They were patient the way windows are patient when one taps on them for a reason. "I found something," I said. It was ridiculous to be coy. Draco Malfoy, who kept secrets like jewels in a velvet bag, deciding to deliver a scrap of parchment to a girl who painted creatures into the margins of her copybooks. But the joke, it turned out, was on me. I was the one who needed to be seen. She did not take the scrap from my hands with any dramatic flourish. She examined it much as one examines a beetle, patiently, without assuming anything of the object's moral character. "This ink," she said after a little while, touching one of the smudges as though it were a tiny fossil. Her voice was soft and far away at the same time. "It isn't the sort the professors use. It's old. The kind my mother used to mention." "Luna," I prompted. Her parents' knowledge, reliable, improbable, was one of the many peculiarities that made her worth Lovegood a woman of repute in certain circles and a lunatic in others. But if there was one person who could name an ink, it was Luna, for all that she might have acquired that knowledge at an entirely different level. "Moon ink," she said simply. "Or something like it. It lasts in places with less light. The ones who write with it are careful. They mean for their words to keep when the world forgets them." "Secretive, then," I said, more taught than I meant, because in our house secretive is not translated as virtue but as utility for other people's demands. Luna shrugged. "It smells like iron and lavender," she added, as if making a note. "And someone tried to hide it in a seam." Her smile widened. "The castle doesn't like secrets in seams." It was, in truth, almost a relief to hear her say such an ordinary thing aloud. Not everyone would speak about the castle as if it were someone with mild allergies. My life had been so long a practiced performance that hearing an ordinary voice say ordinary things felt like stepping into light. "Do you know who would write like this?" I asked. She considered. Her eyes flicked to the scrap, to the tiny seedling drawn at the bottom, and back to me. "Sometimes it is used by people who are on journeys," she said. "Sometimes by those who want messages to be found by friends who look in odd places. Sometimes," here she sugared the phrase with a distant consideration, "by people who like the idea of being unread." The image of people who like to be unread should have made me laugh. But it did not. It unsettled me instead. There is a special kind of unread that is dangerous, unreadable in order to hide purpose. The world had many readers. I had learned the craft of interpreting other people's faces like fine script. I was good at it. The thought that someone might be operating beyond my grasp, using the very architecture of the castle as an accomplice, made my hypocrisy feel small and insufficient. I did not tell Luna that I thought the message might refer to me. I did not reveal, even to myself at first, the tiny, fierce knowledge that has lived in my chest since I was a child, that I had been marked by a prophecy, that whispers had followed me in like obedient dogs looking for a glove. To say as much would be to open a window in front of a howling gale. It would be to let the world look upon me as an instrument rather than an heir. It would be to allow the narrative to take me and not for me to claim it. Besides, the scrap itself offered no such generosity. It was a fragment, a mouthful of warning and paraphrase. It encouraged questions and yielded few answers. To hide something is also, sometimes, to protect it. I had always associated concealment with cowardice. Perhaps there is also secrecy that is strategic, a kind of patience necessary to the long game. "Keep it," Luna said suddenly, as if she had read my face. "It will be warm in your pocket. The castle likes it better that way." "Because I am useful?" I asked, once, "because humor is a shield even when it's brittle?" She tipped her head. "Because you are the one who found it," she said mildly. "Not because the castle picked you, not because your name sits in papers people fold and hide. Because you looked." I had no good answer to give her. So I let the scrap rest under my palm and the odd, secret light of the Ravenclaw Tower surround us. Around us, the world was a complicated machine of whispers. The portraits murmured amongst themselves about boyish behavior. The stars beyond the windows blinked with a curious, disinterested light. Luna folded the paper carefully as one might fold the wing of a sleeping bird. "Do you want to know what the seedling means?" she asked. I did. I wanted to know what conversations the castle had been overhearing. I wanted to know whether someone was arranging to orchestrate a sabotage that would make the school shrink down to a frightened child. I wanted to know if my name was stitched into these plots like a crest. She smiled, and there was a small, serious business about the twist of her mouth that made me think of evenings in the drawing room at Greystone, of conversations moved like chessmen between cups of tea. "It can be a sign of beginning," she said. "Or of something that needs to be planted with care. It depends who is planting, and why." "Helpful," I murmured. To be that moment all the way through it is to hate ambiguity. To be that moment in an ambiguous world is to be greedy for direction. The scrap did not give it to me. Or, she added, with that odd inflection I had not yet learned to distrust, it could be a warning to not answer until the scene moves. The sentence snagged at the back of my teeth. It had been on the parchment. It had been in the corridor. It had been in the echo that followed me like a shawl. "Until the scene moves," I repeated, tasting the rhythm. There are sometimes forces one can feel rather than see. Duty is one, fear is another, the castle's strange moods are a third. This was another kind of force. It felt like a clock unwinding. "I think someone is playing with the architecture," I said finally, and for once my voice broke a little on the phrase "playing with." It is one thing for the moving staircases to have their opinions. It is another for someone clever enough to coax them into patterns that cohere into sabotage. Who would do that? Luna said, wide-eyed in a way that had nothing to do with panic and everything to do with curiosity. "The list of suspects is annoyingly long and unhelpful. There are those who benefit from confusion. There are those who want to impress their masters. There are those who want to bend the future. There are those who mistake drama for victory. My father has enemies that would be glad if our family were to look weakened. Voldemort's followers have reasons beyond my power to enumerate. At their center sits an obsession with destiny and power and the rightness of things arranged as they prefer. I did not give Luna any of that. She did not need it. What she did have was an unusual capacity for lateral thought. She did not march into scandal the way most people march. She moved around it, like someone skirting a puddle. For people like me, who spend our lives building high walls around half-truths, she was an unanticipated key. She kept her door open and looked out on strange things without flinching. "Be careful," she said, simply, when I said I would take the scrap back to my common room. Castles do not appreciate being told where their scenes are. And people who like scenes do not like being watched. The observation was peculiarly practical. It had the virtue of being small and therefore manageable. It gave me work. Work is a kind of courage, I have discovered. It is quieter than feats of heroism. It is the patient rearrangement of priorities until a right decision emerges. I slid the scrap into the pocket inside my robe, because a scrap of paper is not a weapon and yet it is an accusation, and the two things are dangerously similar. The minutes between the towers felt extra long on my way back. The castle's mischief did not end when I left that corridor. The stairs coughed up other students, messy and cross-eyed. The portraits glanced at me, and I felt their curiosity as one feels a measuring glance. On the landing above the Slytherin common room, nearly headless, Nick drifted by with the air of someone who has just been offered a small bowl of butterscotch. He did what ghosts do best and provided context. "Strange nights," he sighed, but his sigh had air of indulgence rather than fear. Ghosts have long memories and short attention spans. They are excellent at chronicling rather than preventing. "You're being dramatic," I told him, because ghosts are good listeners to whom one may be brutally frank. And if anyone wants to play at getting lost, they do better to start in Hogsmeade rather than Garage 4. He regarded me. "Hogwarts has always liked to keep its secrets in the mortar," he said, a little sadly. Sometimes it thinks the mortar is fashionable. Sometimes it thinks the mortar is necessary. That felt like prophecy, though Nick did not intend it as one. The school is a character in itself, and tonight it had been behaving like a creature with a cough and a strange appetite for secrecy. I had come home with the scrap in my pocket and the echo of a laugh in my ear. I had come home with the knowledge that someone had been writing with ink that did not belong to a professor, and that someone had been hiding a message in the seam only to have the seam cough it back up like a surprised duck. I sat at the edge of my bed and smoothed my robes. The scrap was warm where it touched me. There is a particular quiet to the slithering common room in the hour after curfew. Conversation becomes dangerous then because it is in the dark. People reveal more when they think no one is watching. I did not want to display my prize. I did not want to be watched as one might watch a curios. Instead, I unrolled the scrap under the lamplight and read it again alone. The letters were an old language of haste and care. There was no direct mention of names. There was, however, an insistence. "Do not answer," the parchment had said. "Do not," and beneath that, the seedling and the extra line. "Until the scene moves." I pressed my hand against the paper and felt, for a foolish moment, as if the castle were looking back. A part of me, the part that has been trained in the household to take names and match them to prophesize, felt exposed. The other part, the part of me that is shaped by the claustrophobic glow of grey stone and the sense that I am sometimes expected to be more than I am, felt a pull toward the puzzle. It was not an elegant tug. It was not one I could explain to my father over supper. It was the kind of tug that made me keep things secret for their own sake, because secrecy itself was the form of protection I was permitted. Someone was arranging the castle, like a hand rearranging the furniture in a drawing room while the guests were asleep. Someone was writing in a way that would survive dark places. Someone had hidden a message in a seam and hoped it would be found by friends who knew to look in odd places. Perhaps, in a world of vowels and whispers, that meant nothing at all. Perhaps a rogue student with a taste for drama had authored the scrap and the castle had objected and coughed it up in charity. Perhaps this was merely a fragment of a far less poetic message, a prank, a lover's note, a mislaid shopping list. And perhaps it was an instruction. I would not sleep well that night. The scrap hums to the pulse of the castle. Outside, the world waited in the angle between the hour and the next. The stairs below murmured like a conspiracy. The echo in my mind replayed the laugh and the phrase. I thought, with an impatience I could not entirely disguise, of the scene moving. What moves when a scene moves? What is revealed when a wall shifts its teeth? I have grown up in a home built of polished surfaces and fine lies. I have seen how a small alteration in a household makes people step differently. The notion that the very bones of Hogwarts might be being repositioned by someone with intent gave me the strange and not entirely unpleasant sensation that I had somewhere to be useful after all. Useful is a dangerous word. Useful can be a cloak, it can also be a chain. The castle has provided me an errand, a scrap of paper, a laughing echo, a phrase pressed into my ear like a coin. Whoever had written the message had done so knowing the castle's temperament. That suggests someone with patience. That suggests someone with a plan. That suggests, if one allows the imagination its worst habits, that I am not the only thing in this world being carefully arranged. I folded the scrap and slid it into my inner pocket. The ink warmed a little with the press of my skin. It was like keeping a secret close to the heart. I do not reveal secrets lightly. I have been practiced in the art of concealment for as long as I can remember. And yet there was a part of me, the ridiculous, private part that sometimes wishes to be a different sort of character entirely, that wanted to knock down the brickwork and look into whatever hid beyond. I wanted to see the scene move. The castle had coughed up the scrap. It had given me a phrase to chase like a fox in dusk. There were 1,000 ways to interpret such an offering and one sensible course of action, to watch, to wait, and to prepare. But preparation is a thing that tastes like fear unless paired with action. So I made a small promise to myself, which I have learned to rely on when the rest of life is too complicated for good decisions. No one would read this scrap but me and Luna. No one at Greystone would be told. No one who would delight in seeing me used as a symbol would be given that prize. I would watch the scene. I would be ready for it to move. And when the scene did move, if any of my truest fears proved themselves to be true, I would be standing on the right side of the doorway. Chapter 8. The Room You Need. It is a curious thing, to be hunted by your own shadow and not quite know whether it is fear or expectation doing the chasing. I had perfected the look of someone who never felt either, a pale smile, hair set the right way, the kind of attention that said I was amused by trouble rather than threatened by it. It served me in hallways where talk could make a camele of a whisper and where faces that owed me deference preferred gossip. It served at the table when goblets were lifted and eyes slid away from mine. It served at home where my father's voice was colder than the manor stone and my mother's hands were always, somehow, fewer than they should be. It failed me, in that corridor, on a Tuesday that began like any other and ended with the smell of smoke and something sour and metallic in the air. Someone had scrawled across the banner of a dead headmaster, someone had released ink into the candelabra so the candles burned violet and in puddles, and portraits whispered themselves into stitches of anxiety. People said sabotage. People said omens. People said the castle was restless, like an animal that had been shown its teeth. I said very little. Saying things is dangerous when you carry two kinds of truth, one that the world sees and one that says you are meant to carry it. Saying too loudly is an invitation. Saying not at all is another kind of invitation. So I walked, keeping my shoulders neat and my palms empty, letting the staircases take me where they pleased. The moving stairs never liked my plans. They favored mischief. A portrait that normally disliked me for aesthetic reasons, an elderly woman with a frown like a closed gate, cackled as I passed. The fat lady blinked at me in a way that was plainly curious. A boy in a portrait of a long-dead Slytherin cousin tilted his head and mouthed at me, but portraits do not tell secrets unless shown a coin. The staircases shifted without apology. A flight that usually favored the sixth landed me on the fourth, and the fourth thought to act superior, and I ended up in a corridor I knew only by bad lighting and a tapestry of a hunting scene in which the hounds had been embroidered looking especially judgmental. It would have been a fine moment for a self-pitying roll of the eyes. Instead there was that peculiar needle of need that propels decisions when nothing else is left. It was not my need for escape, though that lived close to the surface that night. It was the sharper, colder need to put something somewhere safe. The thing to be hidden was small, a handful of wax-sealed notes that had come to me in the dim hours, threats wrapped in polite script, invitations to a line, orders phrased like courtesies. I had hidden them in a drawer that smelled of varnish and old paper, in a place I assumed no one would think to look. A drawer under a stair where labels gathered like dust was fine until you remembered that many people believed in the power of small things. I had been away from that drawer when the candelabras had been poisoned. I only learned of the new tack of the whispers when a friend of a friend leaned too close to me in the hall and said in a treacherous hush that names were migrating like lice across the houses. "They say Macbeth," the friend said. "They say we should look to prophecy." Later the boy's eyes darted to mine as if I might crack like a nut. That kind of look sits under your skin. I tightened the cape about my shoulders and kept walking. The castle rearranged itself until it was nonsense. I could have turned back, I could have gone to Snape or Dumbledore and had the matter rapped by someone whose face could take the weight of questions better than mine. I did not. Not because I feared those faces, at least not entirely. It was because the notes in the drawer were not merely the petty blackmail and cruel politeness I had expected. They bore a reference that made my stomach empty, the rooms that remember and keep. The room of requirement, people called it with reverence and a small secretive cheer. People wrote to me, in ink that sometimes smelled faintly of tobacco, my father, and others more faintly of lavender, my mother, and one note, one careful, neat note that smelled oddly of spiced tea, said plainly that if things were as they were, I should find the room and leave the papers there without comment. Luna Lovegood had told me once that the castle listens, if you stand still long enough to hear. She said it with that untroubled steadiness she has, as if secrets were just another ingredient in a tea and not necessarily poisonous. It was the sort of odd, sideways counsel I would have mocked in anyone else. With Luna, it had the quality of truth. It lodged against my ribs like a small, precise compass. So I tried the wall because there was nothing better. There is a stretch of blank stone in the 7th floor corridor, where students avoid because the tapestry wants to reach it and the portraits are moth-eaten. The instruction, so ordinary you would not call it magic, was to walk past 3 times, thinking of a need, and then, if the wall felt soft under your palm, press until the stone gives. That is exactly what I would have made a rattling remark about in the common room and then done anyway. The wall was cool as a cucumber and smelled faintly of old dust. My palm left a ghost of warmth on the stone, and then the plaster curved like a mouth, and a portion of the corridor slid back to reveal wood, and there, like a kindly thing who had been expecting me and watering a plant, the door opened. If the room prefers an honest need, it gave me one. It did not offer me a cupboard. It offered me a hallway. Candlelight dripped along quilts of shadow. The air inside smelled, improbably, of grey stone and of other people's grief. Those were 2 scents I could place perfectly, the manners polish and lemon oil, a faint saffron of my mother's hair perfumes, and around it a wet, cold ache, damp wool, old paper, copper tang, the smell a house keeps when someone has left in a hurry. The room shifted its hand once I entered. There is an odd domesticity about the thing, it does not announce itself with lightning. It arranges you like a friend who knows you arrive with mud on your shoes and hands full. Shelves eased themselves into convenient heights. A chair appeared with a throw that had been designed by someone who appreciated elbows. There were trunks, labeled with neat ink, that rattled with what felt like the private histories of a dozen students. There were jars with feathers inside, a child's broom with a splinter and a panache of dust. This was not merely a storage for forgotten essays. It was an archive of needs, each object folded into curious proprieties, a place where students had deposited things they could not explain to professors. I expected to be let in, drop the folded notes between the ledger of long absent diadems, and go back to the safe, shallow professionalism of a dinner table. I did not expect the room to smell of home in the way it did, as if it had borrowed the manor's atmosphere and brushed it through its own rooms. A scent will do strange things to memory. You know this even if you have never had a house that still remembers your grandfather's boots. I knew, in a single, very precise bolt, where the object I had hidden elsewhere belonged. I wondered. Rooms that will be what you need will also, when they like you, put things in plain view. A writing desk squinted up like a fellow conspirator. A tapestry with voices in it hung heavy on one wall, and when I went to the desk, the chair pulled out just far enough for my backside to find it, obligingly. There is a small political victory in furniture that understands your pride. The desk had drawers and the top smelled of old ink. I had a desk like it at grey stone, mahogany, with an inlay of a hunting scene that looked more sensible in candlelight than the tapestry upstairs. This one had a false drawer, the kind we Malfoys know intimately, because we like doors that mend themselves and places to tuck things out of common sight. Its handle was cold when my fingers found it. When the wood opened, there was a thin cushion of grey lint and a small object. It was nothing, at first. Small, metallic, a brooch in the shape of a serpent, silver dulled with age but still with the right arrogance about it, like something that believed it was always at the center of a room. The serpent was not called in the way of the family crest, it was curled around a crescent of white enamel. Across the crescent ran a line, as if some tiny hand had written something in relief. I had seen it before. That was the strangest and most piercing part. Memory was not usually so obliging. I had seen it at the manor, months ago, on a shelf beside my father's decanters. It had been behind a cracked photograph, half hidden. When I had reached for it then, curiosity more than need, my mother had come up behind me and her hand had closed over mine like nets close. She had said nothing and her mouth had become a thin, unreadable line. There are ways one's parents can protect the world without needing to march into it, and that was hers. Now the brooch sat in my palm, cold and perfectly deliberate. I turned it. The crescent almost tasted of salt. There was something else in the drawer, a folded scrap of vellum frayed at the edges. When I unfolded it, I found that the crest on the brooch matched a print on the paper, the same crescent and serpent, stamped in ink that had long ago dried but kept its bite. Beneath the imprint, in the careful slant of a hand I could have recognized in the dark, was a line of script in an old Malfoy hand. I did not need to read it to hear the weight of it. The room, being obligingly helpful, arranged the light so the letters fell across my fingers like small clues. I had grown up in a house stocked with secrets. We are, by training, dealers in small omissions. We smile at unasked questions. I was not prepared for the way a scrap could undo you. The paper brought back a memory not of the thing itself but of the mood around it, my father's voice a notch lower than it should be at supper that night, my mother unable to look me in the face. There had been a conversation in the drawing room: dress careful, be invisible, carry our name well, and in that sentence had been an undertone my ear had not then been ready to hear. The room did not let me linger in gold and sin guild for long. Instead, as if willing to be of use, it offered a map. A small, folded map slid from between the brooch and the cushion. The edges were scored, as if to be thumbed. I opened it with fingers that didn't quite stop trembling. It was not a map of the castle, not in the usual way. Instead it marked places the house liked to hide, a portrait that ate the end of sentences, a stare that galloped when you least expected it, a tiny patch of floor that disliked shoes. Lines connected to places like veins. Scribbled along the edge were notes in a hand I recognized as not my own, more delicate, with little stars where it thought emphasis would do good. There were other items in the drawer, too, small and personal. A child's button, the kind used on children's cloaks, a scrap of ribbon with a faded blue pattern, a pressed leaf. Among them was something utterly unexpected, a scrap of paper folded until its corners were soft, and inside it a small charm made of tin and shaped like a pair of radishes. The radishes were cheerful and ridiculous and smelled faintly of soap and sunlight. There was no possible reason for radishes to be there, and therefore, to me, no possible reason it should mean so much. Luna's handwriting is not angular. It is round and small and knows where it will fold around odd punctuation. On the scrap someone had written 3 words, and though I look back now and wish I could reproduce them exactly, the grammar of it is less important than what it did. It threaded through my chest like a stitch. The scrap was not addressed to me. It did not need to be. The message was an inventory of places where the room had noticed that people left pieces of themselves and their grief. It was a list, not so much of locations as of qualities, a place for things you've lost, a place for things you would die to keep secret, a place for things you do not want to show your father. Underneath the list was a note in a different hand, as neat as a coin, that read, "If you find mine, I will find yours." I held the tin radishes and the serpentine brooch together, and for a moment the world rearranged as if to let me see what it had been doing all along. It was not merely that someone, perhaps Luna herself, had been in the room before me. It was that the room was becoming a ledger, and someone had been making entries, and the entries crossed houses. If you had asked me earlier which world I belonged to, I might have given you the answer that came from silver spoons and frayed velvet and the certainty of lineage. If you asked me now, with a radish and a serpent in my hand, I would have said house of things that needed keeping safe. It is not as poetic as it sounds. It is a more useful honesty. There were other proofs. A scrap of an old quibbler cover, carefully folded so it would not crease, lay beside a marble with a moon trapped inside. A child's locket with a hair already gone sat near a Hufflepuff scarf, the weave still smelling faintly of rabbits and stew. If you wanted to be sentimental, you could say Hogwarts keeps an inventory of souls by objects and binds them together. If you were more practical, you would notice the pattern. The room gathers the small griefs students need to be private about and keeps them until students are brave enough, or foolish enough, to take them back. I had, for a long time, supposed bravery was a show. It is not. Bravery is small, and the courage it asks is private. The notes in my pocket were not just threats. They were an urgent plea that certain names be made invisible. They were right to be nervous. The brooch and the map meant the room knew more than I did, and that it had already been keeping things for other people, people who might, like me, need a place to leave a danger wrapped in cloth. The gravity of that became a new species of urgent. If the room had been a charity for secrets, then secrets had become a currency, and currency attracts collectors. It was not hard to imagine what a Malfoy name on a ledger might fetch, or how many fingers might probe shells that smelled of lemon and leather if they knew where to look. I sat down. The chair creaked, obliging me to keep my best posture. There is a way Slytherins sit when they are thinking. It is composed but taut, as if at any moment we might coil into action or spring into the right insult. The room, agreeing with my mood, draped another throw over the back of the chair as if to be helpful. Slytherin that I am, I confess to a small pleasure in agreeable furniture. Memory came back in shades and snapshots. There had been a night at Greystone when my father had warmed his fingers over a fire and had spoken about allegiances as if they were a kind of investment. The brooch had been mentioned then, not by my father but in passing, as if its meaning were obvious to all but me. I had been a better listener than I gave myself credit for. I could have been a worse one. I had heard the syllables old house, hidden order, and misfiled them under parents have boring secrets. I was a child then, and children misfile everything their parents intend to keep tidy. Now I held the evidence of a link I had not known existed between my family and something older and perhaps less fashionable. The crest was small and modest. It hinted at a branch that had folded out of the family tree like a shadow. You have to learn, early and unpleasantly, that family is an atlas. Sometimes there are unknown countries no one wants to map because the cartographers feared what they would find. That is the secret the room offered, not an answer so much as a direction. It had, it seemed, taken a little of my need and made a ledger that other students might consult. The tin radishes meant someone else had been honest here. The serpent brooch meant whoever had left it was not only careful but had reason to hide an identity under a sliver of enamel. The map suggested routes for secrecy. The scrap in Luna's careful hand said plainly the room will keep things if you ask, and it will sometimes show you other people's things, should you need to know. As I felt the weight of it, something else happened. The tapestry of the hunting hounds shifted its embroidery and, in a way only portraits and tapestries can manage, the scene rearranged. The hounds' mouths twitched, and for a moment I imagined they were laughing at me. Then, as if sensing my discomfort, the room took the lights down low and offered me a corner. It would seem, to the polite onlooker, that this was only a room of storage. To someone who carries a name like mine it was an armature for strategy. It was also a place that, in small ways, treated me like a person rather than an ancestor. There is a difference. People treat you as a name and a set of expectations, and when you are treated that way you learn how to perform the parts they like. Here, before a map and a radish charm and a serpent brooch, I was merely a boy with hands cold from the stone, which is the state in which one might finally be honest with oneself. I could have taken the brooch and the map back to my drawer and locked them until they spoiled. I could have pretended I had found them, made them my own, and thought the problem resolved. Old habits are comfortable. Old loyalties wrap themselves round the throat like well-made scarves. But the room had asked to be used, and in asking it had given up a secret. It was a small, honest exchange. The room kept confidences. I kept it out of reach of those who would pry for names. I left a note. It was the only polite thing to do. I did not expect anyone else to read it. I only expected that, if anyone else who had left things felt anxious, they would find a friendly reply. The room guided my hand, as if to make sure my writing did not go too sharp. I told the anonymous occupants what I had left, the brooch, a map, and a pair of radishes that I thought were unlikely to offend anyone. I did not sign my name on that first note. There is a small dignity in leaving things unsigned. Then I heard footsteps. Small, careful, a little closer than the floor above would justify. I pressed against the wood and the light of the room leaned toward me like an eager listener. The footsteps stopped at the door. For a moment I considered using the serpent brooch as a weapon. It is ridiculous, snakes are not very good at hand-to-hand. I thought instead about what the world might do if it knew what I carried. The doorknob turned. The door opened and Mama's teaching about appearances snapped back into place. Be composed, say little, make the face a work of art. A girl stepped in, taking care to close the door carefully behind her so it made no noise. She had a comet of hair, pale and almost the color of moonlight in the low lamps. Her brain should have had a ribbon. She had, in fact, ribbon spilling from her hair. She also had a look on her face that suggested a person who had been tracking small oddities in a castle and found them all to be in motion. I knew a few things about the girl before she spoke. I knew she would not be intimidated by a Malfoy. I knew she would be indisposed to the performative trepidation other pupils like to offer me. I also knew, I had felt it earlier, the warmth when the radishes had been in my hand, that she had left something of herself in here already. Her eyes flicked to the desk and then to the bag I had set against the chair. She did not startle at my appearance. She simply smiled, the way someone might smile at finding a friend in an unexpected corner of a favored room. "It looks like a good place," she said. Her voice had a habit of not being rushed, as if sentences were not rare birds but rather plants she tended. It should have been a moment for me to reveal a smile and a measure of the wit expected by my house, and I did that, because habit is a stronger muscle than revelation. But then the girl, Luna, though I had no excuse to call her by anything but that now, pointed at the brooch and the map and then at the tin radishes, and the steady intelligence that lives in her eyes when she is taking things in arranged the small facts like a chess player. She did not gasp. She did not recoil. She did not laugh the way others do when the world delivers a thing it assumes should be comic. She tilted her head, and the light caught the earnestness in her eyes. "You left your notes here," she said. It was more a statement than a question. She had found them. She had also found my brooch. She had, in fact, left the tin radishes herself. The radishes were hers and had been staying with other things she cared for. The logic of it, that the room would act like a library and lend a shelf to those who needed to keep things safe, was as simple as a child's rhyme and as complicated as a family ledger. "You?" I asked, because all proper sentences are bound by the expectation of a retort. It was a poor retort. She tilted her head again. "I leave mislaid things here," she said. "Things that are not lost, things that are just waiting." Her voice had no hint of mockery. There is something unsettling about being spoken to with sincerity by someone you are used to being amused at. It gets under the armor. She looked at the brooch and then, curiously, at the map pinned by a paperclip slightly askew. "That crest," she said. "My mother had something like it once." "My mother?" I said. It was, perhaps, an over-personal interruption. I had not meant to sound quite as sharp. But mention of mothers tends to hit where the armor is weakest. Luna smiled. "Not the same one." She shrugged away a person will when a thought is merely interesting and not a tide. Then, as if tidying a shelf while making a point, she crossed the room and took from her pocket a stub of pencil and something folded in tissue. "I had something tucked away too," she said. "A note, not for me but about me. About what I am allowed to keep. My mother said people often want to take what they don't understand." The simplicity of her words was an argument I could not easily parry. She sat on the chair opposite me and unfolded her tissue with small, reverent movements. Inside was a strip of an old magazine and a pressed flower that smelled faintly of the meadows beyond Hogsmeade. Because Luna is Luna, she had patched it in the margin with ink that made a little constellation. It was not a great revelation. It was, however, an anchor. We sat with our small talismans like conspirators. The castle rose and fell outside as if it were taking a deep, slow breath. I became acutely aware that I was not the only one whose family names weighed down a sleeve. In the corner, under a lamp, the serpent brooch seemed like a small, honest accusation. "You are not a singular spot on a map. You are a patch in a tide. Why keep it?" I asked finally. It was a foolish question because I knew the answer. Why keep anything? Because some things are too dangerous to be shown, because some things, once known, become stories that never go away, because silence, while not a shield, is an economy. Because some things, Luna said, and in that short sentence she brightened like an odd little lantern, are answers to questions you have not yet learned to ask. She might have been speaking about anything. She might have been speaking about bravery. She might have been speaking about the radishes. But there was no patronizing in her tone, and that was what made it impossible to be sarcastic in return. I felt less alone. She leaned forward and looked at the map. "This marks more than corridors," she said. "It marks habits. Places where the house hides grief. People leave grief like buttons on the table and then hope someone tidies them. We don't find friends by looking for them, Draco. We find them by noticing the small, odd things they cannot keep safe on their own. There are moments when a saying can slide under your ribs and rearrange things. Luna's words were that sort of hammer. I had, for a long time, assumed friendship was a game of advantage. If you were clever and careful, you did not need it. If you were born with a name, you needed fewer hands. That belief had been convenient. It had also been false. We did not plan for alliances at the desk with the radishes and the brooch. We simply agreed, without much ceremony, to leave one another things in the room when life seemed inclined to take them. Luna said nothing about prophecy. I also said nothing. We both wore our silences like properly starched collars. But I'd like to say that the knowledge of a different sort of solidarity, one threaded by oddities and honest little talismans rather than lineage and policy, settled in me like a warm cloak. Before I left, I pocketed the brooch. It is an ugly, old thing that should not have suited me, but there was a point to it. Its crescent seemed to fit a hollow I had not known was there. I left the radishes where they would not cause offense, wrapped in tissue under a loose floorboard. I left a note for the person who had owned the brooch previously, because the room had a way of being tidy, and tidy is a kindness. On my way out, the tapestry of the hunting hounds shifted again and the hounds looked like they were smiling. Out in the corridor the staircases had settled into their usual, less whimsical manners. The fat lady regarded me with something like new curiosity. The castle itself was unchanged, and yet I carried a different weight in my pockets, a little less like a cipher and more like a man with two names who had, for now, chosen one. As I walked back toward the dungeons because the Slytherin common room is a good place to polish masks, a whisper brushed my ear. Not a voice, not one of the obvious ones, but the kind of murmur you notice when corridors hold too many secrets. It said, in its wavering way, that someone had been watching the ledger the room was keeping. That someone had not liked what they saw. I tightened the cape and kept my face a portrait. The night had suddenly rearranged itself into a question I was careful to answer with inches. The serpent in my pocket warmed against my palm like a promise or a warning. I had a map now, a tin radish, and a little more of Luna's peculiar, steady light. I had the room itself, which is to say I had somewhere to put things when the world became too harsh for them. Outside, in the stone, footsteps quickened as if in reply. Someone else was moving through the castle with a purpose that resembled the one I had felt when I had first pressed my hand to the wall. The map in my pocket rustled. The world was small and it was close. I had never liked small worlds. They are quicker to close. I kept walking, because honesty with the castle had made me less interested in hiding and more interested in preparation. The brooch was heavy in my pocket, an unargumentative weight of metal and memory, and the room had given me, quietly and without flourish, a place where the objects of our worries could wait until we were ready to meet them. When the common room doors opened and the green light washed across my face in a friendly, reptilian way, I was resolved to return before supper, to check the ledger, to leave another note, and to find, in the quiet hours, answers that would not shout but would fit into the hollow the crescent brooch seemed to claim. The stairs sighed behind me. The castle settled, like a great beast whose dreams are full of corridors. And somewhere, beyond the great hall and the portraits, as if replying to the small, honest arrangement of the room, the whispering of names thickened into a sound I recognized or feared, the sound of people choosing sides. Chapter 9. Old Telescopes, Older Prophesies. Dumbledore had a way of speaking with his eyes. He could allow a silence to sit at the table like a third person, neat and expectant, and the rest of the staff would tidy their sentences around it. I learned that evening, quite accidentally, that silences could be read too. I learned that, in the staff room, the absence of words was sometimes louder than the gossip itself. There had been a lot of absences that week. The staircases were jumpy, the portraits woke with the taste of worry on their tongues, even the house ghosts seemed less given to their usual theatrics and more given to slow, orbiting observations. It was an atmosphere you could put on like a cloak, heavy, warm, slightly damp with other people's anxieties. It suited my Slytherin complexion rather well. I folded the cloak tighter and smoothed my smile until it lay flat against my face. The Department of Mysteries was a name people used when they wanted to dress their worries up in something suitably dreadful. Teachers would bite the inside of their cheeks and say it as if it had teeth. That night I heard it slide into conversation in the staff corridor like a wound, quiet, slightly sticky, not quite closed. A reference to the department was followed by scarcity of breath. It was followed by Dumbledore looking at the ceiling for a very long time. I had not meant to be near enough to hear. I had, if pressed, been admiring a particularly dramatic oil portrait of someone who had once been an arithmancer and who frowned so often he left permanent creases in his painted forehead. Portraits are curious things, they dribble private opinions into corridors if you let them. A passing gallery boy, nervous, a little yearning for the sorts of news that make you feel important, had stumbled into the staff corridor and trailed his panicked whispers like confetti. He was a careless courier, and once my ear had been pricked it was difficult to hear what followed. Someone, one of the ministry's more persistent sorts, had been looking for a record. A parchment. A fragment. Something stored, neglected perhaps, in the blind stacks of the department. And that someone had been asking for anything that mentioned the Malfoys. You would have thought the part of me that is Malfoy would have flared. It did. Briefly. That first surge is always the reflex, pride, outrage, the hot idea of challenge. Then came the other thing, the sticky hush of fear, the way it settles like spilled ink. Fear is a quiet, precise thing, it has the economy of an old coin. It fits well into the palm. Panic is, in truth, a deliciously private thing. I learned the secret of hiding it from my mother very young, to fold it up, tuck it behind a practiced eyebrow, and let the rest of your face do the social work. For Lucius there was more performance, an art to containing an outrage so that it could be put on a silver tray and assessed. I had watched them both handle dozens of smaller catastrophes and had absorbed their gestures as readily as I had their admonitions about pure blood and position. I set my face like one of Narcissa's hand mirrors, pale, immaculate, reflecting nothing inconvenient. Yet the knowledge of somebody riffling through ministry secrets with the Malfoy name on their lips was a different thing entirely. Prophesies live in dark places. They are made for whispers and for the rumor of small triumphs that the wrong people are not meant to keep. To hear that someone had been looking in the department, where accidental memories collect and patient things are shelved under labels that were never meant to be read, felt precisely like finding a hand under the edge of your curtain at night. I could have asked. I could have gone to Father, who would have arranged a conversation with the right sort of frost. I could have let Lucius make a number of calls and set the ministry's rats to the chase. That would have been the convenient thing. The expected thing. The Malfoy thing. Instead I did what seemed more interesting at the time, I went to the astronomy tower. It was cold up there in a way the castle never truly is in the lower rooms. Cold has a clarity to it, it makes shapes seem made from glass. The telescopes stood like brass sentinels, patient with concentric rings that remembered hands and 1,000 slightly desperate stargazers. I had come on the pretense of curiosity and on the suspicion that old mechanical things know more than people tell them. The mural on the floor, with its ancient charts and its little painted creatures, reflected lamplight into tiny conspiracies. It was the sort of room that encouraged secrets. Luna was already there when I climbed the last of the steps. She had wrapped herself in a mismatched scarf that never seemed to match anything, and a loose halo of hair framed her face as if she had borrowed moonlight as a hair accessory. When she looked at the sky she had the peculiar expression of someone who had once been told a thing and was deciding whether to believe it because it was pretty or because it made sense. There was no hurry in her movements. There was a calm to her that made other people's panic feel foolish and exhausting. "You're early," she said, as if that explained everything and as if it explained nothing at all. "I am precisely never early," I replied instinctively. It was, I realized, a reflex as pleasant as sipping butterbeer. It made me feel better just to perform. She smiled at that and the smile did something to the air entirely unrelated to my composure. Perhaps it was Luna, perhaps it was small. "Look," she said, and pushed a stray curl behind her ear. "If you want to know what the stars are thinking tonight, they say hello. The telescopes have weight. You have to coax them into place with a gentleness that borders on reverence, like tending to a difficult animal. I learned how to make the brass smooth and obedient, how to tilt the eyepiece until a secret came into focus. It was like the craft I'd been taught by other tutors, subtlety, precision, the right pressure. We passed the instruments between us, and at first we spoke about ordinary things. Luna told me about a rabbit constellation her father had charted once on the kitchen table when he had been polishing his ink stains. I said something cynical and she laughed a laugh that sounds as if the world were not a test at all. She had an odd talent for making one forget to be ashamed of the shape of one's own thoughts. I found myself telling her things, a dangerous habit, because she listened like someone who stored confessions the way other people saved pretty postcards. The staff room has its own weather, I said finally, low enough that the telescope lenses would not transmit it like gossip. It rained on their shoes today. She turned the glass of the eyepiece toward the Milky Way like it was a painting and let the light slide in. The teachers are like bad eavesdroppers, she said without looking at me. They catch pieces of sentences, and then those pieces make them feel busy. Someone has been looking in the Department of Mysteries for anything that mentions. I stopped. The admission tasted like a forbidden sweet. The night seemed to hold its breath. For anything that mentions my family. She looked at me then properly, without the indulgent distance she sometimes applied to the rest of the world. Her eyes were bright but not shocked. She did not recoil as most people do when a Malfoy suggests a family secret. She did not collect herself as if retreat was the only noble option. Instead she touched the brass of the telescope. Prophesize like star maps, she said. They point. But they also fold. You can read them upside down if you are not careful. I had the sudden and dislocating sense of being seen in a way I had not practiced for. To be a Malfoy is to be looked at as an emblem of someone else's morality. People see what suits them. They do not often look for the person beneath the polished badge. I am an excellent actor at the things one should not reveal, but I had not meant to hand over even that much. There was the choice then, to fold panic back into the neat suit of sarcasm and maintain the performance, or to let this curious child, this utterly intolerable Luna, see something of the truth. Who's been looking? I asked, though I already knew some of the answers. Names hang like spoons on the backs of cupboards in the ministry. Once you start to lift lids, things spill. People with soft shoes and very long memories, she said. The ones who tidy up after armies. It was an oblique answer. Luna saw the world through a different scene. She did not sidestep, she walked through things sideways until they made sense. But she did something else that night. She put a hand at the base of my palm, light, almost ceremonial, and did not ask me to explain any further. There was an offer in that small anchor. It steadied me. We trained the telescope on a strip that ran close to the horizon, the so-called waning edge where the constellations seemed to scrabble for attention like creatures at a wall. There are stars that are older than we like to admit. They are patient as libraries. Old instruments, too, keep records in etchings, and in a quiet way they resist the hands that mishandle them. Out came a small etching, half hidden beneath accumulated dust on the brass of one telescope, a serpentine twist curling around a 6-point star. I had seen that symbol before, in the margins of certain family charters, the sort that get too yellow to trust but are still kept in fine glass cases at grey stone. It is a strange thing to discover an echo of your own name in the sky. For a moment I thought I would laugh. For a longer moment I thought I would cry. Do you think they write the stars? Luna asked. No, I said at once. They write themselves. People read them, and people like to think what they read is a sentence. She tilted her head, the way moonlight tends to on chance pictures. But the impressive part is that the stars and people sometimes agree about the same thing. That's the sort of thing that makes prophesize, consensus. We were silent then for a little while. Below us the castle hung like an organized heart, above us the universe was a patient geometry of light. I felt, absurdly, as if I stood between two types of order and could not decide which one was more kind. The Malfoy name has always been taught to insist upon order as if it were a virtue in itself. Lucius took pride in the workings of it like a man who polishes the same silver for show. Narcissa believes in its usefulness for the heart. I had been schooled to know them both. I don't know what the ministry's been looking for, I admitted finally. My voice was careful, like a man moving a chess piece while pretending not to invest in the game. But I know where prophecies like to hide in people. Secrets are often guarded by more secrets. You don't look afraid, Luna said. It was not an observation, it was an accusation. I masked it with another small smile. I am a Malfoy. We keep our faces as you might keep a shield. She did not give me the comfort that many people would, no sentimental reassurance that the shield would always hold. Instead she said quietly, shields can be worn so long they rust on the inside. Perhaps you need something else. A coat, maybe. A friend who is willing to stand in the rain with you. She said friend as if it was a simple, domestic thing, like passing bread. That was not simple at all in the climate we live in. Friendship is a complicated commodity here, braided through allegiances and house lines. A Malfoy mates friends carefully, we weigh them for advantage as one might weigh a purse. Yet there was a small, almost ridiculous lightness in the way Luna offered it that began to feel, unreasonably, like a plan. We worked that night, quietly, like thieves without the moral conviction to be dramatic. We traced star charts and old sigils. I told her of the etching at grey stone, of the family crest's subtle variations. She told me of her father's journals which were filled with drawing of things that did not belong to any known taxonomy and of conversations with creatures that had polite manners. We made a strange map between the brass of the telescope and the ink of old parchment. I began to think that perhaps prophecies are less about fixed destiny and more about the people who read them, their stubbornness, their wishful thinking, the times they use them as mirrors. They are good to keep people moving, I said. Even if all the moving they do is round in circles. People like the idea of choice, Luna replied. Even if the choices are complicated by other people's papers. There was an edge to the words we could not avoid, the ministry digging, Dumbledore's silences, the long memory of those who tidy up after armies. Names arrived in half-formed whispers, Snape's name in particular, because he always had a way of smelling out acrid truths, and I felt the castle's net tighten. Even the portraits were not simply idle. They had begun to pass on stories like Stray Knickknacks, a history of a corridor that was once used as a backdoor to movement between houses, the room that had once absorbed a spell and now tasted faintly of regret. It occurred to me that Hogwarts is a creature made of redundancies, it keeps copies, echoes of itself, which makes it both a safer and a scarier place. Secrets can hide under the same stone twice. A prophecy can be filed under madwoman in one room and family in another, and no one is the wiser until the wrong person opens the wrong drawer. When it was well past permitted hours, we left the tower by different staircases, as if to prove to ourselves that we could abide by rules when necessary. I returned to the Slytherin dungeon with the weight of the night under my tongue. The common room burned with the warm orange of lamps and conversation that tried, valiantly, to sound normal. Someone had left a pile of Quidditch caps undone, and a first-year laughed at the wrong time. I took my place in that theatre like the actor I am trained to be and performed the functions of a Draco, witty, remote, tolerant of certain fools. In my bed I pretended to sleep and listened to the castle breathe. There are noises that only the night can render, the movement of stairs that think they're rivers, the creak of portrait frames as they yawn and rearrange their days. I thought of the Department of Mysteries, of old telescopes, of a brass etching in a room that had looked suspiciously like our family crest. I thought of the Ministry's long soft shoes and what they might be trying to tidy away. The Malfoy house has a philosophy about power, keep it well fed and on a chain of gold. The idea of a prophecy about our name felt both flattering and dangerous. When you are taught that power is a thing to be preserved, the prospect of a destiny that demands something else is exactly the sort of problem that requires discretion and, perhaps, a certain amount of cruelty. The thought made me taste metal. I had been under instruction in cruelty for a while. Lucius sits at dinner and carves his opinions into the table. Narcissa kisses me the way someone arranges a bandage, gently, efficiently, with an eye to the future. I like them for their certainties. They have, in some ways, given me anchors. Yet even they do not ask me what I intend to do with a prophecy that might name me. They do not ask whether, in the space between a faultless plan and a perfect mask, I might choose to be something else. That thought kept me awake the way a fly keeps a curtain restless. I rose and walked to the picture of the castle along the wall opposite the portrait holes. Portraits, I realized, had adopted a new tone in the last few days, worried, and therefore prone to gossip. I listened at the edges. The fat lady had a new shawl and a new way of adjusting it that suggested she was practicing solemnity. Nearly headless Nick made a noise that sounded suspiciously like a cough and might have been guilt. The grey lady murmured, as she is wont, about papers lost and found and about the curious arrogance of some who believe they can redefine fate. I thought, absurdly, of the Room of Requirement. There is a private humor to that place. It is a modern enigma with old bones. It gives you what you need rather than what you want, which is a cruel but practical sort of magic. Perhaps that is the sort of place a boy pretending to be a polished heir might go to practice belonging to someone other than his family's shadow. It is also, in theory, the sort of place where prophecies might be kept, anonymized, or else hidden among things that want to be forgotten. It had been used for everything from duels to whispered confessions. One of these days, perhaps, it would give me what I needed rather than what I merely desired. There are many small lies a person tells to survive. I had become practiced at them. Still, there is a particular loneliness in lying to yourself about the shape of your own future. It is a loneliness that tastes like diluted wine and makes you speak too quickly at dinner. The next morning, Dumbledore's silence had grown teeth. The staff's conversation had the trimmed edges of men and women about to lay bets. In some of those hushed voices there was pity, and in others there was a ruthless curiosity. Both felt like ice. One of the portraits, the old arithmancer I had first admired for sheer vainglory, decided to be useful. He had, in his painted way, been listening. "You will want to know," he said one morning as I passed, the words half a reprimand and half an offering. "Someone has been to the department. Did they find anything?" I asked, because I am never terribly good at looking insignificant for long. The portrait adjusted his painted spectacles, a ceremony of great theatricality. "They found voices," he said. "Voices that used the Malfoy name as a key. Whether it fits the lock, only time will tell." Those words lodged in me and grew teeth of their own. Voices that used the Malfoy name as a key. I kept seeing the image of a keyhole, small and round, and a ministry hand probing it with something that had the taste of finality. If the Malfoy name opened something for those who had not always known how to hinge their wants, then I, whether I wanted it or not, was folded into the architecture of other people's plans. There was a horrible clarity in the thought. Luna watched me from across the great hall that day. She had that look again which belongs to people who never entirely believe what most of the world regards as obvious. "People who seek prophecies," she said quietly when she came near, "are like people who read the weather and then carry umbrellas so they don't get damp. Or sometimes they don't carry umbrellas, because they like the drama of being soaked." "I do not wish to be soaked," I said. There was, perhaps, a hint of a plea in it. For the first time since I had been made uneasy by the mention of the department, I allowed the crack in my mask to appear for a moment. "Then don't stand in the rain with them," she said, simply. "Stand somewhere else." I had the choice of many small evasions. I could be anything: frost, jest, principled coldness. Instead I made a promise to myself, an unspoken, private oath. If people were looking into the department for our name, I would look too. Not for the glory of it, not for the inherited pride, and certainly not for the sureness of what that would make of me. I would look because there is a particular kind of cowardice reserved for those who let what is presumed of them decide the rest of their lives. I was not certain then that courage was the opposite of cowardice. I had the pretense that courage might sometimes be the insistence on one small kindness in the midst of a great many cruel plans. A whisper of a plan, if you like. A coat to wear in rain rather than a shield to hold against it. That afternoon I made two small preparations. First, I practiced my face before the Slytherin common room mirror until even my own mouth obeyed. Second, I wrote a note and folded it in the way I'd seen the house elves fold things at Greystone, tight and inexplicable, and the sort of thing that would make an ordinary person think there was an actual secret involved. I put it in my pocket. The message was for Luna. It contained nothing except the time of the next meeting and a cross drawn in a corner. The note was a poor thing and was everything I could offer. When I met her later at the back of the library, behind a row of books so old the smell of them could almost be used to summon cats, I had the sort of small victory that tastes sweeter because it is private. Severus Snape had been watching the staff room conversation. He had not said anything to me, but his look, if looks could be measured in knives, had been the sort of instruction that promises both danger and, oddly, a potential ally. Dumbledore's silence pulled at the edges of the castle like a bridle. "I think someone is opening doors in rooms where they ought not," I told Luna. Her smile was small but certain. "If anyone finds prophesies that mention the Malfoys, they will consider themselves entitled to act. And if they do, the family will respond. Families do not like being informed that destiny has other plans." Luna looked at me then as if she were tracing the shape of something inside my chest. "You will let me help," she said. It was not a request. It was not even phrased as a kindness. It was an assertion from someone who understood that allies are not always chosen by politics but by the lunacy of shared objectives. I remembered, then, that I had once thought the Malfoy world was small and secure. It was not. It was porous. It had cracks you could slip through if you were clever enough or stubborn enough. The reckoning would come, of course. I knew that the Department of Mysteries does not lend its moniker lightly. The Ministry does not poke at family names without a reason. The castle had started to lean toward the angle of scrutiny, and angles reveal crevices. We would look together. Luna asked no questions about the parts one would not tell her. She accepted fragments without judgment and shared hers with a generosity that felt, dangerously, to me like relief. There was a small warmth in that alliance that was entirely unbecoming to a Malfoy, and I liked it all the more for its impropriety. Worry tightens the throat. Courage loosens it. I could not yet say which of those currents would guide me. For the moment there was only the telescopic hiss of breath in the tower, the soft protest of the stairs, the hum of the castle doing whatever it does when it thinks something important is about to happen. I felt a strange complicity with the house ghosts and the portraits, with the quiet machinery of old brass instruments. They all kept things. They all kept their counsel. When I returned to my bed at night, there was a small scrap of paper in my pocket that tasted like possibility. It was from Luna. It had a star she had doodled on it and the single word, "Look." The ink was smeared as if someone had made the mark with a finger that still carried the scent of the wind. I thought of Dumbledore's silence and the Ministry's soft shoes. I thought of my father's expectations, my mother's tentative tenderness, and the way a family name could both shield and endanger you. I thought, too, of the brass etching on the telescope, the star wrapped in serpent, and the strange impulse to be found by the right sort of people for the wrong sort of reasons. Outside, the castle shifted like a breath. Somewhere, a portrait moved in its frame. The room of requirement, I suspected, would be curious tonight. The Department of Mysteries had its head turned our way. People with long memories had started untucking things that had been better left folded away. I had a childish, private wish that the secret, if it chose to exist, would be kind. But secrets are rarely kind. They are rarely polite. They arrive at the door late at night with muddy boots and an appetite for drama. I had already decided I would not instruct the hand that knocked on my door to leave. I would listen. When there was a rap at the portrait hole at night, it sounded like someone who did not expect politeness, and I realized with a small, sharp thrill that perhaps the department was not the only body interested in what lay hidden. Perhaps other things had begun to stir, things that do not always speak in whispers, and sometimes do not even settle for the pretense of a knock. Chapter 10, Paintings and Pressures. The carriage wheels crunched on the same gravel they'd always crunched on when I was small. You learn a lot about the world from the sound of wheels on stone, how predictable the outside is, how small the ripples you make are when you decide to pretend not to care. Grey stone has been taught every virtue we value by long practice. It keeps its hedges upright. It does not surprise visitors. It makes conversation economical and cold. It is, therefore, the perfect place to be lectured. My father greeted me in the hall with the same silver-measured pace he favors for all entrance rituals. The portrait of an ancestor who thought pipe smoke improved conversation watched between them, mouth turned in an expression that seemed almost disappointed in me for growing taller. I smiled. It felt like a muscle I could flex without committing myself, an artful pale smile that said, "So very glad to be home, and also, you will not be able to frighten me today." I had been practicing it for years. Practice makes performance tidy. Lucius prefers strategy dressed as civility. He offered me his arm more as a chess move than an embrace and spoke of alliances the way other men discuss weather. He mentioned quid pro quo with the same softness he uses when praising dinner etiquette, as if politeness rendered a command less sharp. He did not need to say the name that sat behind everything. We both know the returns are a tide, and you must either learn to swim in them or be carried away. My mother, on the other hand, practices devotion as a kind of brisk economy. Narcissa wears fear like a cloak stitched with domestic tasks. The best way she could think to help me when I was small was by teaching me how to polish shoes to a mirror finish. As I grew older, her ministrations changed shape. She would smooth my tie, check the seam of my robes, and then tell me what to say and, more importantly, what not to say. Her worry is the softest sort. It knits itself into commands. It is a gentleness that leaves burns. They expected, naturally, that I would play the part assigned to me. Make myself useful, strengthen our position at the school, shield us. The curriculum of the house is very simple: look like everything is under control and do not admit weakness. I practiced that curriculum to a steady sheen. A smile like moonlight on pewter, a tone like iced water. It was a face that could sit comfortably under candor and under threat. But there are things even a well-shaped mouth cannot keep smooth. There is a prophecy. That is the word for it, though I never learned it in the gentle terms the portraits would have used. Prophecy has a flavor like cheap honey. You can palatably swallow the idea that something means what you want, and sometimes it does. Other times it tastes of unexpected rule. This one has a weight that grew steady and unavoidable, like a watch someone else set on your wrist. It was my burden, folded up and secret, and held between me and my impossible truth. I had found it, or been given it, depending on how you prefer your inconvenient facts. Either way, the parchment was unhelpful in the ordinary way a map of a storm is unhelpful. It said what it said and nothing more, names that pointed toward me in a way that made the air change in my chest, a suggestion of born for more that felt like being given someone else's responsibilities wrapped in a witty scarf. It did not tell me how to bear it. It did not tell me what price would be asked if I refused to play my part. To Lucius and Narcissa, I was a boy with the right name and the right blood. To their acquaintances I would remain that for as long as they found it convenient, to others I would be a political instrument. What they did not comprehend, what they could not be permitted to, if we were to survive this, was that the thing fate claimed me for might ruin us all if it were used as a bargaining chip. So I learned a different sort of duplicity. I perfected the polite, shallow candor that keeps a family at ease, and under it I kept secret where my loyalties had begun to shift. It is easy to say you love your house. It is harder to explain that there are other houses you have grown fond of, not the buildings, but the people who inhabit them, a sweeping, impossible castle with staircases that argue and portraits that laugh and a library which smells of dust and courage. Hogwarts is a noisy, living thing whose citizens include many I have reason to despise, and a few I have come to love. The discovery of that love is the silent fracture line into which the family's polished certainty falls. Dinner at Greystone is a performance of restraint. We eat in the dining room where the light is practiced to flatter silverware and where portraits offer the sort of commentary only the elderly aspire to. I sat between my parents and answered my father's inquiries about his acquaintances with the kind of smooth answers that make him feel he is shaping his son. He would praise my cleverness, suggest certain social events at which I might be useful, offer the occasional thin threat, his voice measured, his hands never betraying the quick lace of a whip. "We have friends who will be most particular about the position we are in," he said, and the words were an invitation dressed as caution. "You will be useful to us there." "Don't exaggerate, father," I replied, so casually that the room accepted the jest and filed it away as ordinary. My mother squeezed my hand under the table, a small act of solidarity delivered with the gravity of a touchstone. She leaned forward and said, without the cool barbs that made Lucia such a dangerous conversationalist, "Be careful, Draco. We will only be safe if you are safe." She meant things she would not say, that secrecy is as much a protection as strength, that shields must sometimes be held up in silence. I wanted to meet her gaze and tell her everything. I wanted to hold her and say I would not let anything fall on her. Instead, I let my smile do the work again. I promised what she needed to hear in the tone I had been taught, and the promise sat in the air like a polished coin no one had to verify. It is a curious experience to be both children and dangerous. I left the table and paused in the corridor where my ancestors seemed to watch, the paint on their faces catching the candlelight in ways that made their smiles look genuine and conspiratorial at the same time. Their portraits are like gossipers who keep you honest. One of them, a woman who once believed elegance to be the second of life's duties, lifted a painted chin and gave me a look that suggested I had been an amusing child who had now become a disappointing adult. "Well, Draco," she seemed to ask, and that was the only time I felt my practiced calm waver. I walked by their frames and felt, absurdly, like an actor moving past the audience of his life. I like to think I've inherited something from them. I have the pale face, the reflex to smooth things in public and to collect information in private. But I have also taken on something they never had, a responsibility with a name they would not want to know. Later that night my father took me aside. The room he chose was one that never sees the breeze properly, a study of leather and the kind of order that suggests the world can be placed in files. He shut the door and said very little at first. It is a trick of dictators and tutors to begin with silence, as though quiet is the clean canvas on which threats are painted. He did not go to threats directly. He laid out options, alliances, potential embarrassments and measures to remedy them. In the way he phrased it, everything came back to an economic language: risk and return, cost and gain. "You understand," he said softly, "that we will need certain assurances. You are in a position to provide them." "Assurances are expensive," I said, and could have meant anything. The truth was that some assurances cost nothing and others cost lives. The currency of this house is different from the currency of the castle I had grown fond of. My father saw only what he wanted: duty, utility, the malleable instrument he had always assumed his son to be. He did not see the parchment folded under my pillow or the thought that refused to leave me, that I might be asked to give up the very things he hoped I would protect. "Do not be naive," Lucia said. "There are forces about us who will not be reasonable. We prefer them to be reasonable. He is clever. He means for me to believe everything will be done neatly, discreetly, profitably. He imagines he is steering a ship. His hands have never touched the helm of fate. They preside over a neat map that does not have the stains of blood on it because he has the habit of delegating the messy stuff. There will be those who find this inconvenient when the sails are cut. I cannot say this aloud. I did not say it. Instead I nodded. I did not make promises. Making promises to a man like Lucius is the sort of thing that might be recorded and used as proof that you are on his side. After that I went to my room and sat at my desk while the house exhaled. I kept the city of my life in maps and tiny lists, an ordinary boy's items and the knowledge that will not fit in a narrow box. I moved a trinket across the shelf the way others move pieces in a game and thought of the castle. I thought, as I had been thinking for months, about the stairs that rearrange themselves and the portraits that never entirely close their ears. I thought of the students, not as statistics or political theater but as faces, scraped knees, stubborn loyalty, the way a hand grabs a quill when a notion takes hold. I thought of those faces because when you have a prophecy about you and the world watches for meaning in everything, it is easy to forget that prophecies are not made of paper but of people. Luna Lovegood is the strangest companion to be my anchor, and perhaps that is why she steadies me more thoroughly than any alliance my father could purchase. You expect anchors to be heavy, blunt things. Luna's is a sideways glance, a quietly peculiar voice that asks without question, and a conviction that small odd things add up to a wider truth. Where others offer opinions that serve their houses or their private amusements, she speaks as if the world were an odd map she wants to fold neatly. She is steady in a way I did not foresee, the kind of steadiness that does not ask to be thanked. She writes me letters that contain little sketches, an odd plant she spotted, a theory about the moving stairs, and a kind of patient logic that is not clever to flatter but clever to reach understanding. When my world contracts into the necessary calculations of self-preservation and diplomacy, her letters fan it out again into possibilities. She believes, not in grand pronouncements that the world must be saved, but in tiny, almost absurd details, that the portraits sometimes remember things longer than people think, that the room of requirement has peculiar tastes in who it chooses to help. She is exactly the person you would want whispering conspiracies with you in the library when no one is looking. It is important to note that my affection for her is not the loud heroics the ballads imagine. It is softer and stranger. I do not fall irrevocably in love in a single, melodramatic moment. I watch, and I realize that something has shifted. I find myself weighing events not only by how they improve my station but by how they affect her, whether she will be distressed by the rumors that sweep the school like a bad-smelling wind, whether the portraits will offend her quiet curiosity, whether she will find it funny when the moving staircase shifts so as to separate us. There is loyalty, then, of the kind one learns in poor weather, the person who will sit in the drizzle and listen. I have never been particularly good at that sort of gift. My family expects grandeur and maneuver. Luna expects a hut the size of a teapot to make sense. Those are very different economies of expectation, and the choice between them feels, in some ways, the choice between what the world calls power and what I quietly wish to protect. I had been away from Hogwarts only a few days, and already troubles had multiplied, small things that would be innocuous on their own but, when placed side by side, create a pattern no one wants to name. A whisper in the library about books misplaced. A tapestry that refused to hang. Someone's owl being spooked by a mumbled omen tucked into feathers. Sabotage at the edges, the sort that does not shout but that nudges a world toward unease, like bees that leave after someone has taken the honey. The castle shivered. Patterns make a map. Prophecy makes one worse. Lucius wanted me to use my position to strengthen us, to be seen as supportive of those whose power his friends intend to regain. He imagines influence as a thing you can arrive at visibly, wearing the right robes and attending the right soirees. He does not understand that being chosen is not an appointment you can parley into a brochure. It is a pressure that changes the shape of you. Sometimes you swell to the occasion and sometimes you crack. I am not naive. I have been in Slytherin long enough to know how survival trade works. I am also beginning to learn how courage is paid for. There is a quiet courage that no headline will ever praise, the decision to be ordinary in your household while, in secret, working towards saving a place you love. It is not a very glamorous kind of rebellion. It has fewer fireworks and more lists and late-night spying. It involves sitting in a corridor and watching the painting of an aunt who used to have a deserved reputation for tyranny mutter to itself, then stepping around to the window to watch the road and imagining the moving staircases rearranging plans in the school. That evening I strolled in the gardens alone. Greystone's gardens are mathematic, clipped, ordered, not allowed to surprise. I walked anyway, as if one could develop a capacity for being surprised by regularity. The moon was honest and thin and made the topiaries look like people holding pens. It was quieter than Hogwarts at night, and this was the silence that made me restless. I had learned a castle sound too well, a bustle in the portrait galleries like a community that never quite rests, laughter that rolls late into the night, the clatter of the stairs that never truly go to sleep. Here, at home, everything was in its place, and the place would be judged by how well it hid the cracks. My mother found me there, beside a boxwood hedge trimmed to menace, and sat not far away on a stone bench. She has the habit of being practical when frightened, and it had her fingers busy, picking at her variegated scarf, thinking through what might be done. The concern that rests in her face is a different sort from my father's calculated imperatives. She is protective in a human, rather than a political, way. "How are you, really?" she asked. Not the public kind of "how are you," but the private one used by mothers and midwives. I looked at my reflection in the tiny pond and considered lying less carefully than my family would prefer. Her eyes are persuasive, they bend me so that I am more honest to things I have only allowed myself to look at in rooms that will not listen. "I am managing," I said, owing her the truth that doesn't break us. School is, as usual, complicated. It felt true and not true, all at once. She took my hand then, simply and without ceremony, and said, Promise me you'll be careful. Promise me you'll come to me if you feel pressured. We may not agree with everything, but we are yours." The words built a small bridge across the gulf between us. I could have stepped back toward what she wanted, a promise that would have been tax-deductible in their family. That was the shape of the life my father wanted me to lead. Instead, I held her hand and thought of the few people in the castle who would be harmed if I were to place my prospects in the open hands of the men who like to trade in futures. "Careful," I said, which is always a useful and ambiguous reply. My voice had exactly the right note of reassurance that will not go into details. "Careful," she repeated, and squeezed. I wanted to tell her everything. I wanted to tell her that the prophecy named me and that I feared the cost. But how do you tell the woman who kept you safe as a child that the safety of her heart will be threatened by the truth? It is the sort of honesty that would make a mother sharpen a blade and hand it to you. I did not want to frighten her. I did not want to let her become part of the calculations my father makes. I did not want her to be a pawn. So I said nothing. It was cowardly by some lights and merciful by others. For the both of us, it was enough for that moment that she believed I would be careful. At night I could not sleep. Greystone felt too neat and too judgmental for my half-sleeplessness. I lay awake, listening to the house breathe, thinking of the castle where the moving staircases would be rearranging themselves with the cheerful indifference of laundry. I thought about allies one builds. Some are obvious and noisy, some are quiet and strange. Luna was the latter. The portraits at home were the former. If the choice came down to a painted ancestor and a girl with a dreamy smile, my instincts had lately favored the latter. I had always been taught that a Malfoy thinks carefully about whom to trust. There are reputations that make a man safe and reputations which will destroy him if he trusts them wrong. I tried to apply that adage rigorously to the problem in my lap. Who would believe a Malfoy who said he was the key to a prophecy about the balance of a world? The answer, I discovered, was no one in my house with a vested interest. The answer in the castle might be different. The answer in the headmaster's rooms might be complicated. The answer in the black-hooded circles that prowl around our family's edges certainly would be dangerous. There is a peculiar loneliness to carrying a secret that affects many. It is not the romantic sort. It is more like being at a party and knowing the music will change soon, and that the way you dance now will determine where your feet will be tomorrow. You dance anyway because you must, because the music does not wait for you to consult the score. I danced the polite dances at Greystone: conversation, acknowledgement, charm. But under them I kept a different rhythm. It was the rhythm of footsteps in a corridor at midnight. It was the beat of whispering paper as I secreted the parchment away. I have grown used to holding two faces at once. The public one is practiced and fathomless. The private one is smaller and feels more honest. There is an odd comfort in telling yourself the truth alone. It is an arrangement as intimate as any confession. I tell myself I will not allow my family to make my choices for me. I tell myself that if the prophecy has chosen me, it will not also choose my family's ruin as a price. There are, of course, consequences to such an arrangement. Men like my father do not accept half answers indefinitely. He will want evidence of my loyalty. He will want the very assurances he believes may come from aligning fully with the men who seek to return. I understand him, and I wish, sometimes, I could tell him the truth and find in him the courage to stand aside. But Lucius is not shaped for that. He is shaped for winning, and in his language, winning sometimes requires you to sign small promises in ink that will later be called obligations. So I had to prepare, in secret, the means of supporting my own decisions. The school would be my theater. I would be present when things happened. I would learn where the saboteurs pried at seams. I would use the knowledge of the moving staircases and portrait alliances. I would accept that my father might be displeased. I would accept, perhaps, the worst he might do. But we are not immortal, least of all those who play for things they barely understand. Before I left for the castle I took one small, defiant thing from Greystone, a locket that belonged to my grandmother. It hangs on a chain and contains, in an old enough photograph, a face that has never been my favorite, a woman who relied on propriety above all else. I did not take the locket to be sentimental. I took it because no one would suspect a boy with such a thing to be more than he looks, and because it fits in a pocket where papers can hide. Under that photograph I placed the parchment the way one places an ember inside a coal, safe for now, but ready to burn if thrown into the wrong hands. The choice felt absurdly small and strangely decisive. A locket is an ordinary thing, it is not a sword. The decisions are made of ordinary things. They are made by the choices you tuck into your pockets before anyone sees you leave. I closed the locket, pinned it under my shirt so my stomach knotted at the weight as if courage were a heavy coin, and went to bed. Greystone did its best to make me complacent. It failed. I have never been complacent about my love for the castle, that is the quietly dangerous thing. It will become more dangerous, too, as whispers become deeds. I cannot be both the obedient son my parents imagine and the covert protector I am becoming. It is an arithmetic that does not divide evenly. The next morning I stood by the window and watched the road that leads away from the house. The carriage lay ready, horses impatient like all creatures trained for service. My parents came to the door, their faces adjusted for the public performance they were to make in the village. Lucius' eyes caught mine with a question that was half advice, half claim, and Narcissa kissed the top of my head in that way that mothers have for sons who remain their heart. "Be safe," she said again. He did not speak. He did not have to. I should have given him the assurance he expected. I smile, in that practiced manner, and step into the carriage. The ride back to the castle is not quiet. Horses low in their impatience, the road passing like a procession of small, indifferent witnesses. I sit looking out as the world shifts and think of the choices that have to be made. If I am to be the thing that paper says I am, I will have to do it without my father's full blessing. I may even, in the worst of times, become opposed to him. I weigh that like a coin I have always been taught to cherish. I also think of Luna, and the way her letters have begun to feel like a small geography of solace. I will see her. I will see the portrait gossip and the stairs and the library, but also her. I will go back and try to make sense of the whispering omens before the larger, louder men decide to do it for us. I do not know whether this will be enough. I do not know whether the men who want to buy power with our name will be satisfied by my discretion. All I know is that leaving now without deciding is itself a decision I cannot abide. On the road, the locket's small weight sits against my chest like a contained argument. It is absurd, perhaps, to believe that a piece of metal can protect a world. But sometimes small defiance is the safest armor you have. Sometimes it is the thing you keep in your pocket as a reminder of the person you wish to be, not the person the world insists you are. The castle appears on the horizon like an idea taking shape, tall, idiosyncratic, full of people who will only partly agree with me. I straighten my robes, fix the pale smile that will serve the politics for a few days yet, and allow myself, for a brief and dangerous moment, to imagine protecting it with the quiet, stubborn ardor of someone who has learned to love a place because it loved him, in its odd, disordered way, first. There will be conversations I cannot avoid. There will be votes of confidence and whispers of suspicion and men who will try to turn my name into a weapon. There will be a moment, sooner than I like, when I will have to decide whose safety I value more than my title. I do not like that arithmetic. I am, after all, a Malfoy. We prefer sums that add up to profit. But late that afternoon, as the castle drew nearer and the moving staircases shifted like an internal clockwork, I found, under my shirt, the locket hard and true. I imagined feeling it against my heart on those nights when I would be forced to act. I imagined the moment when I would have to stand publicly on an idea that might ruin everything else I had been taught to care for. It seemed less impossible when I thought of Luna's small steady voice and the portraits who would grudgingly admit that sometimes, even a Malfoy could surprise them. I had always been good at keeping secrets. I had always been very good at pretending. Now the secret had teeth. Now it had consequences. Now it would demand risk. I looked at the castle and felt, for the first time in a long while, the precise shape of a vow forming behind my ribs. When the carriage rolled through the gates and the castle's silhouette resolved into familiar stone and a dozen windows lit like watchful eyes, I understood that whatever my father expected of me, whatever bargains were offered and threats master's advice, I would have to choose the way forward by myself. I stepped down from the carriage, smoothed my robes, and forced the practiced smile into place. The portraits swiveled to study me, their painted eyes curious and slightly scandalized. I returned their scrutiny with a small, private grin. Back then, a portrait in the hallway asked in a voice that sounded like stale tea steeped too long. It was the sort of question that has been asked of children in our family for generations, a test to see if one is the same as before. The painted woman expected me to reply with the usual rehearsed lines about advancement, opportunities, allegiances. "I'm back," I said instead, and the single word felt, absurdly, like the beginning of a sentence I had not yet learned how to finish. They will expect many things of me. They will expect a Slytherin to rejoice at the return, an heir to support the household, a boy to be servile. They will not expect the quiet plans I have folded in a locket and the cautious, stubborn courage that has begun to feel like a second heart. I walked into the castle, into the warm, complicated noise of the place I had chosen to protect, and without anyone seeing me do it, I closed a door behind me on grey stone and its endless calculus. The world beyond awaited with its whispers and its omens and its dangerous, necessary choices. One of these nights, I thought as I moved toward the portrait of the fat lady, who, predictably, had something opinionated to say about the weather, I will have to decide whose safety is more important, the one who shares my blood or the one who shares my breakfast table. I would rather not choose. But then, I have never been particularly fond of being handed comfortable options. My hand touched the locket through the fabric of my shirt. It was simple and heavy and fiercely private. I felt it, like a compass. The castle hummed. The staircases argued. The portraits kept secrets. Outside the windows the world pressed its own expectations against us like a crowd at a performance. I had been chosen. I would not allow that choice to be turned into a ledger entry that calculated our family's safety at the price of everyone else's. I would not announce it. I would not bargain with it. I would learn to be brave in a manner that suited me, quietly, cleverly, with odd friends and late nights in the library. I stepped into the common room where shadows gathered and whispered like old gossip. Somewhere, perhaps in an empty corridor or behind a tapestry, Luna would be thinking of the next curious detail. If the prophecy wanted a hero, it would have a peculiar one, pale, polite, and stubborn enough to hide the truth in a locket. I had many small wars to fight before anyone could say which side I was on. The staircase up to the dormitories protested petulantly as I climbed, and when a portrait asked what business I had been attending to at Greystone, I answered in the only way I could that did not commit me to a future I had not yet chosen. I came home for a visit, I said, and the lie was both comfortable and revolutionary. It left everything open. Later that night, under the cathedral of the ceiling and the friendly murmur of the portrait gallery, I would begin to plan. I would write letters in a careful code. I would watch the patterns of the sabotage. I would go to the places that remember, the room of requirement and the telescope room and the portrait galleries. I would speak to those who listen in different ways, an odd girl who believes in strange things, a headmaster who reads prophesies like maps, and a potions master whose face keeps secrets the way all the best keepers do. There will be more conversations with my parents. There will be small battles in the drawing rooms of comfortable men. There will be whispers about allegiance and photographs placed on mantelpieces like threats. For now, the locket is warm against my heart. For now, the castle is my chosen theater. For now, I have decided to go back and find out exactly what the prophecy will demand of me before anyone else can claim it in my name. I will protect Hogwarts, even if it means destroying Greystone's neat arithmetic. The thought did not feel noble so much as inevitable. Once you love a place you will go to any length to keep it, even lengths the men of power find inconvenient. I walked further into the castle, the portraits opening and closing like shutters, and for the first time in a very long while I felt the fulcrum of my life tilt. It was as lovely as it was dangerous. Chapter 11, The Slytherin Face. The face I show the world is a thing of craft. It sits easily on my features as if it were carved for them, pale, composed, a little amused. The smile is neat and small. The cold light in my eyes is a measured thing. People think a face like that is merely inherited, the Malfoy look, perfect bone, immaculate hair, a certain practiced disdain. They do not see the hours of practice, the way I tilt my chin at just the right angle so my jaw looks indifferent instead of trembling. They do not see the careful exclusion of any tremor in the voice when I laugh. They do not hear what I whisper into pillows. At breakfast I am Slytherin easy. I glide into the common room and let conversation spill into the corners I have already claimed. I let the others assume I intend to dominate, because it is easier for them to fear me than to ask questions. A sharp compliment about someone's sudden change of fashion. A remark about poor taste that draws a laugh. Curling a mouth in faint surprise, as if the offer of loyalty would be comic if it hadn't already been so frequented. Scorn has its satisfactions. It is quick to deploy. It makes people back away. It keeps prying hands from the real things, prophesies, loyalties, trembling choices, that live beneath my ribs. At night I speak quietly into a pillow and make plans for small acts of courage. Spoken aloud in the dark, they sound ridiculous. Spoken aloud in the dark, they make me breathe. Hold this portrait open for the next student to slip past. Unloosen that stare on a night it tries to trap more than it should. Replace the potion bottle you suspect of smelling wrong with a harmless imitation. A dozen tiny things that do not look heroic on parchment, but that add up if you commit to them enough times. The pillow absorbs my voice and the fear and the stubbornness. The pillow does not answer. Luna would say it listens in its own way. The campaign of whispers and broken things at Hogwarts has sharpened the castle's attention until the very stones seem to hold their breath. Portraits gossip and snip, the moving staircases shuffle secrets like cards, someone or something leaves omens in the breadbasket and in the practice quills. People look for grand signs, broken windows, blood-smeared messages, but most of the sabotage has been subtle, as if the perpetrator delights in the small and the furtive. A charm here, an image obscured there, a torch that sputters out and leaves a corridor tasting of iron. It is easier to unsettle a school with little lies than with a single loud truth. Fear multiplies where explanation does not. I am careful to let people attribute this to the usual causes. Overexcited fifth years, misfired prank spells, grudges between houses. It is amazing what an apologetic shrug will do. Teachers, for their part, huddle with faces long and grave and consult parchments. Dumbledore moves like thought given form, slow and inexorable, as if he were cataloguing a larger pattern on the back of his mind, and Snape watches with the same tight-lipped attention he gives a poorly brewed potion. No one points directly at me. It would be the most delicious thing for some of them, and that is precisely why it will not happen. People like to see the enemy neatly wrapped in a name they have always suspected. I have been the convenient label for a surprisingly long list of misfortunes. There are many who would like nothing better than to pin this one to my lapel and walk away with a sigh. What they do not know is worse than what I have done. They do not know that a parchment, yellow-stained and folded into half a dozen secret places in the Malfoy library, there's a sentence that hums like a tuning fork when I pass my fingers across it. I discovered it 3 summers ago, tucked inside an old ledger my father had kept. It was written in a hand that leaned away from me as if embarrassed to make a claim, and yet it is the sort of thing that has the power to make people cease to breed, a prophecy steeped in half-syllables and half-truths. Its meaning is slippery. People look for iron certainty and usually miss the nuance. The prophecy named me. Or perhaps it named the idea of me. Or perhaps, I cannot be certain even when the words are beside me, it meant someone like me, a boy born under certain conditions, with certain possibilities. I keep it folded and pressed flat beneath a false-bottom drawer in my desk. I have not told anyone. The knowledge is a weight that can either wither or sharpen you. I have tried both. Sometimes I let it sit where it is and allow myself the luxury of sneering at the world, because pretending to be flippant keeps one from being tender. Other nights I lay awake and plan small interventions, a ward on a statue that has been whispering false directions, a whisper of charm under the fat lady's portrait to steady the lock on particularly windy nights. Courage, in my experience, often looks like someone who has nothing left to lose deciding they will do the thing that is properly small. It does not need a sword. It needs a willing finger placed on the right switch. The message came in the kind of envelope that warns you before you read it. Summer at Greystone had felt like an exercise in keeping my face as flawless as any of my family's heirlooms. Lucius had been both more proud and more wary than usual. The visitors to the house had an edge to them, as if the wines they brought could not sweeten the fact that conversation always bent toward the larger picture. My father has a habit of placing things in your path as a test. He will set a chess piece and watch you make your move. I think it is because a man who has spent his life counting advantage fears being the one to make a mistake. The envelope was heavy, made of a rough paper that the Malfoys had not used for years. It smelled faintly of tobacco and cold iron. There was no wax seal, there was no signature. Inside was a single scrap of parchment, folded so it would easily slip into a pocket, with words written in a hand like a thin knife. It read of rewards and consequences. Of a position to be claimed. Of a power that could be his if he would only bend, commit, deliver, a list like a sugar and arsenic-laden cake. The alternative, they explained with charming frankness, would be a ruin personal enough to hurt the family name. They mentioned things that made my stomach hollow, names of acquaintances that had been too curious, small family embarrassments dredged up to keep me pliant. Threats so familiar in their logic that they had the comfort of predictability. The badness was not in the unfamiliarity but in the efficiency. I did not show it to my father. I burned it, carefully, out of a single disdainful impulse, not to deny him the knowledge but to test how he would react if no one had made a move. He noticed, later, that I had been quieter than usual and made some remark about my mind. I smiled like I always do and said the right thing. Children of politics learn early that your expression is always a signal and must always be controlled. Yield and you will be given a place, the scrap had said. Refuse and you will be taught what happens to those who disappoint. Such offers have the beauty of a trap. Everything appears as ease if you do not examine the underside. Everything promises comfort if you are willing to sell your soul for it. I have watched men, grown, sensible men, men who owned houses and titles and reputations, take that bait. They believed in their capacity to manage the strings once they had control. It is astonishing what people convince themselves of when the price is offered in the currency of gain. My first thought, as the ash cooled, was not of accepting or refusing. It was of Hogwarts. Of the portraits that had been whispering about this year's omens. There is a certain arrogance to the idea that destiny can be bought. There is also a practical arithmetic one learns when living with men who traffic in leverage. Sometimes you can take the money and then find a way to turn the weapon used to threaten you against those who would use it. I could have chosen very different games. I could easily have become what the letter wanted, an obedient, polished puppet, offering my face and my name in exchange for protection and power. The advantages were obvious. Wealth and status do not evaporate with the sort of choices demanded by people who think themselves indispensable. I could have promised cooperation, fed the Death Eaters tidings they wanted, and pretended to be more eager than I felt. The thing that stopped me was the thought of the smallest students. Those kids who carried their lunch with such fierce hope that you could almost taste their faith, fourth years with knobby knees and new broomsticks who misread every look as approval, the Gryffindor brat who insisted on cleaning out the owlery for sport. I am not as cruel as my reputation, however it suits me publicly. In secret there are limits I will not cross. So I burned the note. I kept the ash saw in my hands for a few minutes because holding something that had been meant to terrify me and then reducing it to dust felt like a minor victory. But paper ash is not power. Ash can be blown away. Real threats have other dimensions. The scrap had come with a side issue. Lucius had been summoned for a meeting that smelled of old politics and older fear. Mother had been more wrung with worry than at any dinner I could remember. Power, once suggested, creates obligations. The more you are offered, the more the world expects you to be ready to grasp at whatever it provides. It was around this time that Luna Lovegood began to occupy a pocket of my days. That sounds oddly formal, as if I am speaking of a coin or of a spare key, but it is the most honest way to say it. I had always seen Luna in the periphery, an odd-feathered thing in the air, carrying an expression that was not quite laughter and not quite sorrow. She spoke as if the universe had the kind of conversation that most people only pretend to have with the weather. I thought her harmless the first dozen times I noticed her. After that, harmless as a wild river, not opposed to anything, but capable of shaping rock without seeming to. The first time we had a moment alone was not because fate was particularly dramatic. I was on the third landing, checking another stair that had been behaving like a clever hedgehog, prickly, uncertain, apt to shift, when she appeared at the top of the short flight and regarded me with the kind of steady attention that makes you feel as if someone is reading the label on your coat and cataloguing what they find there. "You're thinking about something," she said. It was not a question. That, perhaps, was what unsettled me. People do not generally announce you are thinking. They prefer to find adverbs for your mood or gossip about the weather. "All sorts of things," I muttered, because it was my reflex to be slippery. "Doesn't suit you," she pronounced, and that earned a retort from me on the spot. I had no right to be cross, for she had not meant anything unkind. But there is a small, private part of me that resents being seen when I do not wish to be. "It's called concern," I offered, a touch acidic. "I find it becomes tedious if it's on display." She considered my face, the way the light caught the pale of my cheekbones. There are people who look at you as if they're taking a photograph, and Luna looks at you as if she is trying to keep the memory in case you needed it later. "Are you worn into the right sort of shape for it?" she asked, and then added, as if to reassure me, "You can copy my radial method if you like. It helps when you need to match things together that don't seem to go with each other." "Your radial method?" I laughed. Luna nods as if the phrase is as common as turnip soup. "Yes. Sometimes you make a center and then you put thoughts around it until they make a pattern," she said. "Like when I make a radish necklace." It sounds odd when you say it quickly. I had to stop myself from smiling too much, because I know how looks travel. The Slytherin standard is never to allow warmth to show, but there was a small pleasure in the absurdity. I found myself explaining the staircase's quirk to her, and she listened as if this were a story she had been waiting for. That evening, she left a small note under my portrait rail. It was the sort of thing that smelled faintly of mint and of being made with sincere hands. On it she had written, in her slanted, deliberate hand, practical observations about the moving stairs, and a suggestion for a charm that would mitigate the way certain steps preferred to rearrange those who relied upon them. It is hard to put into language how much steadiness there is in a person who does not flinch from hardness. Where others try to fix things by force, Luna seemed to offer calm. Where my days had become a collection of injurious possibilities, she planted small anchors, a recommended charm here, a quiet encouragement there. She believed, not in some brazen way that demanded a lot of other people, but in the possibility that a person who wants to do the right thing probably could, if given a hand. There is a kind of faith that does not require belief in prophecy to be useful, rather, it trusts in the courage of ordinary things. I started to confide in her in small degrees. Not about the prophecy itself, there are truths that kill with the wrong exposure, but about what it felt like to live under pressure and to make a face and pretend. She had a way of hearing me without turning me into an object of pity. Her questions were sideways, always passing around the real thing till I offered it willingly as if handing over a coin to a bird rather than being robbed at dagger point. When I told her about the scrap of parchment that had made me feel like I was being measured by a ruler I could not see, she only nodded. "Will it be kind?" she asked, as if the morality of a prophecy were more important than which house it intended to favor. "Prophecies are careless in their kindness," I replied. "They leave too much room for interpretation and for other people's ambitions. They are like those pieces of parchment we used to draw school maps on when we thought we were explorers. Always tearing when you need them whole." She tilted her head. "Then don't let them be whole. You can fold the paper many times. That is precisely the sort of thing that sounds absurd until you realize it has teeth. You can fold a prophecy out of the bright center of itself by refusing to let others read it for you. You can keep the meaning private and, in doing so, keep it less useful to the men who would use it for their own strengthening." The more I spent time in Luna's company, the more I began to like the idea of being seen without the need to be explained. She refused, politely, relentlessly, to take my public face at face value. She would say blunt things and make me laugh, and there are very few things I permit to make me laugh these days. There is a paradoxical luxury in the idea that someone might offer you a mirror that does not break your reflection. We made a small arrangement. I would continue to be Slytherin E's in public, because there are advantages to being expected to perform. In return, Luna would meet me where the castle was most honest, at the edges. At the room of requirement, when it offered itself, at the top of the astronomy tower when the weather was indifferent, and in the hallways at 3 in the morning when students who think themselves brave trip over truth and unread warnings. There are fewer watchers at those hours and several practical advantages, fewer witnesses to misunderstand my actions, and more opportunities to make corrections before anyone noticed. It is a curious thing, to be both hunted and a hunter. The Death Eater message hung in my head like a fever. It told me plainly that if I chose the offered route I would be given reward. Rewards breed expectations. In my family, expectation is a currency heavier than coin. People call you more than they look at you. My father called me in once in the summer and, over wine that tasted like a climate earlier than ours, told me in a tone that was part instruction and part calculation about what the family might require. He believed in the old alignments, in debt and return and honorable sacrifice. I admired that about him, and it made me angrier. There are times when one admires the structure of something and still refuses to be part of it. There was a practical decision I had to make, and I recognized the truth of what Snape used to say about want and will, that choice itself is the only true spell. You can be a figurehead or you can be the person who quietly adjusts the levers. I could answer those who threatened me with an outward bend and pretend I was dutiful. I could feed them gossip, steer suspicion away from them, move a few chess pieces. Or I could find other ways to keep the school safe while I undermined the incentives that had been offered. That would require taking risk upon risk, and in my family we've learned that risk often looks foolish until it becomes essential. What I chose, so far as choosing is possible in the breathless pause between fists and resolution, was to use my face without compromising my acts. The pale smile would stay. The scorn, the quip, the insult when it suited me, the solitary laugh at lunch, all of these superficial allurances would remain. But at night I would become someone who left wards in unlikely places and unstitched traps before they could be sewn into a student's life. I would be quietly contrarian and dangerously helpful. A Slytherin with a penchant for small heroics, perhaps it was the strangest camouflage of all, but it felt right. There have been nights I have crept into corridors in borrowed robes and set charms so precise that a portrait would not shift its mouth into gossip. Once I finished the left-hand corner of the third-floor passage and found the portrait of a long-dead headmaster arguing with a house elf about the placement of a carpet. Portraits are troublemakers when they believe themselves the conductors of history. Conversations with them are like trying to get information from a very particular sort of shopkeeper. You must flatter enough not to incur offense, and you must listen harder than you speak. They give clues, sometimes intentionally, sometimes because they forget who they are speaking in front of. I had the habit of leaving small nicked coins beside certain portraits. A petty superstition, perhaps, an attempt to buy them the inclination to be useful rather than malevolent. Works often enough. It is amazing what the right bribe will do to opinion. The room of requirement does not like being ordered about. It offers itself when you need, not when you command, and even then it keeps a secretiveness that would chafe a general. The first time I found a version of it useful it was doing the kind of tidy, efficient business it does best, a narrow little workshop for someone who needed to prepare small wards and decoys. I work better alone. There is less risk of performance. There are fewer feints to keep. There is an irony to performing one's defiance in dark corridors. When you are a Malfoy it is expected you will stand for particular things. When you do otherwise, people point at you for being inconsistent. Consistency, in social terms, is often mistaken for integrity. It is not. I wanted, desperately and quietly, to be more complex than that. I wanted to be allowed to be both pale and burning. To be both beautiful in the sense my mother likes and dangerous in the sense that some people respect, and tender in a way I had not the license to show. Luna is part of that tenderness. She knows how to say small truths that cut clean. There was a night when I had been particularly clumsy in public, a quarrel with a Gryffindor who, despite himself, had asked too many questions about a student's disappearance, a public thing that I had responded to with a joke too sharp and too cruel. I felt it the way one feels the sting of having one's reflection warped in a funhouse mirror, all surface, no depth. Later, when my laugh had dried to dust, I climbed to the astronomy tower. The sky was a theater of indifferent stars, and the telescope was a world I can look through and not be looked at through. She joined me without so much as a knock. She came with a blanket tucked under one arm and two mugs clinking like small bells. We sat in companionable silence and watched for a while. The telescope has a way of putting your troubles at a distance, or making them tiny, ambiguous, the way mountains look like cats from a certain hill. I told her of the scrap, of the envelope, of the threat that smelled of iron and of politics. I told her my plan in pieces, like a map with missing squares. "You will be careful," she said, simple enough. "I must be," I answered. "You should hold a paper crane," she said next. "They keep trouble in the folds. They are polite trouble, they don't bite." I laughed then, because life had been so heavy that a paper crane seemed almost holy. "Where do you find the things you say?" I asked her. "In oddments," she replied. "In the margins. Sometimes I think the world is mostly margins and people pretend the center matters more. When people are unkind about Luna, they call her dreamy. They mean she is not diligent in the ways of others. I prefer to think her attentions are given away from what everyone expects, to invisible machinery, to odd truths, to the margins where the castle speaks without the pomp of assembly. She reads things sideways. She believes in the power of tiny acts, like folding paper into shapes of birds, like leaving a small charm in a pocket, like asking you directly if you intend to be kinder to yourself. It is the kind of wisdom that does not have a fanfare. I do not know what I will be when this is over. The prophecy sits like a thing I have not yet had to wear. I have sketched possibilities in my head, a leader, a martyr, a puppet. None of them have been flattering. None of them have made me want to be anything other than some sort of better version of myself. I live in a house where loyalty is a currency, and yet there are loyalties I cannot sell. There are moments I will not trade for safety. In the end, not being able to persuade your father or your house into your choices is part of adolescence, perhaps. In my case, adolescence is gilded and performed in public. There are more complicated costs to pay. The security in status has its friction. There are nights when men I ought to respect come to talk with father, and their questions are like sharpened sticks. They test my mettle and see where I break. They speak of futures with me in the center as if I were an object moved upon their chessboard. They imagine me obedient, pliant, malleable. They do not know the stubbornness of quiet courage. They assume that a face like mine is merely the right kind of mask. They do not know how, beneath the mask, I practice. There are small things that have begun to gather around me like a clandestine household. First years who have been picked on once or twice and learn to nod in fearful ways. A Hufflepuff who leaves notes in the library's margins with precisely the kind of empathy you would not expect. Luna, who misplaces evidence on purpose so that I can step in and set it straight without having to make a grand speech. An unexpected friend among the portraits, who forgets he is a portrait and tells me secrets I can then bury. The more I protect, the more people find reasons to trust me in tiny ways. Trust starts as a rumor and becomes a rope. This is dangerous. It is also, unexpectedly, warm. The more I do these things, the less the prophecy feels like a neat and dreadful blade and more like a challenge I have to fulfill on my terms. There is an odd bravery in deciding that you will be useful in quiet ways rather than dramatic ones. Dramatic acts feed the papers and the portraits, quiet ones save a child. I have told myself that I will continue this way until the forces that would bend me either tire or reveal themselves. There is hubris in that, of course. Men who traffic in threat do not sit politely and wait to be tired. But there are times when the natural order of people works in surprising favor, when someone writes a threatening note and burns it, thinking they have accomplished fear, when someone else thinks you will fall into their hands because you are a convenient prize, when you have more courage than they expected. Courage, like the face I wear, can be cultivated and practiced. You learn to stand a little straighter. You learn to let your lips curve without showing the tremor inside. I have a meeting in a few days. Not the sort of formal audience that sits beneath a chandelier and counts the room like a tally, but something smaller, a kind of negotiation in a place where shadows have voices. They have asked for an audience. They expect obedience. They expect to be offered a performance. They believe they hold my strings. I have been rehearsing my reply like a child practicing an instrument. There are notes that will make them approve and notes that will make them furious. I have chosen the notes I will play, not because I am clever, though I prefer to think I am, but because I have had enough time to notice how their music tastes develop. They want ritual, submission, the face of a boy who will be used. They will not be satisfied with poetic refusals. I will not give them what they expect. Instead, I will smile and I will answer in a manner that leaves them with something else entirely to contemplate. Luna says that sometimes you can change a song by playing a different chord under it. The idea itself is compelling. It is also, in its way, subversive. There are ways to redirect the interest of men who believe themselves irresistible. There are ways to trade what they want for what they can never name. So I will go to the meeting. I will sit in a room that smells faintly of smoke and ambition. I will wear the face they expect, because a good costume makes both spy and theatre delight. I will not be obedient. I will be something else. The castle waits with the patience of old stone. The portraits will titter and the staircases will shift and the room of requirement will decide whether to be helpful or mysterious. The night I leave for that meeting I fold a paper crane and tuck it beneath my pillow. The thought feels too small to be brave, and too brave to be dismissed. It is nothing more, in the eyes of most, than a child's talisman. In my pocket it is a reminder. In the morning I will take a train and a carriage and a path that leads back to the familiar rooms of grey stone. In the afternoon I will kneel, bow, answer questions I had not expected to hear, and perhaps make promises I will not intend to keep. At night I will come back to Hogwarts and find the place I have shifted kept safe for someone not yet ready to fight. Perhaps at some point the prophecy will demand to be fulfilled. Perhaps it will fold away into ash and leave me with a taste of victory I had not expected. Either way, a choice will be asked of me. I am practiced in the pale smile. I have learned to hold it so that it cuts as effectively as the sharpest blade. But there are nights when the castle listens and the stars are steady and a voice in my head says I should be something more, that I allow myself to feel the flinch behind the mask. I speak the plans into my pillow until the shapes make sense. I touch the ash from the letter as if it were a talisman against the future. I breathe, and I remember that courage is not always thunder. Sometimes it is the quiet turning of a hand to do a small, necessary thing. When I stand at the threshold of that meeting, I will have not only my family name polished to perfection but also a few others' futures in my pocket, the face of a first year who still believes wizards must be good, the laughter of a friend who is not yet weary, Luna's curious confidence that complexity can be a virtue. If I am to be the sort of person the prophecy thinks I might be, I will be that by choice rather than by contract. There is an old portrait in the corridor that once told me, without malice, that the castle keeps the score differently from men. Stone forgets the coin, it declared once when I had asked it for advice, and I carry the phrase with me like a little coin. Stone will remember loyalty, it will not be bought. The men outside our walls do not understand that. They will expect me to choose at the meeting. They will expect me to bend. They will expect the usual answer. They will expect the nice, obedient boy with the pale smile. I will not disappoint them in manner. I will disappoint them in content. I will answer in a way they have not prepared for. And when they leave, believing they have stitched me to their pattern, they will not know I have already begun to unpick the seam. It would be convenient to believe I have all the answers. I do not. I have the face and a stubbornness I did not know I possessed and an unlikely friend who folds paper cranes. That will have to be enough for now. Tomorrow I will meet them. Tonight I will place the small crane under my pillow and make one more plan of small bravery, which is to say one more act that will not make the papers but may keep someone safe. If that feels like a small destiny, perhaps destiny is not always grand. Sometimes it is merely the good decision made again and again until it becomes inevitable. I smooth my tie, fold my hands, set the pale smile. The castle breathes around me like an audience waiting for the conductor's baton. I do not intend to disappoint it. Chapter 12. Patterns and Parchments. It is a peculiar thing to practice being easy when everything inside you is tightening like a corset. There are smiles that become armor, introductions practiced until they slide into place without thought. I had learned to make my pale smile the sort of thing that reassured parents in the drawing rooms at Greystone and irritated prefects in the corridors of Hogwarts in equal measure. It kept questions at bay. It kept hands from gripping my sleeve to test for a pulse. It was very useful for a student who had, privately and against the usual order of things, inherited a destiny that sounded better on parchment than it felt in the chest. The castle, at the moment, liked to cough under its breath. Bits of masonry shifted where they should not, a chandelier would arrive in a corridor that had been firmly a cul-de-sac the previous week, portraits cleared their throats more often and in stranger keys. At supper the other night the roast had gone cold in the center of the table, as if some gargantuan hand had missed the central mark. Little things. Whispering omens is what the younger girls in Hufflepuff called them, and superstition has a way of setting quicker than logic when you are sitting beneath banners and candles. Hermione Granger noticed patterns. That was hardly news. She had a way of making mischief look like a miracle and tidy chaos as neatly as one presses a book back into a shelf. But whatever hub her curiosity came from this term, it had tightened in on the castle records. The portraits keep their own accounts, as any sensible person knows, but there are also ledgers in the headmaster's office and a curious assortment of notes scrawled by moving staircases that end up, somehow, in the library. Hermione had reached them all inside a week. She did not make a show of it. She never does. Her hands did not twitch with triumph, her voice did not sharpen with the pleasure of being first. She let me find her crouched among a pile of ledgers near the restricted stacks, a battered quill in hand and a crease between her brows that, when I knew her well enough to see it clearly, actually made her face look younger. Papers pooled around her like small, tired waves. "You look like someone who's read too many apologies," I said, because one of the old habits I did allow myself was to be witty in the right company. She glanced up, and for a second I forgot how dangerous it was to be disarmed by amusement. There are few people who can read me with the casual, slightly flustered directness of Hermione Granger. Everyone else sees the clothes, the hair, the silver cane I carry in a pocket when I am feeling particularly old-fashioned. Hermione sees the intervals, the pause between one polite remark and the next, the place where I would prefer to be anywhere but discussing ledgers. "It's a pattern," she said, blunt as always. Incidents. Missed classes, rearranged towers, portraits refusing to open to certain corridors. The language is different, some call it an omen, some call it sabotage, but the timing, the dates, they line up. Someone is orchestrating it. I leaned back on my heel, feeling the cold of the stone bleed up through my soles. I could have congratulated her for noticing. It would have been a decent thing. Instead I said, someone with a very modern sense of theatre. Hermione's eyes flicked to me like a sparrow to a scrap of bread. In a quieter life I would say she was suspicious, but she was not that. Suspicion is thinner. This was the look of a person preparing to hunt a problem with no pleasure in the chase. "It's not random," she continued. "And the books mention a recurrence. The same phrase keeps appearing in different voices." She tapped a scrap of parchment. The letters were cramped and dark, as if whoever had written them had shrunk from their own words. Cold laughter, I don't like the adjective, but it appears 3 times. A hand that points and does not heal, twice. The portraits attribute these to different causes, curse, prank, poor stewardship, but the dates overlap. She set the quill down. Someone is making the castle do it. The smallest, safest thing in those words would have been a denial. There were miles of ways I could have answered without lying, to be online with indifference, to shrug and say the castle is old, to offer to help as a spectator. I did none of them. Instead I let that pale smile do the diplomacy and said, "That sounds dreadfully organizational. I can recommend a very good house elf for paperwork." Harry Potter and Ron Weasley had appeared, as if summoned by the mention of my name. It is a curious feature of being at Hogwarts that one never quite escapes one's old history, even if one is trying, carefully, to make a new one. Harry's face had the polite absence of a person not wishing to be unkind. Ron's did not. He looked like a guardian who had been interrupted mid-pace. "Did you say something about Malfoy?" Ron asked. His voice had the slight squeak it had kept since he was young. It ran like a chord beneath whatever he was saying. Harry looked at me, eyes narrowed in a way that had become habitual between us. They did not need a shared look. They had, quite clearly, decided we were suspect. The students of Gryffindor, by necessity of their books and banners and history, are trained in the economy of suspicion. Harry learns fast, because suspicion keeps people alive. Ron learns faster, because suspicion protects mates. I practiced the smile until it could have been used for a portrait. Not in the slightest. We were discussing ledgers and theatre. Hermione thinks the moving staircases are on strike. Ron's shoulders dropped a fraction, Harry's eyes did not. There is a difference between not blaming you and not believing you. Both are an unwelcome thing when you carry a secret as cumbersome as mine. Hermione set a piece of paper between us. She did not look at me while she did it. She never looked for drama. Her voice was methodical. These incidents happened near Slytherin entrances and the lesser corridor. Portraits that face the wing record the interruptions most often. There's also a note in one of the old ledgers, dated back before you were born, about an odd recurrence during storms. I thought coincidence, until the dates lined up with the other lists. I don't know what to do with it yet. I thought you might, if only because you know the castle better than most of us. It was, on the face of it, an audacious request. Cheating my knowledge like that was either bravery or a misstep. She might as well have offered me a torch. But the truth is that knowledge that was tethered to me by house and habit lived quite differently than knowledge that belonged to others. I am, by training and nature, a Slytherin who keeps his cards to his chest. Hermione asking me felt like someone asking a cat to roll over. I glanced at the scrap again. The phrases were vague, anyone might see a pattern with enough eyes. The portraits are, in their own way, the most honest creatures in the castle. They remember because they do not forget. If 3 or 4 of them decide that something is wrong, then something is wrong. If those somethings all cluster in one place, then that place is a map. And if it's not one of our students, Harry said quietly, we should put it to Dumbledore. Hermione's mouth pressed tight. We will. But I thought we ought not to be the very last to notice. There it was, the consideration that makes and breaks alliances. They argued for the sensible route. I allowed my smile to smooth. There is always a polite version of bravery and a blunt one. Hermione practiced the first. Harry and Ron, true to their upbringing, were the second. Between them and Dumbledore, and between Dumbledore and the ledgers, there would be questions. Questions breed places where a secret like mine can slip out. That evening, portraits were unusually chatty. They were not malicious in it, more like people who have something on their minds and wish to set it humming across the walls. The fat lady, who presides over the Gryffindor entrance with a heat that is mostly vanity and jam, muttered something about young men who like to make the castle cough and refuse to elaborate when asked by a passing prefect. The old head of the history gallery, who had been painted during a time when long sleeves were a necessity, offered a half-verse about prophesies being forced like a ladle into soup. At dinner, talk skipped around the great hall like impatient beans. Slytherins kept their own counsel, which is to say they spoke little but sharpened their looks. There were other things on the table besides roast. Rumors, nicked from corridors and broom closets, were handed over with bread. Lucius Malfoy's letters had arrived at home. They are never merely notes of gratitude. There were signs in the carriage of that, an extra crease in the leather, a scent of lavender that masks other things. I folded the letter and slid it into my pocket like a dangerous coin. It made my fingers tremble slightly. I practiced a smile in the reflection of the window until my face felt two-pronged. That night, the castle seemed to gather itself into a single deep breath. The moving staircases, which are often the world's most efficient rumor conduits, had rearranged so that the west wing required a patient route of glances and apologies. The corridors smelled faintly of old chalk and something floral, an odd perfume that was not worn by any student. I found Mooncalf and Professor Sprout's portraits chattering in the greenhouse corridor. They reported, in botanical metaphors, a list of broken pots and misplaced seeds that had nothing to do with their usual repertoire. The grey lady sighed in the portrait gallery with the tired patience of someone who has seen too many people go missing. Even the bloody Baron, who speaks in silences, shifted enough for me to notice the chain on his arm clink. It had the quality of an intricate hand rehearsing a step over and over, until the step became a litany and the litany a message. I kept the scrap Hermione had shown me in my pocket, because the weight of a suspicion is sometimes less fearful than the knowledge hung up in words. Knowing would give movement to the fear. Not knowing curls it away like a sleeping thing. And yet, there are things a castle will not allow to be folded forever. The room of requirement, that curious heartbeat of passages and answers, tweeted at me like a bird aware of weather. I had used it once before this term, under circumstances I have no desire to repeat in public writing. It remembers, too. It knows what is searched for, perhaps better than the seeker ever does. I should have perhaps left it alone. Pride, and the urge to be useful in a way that was not merely a polished smile, led me to its threshold. I paced 3 times along a corridor that had no interest in being found, thinking not of prophecy but of practicalities. Where would one hide a set of ledgers if one wanted to hamper the headmaster from tracking habitation? The room answered by opening a door that smelled faintly of rosemary and old paper. Inside, the room had crowded itself with a small, loyal library of things people had needed over the centuries. There were trunks that had been left there by former students who called themselves needing, there were maps with more ink on them than sense, and there was, tucked against a shelf, a small scrap of vellum that did not belong to any book I had seen before. It was not large, merely a ribbon of words that had been torn from a longer piece. But sometimes prophecy is like a map burned at the edges, a fragment is all one needs to begin to understand. There was a single line, careful and cruelly bright, that suggested a direction rather than a destination. It was not even a direct naming. It said, in a script that thrilled the back of my neck, that an answer would be born with silvered lineage, holding a laugh like winter, given to stand alone when storms decide to claim their own. The rest had been burned away neatly, like someone had taken scissors to certainty. I did not laugh. My mouth remained, professionally, at half-mouth. The words did what words do, they rearranged the room. A laugh like winter sat like an echo in my throat. Silvered lineage is a phrase that tacks too well to my name to feel like anything else. It did not prove anything. It did not demand belief. But it placed a small, sharp hand on my shoulder. There are small, secret loyalties in this world that do not wear colors. Luna Lovegood, who is, formally speaking, a Ravenclaw and in practice someone who seems to see the world as if it were a book you can tear into shapes, drifted into my life at its oddest hours. She has a steady, strange intelligence that does not assert, it floats. Once, in an exchange of corridors and small talk, she had given me a look like a lighthouse, calm, concerned, and inexplicably patient. It had been so helpful that I felt foolish afterwards. On the night I found the scrap, she was sitting on a windowsill over the lake, watching the surface catch moonlight as if it were gossip. Her radish-colored hair hung loose, haloed by silver light. She turned when I approached without the suddenness most people have when they are surprised. "You looked like you were carrying something," she observed. She did not ask permission to sit, Luna never did. Her presence was not intrusive, it merely rearranged space. "It is easier to carry things if you believe no one will look," I said. She blinked. "Some things want to be found. They move in the dark, looking for who will listen. I think the castle likes to practice being strange. It is good at it." She smiled at that, like someone tasting a joke the castle had made. "You like it?" There was curiosity in my voice that had less to do with the scrap and more with the fact that someone so obviously unbothered by status had chosen to befriend a student like me. "I do," she said. "It keeps things interesting." Her gaze, honest and small, found mine. "And sometimes the things practicing being strange are asking for help." I thought of Hermione's ledgers and the weight in Ron's shoulders. I thought of the paper biting me inside of my pocket like a secret nail. I thought, disagreeably, of my father's voice folded into the lines of that letter. I felt like a puppet split between 1,000 strings. You should not tell them everything, Luna said, softly. Some answers are like a seed. They'll grow better if you keep them in your mouth for a while. The instinctive thing would have been to push the thought away and to keep the scar of the scrap between my ribs. Luna's counsel was small, but it fit like a coin where a hole might have been. It did not absolve me. It did make the hiding easier to carry. In the days that followed, the story of the castle's cough grew like a fungus, soft and inevitable. The professors convened in low voices that made the portraits flatter. Snape slithered through the staff room with a new sort of precision. Dumbledore, watching the ledgers and being, as he always is, careful with worry, invited Hermione to his office with the sort of politeness that means the headmaster is both curious and armed with several questions. I saw her leave the office with a scroll tucked under her arm, and the look on her face that followed was not one of completion. It was the face of someone who has found a smaller mystery inside a larger one. The next day, Snape called me to his dungeon. When Severus Snape tells you to come to him, it is not, generally, for compliments. I went, because sometimes one pays attention to the dark corridors that prefer one's name. Miss Granger has been thorough, he said without preface, slotted between bottles in a rank that smelled of iron and time. He gave the room an assessment as if it were a potion ingredient and I was to be told which mode to take. I did admire her diligence, I said. I allowed myself a certain lightness. It is an odd thing to cultivate, to present as the sort of person who takes life like a jest. It helps. People relax. People let you hold the dangerous things. You have an interest in the castle's activities, Snape continued. There was no accusation in it, merely a bearing of what he considered fact. You are not the only Slytherin of interest. That was true. It was also a sentence that covertly sang to my heart. Snape is one who hears the language of names with more than ordinary attention. The way he said interest made me aware, suddenly and acutely, that my inheritance was not merely a subject for family discourse but a note in a wider song. I shall help where I can, I said. Discretion is my hobby. He smiled. It was not a friendly smile, it was the smile of a man who knows the price of rubbing salt into a wound. Regardless, he inclined his head. Good. There are rumors the prophecy was consulted long before we arrived. Be careful whose ears you lend your patience to. There it was. The prophecy. The single word that hangs about in the private air of the castle like a moth. It had been part of my life before I knew it. Once fulfilled, it might either cut me free or bind me wholly to the cords of expectation. It was both a gift and a chain. Outside the dungeon, the staircases waved their old arms. House ghosts drifted in their accustomed manner and sighed like draughts. The castle remembers, and it keeps memory with the same fashionably careless cruelty as a collector who cannot resist a newly gleaming object. The smart thing would have been to step back, let the headmaster and the professors arrange their propriety, and keep my life neat. But impatience, perhaps ego, perhaps the small itch to be useful without needing to be told, pulled me into the mess. Hermione wanted the problem visible. She kept saying the word a pattern like a charm. Harry and Ron, though bristly in public, were strangely private guardians. They watched me as if I might break if looked at too hard. The pressure of their gaze is a thing that can hammer iron into a shape. It made me want to be normal for their sake. It made me resent the sense that my life was a ledger of obligations beyond the usual adolescent sorts. So I did what one does when stuck between loyalties and needing to appear light. I made plans that were petty and brave in equal quantities. I sought out small truths, little tests you can hide in the pocket of your uniform. I consulted a portrait that seldom speaks to young men and another that refuses to look at Slytherin banners. I used the room of requirement for a second time and found traces of footprints that were not human, small, too even for house elves, and varnished with a dust that glittered faintly like ground mica. There is a strange arts and crafts quality to spying when it is done by someone properly trained. You look for what does not belong. Professions teach you what is natural. A painting of the Duke of Swords might under regular circumstances have no reason to include a particular brooch. If it does, it is noteworthy. The portraits had begun to include such details without consent. Hermione's pattern began to feel less like a theory and more like a map. The little phrases, cold laughter, a pointing hand, a refusal to heal, were picking out corridors and evenings and rooms. They circled my house and crossed the lake. They brushed, with thin fingers, the Malfoy name. It is an unlovable thing, believing that you might be the shape in a prophecy. The vanity and dread curled together. People imagine grandeur in the notion. I felt fatter with responsibility than with accolade. There is nothing heroic in wanting to be good at what you are terrible at, being trusted. I wanted them to trust me. I wanted them to believe me when I said I would do the right thing. Yet how does one ask to be trusted while wearing the skin of an adversary drawn by blood and old habits? Book learning suggested strategy. Slytherins teach the practical arts of concealment with the same casual efficiency we use to brush bread crumbs off a table. I picked among alliances. Luna, in her offhand way, proved the most reliable harbor. She has the odd habit of believing things before anyone has had a chance to disbelieve them. It is a rare and terrible gift. She will look at you, unembarrassed, and see the truth of the curve of your mouth. She does not flinch from what it promises. What will you do? She asked me once, looking at the lake. Most people hide behind a list of enemies, I said. I liked the bluntness of the reply. I attempt to make my enemies unnecessary. She laughed, a small sound that had no cruel edge. A noble attempt. You're very good at pretending. Maybe if you practice being honest, you'd find it less dull. There is a final cruelty to buttering toast in the middle of a storm. The moment you spread the butter, everything hinges. Secrets are like that. Once you agree to carry one, you are obliged to walk with it to the edges of whatever fate you prefer to call generous. I had been elected, in small votes and grander mandates, to carry a secret that made the castle vigilant. Hermione's pattern threatened to bring the professors into the light where the prophecy lay blurred and unhelpful under layers of interpretation. Snape had warned me. Dumbledore had not. My father had most certainly sent an owl whose folded paper said something about loyalty and measured action. The walls were full of listening rooms and old paint. They would remember any slip. The next morning a notice in the Great Hall announced that heads of houses would meet to discuss castle security. The phrase was deliberately vague, deliberately public. It served to placate parents and widen the net. In the small elegy of being watched, public measures are a kind of theatre meant to reassure. Hermione nodded at me as if to say, good. She will make a problem visible whether or not I like the light it draws. Harry and Ron took their place in the hall like shadow teens, protective and uncertain. They spoke to me, in a kind of language that is partly friendship and partly accusation, about keeping counsel with the professors. Harry's eyes were a pleasant, desperate thing. He wanted to believe in me because to believe is to build alliances, and alliances are the most practical form of courage. Ron was more direct. He told me, in a way that should have offended and instead warned some foolish corner, that if I betrayed them he'd never forgive me. It is remarkable how much comfort there is in the indignation of youth. People who will one day run the ministry or the Muggle office swore oaths in the Great Hall like boys who do not yet know what oath costs. I smiled along with them because it felt, for a moment, like being ordinary. By afternoon the library air had thickened with the weight of things half remembered. Hermione had gone back to her ledgers. I drifted toward the restricted section with the casualness of someone who has always been allowed to think. The restricted section is a cruelty dressed as an indulgence. The sign over its door reads like a dare. One does not enter a place that is named for what it withholds, because whatever is withheld usually does not like to be boxed in. I did not mean to find anything that afternoon. I meant only to look for marginalia, for hints left by students who had been cleverer than their teachers. What I found instead was a parchment wrapped around a small, silver thimble. It was an incongruous thing, tucked between spines of biographies and the occasional book on weather. Someone had been careful enough to stow it where only a persistent idea would find it. The parchment was not a prophecy. No, we had enough of those. It was a letter, smelling faintly of lavender and authority, addressed to the student who will bear the name uncertain. The author, someone who wrote with a hand I recognized as belonging to an older mind, spoke in kindness and in caution. It said, plainly, that prophecies had a bad habit of being misread when they were trod upon by politics. You will always remember, I think, the exact moment you decide whether to trust someone with the truth. It is less dramatic than fiction, it is a corridor and a daylight dividing, and your hands go cold as you slide a paper into an inner pocket. I tucked the letter into the pocket of my robes because the course of things had taught me to be slow. The door to the restricted section opened and Professor Dumbledore stood there, arms folded under his robes like someone who wore secrets for warmth. He did not look surprised to find me. He merely said, quietly, "Mr. Malfoy." "I was looking for obscure marginalia," I said, which was ludicrous and transparent and, frankly, expected of me. Dumbledore smiled, that slow, small smile that makes you feel like you are being forgiven for something you have not yet done. "You have a way of finding what the castle would rather hide," he said. It was a compliment wrapped in fatigue. "An improving habit," I offered. I felt the weight of the letter like a second heart. Dumbledore's gaze did not flick to my pocket, he did not need to. He knows the castle in the way a man knows the back of his hand, and pockets are no secret to someone who spends his life reading the dispositions of people. "We will be careful," he said at last. "When things are stirred, they often spill. The important part is deciding what to save." It is a curious mercy to have the headmaster say such things. The unspoken part is the Hobbesian truth in his voice. When prophecy is uncovered, men choose sides. The Malfoy name is not neutral in those choices. I thought of my mother's face and the quiet lines that defend her against worry. I thought of my father's expectations, with the sort of certainty that convinces people to believe their own narratives. Walking past the lake that evening, I folded the scrap of vellum and the small letter together. They fit like two halves of a coin slightly bent. The moon made the water silver in the way the castle likes to show off its illusions. I sat on the bank and felt the air as if it were an ally. There are moments when one realizes that the future, very often, demands a present one did not plan for. The castle's cough had spread a sort of thin panic. Hermione was right, to make the problem visible was a sensible, practical thing. Harry and Ron were right, people will not be appeased by polite smiles alone. And I, if I am to be honest with myself, which is a rare exercise, am right to fear the shape that the prophecy will take in the hearts of men. I tightened my cloak. The paper burned lightly against my leg. If the rest of the prophecy had existed intact, I might have felt differently. As it was, fragments are dangerous, because fragments invite interpretation. Someone is making the corridors sing with their mischief. Someone has gathered phrases and placed them like breadcrumbs along the halls. Hermione will chase the pattern to the end. Harry and Ron will stand in the doorway with the sort of loyalty that makes fists. Snape will keep his eyes on me like a ledger checking for balance. Dumbledore will watch the whole thing as if seeing through a telescope. And in the middle of it all, on a day like any other, I felt the weight of the choice I had been taught to avoid. To tell them the whole truth would be to change everything about how they saw me. To not tell them would be to make myself complicit in whatever came next. I folded the scrap tighter and let the moon do what it does best, show things as they are, not as we might like them to be. There was a small shuffling at my side and I turned to find Luna, who had, somehow, followed without the dramatics of the rest. "You'll tell them when you are ready," she said. She did not ask permission and she did not advise. She merely sat and watched the water. "When I am ready," I agreed. The words tasted like a promise and a lie. She tapped the scrap I held as if it were an instrument. "The castle likes to be helped," she observed. "You can hold a secret, if it helps. But secrets do not like being kept alone." Her remark was not a demand. It was not even a comfort. It was merely an observation from someone who keeps her eyes on things other people call weather and finds maps in them. I folded the scrap into my pocket and watched the moon slide its first quiet teeth into the lake. Tomorrow there would be ledgers, and meeting rooms, and an increase in the sort of polite fear that ripples across the castle when adults begin to whisper. Hermione would pursue her pattern, Harry and Ron would set their jaws and make plans, the professors would gather interpretations like weapons. I would keep my smile polished and my answers measured. I would, like anyone with a dangerous coin in their pocket, practice the old art of being believed. But as I walked back to the Slytherin common room, the paper against my thigh, I felt the shape of a decision tightening like the band of an old crown. It is one thing to be chosen, it is another to be trusted with the weight of saving people who will not necessarily forgive the hand that holds them in the first place. At the top of the stairs, a portrait that had been painted in the reign of a lord who liked to carry a small dog in his sleeve cleared its throat and said, in a voice that was neither cruel nor kind, "We shall be watching." I smiled, which was, perhaps, a reflex. The smile had now, in truth, become both a mask and a signal. I would keep it. But the scrap in my pocket burned like a promise, and the castle did not like promises that are kept alone. Chapter 13, Scrying by Moonlight. The corridor was colder than I'd expected, though that ought not to have surprised me. Hogwarts stores winters like memories, each stone folding a new chill into its grain. I had come out because the common room felt too small with all those polite smiles and sharper glances. There are only so many pale smiles a person can exchange before they start to feel like a uniform, a costume one wears to keep prying hands away from the real shape beneath. I took my cloak and walked until the tapestries thinned and the portraits spoke in muffled gossip. I found a ledge beneath a painting of a duke who looked permanently bored and sat down. Luna appeared as though the corridor had been waiting politely and decided to introduce itself. She carried in both hands a small contraption swaddled in a tea towel that might once have been printed with drawings of butterbeer mugs. It looked absurd even from 3 paces, a glass sphere set into a ring of braided wire and leather, the whole thing mounted on a crooked wooden stand that had once belonged to a broom handle. A strip of faded ribbon dangled from one side as if for luck. Asking the castle is a bit like asking someone with a map to show you the way but not to read you the names, Luna said, settling opposite me. There was nothing theatrical in the way she spoke, only the simple matter-of-factness that made even the most improbable things sound plausible. "This is called a looking globe," she added. "It used to belong to my father's friend who collected things that sound as if they ought to do more than they do. But if you let it, it does other things." I ought to have laughed. Instead, I found my mouth betraying me by going quiet. There are many things in life that are ridiculous and dangerous at the same time. There are also quite a few that amuse you into putting down your armor. Luna's looking globe was the sort of thing you wanted to scoff at precisely so you could watch what it did to your expression when it worked. She set it on the ledge between us and brushed dust from the glass with the back of her hand. "It doesn't give answers," she said. "Only impressions. Things you might be thinking you're seeing because you want to. Better than that, it's like the castle's ears, but kinda." Her eyes met mine. There was no insistence. She didn't press. "Hold still. Breathe like a rabbit, not like a dragon." I would not have believed the last 2 sentences would reduce me to following instructions, yet I did. The stone beneath me was ancient and cool. I became aware of the way the breath left me in soft puffs that blurred on the air. I watched the globe as if it were some small planet, polished and quiet. The glass seemed to drink the light rather than reflect it. For a few heartbeats nothing happened except for the portraits arguing about supper and a cold wind that found its way through a crack. Then the glass fogged, subtly, like breathing on a looking glass. A smear of grey slipped across the surface, and then, as if a hand were drawing it aside, something else slid into being, less a picture than the sense of one. It was not a clearness I could have sketched with ink, it was a mood, a half-memory. I felt it before I recognized it, the smell of sea salt and wood polish, the press of my mother's hands when she tucked my hair behind my ear the way she used to when I was small enough to sit on her lap without anything sharp getting between us. She hummed under her breath in that particular way she did when patching a tear. The image held for a second, then softened. "You see what I mean," Luna said. Her voice had that lulling quality I'd noticed before. She spoke as if she were telling an extremely good secret that could do no harm, only correct things. "Impressions first. Not facts. That way you can keep more than one possibility in your pocket." It would have been easy, simpler by far, to say I did not care for such devices. That was who I had been taught to be, unimpressed, immaculately unaffected, master of the faint smile that suggested superior knowledge. In that moment, with the glass cooling against the pads of my fingers and my mother's invisible humming threading through the stone, my armor slipped. "Show me something nice then," I said, and the humor in my voice was the kind that suspected it would be swallowed. The globe answered with something small and foolish and very, very kind. A corridor I knew, its tapestries hung slightly askew, its torches guttering in the same lazy rhythm they always did, filled the glass. At its far end a door was open and through it came laughter, not loud but bright as a dropped coin. Children were in it, though the faces that came into being were smudged with the same vagueness as a coin rubbed between thumb and forefinger. They were arranging chairs in a circle, setting out a mismatched array of cushions and blankets as if making a nest. Someone set a teapot down, steam feathered up and dissolved into silver. I felt something like pain in my chest at the sight. It was not mine, properly. It belonged to the idea of belonging, of being in a place where you could make such small acts without thinking they would be catalogued and used against you. It was astonishing how a globe of glass could make that ache look like hope. "We're making our own lodgings," Luna observed. "For people who prefer not to be noticed. Or for people who get tired of being noticed in the wrong ways." I should have been amused. I should at least have raised a hand to refute the suggestion that I, Draco Malfoy, would ever be found in a secret nest of lost and found sorts. Instead I leaned forward without meaning to, the globe trembling slightly. The images must have known it, for they curved with my muscles. The teapot tilted. Steam drifted like a shy animal. "Imagine it is a room in the room of requirement," Luna continued. "Only it doesn't have to be quite the room you imagine. Rooms sometimes make their own ideas." She said everything as if it were unsentimental, and in so doing made sentiment safe. She had that odd talent for taking the dangerous parts of a conversation and smoothing them like bandages. It made my chest fold in different places, like being praised by a portrait, improbable, flattered, uneasy. "Is it safe?" I asked, because sometimes the blunt question is the most useful. The rest of my sentences like to dress up, but not that one. "Only as safe as anything at Hogwarts in a year with whispering omens," she replied. "But safer than pretending everything is the same." We watched the globe trade slices of images. A portrait that had once been famous for its fondness for dueling offered an elaborate bow and then yawned. A sullen stare creaked into a new position and the sky beyond a window went from distant summer to hard winter. The glasses showed me snippets of things I hadn't thought to hope for. A pair of hands sewing a torn prefect badge back together, a boy with uncertain teeth laughing at something that could have been a joke about a snake and then immediately looking ashamed at laughing. I recognized the shape of his jaw even blurred. The globe, I realized, could give me memories I hadn't been allowed to own. "Don't look for proof," Luna murmured when I almost asked for too much. "Impressions hold feelings, and feelings are better to guide you than names." Her words were less lesson and more lighthouse. I thought of the prophecy that had lodged in me like a needle under skin, precise words wrapped in shadowy potential, handed around by people who had ambitions for them. They treated it like a metal tool to be hammered one way or another. It had been placed at my door like a parcel that demanded I be grateful. I had plucked at its string for fear someone else would take it away. The globe refused to reduce things to metallic certainty. It offered instead a weather of possibilities, each soft-edged. "Show me something I can do," I whispered. Some nights the weight of other people's expectations feels less like a mantle and more like a hand closing around your throat. The stone felt patient beneath me. The portraits murmured politely and then fell silent as if they, too, were listening. The glass murmured back. An image arrived, a hand, mine perhaps, perhaps not, idly sliding a drawer closed. Inside the drawer was a small, ordinary thing, a box of matches from the kitchens, the sort of thing any house might keep. Another hand reached and picked the matches up and then put them into a cloak pocket. The act was unremarkable. It could be nothing more than a child playing at being small lodgers. And yet something in the globe's light made the gesture steady and dignified. The hand that took the matches put them into a small leather case, and then, more quietly, into someone else's hand across a table. Luna watched me as if reading something important out loud, and for once I allowed her to do it. A small thing done for another is a very good beginning. She made it sound elegant. It felt more urgent than elegant. The sentencing powers of the people who thought the prophecy was a declaration had trained me to imagine the only way to change things was with dramatic acts, duels, grand betrayals, eloquent speeches, showy things that leave blood on the pavement. But the globe suggested a different arithmetic, that a late hour, a shared cloak, a cup of tea proffered when someone's teeth were chattering could alter the sum in ways large hands never noticed. I wanted then to ask about danger, to ask if the little acts would be enough against a darkness that kept asking for allegiances the way a taxman asks for debts. I did not get the words out. The corridor took a breath as if the castle itself were listening. Above us, a staircase shifted with a sound like old wood finding itself again. "Do you ever show things that frighten you?" Luna asked, as if continuing a previous sentence. The glass obliged, a smear of shadow passed over the image. A name hissed through my mind, heavy, suited in gloves, and the impression of a mask. I felt rather than saw the long reach of a group that liked certainty and punishments, a web that had been stitched to fit old loyalties and new ambitions. The globe did not show me details, it gave me the cool notion of a hand being offered and a hand being closed. In the shadow there was also the imprint of whispering in corridors, of parchment slid under doors, of people who counted others as investments. I felt the old reflex tighten, the careful smile, the easy cruelty rehearsed for use if necessary. It had kept me safe for much of my life. Luna watched me as if she could name the change as it happened, and naming makes it smaller. "You are a chosen," she said simply, which is not the way most people say it aloud. They make a drama of it, as if the phrase were a stage direction. She said it as if it were a description, practical and unadorned. Lots of people are chosen for many things. Some want to be chosen for the wrong things. That is ordinary. "It's not ordinary," I said. The words came out thin. I had spent so long convincing myself a prophecy was a thing to be managed, like a ledger, the proposition that it might be as human as a choice felt like an insult, and a balm. "It is when you look at it the right way," she replied. "A map with paths you make as you walk. Not the sort of map that ties you down." She tilted her head, and for a moment the corridor felt like a place of conspirators rather than a stretch of stone. "You can choose what is most useful. You can choose who to be." There was a pause. The globe hummed in a faint voice that might have been wind or only the sound of glass cooling. I thought of my father's hands, long, practiced at folding, of the way he had taught me to hide all weak spots. I thought of my mother, of the way she mended rather than tore. I recognized, with a clarity that made my throat ache, that my parents had given me different sorts of courage to model my life upon. One required adherence to a line, the other required stubborn acts of preservation. I realized at once that I did not want the life my father's allies had written out for me on their paper, that the life my mother offered, small, careful, might be something truer, if less grand. "Do you think Dumbledore knows how to read these?" I asked, because it was safer to ask about other people and their uses of power. "I think he knows how to listen," Luna said. "Listening is different. Listening keeps secrets as if they were birds." She smiled, and it made her entire face seem to rearrange like a puzzle solving itself. "He keeps a lot of birds." We sat like that a while. The globe showed us soft things and sharp things in alternation, students arranging blankets, Snape in the potions dungeon, the astronomy tower catching moonlight like a net. Once an image of the great hall appeared, and in the glass the long tables were set out for a feast that wasn't quite a feast. People sat opposite one another with strained politeness, a silver dish of roast vegetables was carried past but nobody reached for it. It smelled a little of fear. The globe did not judge, it only let the taste linger. "Do you ever look in it for yourself?" I asked finally. There was an almost childish need in the question. For most of my life mirrors had been instruments of the world, used to check hair, to ensure the right face was presented. A future mirror terrified me because it might betray me. The globe shimmered, and I saw myself. Not the statue of pale, cool cunning I had practiced in reflections and rehearsed answers. Rather, I saw myself as a man in an unremarkable cloak, standing in a doorway. My hair was still silver, but the line of my shoulders was softer. My face was tired, but my eyes were not hunted, they looked small and steady in the glass. A hand reached out and took someone else's hand. The person another, only a hint of hair, a small habit of blinking, gave me a smile the globe softened into something like a gift. I felt shame near the ribs because it was, against expectation, a very domestic picture. A cloak folded, a tea poured, 2 coats hung on a single peg. Luna's fingers brushed mine as she reached for the globe to steady it. The touch was nothing and everything, grounding, a slight electric. It shows the little things, she said. Little things matter. I am not used to little things, I whispered. The admission surprised me more than any confession I had ever made in front of a portrait. No, she agreed with gentle accuracy, you have been practiced at being big. But being chosen is not necessarily for big things alone. Sometimes the task is to make the small things steady. The phrase lodged. For long years I had treated myself as if I were a weapon, polished, pointed, to be pointed by others. The prospect of being chosen to make small things steady sounded almost holy in its humility. It gave me a kind of dignity I had not realized I wanted. The globe darkened then, the images melting like candles into smoke. For a moment the glass was black as a pond at midnight. I felt a coldness descend that had less to do with air and more to do with timing, as if someone in the castle had turned the hourglass over. The portraits all at once became more verbose, and a step sounded on the stair above. Someone patrols late, Luna observed. She did not startle. No one believed in patrols like I did. I had been raised believing the sound of footsteps was a herald and the presence of boots a danger that required immediate repositioning. It was odd not to make a reflex of assuming the worst. We set the globe back in its towel and wrapped it again. Luna tucked the ribbon into her sleeve as if it were a talisman. Thank you, I said, which by my standards was almost a confession. It contained more than politeness, it contained the sort of gratitude that felt like a small debt owed to the world. Luna nodded with her slow, considered movements. Good, she said. You should take the times it gives you like seeds. Plant them carefully. Seeds, I repeated. The word was ridiculous and important both. I pictured tiny hands in soil, pieces of the castle I could tend. We stayed there until the first hints of dawn began to press against the far windows. The portrait started to fuss about the hours, and somewhere a house elf dropped a tray with the clatter that means breakfast is imminent. The globe sat wrapped on the ledge between us, small and ridiculous and slightly warm from our breath. Will you show me this again? I asked, the question wrapped in a softer tone than I would have imagined saying to anyone not named Narcissa. Yes, Luna said. If it will help. She turned and gave me a curious look. You do know why you need to be slow with it, don't you? If you only use predictions, people make ladders with them. Ladders don't always hold. What do you think the narrative will build into? I asked, more to test my voice against hers than from a hope of any sensible answer. She had a way of making the tragic seem terribly manageable. She considered. People like simple stories. Houses like simple stories. The castle likes complicated ones. That's why it changes the stairs. That answer, strange as it might have seemed, made me laugh. It was exactly the kind of non-answer that left a space for me to move in. Laughter, I noticed, loosened something else in me. The edges of my caution softened and I felt, absurdly, younger. The warmth of humor is a small burn. It leaves a person able to go on. When I walked back into the common room, carrying the neat bundle like contraband, my smile had changed. It was still a small act of armor, neat, pale, slithering, but there was a softness to it now. Small things, murmured the globe. Seeds. A hand decently offered and perhaps received. Later, long after the globe had been put away, when Lucius asked leaden questions about interviews and allegiances and what it meant to be useful to certain parties, I found my voice. I didn't declaim or argue, but I told a truth that was true even if it was not the whole truth. I would do what was necessary for the family, but I shall not be ordered into acts that make me a stranger to myself. Necessary, he said, teeth like a snarl that had been taught to look like a useful expression. You must be wise. People will want certainty. I will be careful, I said. I thought of matches tucked into leather cases, of a hand slipping an extra cloak into another's grip. I thought of small acts as stitches in a garment that might cover an entire school one day. He watched me as a man watches a chessboard, and I understood how little he might imagine the kind of choice I was learning. The only way to surprise him was to keep surprising myself. For the rest of the week the globe came to inhabit my thoughts. It slotted itself into pockets where books used to be, between the lines of potions and the dry geometry of tactical alliances. It made me notice small things, a house elf's careful bend when no one watched, a first year's nervous clutch of a trunk, the way a portrait frowned and then laid down to sleep. I caught myself once in the midst of a common room conversation, saying something absurdly ordinary to someone who had hoped for a cutting remark, and receiving instead a look of curiosity. It felt exactly as the globe had hinted, small acts altering the grain of the day. 2 weeks later I found Luna again in a place where the castle's memory seems particularly porous, a corridor lined with portraits of people whose opinions of the present ranged from indifferent to scolding. She was feeding crumbs to a pair of tiny silver moths that only she could see. The globe was in her pockets, wrapped as always, and the ribbon had been replaced with a strip of mismatched lace. "Have you shown it to anyone else?" I asked, and before she could answer I added, "Other than me?" "Yes," she said. "People who needed to know they might be something different from the stories told about them." She did not sound proud. She said it like a woman who had helped a nestling find its wings. "It helps them be the people they wish they were." "You make it sound like magic," I told her, but there was a warmth in the words I had not meant to share. For once I did not care if I sounded small. "It helps to imagine," she said. "That is all any tool does." Her head tilted. "Also, it listens best when you're quiet." I understood. In a way I understood the mechanics of a potion at a glance. It was not that people couldn't be forced into the shape of a single story, only that forcing them was a blunt instrument compared to letting the story unfold by small choices. A whole life could be modified by private things, amphorae of small deeds that, when stacked, bore the weight of something larger. "Do you think I'm any good at it?" I asked suddenly, the question sharp and ridiculous in the way only real fear can be. She looked at the question as if it were a particularly interesting insect. "You are practiced at freezing," she said. "But people can learn to thaw. It takes someone to keep them warm." I felt my throat clench. If there had been a time an answer like that might have killed me with a ridiculous pride, that time had passed. Instead I made a decision, not some heroic deed announced to the rooftops, but a private bending. I would keep my hands busy with practical, quiet things. I would not let my name be used like a coin. I would not let prophecy narrow the number of paths. If that required pretending to be other than who I was in public, so be it. I would be cunning, yes, but cunning for preservation, not for profit. If I could learn to minister the small things with a Malfoy's precision, then perhaps I could alter the larger fabric by refusing to let it unpick itself. "Teach me," I said, before I could think better of the vulnerability. It was the sort of request I would have scorned months ago. Now it felt necessary. "Teach me how to listen." Luna nodded, as if she had expected nothing less. "We will need the globe for the tricky parts," she said. "And patience. And good tea." She produced from somewhere a strip of lemon cake I am sure she had nowhere to keep. She offered me a piece, which I accepted like a treaty. When I walked back to the Slytherin dungeon that evening, my steps felt less rehearsed, as if I had been granted the freedom to misstep on purpose. Someone, an ordinary boy from our house with hair too fair and a laugh that always started in his nose, threw an arm around my shoulders as we passed the common room entrance. "Decided to take the world on?" he asked in a sort of voice that was both curious and ready to mock. "Not yet," I said, "but I am learning the art of small explosions." The remark earned me a look that was part disbelief and part grudging amusement. I left the scene with a lightness the globe had not promised me, but which it had foreshadowed, that humor has its own gravity. That night, when I lay awake and listened to the castle breathe, I could feel the thread of smallness in my hand like a rope. The knowledge of being chosen still sat there as sharp and present like the point of a quill, but now it was one element among many. In the dark, I let my mind wander to the images in the globe, the teapot, the hand with the matches, the two hands meeting at a door. I imagined them arranged like stepping stones across a river too wide for one man to cross. It would not be heroism sung in halls, it would be the patient work of many people, each doing what small things they could. The moon slipped past a window and painted a white stripe across my bed. I thought of the week ahead, more interviews, more careful conversations with guests my father would invite to the manor, more whispers that traveled like drafts through the school. I also thought, with an odd stubbornness, of a pair of hands tucking a cloak around the shivering shoulders. It was not a grand image. It felt like a promise. The globe had not shown me a final answer. It had shown me impressions that were kinder than I would have believed possible. It had given me the sight to see small acts as defiance and care as courage. Above all, it had, through Luna's steady and disarming manner, given me something I had never been taught to treasure, a person who would watch the future with me and, more importantly, hold to me while I learned to find the courage in doing the smallest things well. When the first faint clatter of an early patrol echoed through the dungeons in the morning, I pulled my cloak around my shoulders and found, as if I had left it there overnight, a strip of lace tucked into the inside seam, a warmth against the ribs. I smiled, pale and honest this time. The castle woke up to its 1,000 problems and politics, to its whispering omens and fevered charts of prophecies. I had not solved any of it. But as I walked to the window to watch the dawn bleed across the turrets, I felt a different kind of weight in my pocket, not a prophecy like an immutable law, but a small, ordinary compass. It would not tell me what must happen, it would only remind me of what I would make happen. The stairs creaked and shifted as if in time with my resolution. I felt my name like a coin warming in my hand, but now it was not a currency to be traded. It was a coin to be spent on the small things that keep people safe. And the thought, simple and daring in its humility, made me want to head back to that cold corridor and unwrap the globe again, to let it wobble in our hands and speak in impressions. If the future wanted to be cruel, we would meet it with a pocket of kind things. Outside, the castle breathed a long, patient exhale. Inside, someone began to sing under their breath, an old tune about brave things, and smaller ones, the sort of song that threads a school together. I sat down by the window and watched the sky gray into morning. My fingers found the lace in my pocket and I kept them there, learning a new sort of courage by shaping my fist around the smallest available thing. When the portrait of the Duke behind me began its sleepy commentary on the state of breakfast pastries, I turned and, for once, did not answer with a cutting remark. I smiled, quietly. The future was not a single blade, it was a garden of small choices. I would begin to tend it, and perhaps, in time, the garden would be wide enough for more than me to find shelter. Chapter 14, Snape's Long Watch. Severus Snape watched me the way a man reads a manuscript through smoke, slow, patient, and with an eye that doesn't so much see as sort the letters into accusation and exoneration before he bothers to speak. There are faces that announce dislike with raw clarity, there are others that hide it in a slow, polite business. Snape's dislike was the latter, elegant, economical, and terribly useful when it decided to translate itself into protection. I ought to have resented it. Pride, after all, is a full-time occupation in certain families, and I have practiced mine until it fits me like a second skin. But there is a particular kind of trouble that wears a professor's sneer like armor and uses it to shield you from far worse instruments. That kind of trouble breeds a gratitude as awkward as a privet hedge trimmed by a hand used to other gardens. I felt that gratitude along the spine, where a boy would normally expect chill and saw only the tremor of a blade. It began with small things. Not the heroic rescues of songs or the dramatic removals of curses one reads about in the papers, but details so minor they were almost polite, a prefect's report filed late and consequently ignored, a search of my dormitory delayed until after midnight, when witnesses were themselves in bed, an ancient bit of gossip in the portraits pricked and redirected by a remark from the fat lady, suddenly more interested in a scandal from the 70s than in the present. When you are trying to keep a secret as awkward as being the one a prophecy like the look of, small delays are everything. They let you thread out of a knot without the whole tapestry noticing. I learned to watch the way people bent to protect. My mother could tell white lies the way others breathe. Father bought friends and favors like one buys new silverware, with an eye to display. Dumbledore wrapped the school in the soft protection of rules and misdirection. He preferred to keep things in neat parcels and to let only the necessary people find the ribbon. McGonagall would stand like a granite wall and choose who might smash their head against it. Snape, however, worked in shadow and sarcasm. His blade, when it arrived, was wrapped with a sneer and a stare cold enough to scrub the paint off your pride. There are reasons adults bend for others. They are not always the reasons you expect. Sometimes it is guilt, sometimes it is politics, sometimes it is old debts or promised favors written in a hand you have never seen. Snape's reasons were unreadable to me at first because they did not map to the maps I had been given. The ones from home had roads that ended in estates and clubrooms. The city's ley lines of power in our world ran through money and names, not through classrooms or potion cupboards. For the first time since I had set foot at Hogwarts, I was learning that there were other maps. The first night I noticed Snape's watch for what it might mean. I had been tripping over 1,000 small missteps. The corridor outside potions had smelled of vinegar and a dozen bruised herbs. I had been returning to the Slytherin dungeons later than I should have been, having lingered in a library with a copy of the school newspaper and a desire to know what people were saying about the latest round of sabotage. The Hollow Feast 2 days earlier had been odd, candles that guttered with no draught, puddles of ink on the staff table, the portraits whispering about black feathers. The castle had been restless, and restlessness makes for small, stupid mistakes. I rounded the corner near the portraits and nearly collided with him. He was there like frost, leaning in the shadow of the doorway, robes hanging in a way that made him more a silhouette than a man. No surprise, I should have known his schedule. Yet the effect was the same. My stomach tightened, and I felt the reflex to pretend purpose. Children of certain houses are very good at pretending. "Out after hours," he said, and the words were a scalpel. He never needed to shout. The echo of his voice was sufficient to call up prefects and house ghosts. I braced myself for the kind of dressing down that snaps a boy clean. It came, of course, a sneer, the implication that I had been wasting the staff's time, hints that a single false step might cost me more than a detention. Then, with the same economy he used to dress scorn, he added, "Return to your common room by the quickest passage." There it was. The directive that saved me from being marched to 10 different doors for questioning. He could have called for prefects, rattled the portrait register, been the sort of teacher who built noise and consequences. Instead he manufactured a tiny commandment, enough to keep me moving, enough to let a night pass in which no one pried too closely at the library records, no one cross-examined the staff on equivalent times of absence. It would have been easier to be angry with him. A boy in my position likes to be shielded by family names and public assurances, not by quiet clauses tucked into the language of authority. And yet the gesture was both humiliating and relieving, humiliating because it forced me to accept protection in the smallest, most humiliating of forms, relieving because it meant someone was watching me who both saw and meant to do something about it. Luna noticed it first. She had the sort of attention that was not carved out in the same way as other people's. It wasn't about finding something wrong, or about threading gossip into advantage. She simply saw. She would fix the long, odd gaze on you and let the quiet, strange intelligence in her sky-blue eyes do what it did best, connect unlikely things. We met by chance in the library 2 afternoons later. She was bent over a book that refused to lie flat, and I was trying to look not too interested in being seen reading what the school considered unsavory material. The truth was I wanted everything about the castle at the moment. The sabotage had left me uneasy and feeling that my place in the world was suddenly both more consequential and more fragile. If you are the subject of a prophecy, the way people look at the minute things in your life changes. A bruise on your arm might be read as omen, a missed homework as treachery. The world becomes absurdly attentive. "You keep getting watched," Luna said, no preamble, as if reporting on the weather. Her voice had the steady cadence of someone who had always learned to make room for unusual statements. There was no malice, no gloating. Just fact and the kind of curiosity that is not threatened by other people's arrangements. I might have denied it. There is an art to denial for the Malfoys as precise as any potion. But I wasn't a child exact enough for that evening. Snape's sneer was too fluent in its concealment to be denied properly. Besides, I liked the way Luna watched the world. Her attention arranged things for me into a pattern I hadn't known I was missing. He watches like someone who wants you to know you're under a sort of tender surveillance, I said. I tried for lyric and came out with something close to a complaint. He looks at me as if he reads by candlelight. Luna smiled, like someone who had been thinking about starlings and decided they were interesting because they got lost more than once in their lives. Readers sometimes mark where they will return, she said. Rent the page in a way that means something later. Or perhaps he prefers the smoke because it's better for hiding pencil marks. It was an odd way to say what she meant, but it was exactly what she meant. People mark things not always to deceive others but to keep their own places. I thought of my father's ledger, all numbers and neat totals, each entry a careful pledge. I thought of my mother's soft, bright lies for the family. People keep watch in different languages. Why? I asked. The question felt huge and clumsy on my tongue. Adults had reasons, they had knots of history and bargains and promises. None of it belonged to a boy of my age, and yet all of it touched me as snugly as a new cuff. I wanted the reason for Snape's watch. I wanted to know whether this was compassion, calculation, or something worse, a new mechanism of control. Luna looked at me as if considering whether a spider and a clock might be friends. She tapped the edge of her book. Perhaps he thinks you are in danger, she said simply. And perhaps he thinks if he looks closely enough, he will be able to decide which sort of danger you are, I offered. She nodded like a librarian content with the margins of her page. Or perhaps he is tired of pretending to be a villain. That was not comforting in the way people usually meant comfort. The idea that a man might be tired of an essential posture, one Snape's face made so reliably, suggested all manner of private exasperations. But it also suggested a truth that had been hovering at the edge of everything: not all adult postures are what they seem. People perform nastiness because it suits them, because it keeps certain doors closed, because it gives them a measure of control they would not have otherwise. There is nobility in that, and there is darkness. You find out which with time. Does he like you? I asked, because men in black robes are sometimes less complicated when understood through the yardsticks of ordinary friendship. Luna blinked. He likes order, she said. And someone who is watched is often better than no one at all. He must be bored by other people's smallness. The conversation left me oddly warm. For all my training in disdain, to be assessed without accusation and without the usual assumptions that rallied around my name was a rarity. Luna's opinion did not attempt to fix me into any ready shape. She did not assume I would become a certain kind of man because my name carried a letterhead. The next morning Snape's protection took a form that nearly undid me. Potions, as you will know if you have ever been unfortunate enough to learn the subject properly, is a theater for humiliation. Snape conducts it like a director who favors monologues of discomfort. He asked questions that were not so much about the answers as about the sound of fear, and he made small, precise dissections of anyone who tried to fake competence. That morning he appointed me to demonstrate a simple draft. The classroom hummed with the confidence that comes from knowing you are not the spectacle. I had practiced the steps at home in a way that would have made the house elf blush for being poor at measuring. My hand was steady, my notes were clean, my potion looked the sort of correct that makes a teacher close a small, sour mouth in skeptical approval. He watched me the whole time, not with the glare of a predator but with something that felt like puzzle piecing. There was no mockery. When I finished, his lips tightened in that expression that had always meant insufficient and unsatisfactory in equal measure. Then, in front of the whole class, he said he would fail me for a minor infraction of procedure. Every Slytherin's reflex is to argue with a professor. I opened my mouth and felt my words not like wool. For once I chose practicality over pride. Being failed publicly was a problem, but being failed quietly and then exiled with a note in my permanent record was worse. I folded my pride to the smallest useful shape and proffered an explanation, a small, technical correction about preparation time. His eyes sharpened at that, like a hawk obliging a mouse to show its belly. For a long breath there was nothing. Then he said, 10 points from Slytherin for the charm. He tapped his wand at the cauldron and issued a minute correction, one I had not considered. The potion, for all the theatre of the class, tasted suddenly like something done by a boy who had been given a single, half-hidden clue. It was such a petty saving that it stung. To be spared by what looked like punishment is to be handed both the humiliation of the penalty and the gratitude of the retreat. I left the class with my face quietly furious and my chest unaccountably full. Outside, Filch prowled like an over-policed mole. An older boy would have leveraged the irritation into something. I walked instead into the corridor and found, in the shadow near the tapestry of a fox that did not look anything like a fox, Snape waiting. He had his arms folded in a way that suggested he had calculated the exact angle at which to block the light. "You are efficient in avoiding mistakes," he said. The tone could have been scorn or praise. It was neither, it was a report. "One tries," I said. "Why?" he asked. It was the first time he had asked me a personal question without the usual theatrical contempt. I suppose I've always been good at avoiding answers. This time, however, I felt something like courage, or perhaps only curiosity, and told him, in as few words as possible, that there were things that needed not to be noticed. His face changed the smallest degree. The sneer remained, the natural instrument, but the eyes softened. "Some people would call that secrecy," he said. "Others would call it prudence. Does that make you for or against me?" I asked. "If I were your enemy," he said slowly, "I would ensure you were punished differently." It was an answer that both promised more and promised nothing. It was a geometry designed to be argued with on someone's land. I wanted to ask him if the reason he bent that way was Dumbledore, or a debt, or something so ugly it would make me complicit by knowing. The Malfoy name has a way of making boys ask questions they do not have the right to ask. I kept it in my pocket. A week later the castle offered another strange grace note. A portrait in the North Hall that had been particularly fond of scandal developed a habit of humming old, melancholy tunes. It is the sort of detail that in other houses would be comic relief. At Hogwarts, when the portraits bustle, people take notice. The house ghosts began to gossip. Prefects became overexcited. A smear of burnt parchment turned up in the staff room. Word travels faster than truth in such circumstances. I watched the gossip like a boy watching a street fight. No one wanted to be first to step in, because first steps are always visible and thus dangerous. Snape watched it too, but across him ran a line of attention that suggested he saw the knots under the fuss. The way he moved through the corridors, the slight rearrangement of his hand when a parchment passed by, all spoke of a man cataloguing every pebble thrown onto a pond. It is a strange thing to be both the thing everyone is talking about and the one who must live with the talk. When people speak aloud, they define you. When they whisper, they bind you with 100 tiny cords. An old acquaintance of mine once said that rumors were paper-thin mirrors. For some people they cut deep. I learned then that rumors are the particular kind of weapon adults enjoy, because they do not leave bruises visible enough to require explanation. I began to leave small, half-directed notes in the margins of books in the library, queries, requests for information, the sort of tactical questions you ask when you are trying to map a maze. Luna left answers in places one would not expect, tucked into a needlework sampler in the Hufflepuff wing that I had no reason to be in, a scrap of parchment in the astronomy tower that had once been pressed between pages about telescopes. Together, quietly, we built a net of small facts. Some of those facts pointed towards Snape. Not in the way of an accusation, but in the way of a pattern, a ledger that added up. For instance, someone had rifled the headmaster's office for prophecies and found nothing. The restricted section had been searched again. Someone had talked about old nights in which secret rooms had been used for meetings, and the portraits remembered unusually well. A fulfillment of a prophecy is not a public event, it is a thing that grows in the dark, and the darker things get, the more certain people become that light should be rationed. One late evening, when the castle had settled into that peculiar sleep that is not sleep at all but a hollow where rats of worry can feed, Snape found me on the stairs by the third landing. He had no reason to be there that I could see, and yet there he was, a black line against the tapestry. "You continue to be imprudent," he said. "You continue to be a bore," I returned with the reflex of someone who had spent her life polishing a certain tone. He smiled then, in the way a man smiles when he knows something true and inconvenient at the same time. You are watched by people who think you are a champion. That is dangerous for you. Hypothetically, if a man was being watched, I said, and also wanted to avoid being watched by those watching him, what would he do? He considered the practicalities as if he were adjusting a recipe. He would not walk the corridors alone at night, he said. He would not confide in people whose loyalty is untested. He would accept the kind of protection that does not advertise itself. In other words, I said, he would learn to live with being guarded under a sneer. Perhaps, he said. Or perhaps he would learn to make sure the person guarding could not be bought. The line that followed suggested a threat I could not have managed even if I had wanted, a reminder that alignments are not only about feelings but about bargaining and cost. Snape was not merely protecting me because he liked me, he was protecting me in order to achieve some other arrangement. I wanted to know what. I wanted to know whether he was the kind of man who would risk his position for a boy whose name carried both history and a future the wizarding world would prefer to forget. The answer was not simple, and no longer was I naive enough to believe it could be. You think I will be useful to you, I said, half in jest, half in inventory. So you keep me. For whatever it is you think the future will require. He leaned forward, so close his cloak brushed mine and the smell of potion reagents and leather filled the small space between us. That is exactly what I think, he said. But you must remember, Mr. Malfoy, that usefulness is not always a pleasant contract. There are two kinds of gratitude in the world, the one that leads you to bow, and the one that leads you to ask what is owed in return. With Snape, the return was always the silent kind. I went to bed that night with thoughts of ledges in my head. Things changed, as things do when people notice the warp in the air. The castle's appetite for omens grew. Voices in portraits sang differently. The moving staircases, which sometimes conspired to keep you from your destinations, grew unusually literal, refusing to take certain boys to their beds, offering others corridors lined with portraits that whispered in the wormed voices of people who had once thought themselves clever. I found, with a boy's exact dismay, that the stairs sometimes remembered things I had not happened to do yet. Snape's attention became a presence in the background of my days. He would correct a comment I made in class with the ease of a man removing lint from a suit. He would look up from his desk and hold my eye in a way that suggested he had contemplated the cost of keeping me safe and found it acceptable for the moment. There were times when a flicker of tenderness might have been read into the edges of those looks, a masculine thing perhaps, a man who once had cause to care and had learned to mask it in contempt. There were other times when it was clear he had simply chosen the most efficient method of control. I do not pretend to have fully understood him. He did not give the straight answers that a man like Dumbledore favored, he gave instead a calculus and left it to me to do the arithmetic. Adults perform shields for reasons that are often not charity. My mother shields me because she loves me. My father shields me because the social order is an investment. Dumbledore does it because he believes in an abstract good I am only beginning to glimpse. Snape? He shielded because it suited him to do so. That answer was both infuriating and oddly comforting. The strangest thing about being protected by a man like Snape is how often your gratitude is couched in obligation. He would not accept simple nods. He would not be placated by flattery. Protection from him felt like an extension of his authority, and it required the kind of discipline I was not confident I possessed. Yet the reality remained, I did not have to be crushed under the weight of prefects and the school's inquiries as long as he kept his sharp eyes trained over my head. That was a price I was willing to pay for the time being. It forced me to think of another kind of loyalty, the one between people who choose each other rather than those who are forced by birth. Luna was teaching me that kindness, slow, patient, and uncomfortable with spectacle. Snape's loyalty was of a different breed, calculated, useful, and probably not entirely voluntary. Between them I saw two ways of being guarded in the world. One wanted to be quiet and held, the other wanted to be a coin exchanged for services. Both would have their uses. On an autumn morning thick with fog, when the castle seemed constructed of whispers and soft damp, I found a new smallness had arrived at Hogwarts, a fragment of the curtain from the old headmaster's times, discovered outside the room of requirement. It was the kind of discovery that set conversations like small fires. Who had put it there? Had someone been inside the room recently? Did the room remember them? The cast of likely suspects was a hall of mirrors. The prefect's bedside chatted over the incident. Gryffindors leapt into conclusions. Slytherins watched as shadows. I watched too, because in the world of prophesies and whispers you learn that the small, seemingly inconsequential detritus is often the map. I kept my eyes on the stairs and the portraits and on the steady figure who shadowed my gaze. He did not come to me to tell me that he had found the curtain. He simply arranged for it to be noticed by others in ways that seemed accidental. "Why are you doing this?" I asked him in the library, when his hand brushed a book the way a surgeon might test the edge of a blade. "If I did not notice," he said, "the wrong people would assume that everything is as it seems." It was an answer that both explained nothing and explained everything. Protection, under his definition, was making sure that the wrong people did not think they had the right idea. He forbade misconceptions. He corrected misreads. He made sure the narrative bent in the direction he judged best. There are times when you must decide whether to play along with the adults' narratives or to cut your own path. I had not yet decided. The house that raised me had taught me to keep the ledger neatly balanced. My mother's protection had trained me to give up certain small freedoms for safety. Snape's watch was another bargain. Luna's calm acceptance of ambiguity suggested a third way, one that borrowed truth from patience rather than seizing it in a public fight. I began to test the edges of his protection. Not openly, that would be foolish, but in small experiments. I left a scrap of parchment in a book, a question written in Slytherin ink in a hand my father would not recognize. The parchment disappeared. Minutes later, a note appeared on my bed, folded with a practiced hand and containing words that suggested he had seen my attempt. It was not an admonishment. It was a precise, cold instruction about where to look next in the portrait galleries. I followed it and found nothing but a whisper. The feeling of being manipulated sat like a stone in my gut. I swallowed. "What do you want?" I asked him when at last I could not avoid the question. He looked at me as if the question was obvious. "Stability," he said. "A place where people do not make low-cost decisions. A place in which mistakes are correctable." "It comes at a cost," I said. He smiled, a tiny thing. "Everything does." And there it was. Snape's arithmetic. You could have the world steady and pay in small humiliations and in a constant self-editing of your life. Or you could choose to wreck things loudly and perhaps find a quicker freedom. He preferred the first. Probably because he understood how long the second could take. I found, slowly, a sort of friendship with him that was not friendly. It was practical and edged in discomfort. He would scold me with the same zeal he applied to students far less dangerous than I. He would remove my privileges in public and restore them in private. He would give me an answer to a question in the form of a correction, and that correction would save me from a worse fate. Each gesture contained a bargain. I began to learn how to live under someone else's watch, not to trust blindly, but not to refuse the shelter when it came. There are small domestic things you learn under supervision that become habits. I learned to leave notes in the preventive magic sections of the library in the handwriting of a friend. I learned to walk the long way home from potions and to use a portrait route that had always been for ghostly gossip. I learned that the moving staircases could be persuaded to be polite if you offered them a small petition at the right time. Luna helped me with those things. She taught me that the castle likes people who ask politely. It answers the people who treat it like a person, she said once, and the idea lodged in me like a new tooth. So we asked politely and waited. Once, when a portrait hummed a tune we did not recognize, she simply leaned forward and asked the portrait whether it had been inside the room of requirement. The portrait, surprised at being addressed, replied with a riddle about a missing ribbon. No one else would have thought to ask portraits questions in that tone. The corridor learned that we were both distractions and insistences. We found, in the margins, a little map. Snape noticed our small investigations with the sort of detached interest he had for matters not immediately his but adjacent to it. He did not intervene unless necessary. When an older student from a house not beloved by Slytherin tried to pin me against the portrait over a rumor, Snape appeared before the confrontation became anything public. He cut the moment in half with a look. The older boy's bravado shrank like a balloon pinched. "You have been seen," Snape said to the boy, and in that single sentence the boy retreated. To see his influence work in such a simple manner was both infuriating and comforting. Snape had folded the world to protect me in a way that did not draw attention. That was his speciality. The last night of that strange fortnight, I received a letter from home that bore the grey, damp stamp of our estate and my mother's looping hand. It was short and not entirely comforting, arrangements to be made at Christmas, invitations, and a line that suggested the manor itself had noticed the castle's restlessness. There was also a single sentence that dragged my attention like an anchor: "Remember that some favors require repayment." I folded the letter slowly and walked the long way to the astronomy tower. I needed a horizon that would not gossip. Luna found me up there later, wrapped in a shawl and the sort of silence that lets you hear your own heart. We watched the stars, which are good for ordering small things because they do not rearrange themselves for politics. "I have a favor to repay," I said when I had spoken the obvious truth aloud. "If Snape is doing things on my behalf, perhaps he thinks it will be returned." Luna smiled, as if the constellations were an interesting knitting pattern. "Or perhaps he is buying a future he wants. People buy each other, you see. Sometimes for good work." "Which is it then? Being bought? Being shielded? Bearing a name that makes people fold you to their needs?" I wondered aloud. She tilted her head. "Some ones you choose, some ones you do not. You are learning to make choices." I almost laughed. There was a stern little fire in me that wanted to pretend adulthood would come easily. It does not. I had to choose what I was willing to accept, and what I would refuse even when every instinct said bow. Snape's watch had saved me in ways my proud heart would not surrender. But gratitude, as I had learned, is not always free. It comes attached to codes you must obey and quiet things you must do. When I descended from the tower that night, the castle yawned and settled. The portraits were back to their murmurs about fashions and ancient loves. The stairs took me home like a bored butler. In the dormitory, under my bed, wrapped in a scarf that stank faintly of potion grease, was a packet of Snape's own. A single folded page sat on top of it in my hand, on which he had written, in a hand as precise as a scalpel, the single sentence: "Keep your head down and watch." It was nothing in its substance. It was everything in its tone. He had not promised to fight my battles. He had not offered to carry me from the water. He had given me responsibility and a warning. It is the kind of thing a stern friend gives a child in the dark, not comfort, but instruction. It presumed I would be steady and that I would be useful in turn. I thought of my father's ledgers and my mother's gentle evasions. I thought of Dumbledore's careful measures and McGonagall's walls. I thought of Luna's unreadable kindness. Above all, I thought of Snape, who watched like a man reading a manuscript in smoke, sorting letters into what to protect and what to let burn. I was part of his ledger now, in a way I had not chosen. Adults bend to guard for reasons that often have nothing to do with the small boy under their skirts. They do it for debts, for stability, for promises made in rooms where the curtains do not look like curtains but like veils. Night left the castle a little colder than before. I folded the note into my pocket and whispered the single thing I had not yet been able to say directly to Severus Snape: "Thank you." It was not the sort of gratitude he would solicit, but gratitude is rarely polite. It does not always come wrapped in the correct words or the right timing. In the morning the fat lady would air a new scandal, the hollow feast would prompt another round of rumors, portraits would gossip anew. I would go to potions and stand in front of cauldrons that shivered like held breaths. Snape would be there, as he had been, watching at the edge of my life. We would continue our strange compact, his sneer acting as a blade that could both wound and protect, my acceptance of the price, and Luna's steady, peculiar intelligence binding the whole in a way that made solitude bearable. I had been born into a house that taught me to hold the world at arm's length. I was learning, clumsily, that sometimes the world will hold you back in its hands, and that its reasons will be unglamorous and complicated. I had no right to expect faithfulness to me as a person. I had every right, by virtue of a prophecy no one yet read out loud, to expect consequence. Snape would keep his watch, because it suited him, because the ledger of the castle demanded certain entries. People would bend for me for reasons that were not always noble. That would have to be enough for now. There were other debts to keep, other meetings to arrange, and one small, terrible secret that would not be kept forever. I folded my hand into my cloak, feeling the paper's edge against my palm, and told myself I would learn the price of the protection. I would learn whose favor it bought and what they would ask in return. And when I knew, I would decide what kind of Malfoy I wanted to be, a boy protected by a sneer, or a man who could stand in the open and bear the watch with his own 2 hands. There was a sound from the portrait galleries below, a whisper, then a chorus. The moving stairs creaked, and somewhere in the castle a picture that had never looked kindly now looked like it might hide a key. I put the note in my pocket and went to find Luna. We had promised to follow small mysteries together, and Snape's long watch had become only one of them. The castle did not answer all its questions easily, but it had a way of making those who listened sit up when the right portrait decided to sing. I meant to listen. I meant to learn. I meant also, in the quiet places where my face could not be seen, to begin to write a ledger of my own. And if Severus Snape continued to read my life as though it were a manuscript through smoke, then one day I would ask him, in a voice that was steady and not afraid, what he would take in exchange for continuing to watch. Chapter 15: The First Broken Seal. Charms has never been a place for theatrics. It is supposed to be small gestures, a flick of the wrist, a tidy pronouncement of intent, the sort of magic that cleans spectacles and makes teacups stop wobbling. Even the classroom, with its neat rows and high windows, tends to argue for the modest, the precise. That morning it bent toward the dramatic like a student desperate for a better mark. Professor Flitwick was at his podium, measuring us out in syllables and sparkles, when the enchanted oak at the door shuddered and let go. Oak doors of Hogwarts are rarely stubborn. They are taught to obey house ghosts, to admit boys and girls and the occasional Wednesday afternoon pigeon without argument. When a door gives way under enchantment, it is like a person who has been smiling for years and then, in one small private second, stops. The sound was the sort of thing the castle reserves for rain on the turrets or a great owl dropping a parcel, a groan that was almost polite and then not at all. Plaster came first. It announced itself with a taste in the mouth, dust, old lime, the kind of thing you don't notice until it coats your tongue. A chunk the size of a grapefruit struck someone by the second desk, then more followed, like a rotten secret being hurried out. Students ducked. A girl in Hufflepuff gave a sound between a shriek and a question. Books fluttered like startled birds. There was a moment, an awful, perfect pause, when the classroom held its breath. I could feel the portrait of a sleeping woman over the mantel let go of some private sigh. The candles on the sconces, at once, leaned as if to peer. Even the moving stairways, miles away, settled, conspiring to listen. Then Madame Pomfrey was there. The way the castle moves when someone is hurt is a thing I would not have believed, not even when I was small and Mother told me that a house has a heart. Portraits leaned forward and shouted half-remembered remedies at one another. The fat lady's curtain twitched as if she had swallowed a cough. The bloody baron drifted by in a silent current and bumped a chandelier with the kind of absent-mindedness only a ghost can manage. Flitwick clambered over his little pile of cushions, he actually tumbled, and for an instant I felt an unfamiliar, disloyal urge to laugh, but his wand was already meeting the problem with small enthusiastic jingles. The injured student, a second-year Hufflepuff named Marys, who always answered in full sentences and had a scatter of ink stains on her fingers, had taken the worst of it. She lay where she had slumped, eyes closed and breathing fast, a trail of plaster across her hair. Pomfrey's bag opened with the sound of a safe being unlocked and hands, steady and blunt and efficient, worked with the calm of someone who had been allowed to practice an art for many years. She mumbled remedies like dishes scraped clean, the right bone setting, the right soot cream, a trick with her fingers to check the breathing that made me feel embarrassingly foolish for having thought myself brave. Flitwick's face was small and earnest. McGonagall's was a domed, unamused sternness. McGonagall always looks as if she were hovering a half-step above a scolding. She did not scold the way a mother would. Hers was the scold of people who keep whole institutions running. She barked questions at Flitwick and got short, worried answers. Then she barked into the doorway and the corridor returned a sound like a bell finally being rung. Headmaster on his way. Dumbledore arrived with an effect I had learned to recognize and not misuse. He filled a room with the sense of being both older and younger than everyone present. For a twin second I wondered if he had always had that air, or if it was some trick the castle was playing to make us feel safe. He touched Maris's forehead, and Pomfrey, who had been working with rapid combative gestures, relaxed and let him do what he wanted. He spoke to her gently, the way one might speak to a trapped animal, and at once she blinked into the present and murmured apologies that were more worrying than the plaster had been. The castle, for its part, did not shrug this off as an accident. There is a long memory in its stones, something like a slow-living creature that keeps tally of kindnesses and cruelties. When a seal is broken, when an enchantment made to keep students safe is tampered with, that memory tightens. I felt it as a pressure at my ribs, a literal weight, as if a hand had settled there and expected some compensation. It was not fear. Fear is loud and hot. This was a cold earnestness. It sat on me like a familiar cloak and folded me into its expectation. The word sabotage arrived like a damp letter. McGonagall used it quietly, the noise of her voice rapping the syllables off of thought. Tampered, enchantment breached. Flitwick was all flutter and apology. He moved through the ring of students with a flurry of charms, trying to repair the door as if mending his dignity would fix the world. But even as he worked the hinges, another thing was descending on the classroom, that precise, clinical attentiveness teachers use when rules mean real harm. They do not stare, they do not speculate in front of us. They remove us. We were ushered out into the corridor, lined up like something to be admired and then put away. The headmaster's eyes skimmed me in passing, and for a moment they stopped, and I felt seen in a way I had not wanted to be, more like an inventory, less like a portrait. Whispers bloomed. They hissed like a furnace turning up a bit too fast. People who had not before been particularly observant of me found details to remark upon, my family's name attached, by some invisible thread, to any calamity that embroidered itself into the school. Others, less subtle, looked at me the way they do when trying to compare me to Harry Potter on the basis of whom the prophecy might be about. I let them look. It has its uses. I have learned how to take a glance and return a pale smile. But the castle was not content with the politics that might make people trade glances. Someone had meddled where only careful hands should. The attack, if that was what one could call it, had been strategic. The plaster had been loosened in a way that suggested knowledge of the school's architecture. The charm on the door had been weakened rather than shattered. It had been made to fail at a precise point. That is not the randomness of a storm. That is the signature of someone who understands wards and where they hold. That is a handwriting in the margins of the building's life. I am old enough, already, to hear the word expectation the way mother does, a ledger always open in the air. My name is ledgered. It rests on tables that I have not touched. It sits in rooms where I was not present and yet feels, in my house, like something shared. Lucius Malfoy has made decisions in the world that pull on the school like a worm on a fishing line. They cause boats to bob. They make officials, men and women who wear their loyalties with the careful grammar of gloves, glance to where he sits at the ministry or in shadows. It is inconvenient to be born with an address pinned to you. It is worse to have a secret that cannot be left at the table with your boots. I do not tell anyone the prophecy bears my name. I could write a list of reasons: humiliation, danger, the way people's eyes get the taste of a moral, guilty by association. But there is a more human thing that binds the silence. I am not yet ready to be used as an omen. I do not want to be adored because some scrap of parchment says I should be. I do not want to be sacrificed because others decide history requires a body. So I keep my face pale and my smiles well polished. I watch the castle hold itself together and I learn, I watch, and I wait for the moment when courage will be an instrument rather than an ornament. After Pomfrey assured us Marys would live and be fine, the headmaster convened a meeting. His office smelled of lemon and old parchment and something else I had come to recognize as authority, the sort that does not need to shout. McGonagall corrected the seating order with a glance. Flitwick made a little noise each time he swallowed. Snape did not speak then. He sat with the blade of his gaze withdrawn and folded about him like a cloak he did not mean to wear comfortably. I sat where I always did, polished, the center of a small and dangerous calm. We shall treat this, first, as an incident of damage to school property, and second, depending on further findings, as attempted harm, Dumbledore said, laconic and careful. He watched us with eyes that had the faint twinkle of somebody telling you a private joke and then letting you keep it. We will not succumb to panic. Hogwarts is a place of learning. It is also a place of safety. Both must be maintained. He spoke and the corridor outside felt kinder. Children were less likely to speak in tongues of frothing suspicion. Teachers left the office with tasks, examined the wards, questioned the staff, searched the tapestries for tampering. The fat lady's portrait stayed obediently in its frame, which comforted me in an odd, domestic way that none of the adults noticed. I, for my part, was given an assignment by no one. That is the dangerous thing about castles and about people who have had secrets thrust upon them. They often receive a vote of confidence from the air. The portraits looked at me like old aunts measuring a dress. The portraits notice things. They keep little records of faces and favors and slights. They pause for the names that come through. When I left Dumbledore's office, it was with a weight in my chest that felt literal, as if the castle had laid a hand there and asked me for something. A knot, the kind you get when you are prepared to move at a moment's notice. It sounds dramatic, and perhaps it is, but school years are built of such knots. In the corridor, Luna Lovegood was waiting near the portrait of a kindly man who sold maps. She always seems to appear when the air feels as if it ought to be filled with answers and no one is providing them. She has a way of standing as if the world is a puzzle and she has found one piece under a cushion. Something fell, she said, as if this were a fact and nothing particular to ruffle a person over. Her voice is soft like wool. It does not stab or demand, it notes. Something heavy, I said. I had an odd inclination to be blunt with her. She tilts her head as if my statements are ornaments she wishes to examine. She does not ask where I stand, she seems to know that I occupy space like a carved thing. Not random, she said. I saw the powder in the doorway earlier when I passed. It was in a line, like a path for a walking trick. People make spells behave with dust sometimes. They hide their footsteps. People make spells behave with dust. That sentence might sound small, but Luna is rarely wrong about the unremarkable things. She sees the small mechanics of the world the way other people notice buttons. Her hair, forever lumpy with things in it that I have not yet asked about, gave her the look of someone keeping important small treasures for later examination. Path for a walking trick. I asked, though I had an idea already. Wards and seals can be bypassed when you know their secret seam. Weakening a charm at a hinge is arithmetic, not art. You perform the same gestures again and again and eventually it forgets which flavor it likes best and gives up. In my house there are many people who know such arithmetic, which is the nicest way to put criminals and politicians into the same conversation. You saw what? I asked. She showed me a speck of something from the cuff of her sleeve, pale powder, almost mica, that caught the light like a ship in fog. Not the sort little sisters used to make the garden glow, she explained. This was older. I think it came from something that should have been still. Perhaps a seal that was keeping something asleep. Or perhaps it was a door sealing a worry up so it could sleep. Luna talks as if the world has been tended by a conspiracy of gentle, absent-minded magicians who misplace things. She does not try to justify her leaps. In class she hands back essays with a smile and a note explaining that she thought a particular paragraph smelled right. And yet, she has an instinct for where the castle skin is thin. I have watched her find things other people miss. She believes in quiet causes and small connections. There is room in her style for the strange and the possible. The amusing thing about Luna is that she makes space for other people's secrets without ever trying to collect them. Would you like to see the door? I asked before I had decided if I wanted to be any closer to it than was polite. She inclined her head and followed without a second's fuss. We walked down a corridor that smelled of lemon oil and the faint metallic tang of the recent repairs. Students passed us with bent heads and whispers that trailed like ribbons. I kept my gloves clean. I have always believed in clean gloves as a kind of armor. They do not protect the heart, but everything else is better kept tidy when you are in the middle of uncertain things. The hinge where the oak had come loose showed an odd smudge, not dark enough to be soot, not light enough to be lime. It looked like a bruise that had been varnished. Flitwick had cast a small, high-sounding charm to see if the enchantments that had been on the door would speak. They did not. That silence, more than the plaster, annoyed me. Magic has a particular kind of honesty when you have the patience to listen. A charm that is broken will scream, one that is worn will whisper. This was coy. Luna crouched and ran a finger along the threshold. She hummed at it, softly, like someone trying to call a shy animal. It was here, she said. But someone smudged the footprints. Whoever did it liked the dark corners. They moved as if the stairs were furniture. They knew the wards, I said. No need to be coy with her. Some things are better told straight. Someone who knows the castle. Or someone patient, she offered. Or someone who waits until everyone is looking elsewhere and then points the house in the wrong direction. We stood there with the door between us and the world's small cruelty. I felt once more the weight in my chest. I had not told her the truth of the parchment that sleeps under my pillow. I had not thought to. She does not pry. I am not sure she would understand the way secrets burn like cold fires. But she has her own brand of loyalty, unfussy and steady, and as I watched her examine the threshold my hands wanted, absurdly, to be in reach of hers, as if courage were something you could pluck from another pocket. Of course there is politics. A broken seal at Hogwarts is not merely an incident, it is a public message. Someone who breaches the school's wards is telling us something, that we are soft at the edges, that safety can be bent, that someone can walk our halls and scratch the skin where it is thinnest. The ministry will be called. The whispers will name houses and families and histories. We will sit in lessons and feel like characters in someone else's tragedy. I have grown used to the way reputations move like weather around me. I do not enjoy it. But there is a difference between gossip and harm. Sabotage that leaves students hurt crosses the line my father drew with silver and a warning. Lucius Malfoy does not concern himself, at least not plainly, with the welfare of the student body. He concerns himself with influence and order. He takes care when the order benefits him. The people who have been speaking in halls and curtained rooms about prophecies and usefulness have their own calculus. They speak of necessary actions, of damage as something that produces results. That is how war begins, that is how it announces itself in polite fingers. I had to decide, in that thin corridor, whether I was going to be a thing in other people's hands or if I would start to move of my own volition. The weight on my chest felt like a choice, not the kind Parliament gives you, but the narrow, fiercer sort that comes with the first real evidence that someone may try to make you responsible for more than your posture. People will look to your family, Flitwick had said earlier in small and anxious voice. It was not a question. It was a promise wrapped in trouble. They will look to my name and to other names they already know, I answered. The truth in my own mouth tasted like iron. They will piece it together as they please. It is a strange business, being someone whom a prophecy names. Sometimes I imagine myself as a carved chess piece, gleaming and polished, handled by hands that believe in design. Other times I imagine the parchment itself, damp and fold soft, as a thing gone wrong, a riddle that has been solved by very clever people who cannot see the rest of the picture. There is a cruelty to being central in a story not of your making. It gives you a place in people's mouths. It does not give you a person to hold. It would be simple to go to my parents. I could tell them the door had been tampered with, that someone had tried to wound Hogwarts, that names would be mentioned and alliances arranged like chessmen. They would do as parents do who are also aristocrats, they would relocate, instruct urgent lines of action, whisper to the right people. Father would like the problem because it is an opportunity. Mother, who loves me with a ferocity that is useful and dangerous, would tighten and do whatever was required to keep me safe. But safety bought by silence is a ledger that grows interest into debt. Instead, I found myself scheduling a quieter thing. I went to the room of requirement. I should say at once that the room of requirement is not a trick, it is merely a place that has listened to the needs of students for as long as school has stood. It supplies what is required if you can find the right door and if the castle decides to help. People have used it for hideouts, for cleaning bottles, for practice duels. The room is promiscuously obliging, though I have always suspected it prefers certain kinds of request. Today I had a particular request, where in the castle's bones had the enchantment been loosened? Who had the patience to teach a door bad habits until it failed? Luna walked with me. She took the stairs 3 at a time and did not appear to mind the eyes that followed us. In the room, at least the version that answered me, there were shelves of maps and old warded scrolls in crumbling leather. There was a low lamp that smelled faintly of lavender and something I could not name, the sort of scent that means you are in the right place even if the word right is a small soft one. Books that had been kept in attics and the corners of memorial rooms sat ready, spines bent and patient. She opened a volume with her fingers and turned the pages as if she were peeling back centuries. "This one likes to be read in the dark," she said. "It remembers footsteps that were left in the margins. There are moments when you are not the hero of your own small world simply because you say you will be. Being a chosen thing on paper and being one in flesh require different muscles. You must learn to move in ways that people can follow, not only in ways that you find elegant. That is a lesson I have learned slowly, often by doing the wrong thing and watching the world correct me. It is one of the reasons I have started to keep a small book in my trunk, a place where I write things down for no one to read and thus for everyone to know. It is where I record what the castle gives me as a clue and what I think it means. People think prophecy gives certainty. It gives a draft instead, a first version. The rest is made from effort and error. We found a pattern in the margins of an old plan, a set of lines drawn in a certain charcoal, a path indicated between 2 classrooms that used to be a private staircase. The charcoal route was crossed by a note in a hand like my father's, neat, quick, and a little cramped. It suggested the sort of knowledge someone with old allegiances might have. Luna hummed and drew something that looked, in my opinion, rather like a map made for people who like riddles. She laid it out on the floor and said, "If the wards are like hair, they are braided here. Come and look." There is courage and then there is the moment you do something ordinary that requires you not to think of yourself as small. I moved to the map, put my finger on a seam that had been circled, and felt something like the castle sigh. The seam was the place where the spellwork that kept the wing safe had been crossed and recrossed like a braid pulled loose. Someone borrowed the braids to learn a new style, Luna observed, as if this were a harmless hobbies club. "It is an unpleasant hobby," I said, and then, because I do not pretend to be more noble than I feel, I added a small and very honest thought that had arrived without permission, and someone is learning how to make doors unkind. She did not look at me the way people sometimes do when expecting theatrics. Instead she looked at the map, at my finger, and then at my face in a way that made me feel at once smaller and steadier. "You could look," she said. "You seem good at not being the person people expect. That is useful." It was such a simple assessment that my mouth went dry and my bones seemed to settle. I have always been taught to be someone. I have been less often taught to be someone who chooses. The weight on my chest tightened in the way a pocket tightened when you put a stone in it. Responsibility feels more physical as you get closer to it. Plaster dust and blood make the measure of it all the sharper. I left the room of requirement with a plan that was only beginning to be a plan. It involved a careful observation of moving staircases at times when their moods are most changeable, a watch on the portraits for brushes with hands that did not belong to students, and a willingness to wait in corners. It also involved the sort of social work that I have spent my life perfecting, smiling in places where my presence might calm, listening to noises other people call gossip because gossip hides the things we need. As I walked back through corridors that had already been scrubbed of the worst of the dust, I had the odd sensation of being inscribed in the place. The castle watches, yes, but sometimes it also dictates. The portrait of an old woman blinked at me and mouthed a phrase that might have been "be careful." The bloody Baron gave me a look that had no comfort in it and then drifted on. The fat lady's curtain twitched. When I reached the Slytherin common room, the usual green light met me, and the entrance seemed, for an instant, like the mouth of a cave with prizes inside. My fellow Slytherins gathered, voices soft and sharp, each with their own assessment of what the morning had done to the school social weather. When will father know? Asked a boy I had known since before we were permitted to wear neat ties properly. I have learned the language of suits. Every question like that is freighted. I will tell him if I must, I said. Which was a polite and neutral truth and not the whole truth. I will tell him if I must. Sometimes telling is an offer. Sometimes it is armor. Luna was not a creature of the common room. She had not invited herself in. She sat at the edge of the entrance on the low wall that divides the room from the tunnel, and she read a book that smelled of lavender and old chalk. She did not flush when people glanced at her. She has never cared about that kind of attention. She does not wear the dryness of the world the way others do. She looked up when I came in and I felt, absurdly, like a person who had first been offered a melody and was only just learning to hum it in other rooms. Her eyes were calm as if she had not only watched the plaster fall but had also seen the shape of what comes after. Will you be all right? She asked, as if the factories of worry had never, in truth, been turned on by the mere fact of danger. I will, I said. It was a promise made as much for me as for her. The castle expects things of me, old alliances expect things of me, and my parents expect calculations. But I have been learning to be a less obedient instrument. I have been learning to put my hand where the weight sits and answer. The line between being chosen and being used is a small, cunning thing. It slides like smoke. Today, with plaster on Maris's hair and Flitwick's steadiness fried into a kind of worried energy, I had been asked by the heir to pick up a thread. It was not an order. It was the kind of invitation elders give the young when they want them to have experience. It is kinder in the bones than it is in public. Luna closed her book and stood with a neat smallness that made me think of things arranged in glass cases. If a doll was taught to forget how to be kind, it will take patience to teach it again, she said. But people like patience sometimes. I will help if you would like. I had expected not to need help. That is one of my more persistent errors. I like to project a self-sufficient shine. It works in teeth and words and in certain rooms. But there is a humility in asking for the one person you know who sees small things to stand beside you in a corridor where the plaster carries an unkind conscience. Yes, I said. I would like that. We walked into the tunnels together, the castle shifting politely to clear us a path. My chest felt full in an odd way, the weight taken now as a thing to balance rather than to deny. The Decisions Act is a quieter kind of courage than the sort they make songs about. It is more like learning to keep a candle lit by a window in a room that prefers the dark. You do not feel it all at once, only as a steadiness that begins to pull the rest of you into its orbit. Upstairs, the portrait of a man who had been ahead of the school in a far-off century craned to follow our passage. His appreciation was private and conventional. He noticed me. He had the polite curiosity of the old who saw many children pass through and learned which ones would one day do things that broke rules and which would only ever keep them. The castle expected something. Whether it expected it of me or merely in my direction, I could not tell. But the hand on my chest had made itself known. I could no longer pretend not to feel it. It warmed and cooled like a living thing. It would not let me be only a pale smile. We would begin with moving stairs, with portraits and with midnight mends. We would watch and annoy the house elves by asking them polite histories. We would make lists of likely saboteurs and improbable ones. I would snatch a few hours from my studies to stand in corners I had once deemed beneath my regard. I would learn to translate the castle's murmurings into action. There are moments when being chosen feels like a mantle, heavy but noble. There are other moments when it is an accusation. I intend to make the first out of the second. I intend, also, to be more careful with mirrors than I have been. At the hospital wing later, when Mary smiled and said it had all felt like someone had been trying to write over their homework, I realized the war of small things had been declared. It was not only a challenge to bricks and mortar, it was a test of who we were willing to be for one another. I felt something like shame for all the times I had wished only for ease. I felt something else, too, the very faint but certain thread of readiness. The castle does not demand heroics. It wants fidelity, the capacity to stand in a draught and hold the light. The weight on my chest was, in its own way, a summons to that modest heroism. It asked me to move. It asked me simply to be present in a certain kind of way. It asked me to be the person who notices footprints in the dust and then walks them back to their owner. I folded up my plans into a small list and tucked them into the book I keep in my trunk. I had decided, then and there, not to tell my parents this morning. Not yet. There are conversations one must have when one is ready to speak as more than an ornament. There are also the things you must see with your own eyes before you are willing to trade them for someone else's facts. Outside, the sky above the castle ran the sort of grey the school likes to keep between the seasons. It looked as if it were holding its breath along with us. I felt, absurdly and with a small hot pride, like the beginning of something, not because any grand prophecy had demanded it, but because a girl with a map and a patience for odd details had consented to follow me into quiet corners, and because I, at last, had grown like the rest of them to prefer action to waiting. When I turned the map over, Luna watching me with a look that was somewhere between curiosity and comfort, there was a note, in a hand as neat as my father's and as quick as rumor, folded inside the back. I smoothed it open. If the castle expects me to take the next step, if it presses their weight to my chest as if it were to be carried, then I would not be the first to have to decide what to do. The ink on the note, the crack in the seal on the door, the plaster on a girl's hair all pointed, together, at something that did not yet have a name. I had the distinct, chilly sense that this was not merely the end of a morning. It was the smell of the first match struck in a long series. The thing I had to do first was small, but necessary. It was to find out who had taught a door to be unkind, and to make sure they could not do it again. The castle's hand on my chest loosened, as if satisfied with the answer. But when the portraits leaned forward and the staircases gave a little shuffle, I knew they would watch. So would other people with colder hands and faster pens. I put the list into my book, closed the trunk in my mind, and stepped out into the corridor with Luna at my side, feeling, for the first time, less like an object in a story than a person determined to write the next line. The next step was small. The next step, I realized, would not be the last. Chapter 16, The Lovegood Ledger. The library is an honest place for secrets, which is perhaps why it is where I spend so many of mine. Shelves stack and shadow and hush until the world outside feels like a badly acted play. You sit beneath a lamp and paper holds the truth still, in tidy lines, while staircases and portraits conspire to rearrange the rest. I have always liked being able to close a book and know exactly what remains behind the cover. It is a comfort other things, loyalty, reputation, prophesies, deny me. That night, the lamp smelled of lemon oil and old glue. I had chosen a table near a window that faced the lake because there was something steadier about the way the water answered moonlight than the way Slytherin common rooms ever answered loyalty. The castle was tense in a way that made the portraits keep their mouths closed. Whispers had become more than whispers this term, a prank that left staircases planted wrong, a tapestry and stitched at dawn, oaths broken between friends as if the very air had been taught to misbehave. Teachers stitched rumors together from torn parchments as if the world could be mended by faculty. I was there to fetch an indexing of old warding charms. Snape had sent a list, written like an accusation, and I intended to return it intact. That was the plan. Plans and I have a brittle relationship. I know this now. I found Luna in the section no sensible sixth year would claim at midnight, a low corner of the non-fiction where books went to die because no one had loved them enough to borrow them in daylight. She sat on the floor with her back to a shelf, ankles crossed, knees to chin, propping a book as if it were a dinner plate. Her hair had stolen the moonlight and made small silver islands of it. She looked untroubled, a creature who had never learned to hurry. A book with a cracked spine lay open on her lap, and someone had turned the lamp closer as if the lamp were another conspirator. Luna had always been good at finding me. People say she sees things others miss. She would call it paying attention. She had a habit of leaving neat, slanted lists in the margins of the books she read, a running commentary that made the shelves feel like a family arranging its furniture. She called them ledgers of little truths. I had never understood why anyone would catalogue truths in a corner where the dust would eventually cover them. "You're late," she said, which was not a greeting so much as a very precise observation. She did not look up, her finger traced a margin note with a kind of fondness. The handwriting in the book was not hers, it was a careful, looping scrawl from another century, like the handwriting of a person who had time to practice being neat. "You could have said a hello," I replied, closing the book I had been pretending to consult and making a show of not doing anything untoward. There is a technique to pretending you are not searching for clues. It involves looking more bored than curious. Luna smiled, which was an odd thing to witness because there was nothing theatrical about it. She smiled like a person who believed in the gravity of the moon. "This one has a ledger in the margin," she announced. "But it's not mine today. It belonged to someone who wrote when ink was dry slower. They had very small handwriting." She pushed the book toward me. On the flyleaf someone had written a list in a tiny, exact hand, dates, names, words underlined like charms. It looked less like a ledger than the index of a life. Something about the way the letters slanted felt familiar and dangerous at once. "Curious," I said. It was the truth and also a shield. "Curious is a friend to mysteries," she said solemnly. "And friends should be kept. Or at least noted in ledgers." She tapped her own margin with a pencil and the page quivered as if the paper itself wanted to be included in a conversation. Her lists were idiosyncratic. The last time I had peered at one, in a book about obscure plants that we both pretended to ignore, she had written, favorite colors, storm gray, bluish green, anything with a bit of moon in it. Embarrassments, once sang a lullaby to an empty classroom, thought it was a portrait. Grief tastes like a clipped penny. I had laughed then, because only Luna could reduce mourning to currency. "Do you do this all the time?" I asked, because there is a small, human vanity in wanting to be in anyone's margins. "Only to books that say things they weren't supposed to," she replied. Her tone was light but her hands were not. She closed the book a little, as if to shield the marginalia. "And to people, sometimes. Ledgers are helpful for keeping facts honest." "People don't rust," I said. It was not a thoughtful thing to say, it was me being clever as a distraction. Luna tilted her head in that way that implied she was cataloguing my remark for future use. "They don't, not usually," she agreed. "But they can corrode." "Not rust exactly. A taste change. That's why ledgers are useful." I thought of the way Lucius's letters had begun to arrive more often, of the quiet men in the backgrounds at the hollow feasts, of the way whispers in the corridors folded themselves around my neck like silk. The ledger in my chest was not a book I could leave on a shelf. It had the worn burnish of family lacquer and a lid that was bolted and justified. The prophecy lived there, quietly, like a guilty thing that had found a home beneath the carpet. I didn't want anyone to know its address. Luna noticed, of course. She always notices. She has the patience of someone who does not expect a reply to always be a confession. "You write your lists in your head," she said softly. "I can imagine them. Pale colors. Things you insist are jokes but mean. Names you keep as ornaments." She tapped the page in front of her with a fingertip and then pointed to a margin where someone had written a cluster of letters that had been rubbed almost away with time. "It says something about wards," I guessed. "Old protective charms." "It says to watch where the stone remembers your name," Luna read in that small, careful voice of hers, the one that made unfinished sentences sound like invitations rather than accusations. "But the hand is older than the wards it mentions. And it smells like smoke. Old smoke." I had been a child once who believed that smoke only meant hearth and celebration. I stopped being that child when I learned how quickly fire could be taught to turn and lick. "Smoke is a smell you never forget," I said. I didn't tell her that the smell reminded me of the first time my father had frowned in a different way and that his frowns were always followed by instructions. "Who wrote it?" she asked. "No idea." I told a small lie, I had some guesses. There are people in my family whose handwriting owns the pages of many of our books. It has a certain flourish, like a man signing away favors. But this hand did not belong to a Malfoy. It belonged to someone who seemed to have been trying to catalogue danger. Their ledger included words that had since gone out of use, or were used in other houses. The niceties of ancestry are less helpful than you might expect. Luna's finger moved down to another margin. There was a note there that had not belonged to the long-dead scribe. It had been written more recently, and the ink was impatient. A name. A word that I had memorized once and placed on a shelf like a foreign coin. That's not mine, I said, already looking at the handwriting as if it were a shape I could drag into the light and examine. No, Luna said. Not yours. But the paper likes you. She smiled as if the assertion explained everything. It also likes things that are grey and polite. It likes boys who smile a little too well for the trouble they carry. I had the reflex of a man whose privileges had taught him to deflect praise and blame in equal measure. Your taste in observation is remarkable. She frowned just slightly. Do you think the paper lies? She asked. There was no malice in it, merely a careful interest, as if she were wondering whether an ancient lizard had been misrepresented in a catalogue. I wanted to say that paper was honest in ways people weren't. That ink did not flatter. But I also did not want anyone to read the ledger that had been put inside my collar, an inside list that I had never shown anyone because to read it would amount to believing that I had a role I neither sought nor wanted. The prophecy had the delicate cruelty of indulgent relatives. It addressed me like a piece of inheritance, polite and inevitable at once. I don't know, I said. Sometimes paper remembers the wrong things. There are moments when someone leans into you and the air thickened with possibility. Luna edged closer on the carpet, her shoulder almost touching mine, and the book between us became a small, conspiratorial altar. She took a pencil from behind her ear, a ridiculous thing. Pencils are fragile to the touch, and she began to make a ledger of our own in the blank space. Her writing was a series of slanted ticks and tiny comments that looked like the inside of a pocket watch, all the small parts arranged with affectionate precision. Favorite colors, not what one would expect from a Malfoy. Not the daring silver you invented for yourself. More like the color of a storm just before it learns to break. Embarrassment, the first time you tried to impress a girl and tripped over the word with charm and accidentally gave her a real one. Grief tastes, not always bitter. Sometimes it is the metallic tang behind milk and sometimes it is a silence you can unwrap. She paused and looked at me in that way that means she had been taking an inventory and had found something designated as rare. You keep things in layers, she observed. A smile is a nice top layer. Under it is marmalade. I offered in a tone of banter. Marmalade, for those who do not carry a Malfoy sense of humor, is a silly thing to substitute in a sentence about feelings. It works for deflection. Luna's smile was slow. No. Under it, sometimes, are ledgers. Old ones. New ones. Ones that have been misplaced or stolen. It's important to look at what people keep under their ornamentation. It makes them more understandable. I do not like being described under somebody's breath. I prefer to be described from a ledger I keep carefully and with enough margin to back out should I choose. But there are gentler people than my ledger had allowed for. Luna had a way of sketching me with the smallest strokes, and I did not resent the portrait. My list was less poetical. It had neat, cruel things like, avoid signaling to father at meals. Avoid allusions to destiny in public. Find reasons to be useful that do not involve public victory. And at the bottom, in a different hand, my own, I had once scrawled, do not make them fear you in ways that cannot be fixed. The corner of my mouth wanted to smile. And yours? I asked. She tapped the pencil on the page. Mine is short. I like the way the castle rearranges itself when it needs something. I like the portraits when they tell the truth and not when they pretend to be scandalized. And I like people who are very good at pretending. We added the ledger of our small confessions in the margin of the dead book like a secret society. There was a thing that felt very school-like about compiling lists and pretending one was doing espionage. The castle loved that sort of performance. We were both, in our own ways, very good at acting. The quiet between us let me think of dangers without being overwhelmed by them. There were practicalities. How would one track a campaign of sabotage? You followed patterns, because patterns are the inheritance of minds that imagine cleverness. Sabotage comes from habit as much as malice. It repeats itself with a zest that is almost professional. Luna's finger traced the spine of a book that had been partnered with a portrait. Portraits remember faces better than they remember dates, she said. And moving staircases remember weight and purpose. They like to be useful. They sometimes hold grudges because they want to be remembered for more than opening a corridor. There is an odd comfort in listening to someone catalogue objects with the seriousness they grant to people. It is not sympathy exactly. It is the knowledge that one's misgivings will be fitted into a pattern and not made into a play for an audience. I found myself telling her things that were not news. I told her, for instance, what my favorite color had become, not the cold metallic silver of our crest but the pale gray of the stone outside Grey Stone where the wind had rubbed the carved family shield raw. It was not a pretty image, but it was honest. She wrote it down. She wrote down my smallest embarrassments, such as the time in second year I had accidentally set the bathroom latches to the only charm that made them sing like spoons, and the way grief tasted like the inside of the theater at home when it was empty. She quoted me with the kind of accuracy that had no mockery in it. That was how she was different from other listeners. She catalogued like someone dealing in evidence rather than entertainment. Things wind themselves into plans in quiet hours. We moved from confessions to clues naturally. The old ledger in the book had a marginalia I couldn't ignore. It was a cipher, really, a string of initials in a hand that had the kind of flourish one uses when trying to look safe. The letters corresponded to staircases. It said, a code for which staircases had been touched and when. There was a line which had been underlined twice, RU7. And beneath it, a date that meant little to me but meant everything to other people, the night of the Hollow Feast, when the tapestry had gone missing and the high table had celebrated as if oblivious. RUE7, Luna read aloud. Uffa. Room? Rotunda? Runic. Room of requirement, I said before I had given myself permission to. The name felt like a confession. My body filled with a heat that had nothing to do with shame. The room of requirement is a living thing and not a thing to be trifled with. It will provide when you need it and will hide from you when you do not. It had been a curiosity of mine since I first heard the legends. For someone who likes to keep truth on the inside, it has a civilized appetite for pleasantries. Luna's eyes grew very bright for a second. Do you think someone is using it as a storehouse? She asked. Or as a place to practice sabotage? That would be inefficient. But then, so is most danger. Or someone is using the moving staircases to triangulate access times, I offered. They're working from patterns. RU7 might be a code for an entrance that only opens when 3 staircases align. You would notice such things, she said, in that way that made my chest expand and contract and then expand again. She said, you are very good at seeing where things slide. There was truth in it. I had always taken pleasure in the architecture of advantage. In 6th year you learn to chart the points where the castle will offer you an exit. You learn to understand how people choose doors, which portraits are companions and which are informers. Being chosen by a prophecy is a peculiar cruelty because it paints targets on you as though you were a map. It transforms orientation into something people might hunt. We developed a plan that was half conjecture, half ledger. We would track the staircases. We would listen to the portraits, because portraits are often more honest at night when they cannot see an audience, and we would see whether RU7 was mentioned in other margins. It seemed like a sensible heist novel plan if one were the sort to concoct heist novel plans. I like heists, they are scripts one can learn without acting them. Luna suggested we involve the house ghosts. They remember the castle when it remembers better than people, she said. And they can fly through where we can't. Besides, ghosts like mysteries with a pulse. I considered that for a moment. Nearly headless Nick, for all his ethereal dignity, would be more prone to gossip than to strategy. But Bloody Baron, the quiet sheen of him, had been known to notice entrances. Grey Lady, with her sad, patient memory, could perhaps remember a tapestry's missing shadow. It was a sound plan assembled with a schematic girl's attention to detail. It required nothing theatrical, which suited me. We made notes. Luna had a way of making lists that made even a plan look like an affectionate household inventory. We catalogued staircases by their usual habits, we recorded daylight patterns and scrawled sketches of the Great Hall arrangements when the Hollow Feast brought guests. We ran fingers across the margins of old warding books as if the parchment itself might cough up a secret. There were small entries I would not have expected in the margins of ancient books, conversations between portraits recorded as if they were footnotes, a recipe for an old cleaning charm noted in the space beside a ward. We found a scrap, oddly modern among the old handwriting. It had been folded twice and tucked into a binding. It was a thin piece torn from a newer paper, and it smelled of someone who had been careful. On it was a list, not whimsical or observational but clinical. Names, short phrases, times. A single sigil repeated in different inks like an exclamation point. I had read enough lists in quiet hours to recognize the tone of danger. It is a tone that does not require embellishment. Danger lists are professional. They organize without sentiment. You ought to hand it to a teacher, Luna said, perhaps more out of habit than conviction. She believed in the authority of adults because, for her, adults were often merely longer-lived things rather than wiser ones. The idea of turning any scrap into anything official made my throat tighten. Give it to Dumbledore and he would fold his fingers and make a face that read 1,000 years a puzzle. Give it to Snape and his reaction would be a sharpened knife disguised as a question. Give it to my father and, well, Lucius would see it as a map to ensure advantage. None of those outcomes seemed kind. Not yet, I said. We don't know what it is. And if it is a list, then someone who keeps lists in margins might have made more. We should check the other books. Ledger to ledger, Luna agreed, as if we had created some new ritual. Like matching socks. There is romance in small rituals. We turned books out by their spines and studied the gutters between cover and text where people hide things they'd rather not lose. If you want to know a person, you examine what they conceal, they claim the rest very publicly. The castle obligingly gave up other tucked scraps, receipts, a forgotten shopping list for a house elf's birthday, and one note that had been folded and thumbed until the edges were soft. It was the last scrap that made my hand go cold. It was in an old, careful hand again, the kind of hand that dresses its letters in tails as if to ingratiate them. The scrap had 3 lines. The first was a date. The second an instruction. The third a name. There are names that sound like other names. There are names that make you want to laugh because they are silly, and there are names that feel like a last thing you might tell someone before you left. This name, on the scrap, made something in me rearrange. The letters were familiar in a way that had nothing to do with blood and everything to do with the particular way someone calls a person into being. Luna watched my face like a ledger watching an accountant. Do you know it? She asked. Slowly, I read it aloud, though my voice sounded like it belonged to someone else. I didn't say the whole thing, the room had a habit of listening when it shouldn't. There are ways to be chosen that do not make you a hero in the papers. They make you a target. They make you a person who must learn to keep silent with a small, dangerous smile. The scribbled ledger in my hands did not claim anything heroic. It did not promise applause. It offered only a notation, a younger scribe's habit of marking dates, places, names, and in the bottom corner, like a signature, a single word that had been written as if the writer meant to prove something to themselves. There was a name on the scrap. My name written in an old, almost vanishing hand, and beside it, a word that made even the paper tremble. I closed the book and pressed the scrap into my palm. The room seemed to inhale. Luna's pencil stopped scraping. Somewhere in the castle a portrait cleared its throat. You could feel the staircases adjusting their attitudes, as if the very architecture wanted to know what we planned to do with the knowledge. Tonight, I said. It was not a plea. It was not a command. It was, in its own way, a ledger entry I was making aloud. Tonight we go to the room of requirement. There was a long pause, the kind in which a person realizes they have said the name of something unsayable and the house leans in to listen. Luna folded a corner of the ledger page and slid it into the book like a bookmark for danger. "Bring ledgers," she said. "And bring your polite smile. I rather like it in small doses. It suits you." The lamps hummed. Outside, the lake sent a ripple that answered like a message. I had a list in my head that was long and small and indecipherable to anyone who wanted simplification. I had a father for whom lists were maps, teachers for whom lists were evidence, and enemies for whom lists were instructions. I put the scrap into my pocket, where paper warmed against cloth and became less fragile by proximity. The weight of it settled against my hip and the castle seemed to straighten its back as if to prepare. There was no comfort in being chosen other than the one you make by choosing carefully who to trust. Luna stood and reached out, then withdrew as if someone had offered a hand and she had felt an odd electricity. "We will follow the staircases," she said, bright and serious in equal measure. "And the portraits. And the ghosts. And we will make tiny ledgers in margin so the castle cannot forget its own footprints." "Ledgers for the castle," I murmured. The thought pleased me. It made the world seem slightly more orderly and less like a stage for other people's decisions. As we left the books as if they were sleeping, I thought of lists, the ones my mother had kept for me when I was small, the ones my father now carried in a gloved hand. I thought of how sentences could be armor or they could be beds. I thought of the way Luna's ledgers arranged truth so carefully, like a person packing a bag for a long voyage. We walked through hallways that were less prone to gossip at that hour. The portraits were hushed but watchful, and one in particular, an old woman with a hat too small for her head, made a small, rude noise. She later told us, when pressed between pages and questions, that she had seen boys in better coats than I wearing my smile. It had the ring of truth and also the faint whiff of amusement. When we reached the stone that marked one of the staircases, Luna pressed her ear to the wood as if expecting it to speak. She closed her eyes and hummed, a low, tuneless sound that seemed to be a ledger for the ear. The staircase protested in its own way, a soft groan that asked for the right alignment of weight. We watched, we waited. The stairs shifted. A door that had been 3 times a week in its habits found a new alignment and the step opened its mouth. There are pleasures in small proofs. The staircase moved like a beast that had been taught to be polite, and through the shift I saw the world rearranged to accommodate a secret. The castle is a thing that likes to be needed. We walked, led by habit and by ledgers, until the corridor stopped offering us its trivialities and grew a quiet that felt like concentration. The room of requirement does not yield itself to ornament. It likes to be required. It will not unclad unless someone has a need that the house understands. You cannot win it with ruse. You must be honest about what you expect. How will you ask for it? Luna asked. She was practical in her own way, which was both a relief and unnerving. Someone like her did not expect answers she could not see. I hesitated because honesty requires a kind of bravery I often feel reluctant to wear in public. There are things about me that are private not because I want to be mysterious but because the alternatives look worse. But Luna's ledger had taught me the joy of small truths. "We need a place where staircases cannot be tampered with," I said finally. "A place to watch, to catalogue. A room that remembers the castle but also hides what we find." She nodded. "Then say so. Not as a secret. As a need." I did. I walked to the stretch of blank wall and leaned my palm against the stone and said aloud, to no one but the castle, "We need a room to watch the movements and to hold ledgers of little truths." The stone warmed under my hand like the page of a book opened in winter. For a breath, the span between one heartbeat and the next, I wondered if the house would offer anything at all. I thought of prophecies that insist upon dramas and how many plans had folded into nothing because the world refused their script. I thought of all the names my ledger hid on its underlayers. If the castle required belief, then perhaps it required me to be the least dramatic, which is to say, the most present. There was a sound like Holdwood giving the smallest grin, and then a door bloomed out of the stone with a sigh. The room that the castle offered us was not theatrical. It was a place with a long table and shelves and cupboards, like a study one might inherit in a quiet house. It smelled of lemon oil and old glue and paper, and the air tasted like an expectation you could actually hold in both hands. There were maps rolled and a corner full of telescopes that looked like they had been waiting for someone to set them right. It felt like a room that had been making itself ready for us in the quiet hours. Luna walked in as if she belonged there by right and began picking up ledgers as if they were fruits. Each book she opened had marginalia, someone else had been keeping lists. The notes skittered like a house with many tenants. There were precise observations about staircases, about laundry schedules, about the times portraits tended to gossip. Some of the entries were benign, some of them had that professional list voice. It was a gathering place of small, useful facts. At the center of the table lay a book not unlike the one we had found in the corner of the library, an old ledger, the sort of thing that kept attendance for ghosts. Luna opened it as if it were a pet. There were names in a hand I had not seen before, and dates, and a series of circles drawn and crossed out. It looked ordinary until my eyes fell on the same name from the scrap, written again in that old, careful hand. My heart, traitor that it sometimes is, chose to announce itself in my throat. Luna followed my gaze. "You know it," she said simply. No surprise, no judgment. She had the calm of someone who was used to strange things finding their way to strange people. I closed the ledger and placed my hand on it as if that were enough. The room hummed, politely, like a lover at a library door. "Tonight," I repeated, but this time the word had more weight. I would have to be more than a ledger maker. I would have to be a guardian of the small truths we had compiled. I would have to balance the old comforts of my name with the new, inconvenient attention of prophecy. Luna sat back, pencil balanced as if the world were a ledger she had only half finished. She looked at me in a consuming way and said, "Ledgers are useful. They keep things honest. We will keep this one in the room, and no one will know except the room, and the house, and us." "Except," I protested, "because there is always an except to any plan you intend to keep from officialdom." She smiled with that small, private smile. "Except the ghosts," she corrected. "And portraits don't mind if they gossip to those they like. And sometimes the castle tells the truth because it likes being useful." I laughed because even in the midst of it all, humor is a thing that keeps me breathing. It felt like a dishonesty to keep everything hidden, and yet the honesty of my ledger would demand patience. Patience is not a currency my house values highly. "You will come with me?" I asked, more vulnerable than I intended. "I will," Luna said. "I have made a ledger, and it says so." The simplicity of her answer made something in me unlace. It was not a grand thing. It was not a vow. It was a pencil mark on the margin of a life, a tiny truth. It meant that someone who did not need to be found had chosen me to be the center of a small, delicate plan. It felt like the sort of courage that is less a trumpet than a compass. I slept badly because my head filled with lists. Not frightening lists, but careful ones, staircases charted by pattern, portraits filed by propensity to gossip, ghosts scheduled for patrol. My palm was greasy where the scrap had warmed into a secret. The castle breathed around us, rearranging its attention. The ledgers we compiled in the room of requirement felt like a family album, each marginal note a photograph of an odd intimacy. The next morning the hollow feast was worse than the rumors had promised. Faces were done up like ceremonies. People drifted like leaves, nervous and bright. My father was polished to a sheen. The tapestry the night before was hung as if nothing had been missing. The great hall's banners sang with a bravado that only magnified the lack of ordinary things. I could have told the world at that table that morning that I had spent the night making ledgers with Luna Lovegood and that the room of requirement had given us a book in which my name had been written in an old hand. I could have explained that the castle is as good at keeping secrets as it is at letting them go, and perhaps everyone would have applauded the noble transparency of a Malfoy choosing to catalogue danger. But there are other ledgers one keeps. I had learned the hard way that some truths are not generosity. They are currency that must be spent carefully. I will not pretend I do not feel the smell of danger like a draft from a broken window. I will not pretend I do not feel the tug of the people who think my name is their map. Luna met me in the corridor beside the portrait with the small hat and handed me a folded strip of paper I had not noticed in the room, a ledger in miniature. For when the stairs are particularly contrary, she said. And for the nights the portraits feel chatty. I unfolded it. It had only 3 words: staircases at 8, Grey Lady watches, Malfoy is expected at 9. Her handwriting had the slant of someone recording history and also dinner plans. Expected? I repeated. That was the kind of word that hinted at a presence other than the house. Expected by a portrait, she said. She apologized in advance for the ceremony of it. There are many ways a person can be expected. They can be expected to be charming. They can be expected to fail. They can be expected to be the center of a prophecy. Expectations are not all equal. Some weigh like velvet, others scrape like gravel. The one in that little strip of paper had the texture of an iron coin. We kept our ledgers. We kept our lists. We kept our silence where it mattered and told tiny truths to one another like children swapping contraband sweets. I had a new ledger forming under my skin now, a habit of looking at the margins where people hid their truths and an increasing tendency to place delicate things in the room of requirement for safekeeping. The castle has its politics, all right, but its loyalties are curiously democratic. It saves what it values in corners and under staircases because it dislikes spectacle. My father would have liked a proclamation. My mother, perhaps, would have liked a quiet negotiation. The prophecy would not be satisfied with either. It wanted a single phrase, that someone would make an impossible choice. I do not imagine that I am heroic. I will not indulge the idea that my ledger is made of starched courage. What I have learned in the margins is the utility of quietness. There is a peculiar power in being chosen and deciding to keep the facts small. There is a peculiar power in being accompanied into danger by someone who will catalogue it beside you in a neat hand. That night, as Oak and Moon and the whisper of moving stairs arranged themselves into their habitual conspiracies, Luna folded another small ledger and placed it in the pocket of my robe. "Do not lose it," she said. "I would not dare," I lied. But I kept it. It lay against my heart, a thin strip of paper that said things I had said aloud only in the room of requirement. It was a list, yes, but lists give shape to the world. They make danger less scattershot and more something one can pilot through. We were not alone. The castle never allows its tiny revolutions to pass entirely unnoticed. A portrait had mentioned me to a visiting aunt. A house elf had steadied a tray in the wrong corridor. A whisper that had started as a ledgers of little truths mention ended with someone else calling me by the name that had been written on the scrap. There was a knock at my dormitory door that night, late enough for whispers and early enough for trouble. The knock carried itself like a ledger closing. When I opened it, I found no one on the other side. But there was an envelope propped against the panel, heavy with a seal I recognized more by manner than by sight. It had the kind of weight a Malfoy envelope is allowed to have, the weight of expectation. My name was written on the front in a hand that had been patient and polite. It was a ledger without marginalia. It required attention. I stood there with Luna's little strip of paper against my chest and the weight of my father's design on the threshold of my door. The castle was busy. The house is always busy when someone carries a secret. The ledgers we make in the margins are neat and honest. They do not protect you from the knock at the door. I slid the seal with a fingertip that did not tremble as much as it wanted to. Inside, the letter was short. It was a thing that had the gentle formality of an instruction dressed up as a suggestion. The envelope contained a single line and an appointment. Greystone expects its son for supper tomorrow. Attendance is required. Explain nothing. My ledger of little truths hummed in my pocket. The castle hummed like a bird at the window. Outside, the lake sent its dark reply. I folded the letter into a margin of my own mind and placed it into the room of requirement later that night. I left it there among other small confessions, like throwing a pebble into a well and watching the ripples fold themselves into new shapes. Luna watched me without making the offering feel small. "There are many ledgers," she said, closing the cover on a book where another hand had written about staircases and about boys who learn to be more than a glare. "There are also many kinds of expectation. We will attend to them all. We will keep ledgers. We will keep the room. We will keep things honest." I believed her in the way one believes that a map is useful because it can be read. I believed her in the way one believes that a ledger held with a careful hand can sometimes steer a ship. And then, with my ledger warm in my pocket and a letter that had the gravity of family instructions lodged in my mind, I lay awake and made a new entry in the margins of my heart: "I will not let my name be used as shorthand for fear." Somewhere, in the long hush that stretched between midnight and the turning of the hour, the castle rearranged its staircases as if in preparation for a coming. The portraits discussed us in small, opinionated strokes. The ghosts floated like faint punctuation marks in the air. The room of requirement swallowed our ledgers with solemn promise. And beneath the sound of all of that, the soft, faithful library noises of a house breathing into sleep, I felt something else, a sudden, cold certainty that the scrap we had found was not accidental, that the name written in that old hand was a beginning rather than an end. I ran my thumb over the seam of the paper that had been folded and tucked so carefully, as if fingers could erase the shape of a future they did not agree with. The scrap warmed under my skin, and the castle, patient as stone, waited for me to decide whether I would step into the ledger and begin to write my line. Chapter 17: A Star Less Ordinary. I woke before the bells and with the taste of cold starlight in my mouth. The dream let go like that, a memory torn out and left on my tongue. For a moment I lay still, counting the familiar shadows in my dormitory, listening to the slow, domestic breathing of Slytherin beneath the stone. Even at 2 in the morning the castle had a way of sounding like a thing that would defend itself, pipes creaking like old armor, the stair outside muttering with the migration of its 1,000 steps. I listened because listening kept me safe, listening kept secrets, and I had learned to be friendliest to secrets. The name in the dream came like a fingerprint. It did not sound foreign or ornate, it landed in me as if it had always belonged there and I had simply misplaced it for a night. There were images, an alignment of light across an old brass lens, the cold flash of ink on a torn scrap, and a thread of something warm and darker, a shadow, not quite understood, something that smelled faintly of iron. And the last thing the dream offered me before it pushed me awake was a clause rather than a sentence, a choice, a line drawn not in prophecy but in the space where someone else's hand might be forced to move. I lay watching the moonlight lean over the pointed windows and considered the arithmetic of it. Prophecies were awkward things if you believed in them at all. They liked to be quoted by people with agendas and to be twisted until they fitted like bad gloves. I had been told, by the right people in the right rooms, that the words that concerned me were to be kept where they could not whisper to gossip. That was why I kept the scrap in a locked place, and why I had learned the private cost of secrecy. You live a long time on polite pale smiles, on the easy cruelty of a smirk worn to protect something fragile inside. But the dream was not merely a cautionary echo, it felt like an address. There are things at Hogwarts that make it easy to move unseen. The staircases prefer to misplace you. Portraits object only if you take their compliments, and the house ghosts are notoriously good at pretending they cannot speak the truth if speech would inconvenience them. I dressed as quietly as a boy from my house can, dark clothes, hair combed into its practiced arrogance. The robe felt heavier than usual when I pulled it over my shoulders, the satin of my Slytherin tie folding into itself like a small concession. Astronomy was supposed to be a dreary subject for most. It was one of my father's insistences that molded me into a tolerant boredom of patrimony. However, when the stars were being peculiar, what was dreary became useful. The tower offered a different kind of privacy, and night offered a different kind of question. I had an appointment with the sky. I moved through corridors that shifted as if they were the castle's own mood swings. A portrait of an old mariner eyed me with the insolence of a man who had spent his youth in more honest weather. The fat lady's frame was dimly lit and she was ignoring me with a special kind of offended dignity. The stairs complained and slipped me sideways. A lesser mood would have had me cursing the architecture, but the misdirection pleased me for once. If someone was out to make announcements, the castle liked to deliver them with flair. The astronomy tower smelled like iron and old oil. The telescope stood on its black tripod like an instrument of interrogation. Brass gleamed even in the slant of moonlight, constellations slid across glass as if they were audience to some private joke. I expected to be alone. I did not expect rings of quick laughter, thin and bright across the terrace, and the figure at the telescope who looked utterly unremarkable until she turned, and in turning became the sort of person you could not forget. Luna Lovegood had the kind of face that made precise things look inadequate. She wore an expression like a question with no hurry to be answered. Her hair fell in an unthinking scatter, just so. She had a muff of a scarf against the night and a battered copy of some star chart under one arm. She looked as if she had stepped out of a drawing, quiet and impossible, and my stomach, to my own private inconvenience, did something traitorous and warm. "Miss Lovegood," I said, which is the formal address required by the house of my upbringing, accompanied by the small, habitual curl of a smile. Her eyes widened slightly, in the way somebody's might if they'd been delivered a small and unexpected kindness. "Draco," she said, as if we were not playing our assigned parts at all. She moved aside from the telescope as if she had been expecting me. "The stars have settled into something interesting tonight. Not often you get lines so precise." If anyone else had said it in that quiet voice, I would have suspected a joke. With Luna, the thing was simply noted, no malice bundled in. She had the strange effect of making secrecy feel less like an armor and more like an odd, shared curiosity. "What lines?" I asked, and the question was a smallness. She grinned, which made the peculiarities of her face sharper and somehow more sympathetic. "You'll see," she said, and she handed me the map she had been holding. The parchment was old, not in the way schoolbooks are old, but in the way a thing that has been passed from hand to hand tends to be, edges softened, ink faded where many fingers had found the same small mark. She pointed at a sketch of a smudge in the shape of a serpent that lay across the chart center. The smudge was drawn lightly, almost apologetically. "Stars imitating snakes tonight," she said. "Or a snake imitating stars. Depends very much on whether you prefer constellations or creatures." I laughed then, soft, short, surprised. Luna's jokes weren't loud, they were small, precise things, like the way she'd misplace a fact and then find it again to our mutual advantage. It is a rare and dangerous amusement for me to be made to laugh by the things I least expected. We aligned the telescope. The brass was colder than I had expected, and the eyepiece smelled faintly of lemon oil. As I peered through the glass, the world narrowed to a pin of light and an arrangement of other points, and the unusualness of the picture cut through me. The stars were a needlework arranged with a deliberate hand, an arc here, a conspicuous gap there, a darker blot against the ordinary glitter of the sky. At the very center of the pattern, a small dim star burned with the patience of someone older than the surrounding fire, not bright, but present in a way that made the periphery tremble. "A star less ordinary," Luna said softly at my shoulder, as if she were reading my mind, while I had only meant to be reading glass. The phrase made a peculiar thing happen inside me. Dreams do odd taxes on reason, they take their coin and demand you pay interest. The dream had left me with a finger on the map. Here, in the clarity of the telescopic view, the map made sense. It had been a fingerprint after all, an alignment that marked not only the sky but the space of decisions. Stars are patient things, they can afford to watch as lesser creatures thrash their way toward sudden conclusions. But this pattern, was deliberate. It felt like a sentence waiting with an open mouth. I told myself I was being dramatic. I also told myself that I ought to know the difference between omen and coincidence. My father had trained me in the art of distinguishing the useful lie from the dangerous truth. The distinction is hard to keep orderly when night presses against the glass and everything smells of cold iron. "Are you here for the map?" she asked when I had been silent for a while. Moonlight made her eyes into something mild and unreadable. "Or did you need to find something else?" There are many ways to lie. The easiest is the one that tells only half of the truth and allows the listener to sow the rest. "The map," I said, which was not entirely untrue. She watched me. Luna has that gentle attentiveness, she does not pry with malice, only with the inquisitiveness of someone who believes that things can be asked into being. "Maps are better when they are read together," she said. "Two pairs of eyes see more than one." She did not ask who else I thought I might be. She did not ask whether the name in my dream had been hers. It was as if she understood that questions with too many sharp edges could draw blood. That they could bait a trap. I told her the dream in the silence between breaths. Not all of it. Some things, even to my own ears, sound like carefully rehearsed betrayals. But I told her the name, the small word that had opened like a key in my sleep. She frowned in that nice, private way of hers, which is to say she rearranged thought visibly, and then she said, "Noted." The word was light, but it landed with sincerity. "You sound like a book," I told her, with just the right measure of mock. The smile was a deflection. When people asked questions, they were asking for weapons. When people offered sympathy, they were arranging care. She looked at me as if I were the more curious specimen. "Books are only dangerous if you hate their authors," she said. It was absurd and rather true, and her voice made me feel like someone had gifted me a ladder when I'd been clambering on wet stones. We looked back up at the sky. The little dim star at the center of the pattern seemed to tense, as if it too were listening. For all my training in derision and the comfort of pale smiles, something in me unbent. I let Luna's calm be a kind of shelter. There is a particular peace in being seen by someone who refuses to make you feel smaller by knowing more than you can manage. A confidant without a ledger, a friend who keeps her hands clean without playing saint. The telescope coughed out a breath of cold when I adjusted it. There was something tucked in the mounting, a scrap of pull leather, frayed and creased, and when I drew it out I felt the absurd human need to find in objects what I could not find in people, proof. The scrap was a sliver of parchment, and on it someone had written 3 characters in a hurried hand. For a second I could not read them, because the letters were small and the ink smeared as if tears had kissed them. Luna took it and tilted her head in that upended way she has when she is thinking through an idea. "Odd," she said. "You have a way of finding things." "It is not mine," I said, and in the way that I meant it. Whoever had placed this scrap there had measured the same stars we had. Whoever it was had an interest in what we were seeing tonight. Luna's eyes softened. She is quick to recognize motives that are not loud. Maybe it was a map for someone who was not very good at reading maps. The letters revealed a name when held to the moon. It was worn by time and care, but the contour was unmistakable. The scrap had my family crest cross-hatched in the corner, 40 years of accreditation in the curling curl of a Latin flourish. It was not an accusation so much as a signature. My stomach gave a small, private complaint. It is a singularly painful thing to see your name linked like a stitch in the seam of an omen. I had been trained to wear the Malfoy name like a carefully silvered plaque, a public thing that would protect me and my own. That plaque had weight now, like a coin you could not spend because its value had been decided for you. "Someone is writing messages in the tower," I said, too quickly. My voice betrayed me. It always did when I fell backed into considerations that could not be softened by a smile. "Someone who thinks the stars talk to them." Luna's hand brushed my sleeve. It was accidental, or perhaps something like deliberate accident. She had the habit of occupying people with kindness when it suited a point. Her fingers were cool and steady, and the contact made me aware of all the little business of courage, a small daring repeated until habit hardens into something stronger. "I think," she said, "that the stars notice people sometimes. They keep careful notes on those who make a mess of things." It was a ridiculous sentiment, and it made the night lighter, which is why I liked it. Ridiculous is a good way of admitting fear without being weighed down by it. "How considerate of them," I muttered, and for once my wit was sincere in its gratitude. We sat and compared notes until the tower began to smell of dawn. There is a specific hour at Hogwarts when the castle begins to inhale, and the students who have not yet learned the art of getting up early discover that sleep is a precious and unreasonable commodity. Luna pointed out an alignment in the stars that suggested an ancient chart had been followed to the letter. There was a cadence to the arrangement, a rhythm that felt almost like a sentence. Lines. Arcs. A central blot that throbbed like an idea not yet decided. "You think it means anything?" I said. "I think meanings are what we make of the patterns," she replied. "Not the patterns themselves." Her answer pulled at something in me I had not known needed pulling. A day rarely passed without someone suggesting to me what my meaning ought to be. Night had fewer such presumptions. Night listened more than it spoke. The idea that meaning was something I could make rather than something made for me felt dangerously like freedom. I tucked the scrap into my inner pocket. It was a small theft and a small trust. I did not tell her about the whole of the prophecy, not yet. The words on that parchment were a private thing. Bad faith was built into the art of telling. Even friendship must have its margins. But the dream and the scrap and the star made an arithmetic that suggested something I had not yet admitted to myself, that the prophecy did not name me to be obedient, it named me to decide. If there was to be a destiny for me, perhaps I had a voice in the choice. We left the tower together, which is a small scandal in itself for two people who move in such different orbits of school life. We let the castle do its usual trick of rearranging the stairs and confusing the portraits. The fat lady grumbled as we passed, and a portrait of a woman who had once been a duchess gave me a dismissive look that felt like an apostrophe. The moon was still a witness as the corridors swallowed us back into their private hum. On the way down, in the shadow where the marble rail met the stair, something caught my eye, an impression in the stone not there before. It was a sigil worked into the banister, subtle as a fingerprint and freshly carved. The mark was a snake, not the heraldic Slytherin style, but a simple, blunt thing, a suggestion of a mouth, a line that suggested a forked tongue. Fresh chips of stone lay piled like small white teeth beneath it. The work was sloppy but purposeful. Whoever had come to mark the tower had chosen a place to be seen but not named. An imprimatur left on stone speaks to me of audacity. An imprint on a community's private architecture is a demand. The mark tasted faintly of iron in the lunar light. It was, in everything but explicit language, a message. I thought of the scrap and of the way the stars had arranged themselves. I thought of the name in my sleep, with its claws about choice and the shadow of blood that had brushed the edges like a stain. My chest stung, which is a sentiment I have never liked and have learned to regard with the same care I give a bruise. I have been taught that courage is a loud and public thing. Courage given quietly, in the shape of a refusal, was considered poor theatre among people who favored pageantry. Yet the small defiance that comes from not moving as others expect you to move feels like something colder and steadier. It feels like the first honest breath one can take in a room full of expectations. "Luna," I said, my voice only the size of a plan, "who would want to leave such a thing?" She folded her arms, and for once she wore something like severity. "Someone who thinks they have put you on a list," she said. "Someone who thinks the world has decided your role for you." Preferable to the conspiracy theory answer was, perhaps, the more banal one that suited most practical people, attention seekers, bored students, children with too much imagination and too little caution. But I did not think it was merely mischief. The way the mark had been placed, deliberate and clean, suggested intention that tasted like threat. The mark was not there to frighten children into pranks, it was there to communicate to me in a language I knew, the language of heritage. The possibility that the mark was meant to steer me, to herd me like sheep into an arena where decisions would be made for me, made my stomach tighten. "If someone means to frighten me into obedience," I said, "I shall have to learn extroversion." Luna laughed then, and it was a single, bright thing that made the world warmer by a degree. "That would be a waste," she said. "You wear stillness better." Her praise was small and horribly effective. There was a feeling then, as if the night itself had stepped closer. A silence folded between us, but it was not empty. It was full of a new sense of plan, an idea that we had done an inventory of fear and found that we were not yet bankrupt. "You could show me the rest of the scrap," she said finally. I gave her a look that was half affection and half foible. I had not fully intended to reveal the lockbox to anyone. I had the prophecy in a velvet-wrapped envelope at home, where it slept under the old portraits of my ancestors like a secret animal. But the scrap at the telescope meant things had accelerated. The star pattern had shifted from being a curiosity to being a signpost. If someone in the castle had begun to leave marks, they might have other small theatrics in mind. "I shall keep it for now," I said, which was the half-truth that passed between us like a promise. That is when the sound began, a footstep that should not have been there, soft as a thought. It came from the stair below, a misplacement of all the castle's natural order. Someone was not supposed to climb the tower at this hour. I could sense the atmosphere change, as if the walls themselves braced in the knowledge that the night had been broken. We moved back into shadow. The terrace that looked out over the lake was empty, the moon traced silver across water that was patient as glass. The figure in the stair was not detailed at first, it was a silhouette that became a man as it washed into moonlight. For a heartbeat I thought of my father, and then I was grateful the mistake was not true. Sometimes the mind supplies fears in generous quantities. This one was smaller, older, there was a poise to the figure that suggested someone used to being looked at. He did not call up to us. He only paused at the base of the tower and looked upwards, as if marking us in the night's ledger. The angle of his shoulders, the way he carried himself, rang faintly with the uniform I had seen in less hospitable rooms. There is a code in bearing, one that I have practiced to a professional level. I recognized the attention of someone who was used to being obeyed. The sight of that alone was enough to make my jaw tighten. Luna, I breathed. The name was a small thing in the dark, but the weight of it felt like a shield. Stay here. She looked at me as if to say she had already been staying there, that staying put was her own sort of fidelity. Then she nodded, and the movement in her face was a quiet anchor. I slipped the scrap deeper into my pocket and descended the outer stair, the steps cold underfoot. The figure was still there, a cutout against the stone. He turned when I was close enough to see the line of his cheek and the neatness of his hair. The moonlight made his features precise. He had an age somewhere between caution and certainty. He knew to respect the stare, and he knew the power of a polite silence. Yes? I said. My voice, practiced through years of polite duplicity, had the right lilt. I kept the smile small, the kind that suggested playfulness rather than fear. It is a useful face to have when one is expected to be ruled by the world, the look of someone who takes things lightly even when they do not. He looked at me, and I felt something like a blade of recognition. You were not meant to be in a place where stars might notice you, he said. There is power in being told you have moved beyond your allotted station. It is an ancient art. His voice was not unkind, but it was precise. Many things have noticed me this year, I said. It was not entirely a lie. The man smiled, and the smile held a certificate worth of agreement. You will be required to make a choice, he said. The words were small and ordinary, and they landed like a gavel. They matched the edges of the dream I had had, the fragment of a clause. It would be best if you did so in company of those who know what is right. He was not my father. He was not one of the teachers who watched with clinical disinterest. He wore no school tie. There was a thread of something I could not name in his movements that suggested a profession of secrecy. My mouth was a parable of iron in my head. Who else could demand such things but those who see themselves as authorized to decide my path? The thought made me bristle. I decide for myself, I said, rather more sharply than I had intended. It was the kind of statement I might have made to satisfy myself rather than to persuade him. He did not look surprised. Decisions are rarely made in private, he said, with the insistence of someone whose job it had been to make sure that other people's private choices were public business. There is a difference between being told and being reminded. Somewhere in the stair's shadow his presence felt like a prescription. He bowed his head a little, in the way men do when they are practicing civility to thin the knife edge of what they mean. I am not your advisor, he said, and the sentence carried both the weight of an instruction and the venom of a threat. He moved then, without hurry, and left the way he had come, a man who had done what he meant to do, arrive, mark, withdraw. He had made a communication and left the rest for interpretation. When I looked back up, Luna was still where I had left her, as if the night had been no more than a courtesy call. Her face held a tenderness that might have been pity, had it not been so luminous. You are said to have a choice, she said at last, and there was no mockery in it. Do you know how you feel about it? I could have answered with a dozen polished evasions. I could have offered cunning, humor, arrogance, the tools I wield when fear threatens to show. But she had given me a gift of trust, and the night had revealed that my choice might not belong to me for long. I said the truth instead, because for once truth seemed like a useful ally. I do not like it, I said. The words were small and honest. They felt like the first of something that might be called courage. Luna smiled in that curious way she has, simultaneously serene and conspiratorial. Then the stars will have to take a note of that, she said. It would be a pity if they forgot. Her voice made it sound manageable, as if an entire constellation could be recorded and amended with gentle insistence. Perhaps that was the thing I liked about her most, she did not pretend to have the loud answers. She suggested alternatives and left room for decisions. I left the tower with a resolution so modest it felt absurdly brave. I would not be forced into an answer. Choice begins with the small refusal to comply when others offer you a shape for your life. It was not the bravado of the daring, it was the quiet, stubborn little acts that add up. I had kept the scrap because I could not allow those who meant to name me to do it without at least listening to the reply I intended to offer. In the days after, the mark on the banister became a gossip for the house, how slyness made rumors into sport. People asked whether Slytherin had reclaimed its territory, whether the tower had been consecrated. Others thought it a boast, a childish scrap of malice. I let them chatter. Rumor is an industry that often profits from your silence. The real business was the map and the star and the man in the stair who had delivered a note in the language of threats. At night I spent the hours I could steal from sleep making a different sort of calculation. I read the map again by lamplight, the ink of its lines whispering of arcs and ancient thinking. There was a subtlety to the pattern that suggested someone old had drawn it. There was a patience in the way the central star pulsed. I began to understand a dream as less of a declaration than an invitation, not an identity given, but a responsibility to be chosen. If the prophecy that concerned me named me as a point in a story, then perhaps it meant to name me as an author as well. That idea is a dangerous comfort. There would be those who demanded I remain the obedient thing in the page. There would be others who would be more persuasive. Yet the thought of being allowed to choose, however small the margin, was something I clung to like a private flag. Luna began to come by more often. This was not scandalous, Hogwarts is a place of odd alliances. She would appear in the quiet hours with a single, unassuming book, like a messenger who had chosen the wrong uniform for intrigue. We sat in the library when it was empty, and she read out notes and told me about the names of stars and the way the moving staircases sometimes composed themselves into a tune. She never asked me to be less Malfoy. That was her most dangerous kindness. She accepted the shape I had been given while suggesting, without ever pressing too loudly, that we might be able to alter its outline. There is a dangerous habit in being told you are destined to play a part. You begin to check the lines to see if you can alter them. My father would have advised me to tighten my grip on the role and polish the edges. My mother would have counseled discretion and the preservation of family. Both are sensible responses. I found myself wanting neither necessarily. What I wanted instead was to be allowed the dignity of choosing what wickedness, if any, I would consent to be associated with my name. The nights had begun to have a different texture, they were stitched with decisions small and pragmatic. Should I answer the man who had left the sigil? Should I find out who had placed the scrap in the telescope? Could I do these things without sliding into the kind of heroics my training had taught me to fear? Courage is not always a dramatic explosion. Sometimes it is the quiet logistics of refusal, choosing who to trust with a secret, who to wake in the middle of the night because they are to you more than a curiosity. Luna was one of those people. The hardness of her makes her a good confessor because she is so unbothered by conventional alarms. She accepts impossible explanations with the same calm as probable ones. It is an exhausting way to be intimate with someone, yet it is also the most useful. She kept me honest without ever demanding I confess. She drew my attention to the possibility that the stars might notice me less because of my blood and more because of my choice. That thought made both my chest and my mind feel fuller. The scrap stayed in my pocket like a small talisman. It was not much, and yet it contained an argument that I could return to in sleepless hours, that a life might not be preordained by the foil on a family crest or the insistence of other people's hands. Even the dream's shadow of blood was not, on closer thought, a promise of obligation. Blood stains a thing, it does not always dictate a shape. There are hands that bleed in protest. There are hands that clean. I told myself I was ready to keep watch. I told myself that I would learn to be patient in a way my father never taught me. The starless weeks that followed were not empty but filled with an assessment of allies and motives. I watched the portraits with greater attention, I listened to the ghosts and the way they hummed with the castle's memory. I made a small list of people to trust and even smaller list of people I would trust with the knowledge that I was not going to obey without thinking. It was a modest plan, but it was a start. And then, one morning when I had taken the habit of walking the grounds under the ruse of some necessary air, the letter slid beneath the library door with the quiet certainty of an unspoken thing. It had no stamp I recognized, and yet it smelled of my house. I picked it up with fingers that did not tremble in public, and the paper made a sound like a held breath. The handwriting was neat but not unmannered, it suggested someone who had learned to be careful with curves. On the outside of the page, in a hand that might once have belonged to someone who taught patience as a virtue, were 3 precise words I had heard before. They were not an order. They were a claim. They were also an invitation. I read them twice, because the mind sometimes needs to be sure the world has not lied to you in the night. Then I folded the letter into the pocket that held the scrap from the telescope, and I felt both of them like 2 small weights in the shape of a promise. That night the stars did not need telescopes. They took their place in the sky with slow, dignified knowing. The central blot, our star less ordinary, seemed to pulse with a rhythm that matched mine. It felt as if the whole of the night had bent to listen to the smallest of my decisions. I went to bed with my hands empty and my head full. The house slept around me like a lung. The dream caught up with me again, not as a prophecy now but as an outline. The words I had heard, choice, blood, no longer sounded like a sentence handed down. They felt like an unfinished ledger. There was room to write in the margins. I will choose, I thought as I drifted, because to refuse would also be a choice. The thought of choosing for myself, not from the posture of a son obliged to a lineage but from the sturdier ground of a person who had looked and decided, felt oddly like the first proper liberation I had ever dared. It is a frightening thing to hold an entire future in the hands and decide its shape. It is a thrilling thing, too. I slept knowing that in the morning I would wake and that the world would still be the same place, but that a small portion of it, the part that concerned me, would not be for sale. In the hours before dawn, when the castle breathes deep and even the portraits hush as if to listen, I dreamt again of the same small star and the same pale mark. Only this time the dream offered an answer that was not a line of command but a choice pressed like a coin into my palm. The coin felt like blood in the dream, warm and heavy. For the briefest second I thought I would not take it. Then I closed my fingers around it and the world grew altogether quieter. When I woke, the scrap in my pocket had a new stain on its edge, faint and almost imperceptible unless you were looking for it. It was not blood. It was ink, the kind that looks like midnight and tells you the world is waiting for the reply you have yet to give. I put the paper back where no one would find it, and when I left the dormitory I wore the pale smile of a man who has not yet been broken for his presumptions. I was going to keep the scrap, keep the star, and keep the decision. Outside, the gate of the world opened like an argument. Someone had lectured the castle on the value of choices tonight. Someone had been loud enough to carve a snake in the towers wood and quiet enough to leave a note in the telescope mount. I had been noticed. The noticing had the taste of iron and of ink together. It set the day on an edge that felt deliciously, terribly like a beginning. I made my way toward the library because the next clue always preferred paper to secrets. The path felt like something I had chosen and then been chosen by. Somewhere in the quiet heart of the school, someone was making preparations for how they would ask me to answer. I wondered, not for the first time, whether I would allow them to write my lines. I had a little unfinished thought that I kept tucked like a small dagger. If others write the script, I will learn to improvise. The letter in my pocket burned faintly against my thigh, not in heat but in the small, strange certainty of a thing that demands a reply. I believed then, silly as it might be, that choices are the shape of courage. I believed that the quiet courage of choosing differently could, in time, be louder than any profession of destiny. I believed that someone watching the stars and scratching messages into tower stone would not expect the kind of defiance that comes with politeness and patience. And I thought of Luna standing beside me on the tower terrace, her hand brushing my sleeve like a vote of confidence. I thought of the slip of parchment and the star pulled like a needle. I thought of the man in the stair and his neat, practiced warning. None of them were a reason to stop. They were a reason to be careful and to be brave in small things. I had a feeling then that the hard part was not the prophesies, it was choosing how to carry them. I walked into the library and, with the manner of someone used to being interesting by habit, I slid the letter into the hollow of a book I had no right to open. The castle would grin and allow me my theatre. Outside, the sky kept its patient chart, and the star we had watched was still there, less ordinary than ever. Somewhere else, someone else would decide to push a bit harder and to carve their messages deeper. Someone would write and mark and expect my answer. I had made a quiet decision in the half-light and kept it like a promise. The scrap and the star and the taste of cold moonlight were the first page. There would be more pages and more maps. And perhaps, in one of those margins, there would be a line that read in a very small hand, "Choose." I folded the thought away and stood up, the small, steady shape of a boy who had learned the polite smile and was now learning to keep it on while he quietly decided to do something else. At the far end of the library, behind a volume that had been misplaced into myth and left to gather dust, someone had already left me another slip. It was written in a hand I did not know and signed with a flourish I did, and I felt the room close in with interest. The letter opened a new question. I could not help the small thrill that tightened me. Someone had asked for my reply before I had finished deciding. Chapter 18. Trust in Tight Corners. The question lived in the air between us like a knife and a coin. Sharp enough to frighten a man into silence. Bright enough that some part of me, the part that always admired bright things, could see how it might glint in the long run. "Tell us what you know," it said without moving its lips. "Tell us and you will be safe. Tell us and you will be useful. Tell us and you will not be alone." I gave my pale smile. It was practiced, a habit like learning to fold napkins properly at parties. The rest of the castle could read me as smoothly as they read most Slytherins, a well-kept facade, hair combed to shine, sarcasm playing at the edges of courtesy. But the smile does not change what lies behind it. It only makes it harder for people to notice your breathing. He, the man who asked, waited for the smile to be a presentable answer, and, when it was, he let his lips thin further. He stood in the corridor outside the great hall where the moving staircases threw shadow and gossip. His cloak did not quite keep the scent of him contained. There were old blood and newer loyalties in that smell, like a coin that had been gilded and then left in the damp too long. He was not Lucius, though in lesser light and poorer tailoring he might have been mistaken for him. That man had the upper half, the posture, the holidays, the way a hand rests on a cane as if the cane were a throne. This man had less polish and far more patience. Patience is, I have learned, a malleable thing. "Tell us what you know," he said in a way that pretended not to be a demand. "Do I look like a font?" I said. It was the kind of answer I always thought would end any interrogation neatly, like a nod that closes conversation. The man did not laugh. He had too much practice not to. Someone had been leaving omens around the school, small things, but intended to be read as more. A torch snuffed in the astronomy tower, a portrait that had been known for its blunt loyalty suddenly speaking in riddles, a heap of out-of-place Muggle coins found by the entrance to the Slytherin common room. Teachers called them sabotage. Students called them chills. The portraits called them gossip and, for once, they were right. There were whispers that prophesies were being consulted. Dumbledore had always treated whispers like weather and prophesies like maps, useful only if you know how to look at them without losing yourself in the lines. Others treated them like weapons. The Ministry, the Death Eaters, and the sorts in between who liked to imagine themselves swaying both sides like puppets, all of them wanted a piece of certainty. Prophesies do not arrive on a neat tray. They smear. "You're very loyal, Malfoy," the man said when my smile failed to be useful. Loyalty can be used properly. It was the kind of sentence fathers say when they're doing damage in big, clean strokes. The words meant, be purposefully useful or be expendably visible. There was barely a hint of threat, but that sufficed. I felt it in my ribs like cold rain. For a moment I let myself imagine the other end of the bargain, my conscience for a mantle of security, my knotted fear traded for Lucius's bargains, positions, favors, the rusted coin and power that smell like cold iron and older answers. I thought of my mother more than my father. Narcissa would have seen the question and known, by the angle of my jaw, what I could not say aloud. There was that strange, bitter comfort in thinking of her. She would blink, consider the angles, and then arrange protection until every sharp corner had a cushion. That, too, felt like a bargain, exchange your messy, private truth for a tidy public safety that leaves no room for courage. People confuse the absence of risk for the presence of strategy. They are not the same. You would make good use of me, then? I asked, because cruelty and curiosity are twins and curiosity tends to be better company. Very good, he said. But we will need to be certain. Secrets like yours are easier kept when they are straightforward. When they have a name. I had been given many names in my life: heir, instrument, son, enemy. None of them fit comfortably. Names are for others, I replied. My name is Fine. You can use it at your leisure. He stepped closer then, just enough that I could see the slight limp in his left hand. It was a small thing, and yet every small thing tells a story. No, he said, quiet enough that if someone had been listening they would have heard a promise. We need more than a name. We need directions, confirmation, to be able to tell those above us that we can see the way. We need to know which door to close. He wanted to know which doors the prophecy used. He wanted maps and, more dangerous still, permission to pin a map onto my back and parade me. The thought had a peculiar sickening clarity, to be the hinge on which decisions turned, to watch others take the steps I named. I answered with another smile and turned away, walking toward the Slytherin dungeons as if the steam of the common room's fires could cleanse the fluorescent smell of that man's presence from my clothes. There is a certain theatre to Slytherin common rooms, green lowlights and slender windows, the portraits of ancestors who think of themselves as more cunning than they were. They observe you the way statues do, approving one day, accusing the next. Tonight they were quiet. The torches had a peculiar feathered light that made everything look more honest than it truly was. Lucius arrived 3 hours later, as if he had been summoned by the corridors themselves. He did not use the front staircase. He never did things the obvious way if he could avoid it. He came through a portrait that acted like an old butler and into the common room with the same kind of quiet that draws attention without the need for noise. You are late for supper, he said, which was as much an observation as anything. He folded his cloak as if folding time into it. He had the look of a man who had practiced patience until no one could surprise him. He looked at me with the same gaze my teachers used when they could find fault in a student's logic but not the courage to say so. So you met a friend, he said. Lucius likes to pretend things were accidental until they are not. There was a steel under his words, a taxonomy of promises, protection, position, the smell of rusted coin. He moved like ink, slow and spreading. I wondered how he expected me to answer. The obvious option, I had told him everything, would be an act. It would be a performance in which loyalty and fear traded lines like actors. The truth would be a different thing entirely. I could say nothing, as I had before. I could hand him the prophecy parchment itself and watch his face set into the geometry of control. The idea of giving the parchment made my stomach drop because I knew what it would do in his hands. It would become instruction and then a weapon and then a justification. He came closer. Up close, the imprint of old sense is more than perfume. It is the history of someone who makes people into pieces on a board. Draco, he said, the name like a coin tossed into a wishing well that never wished back. He had always called me that way. He wished to sound reasonable. You and I both know there is no shame in aligning with power. The castle is uneasy. The world beyond it is more so. You could have a place in that world. I have a place here, I answered. My voice was steadier than I'd felt. It surprised me sometimes, how steadiness can be conjured when necessity calls for it. And here seems to be where I belong. Lucius's eyes hardened like a portrait's frame. Belonging, he said, as if tasting the word, is only shelter. Shelter should be paid for. By what currency? I asked. By usefulness. He produced a silver box from his cloak as if it were an expected prop. When he opened it there was nothing more than letter seals, and yet, the manner in which he offered them made the notion of exchange a spectacle. It was the offer of an answer in the shape of a plan. Tell me what you know. Tell us what you know. Help us, and we'll make sure the Malfoys are as safe as the world allows. There it was, the bargain, clear and sleazy as a market stall. My skin, already tired, felt thinner. The smell of rusted coin was almost literal then, not the scent of money but a metallic tang around every promise made in the name of protection. For a moment the world brightened. The cheap glow of an easy solution seems as attractive as any gem when you have been worrying about holes in a boat for long enough. It would be so simple. Trade truth for armor, trade solitude for a place at a table where people decide things. The precarious pride of Slytherin's heritage promises you sway if you only step into the room. Narcissa would approve of a secure house, Lucia said gently, and that was the last line that was supposed to convince me I had options. I thought of my mother again. Her hands are never near coins when she thinks of them. They are busy arranging our lives into small, exact shapes, a T, an alibi, a drawn curtain. Her protection would not be about power, it would be about safety. The difference is subtle and lethal. Safety imagines a life that shrinks to avoid harm. Power imagines a life that rewards harm. I could feel their gravitational pull like two moons. I will consider it, I said, which was true in its way because consideration does not require consent. And then, because I remain terrible at pantomime and better at complication, I said, but anything worth asking for will have to keep the school safe. Not just the family. Of course, Lucius replied. The school is an important theatre. He sounded almost sincere. He left as he had entered, like the last note of a song you did not know you were humming until the tune was done. I lay awake that night in my four-poster bed, the curtains drawn tight, listening to the castle settle around me. The portraits breathed in the hallways. The moving staircases sighed. There are many private noises under the roofs of Hogwarts. That was when the thought occurred to me that probably should have been less surprising. Perhaps the man who asked in the corridor was not his father's subordinate, but a more patient animal entirely, someone who had been offered everything promised by those who desired prophesies and had learned to ask softly lest the animal turned. Hope, in my life, had always been an uncomfortable garment, either too tight or too showy. Trust was a narrower thing, more like a glove that fits. It was not something my family taught me to wear lightly. Which is why, when Luna appeared the following afternoon in the least likely of places, the library's mezzanine, where dust meets sun in a small rectangle of light like a stage for moths, I felt the world tilt in a different way. She was not supposed to be in the restricted section. She had no right to be where she was, except for the kind of right that only curiosity bestows and only the absent-minded claim. She sat with her knees tucked under her, a string of oddments at her side, and a look of patient attention that could make the moon seem pedestrian. "You're thinking of bargains," she said without preamble, and I wasn't sure whether she had read my face or whether she simply had the kind of mind that catalogued sorrow. There are people who make you feel observed in a friendly way, as if a net of thought had been laid beneath you so you might not fall far. Luna does this. She has the ease of a person who has long ago decided that the world is both more sensible and stranger than most accept. I am always thinking of bargains, I lied, because some small part of me still feigned cynicism like an armor. Are you thinking you might like the rusted coins? She asked. I was, for some reason, relieved she did not laugh at my hesitation. Luna is odd but not unkind. She watches things for so long she tends to notice what others ignore. I am thinking that they smell like old promises, I said, and that was nearer to the truth than most of what I offered people. Promise protections are often heavy, she observed. They sit on you like a cloak that does not fit. You cannot run in a coat that ties you to some other place. It would be so easy, I said. It would. She nodded as if weighing the syllables. Sometimes the easy thing is right if it keeps a lot of people from getting hurt. She pushed a wayward piece of hair behind her ear, the smallest of gestures that made her look more human and less the caricature people whisper about. But sometimes the easy thing is not a thing at all. It's a silence that makes the wrong people louder. She had that way of saying unpleasant truths softly, as if folding them into a parcel. Luna had watched the castle's patterns. She had a particular fondness for patterns that made adults uncomfortable, the way the moving staircases rearranged themselves after someone had been where they shouldn't, the way particular portraits went quiet in the presence of certain men. She had noticed the small things and stitched them into theories that read better than most ministry reports. Who would you trust, then? I asked her. It was dangerous to ask a girl who seems to know everything, because then you are obligated to accept the answer. She thought for a long time, the way people do when considering maps. I would trust the castle if I could, she said at last. But the castle is thinking about its own life and its paintings the same. People are different, Draco. People can choose. There are people who are not shaped like a Malfoy who have been trying to hold this place together. Her phrasing was careful. I could tell she meant Dumbledore and Snape and the odd string of guardians who had, from different motives, kept a sort of watch. The very idea of placing my trust in Dumbledore, in that inscrutable, watchful headmaster, made something in my belly knot. He is not a comforting man to my kind of upbringing. He is, however, a necessary one in so much of this world. He has had the terrible business of prophecy in his hands before. He knows how to treat knowledge like a living thing and not as a trophy. Trust is a small thing to ask for when you've been given the world to hold, I said. Luna looked at me with a softness that made my defenses itch. It is smaller than the world, she said. Try it for the castle, not for the family. That's very clean, I observed. It isn't about cleanliness. It's about who you want to have in a dark room with you. She folded her hands like a person who had asked too many people to be brave once. When I was small, my father told me that some people will call you two things, monster or savior. He said you should keep your own account. He said it's better to have your friends write an honest ledger than to rely on strangers' receipts. The metaphor was entirely Luna's, but it landed. In a way that made me ashamed, I found myself imagining a ledger with my handwriting in it, columns of choices and debts and little notes, not this, yes that, protect Hogwarts, do not betray. It was absurd to think of myself as ledger keeper rather than puppet, but nights of thinking and the peculiarities of adolescence make certain absurdities feel like certainties. Who do you trust? I asked, because the conversation was too easy if I was only asked to listen. I trust people who show up in corners, she said. People who aren't ashamed to look small and still stay. People who notice the paintings are quieter and do something about it. People who keep secrets because they like staying secrets better than being used for someone else's map. The way she talked made it clear she had someone in mind. It could have been Dumbledore. It could have been Snape. It could have been someone darker or someone kinder. She left the name like a step in a dance she did not want to finish for me. I might trust Dumbledore, I admitted, the words out before I could stitch them to a safer lie. He knows more than I suspect. Luna's eyes brightened. Then tell him that the portraits are uneasy. Tell him the stairs are speaking to themselves. Tell him what alarms you. Not because you are naming yourself, but because the castle might need a person who knows what to look for when the wind changes. And there it was, not a command but an easy-handed solution with a dangerous, generous gravity. She was not asking me to confess. She was asking me to be useful in a way that kept my truth to myself but put the school's truth into the hands of someone who could handle it. Trust, she was proposing, could be a thing that did not require open confession to one kind of person when it could be shared, quietly, with another. You'd go to Dumbledore yourself, I said, testing the softness of the plan, because it felt as though we were welding fine things together with blunt tools. No. Luna refused with the same simplicity she treats facts. He is better watched by others. He knows things. He notices when people come and when they pretend they haven't. But sometimes Dumbledore listens better when someone else brings him a story. He likes testimony that isn't wrapped in the language of threats. It struck me then that that was precisely the reason I had kept silent so long. I had thought protection meant giving away a tool for leverage. I had not thought of protection as the slow work of binding us all to something stiff like truth. The idea that one might protect without betraying, that was new and dangerous. Lucius's offer, and the man's question in the corridor preserved in my memory, had been about immediate shelter and position. Luna's suggestion threaded a different sort of safety, one conferred by shared information to those not inclined to display it as victory. When I told her, reluctantly, of my father's visit, the small details that might have seemed innocuous in other mouths, she did not recoil. She listened as if gathering twigs for a fire. "Do you think they'll take control?" she asked. "Of the prophecy?" I said. "Of you." I considered it. It is a peculiar thing to imagine yourself becoming a banner. Slytherin pride fosters the notion that banners are earned. But use is being forced into me in a way that leaves me small and very much like a puppet. My immediate instinct is to barter my way into a better condition, to be less vulnerable by being more useful, because that is the Malfoy instruction manual: be useful, and others will find reasons to keep you. I would not let them make me a banner for the wrong reasons, I said quietly. It was half a promise, half a threat, and mostly a way to tell myself I had decided something. Luna smiled as if at the knot already tied. "Then trust someone who is not shaped like a Malfoy," she said. "Let them help you choose how to carry what you must." Her presence was a sort of counterweight. I have always been aware that my loneliness has a particular scent, a silver smoke thing that makes me attractive to the wrong sorts of people. Luna's counsel was not the kind that asks you to bury fear under louder loyalties. She offered the quieter bravery: trust someone because they are steady, not because they promise you a gilded future. It was, in parts, terrifying. The portrait of a long-dead Slytherin rustled as if adjusting his wig. "And who do you suppose that would be?" he asked with the condescension of someone who had never had a child robbed of choice. "I suppose," Luna replied with the fatalism of a person who has been called on all her life and thus knows when it's a useful tactic, Professor Dumbledore. Or Professor Snape, if he will allow it. Or someone else, but someone with a conscience that bends in ways yours does not." The portraits murmured. Portraits, despite their fuss, are excellent informants if you can stand their opinions. They read like history narrow to the size of a sofa, so their gossip was both colorful and narrow. They imagine themselves moral because they are permanent, and that skews their ethics. "One does not usually admit to trusting Dumbledore," the ancient Slytherin declared, affronted by the very idea of unpredictable charity. "And Snape?" "Snape is complicated," Luna said, and in that adjective she gave me everything I needed and nothing I wanted, the truth without naming the stain. I did not trust anyone entirely. That was the baseline. Trust is always a bargain in which the currency is small and paid in installments. But Luna's suggestion, which felt at once ridiculous and practical, lodged in me like a thimble that fits comfortably. If I could give the school information that would allow the right people to react without offering the world the single target of me, perhaps I could carry both love and duty. "Come to me when you have something concrete," she said at last, folding a small scrap of quibbler paper into the edge of a book like a secret marker. Her hands are clumsy in a way that makes theft easy. "Don't do it alone." "I never thought you of all people would be the sort to ask for a directness I can't afford," I muttered. It was meant to be sharp, Slytherin-flavored. She only regarded me with the sort of patience that made grown men admit to being tired of themselves. "Directness is useful," she replied. "Face it. You prefer knives to blunt clubs." She grinned, and the grin was one of those small, private things that light a face. Mostly because knives can be hidden. We walked out of the library together, because one of the oddest consistencies of Hogwarts is how often its private corridors choose the company you'll have. The staircase leading down was behaving the way staircases do when someone has been meddling, a little unfair, slightly inclined to take you sideways. We exchanged nothing else then, but the knowledge of shared intent sat between us like a small, warming stone. It was not protection. It was not safety. It was something that might, in due time, prove to be both. That night, I sat in the astronomy tower with one of the old telescopes in front of me, partly for the view of the sky and partly because being among rust and glass makes the world feel mechanical rather than moral. The stars did not provide answers any more comforting than family did. But telescopes are tools, you magnify what is distant to make it visible. Perhaps this was hubris, perhaps I only needed to pretend that something above could be made to fit my little problems. When the moving staircase shifted beneath me on the way down, the timing was wrong. It moved in a way that suggested it had been nudged, a deliberate elbow to a schedule. I have always thought staircases are honest in their own stubborn ways, they reveal more about plot than many people allow. Someone was making small surgeries on the building's rhythm. Portraits gossip. Portraits can be bribed. Portraits can be clever. Tonight, the only voice I heard in the stairwell was the very old portrait of a woman who had been painted with a stern expression. Something is being laid, she said, not to me but to the staircase itself. They will pin the boy to the board. The sentence should have been terrifying. Instead it felt like an observation that had a taste of inevitability. She did not mean me as a person but as a pawn, and she cared too little about the difference. I thought of Lucius's words, the glint of those letter seals, and the silence that would be required to keep everything smooth. I considered, briefly, handing my secret over. The ease of it pressed like the scent of spring when you have been under snow. A life with fewer nightmares about loved ones, a life that did not force you to practice courage like an awkward art. But Luna's words, trust someone not shaped like a Malfoy, were a compass reading I'd rather followed. Not because I had less to gain with others, but because the very idea of being used to secure a place made me a stranger to myself. I am only beginning to learn that courage is not the absence of fear. It is the act of choosing a smaller fear because the alternative frightens you more. At the top of the tower, the cold bit a little deeper. My fingers, unused to honest vulnerability, had been folded around the telescope like a secret. Below me, the castle breathed, and I imagined that somewhere in its entrails something like a plan was being stitched together. Meet me by the statue in the third corridor after curfew, Luna had said earlier in a whisper, and even now her voice returned to me like a small illuminative bell. She had left a scrap of paper in the library book, the neat difference between intention and action. I had not answered then because sometimes answers are arranged slowly like chess. I looked at the sky again, feeling the compulsion of the unknown. The stars were indifferent. The castle was not. Its corridors were full of small decisions. Some of them would be choices of survival. Others would be the beginning of making a place for people who had been taught to think only of themselves. I thought of the man in the corridor and of Lucius's cold hands. I thought of my mother's protection. I thought of Luna's steady face. There are, in life, negotiations you do not want to make and negotiations that are inevitable. Choosing who to trust in a negotiating room is itself a negotiation. The way the staircase had moved told me one thing: the people who wanted prophecy to be a map were already busy drawing the lines. I stood, then, and made the small choice that felt wild. I would not hand my truth to those who would brand me with it. I would not, if I could help it, let my family turn me into an instrument for a plan that would hold me like an exhibit. I folded the telescope's cover over its glass and let the cold air clean my face. It was easier to be brave when less of your decision had to be explained. Outside, the portrait settled back to sleep. Somewhere below us, someone moved in the corridors with the pleasant assurance of a man who believes he is entitled to answers. And somewhere else, in a small library with dust and sun and a girl who liked to catalogue strange things, Luna had a plan that involved the room of requirement. I had thought the room to be a convenient fiction. Tonight, I needed it to be a refuge and a workshop. The castle knows how to provide to those who ask the right question. Perhaps that was faith masquerading as pragmatism. Perhaps that was bravery disguised as practicality. It did not matter which. For the first time since I had been named things by others, I made a plan that was mine. I would not be led by rusted coins. I would choose small and steady people to keep what needed keeping. I would find a way to protect the castle without offering myself as the prize on their table. The moving staircases muttered as if complaining at my decision. In the shadow by the telescope, the stars looked like watchful eyes hanging very far away. I stepped down the tower, the cold reluctantly admitting that I had chosen a strange sort of brand of courage, the one that keeps its face quiet and its hand steady. When I reached the third corridor, the statue loomed, half hidden in the dim. It looked like a person who had been forgotten by time and given the job of guarding misread secrets. I took my place by its cold marble shoulder and waited. The castle has many ways of telling you when you are being observed. Tonight, the way someone moved on stairs that should not have been used told me I had been noticed. The shuffling was not a way of approaching, it was a way of being claimed. I tightened my cloak and listened. Somewhere, beneath the sound of a portrait coughing in the night, someone was making the choice to come looking for what they could not openly ask for. If this was my life as a map, I would not draw with Lucius's ink. I would find another color. I would learn what it meant to be chosen without being given a sword to cut others by. The footsteps stopped at the end of the corridor, and the breath between heartbeats lengthened into an almost perfect silence. The door that led to the room of requirement was being tested by hands that did not ask for permission, and when the knobs turned as if the castle were weighing the weight of me against the weight of its secrets, I felt every old lesson in the marrow of my bones. Tonight, I would either be tempted again or I would finally choose a stranger's steadiness over a family's safety. Both are dangerous. Both are necessary. Both require making a decision in a place where the light is already low. The shadows shifted. Someone breathed my name in a voice that was familiar only in tone. It was not Lucius. It was not the man in the corridor. It was a softer sound, an invitation or a demand, I could not tell. My hand found the marble and my other remembered the scrap of paper in the library book, Luna's small, bright instruction. I felt, suddenly, like a person with a very small, very honest key. The door moved as if yielding to someone who had been expected. I stepped forward. Chapter 19. Rumor of the Ring. Rumors have a habit of eating through a castle the way mildew eats through plaster, hardly visible at first, then suddenly the whole wall is soft and questionable. By the time the story about the Department of Mysteries reached the Great Hall, it sounded polished and final, like something carved on a public stone. Someone, the whispering went, had forced a way into those quiet rooms beneath the ministry and had been looking for the old oracles, artifacts that do not answer to ordinary questions and which, even ink-stained auras would admit, prefer to be left alone. It was the word ring that made people lean in. Rings are tidy things, they promise a single hard truth contained within a small circle. They are small enough to be hidden in a pocket and large enough to promise power. The rumor never settled on whether the ring in the story was literal or merely the ring of influence that older magics can exert. That uncertainty only made the whispering louder. If someone had broken into the department to ask a ring something, people said, then perhaps the world had narrowed to that ring's hinge. Teachers began to behave as if the rest of the world were merely background, and whatever stood in that ring's center was the only thing worth looking at. I watched them look. They looked at me in ways I had learned to read as a litany, curiosity sharpened into suspicion, half mercy folded into professional concern, disdain dressed as worry. Being a Malfoy has its advantages, it also outfits you in a set of eyes that already half suspect you of design. When there is a hole to be filled between a problem and a solution, my surname is often the shape people fit into it. The more dangerous the problem, the more they assume I might be the answer. It doesn't help that my family, my father especially, moves in circles that prefer closed doors and firm handwriting. It does not help that Lord Voldemort's return has given the old alliances new teeth. It does not help that I carry, like a small pocket knife, certain facts I have not the right to share. That last one is the one that makes keeping a pale smile a study in balance. You learn to use your face for diplomacy the way other people use a good set of cufflinks. Professor McGonagall summoned me that afternoon with a single folded eyebrow and a posture that suggested she would rather consult the astronomy charts than have me answer to anything less than the truth. Her office smells, as it always does, of parchment, peppermint, and the faint, personal scent of houses that collect years, but there was a new kind of tension under it, like a draft under the door. "Mr. Malfoy," she said, and the simplicity of her voice made the chair feel colder under my thighs. I answered with what I have come to prize as the family trait, a pale, practiced smile. It does not tell lies so much as it discourages further inquiry. "Yes, Professor." She did not smile back. Instead she steepled her fingers and, for a moment, I had the odd impression I was a piece on a chessboard she was turning around in her hands to see which way the knights might fall. Have you any knowledge of the incident at the Department of Mysteries? It was a careful question. I appreciated the care. If I had been her son, she would have asked it the same way. I read about it on the notice board, I said, which was true in the strictest sense. I read the board as often as any boy who liked order and lists. I do not know anything more. You were seen, Mr. Malfoy, leaving the library after the evening bell last night. That was less a question than a placing of a fact. I imagine she had fed the fact to her own private furnace and watched the embers. There is one kind of look that men and women of authority give to boys, an uncomfortable mixture of resemblance and warning, and she was wearing it. I told her the truth. I was in the library. I had an essay due. It is a less dramatic truth and therefore more useful. Professor Flitwick asked me to help with some charmed quills. They jammed. Small things become footholds in escalations. If the world needs a suspect, it will take any set of footprints in the right direction. I could see why they'd imagine someone in our circles might be willing to take a risk for an answer, especially if that answer promised to turn the world back in the way your family preferred it. You understand that, she paused, for the first time in the meeting, and there was something like weariness in the pause. If students are involved in any capacity with the inquiries into the department, we will have to act. For the safety of the school. We both knew what act meant at Hogwarts. It meant the kind of measures that turned feathers into armor. It meant extra patrols, larger circles on the Marauders' map, and questions that sliced closer to the bone. She left it there, the sentence trailing like a lure which I could choose either to bite or ignore. I did not bite. I smiled instead and said, "Of course, Professor." I would never. The words were a kind of camouflage. I had, over the months, grown very good at suggesting loyalties that did not commit me. It is a talent useful in society, at balls, and in conversations under owls. It is less useful when the world expects clear answers and will not tolerate hedging. I could feel eyes on me as I left her office. Not a single pair belonged to a teacher. Questions travel faster among boys. I walked back to the Slytherin dungeons with the tunnel feeling narrower than it had the day before. The common room hummed with rumors like a room full of beehives. I sat at a table and let my face be the polite shield it always is. Housemates talked about the department like soldiers discussing a siege, and I, absurdly, found myself grateful for the normality of broomstick gossip. Then the subtle change happened. Where before they had valued my company as an extension of the house, they began to arrange themselves into small, cautious groups when I approached. Someone even moved a set of goblets between us as if to say the liquid heat of conversation should no longer pass. Being suspected is a peculiar experience. You feel your edges as if for hollowness. People look at you as if there could be, under the pale exterior, a catalogue of dangerous items. I kept my smile. Inside, things mapped themselves with a series of tiny, hot lights, the conversation with my mother last night about visiting Greystone over the holidays, the way my father's words had an edge, as if he were balancing a blade under his breath. The Malfoy name is a baton handed down, occasionally the holder is expected to run fast with it. I am not safe inside a tradition that sometimes demands one run in directions one does not approve of. Luna found me that evening in the portrait corridor, in the place where the frames lurch and lean into one another like relatives avoiding the questions one might ask about legacies. She was standing by a portrait of some long-dead naturalist with a very large, disapproving nose. Her head was tilted, and when she saw me she smiled with the kind of sincere unclench that made the world feel someone else's and not worse for it. "You look as if someone has borrowed your face for a while," she said, and as always she meant it literally but also entirely differently. Luna has a way with sentences that makes them light and more dangerous at once. She's the only person I have met who can make you feel seen without pity. "People borrow faces all the time," I said. "Some of them return them a little crooked." "Do you think they will be looking for rings?" Luna asked. Her voice was casual enough, as if she'd asked whether the sun might be up tomorrow. She had that tendency to pair a small observation with a fact that made everything feel like a coincidence stretched taut. It should have been a ridiculous question. It was not ridiculous. Luna's belief system is not the kind that jumps to melodrama. She notices things that the rest of us would pass as inconsequential. Once, she told me about a pattern of tides in a creek by her house that related to the bend of the moon. I had put it down to her habit of finding symmetry where others found none and then been forced later to admit she had been right. I don't know, I said. I told her the truth and also not the truth at once. There are things you answer simply to keep your face plausible, and things you answer precisely because the other person's eyes will not ask the wrong question of you. Rings are what oracles like, she said. They are the last thing some minds think with. They are neat packaging. She said neat like a small compliment, and that is the sort of observation that restores me when the rest of the world begins to suggest I am a problem. Luna has a loyalty that is neither inherited nor negotiated. It arrives like weather and sweeps the room. I could feel my shoulders drop a fraction. You think someone could have come here for something that tells its future in small circles, I said. It was more complex than that, but it was serviceable. Or someone who thinks they can force the truth into their hands, she countered. Her head tilted. Rings can be lies. They can be an easy answer. She looked at me as if she had been given a new set of marbles to examine. Had you been accused? She asked. I blinked. One does not expect questions like that from people whose faces are lined with different patterns. Not yet, I said. Not allowed. She considered this and then said, sometimes when people accuse, they are throwing bones to distract a different dog. She meant a different family interest or a different source of blame. Her metaphors are sideways but accurate. I thought of the ministry, of the department silence. I thought of the ring-shaped space inside which professors now seem to move. She watched me, steady as a lighthouse. I have been spoken of, I admitted. As a possibility. Possibilities are not inconvenient things, she said. They are places to look. That is how it began, me and Luna in a corridor of sleeping portraits, agreeing to look without promising anything like answers. I could have announced the entire set of facts, certain words, certain dreams, a prophecy that says my face by name, but that would have been to rope her into a war she did not owe. Instead, we made a strategy that was half play and half sentiment. We would find what was left of the rumor in the castle, portraits that had been fed their own interpretations, moving staircases that had shifted to make a path for people, the room of requirements, quiet promises. It was not much. It was everything that one could reasonably do without letting the rest of the world collapse into panic motion. Meanwhile the teachers tightened. Professor Snape looked at me as if my surname was a label he had removed and inspected under a dark glass. There are looks that carry accusation like perfume, his was that sort. He did not speak to me more often than usual, which was to say he spoke to me only when my behavior intersected with his lesson plans. But in the ways that matter, his spare, cold comments, the way he allowed his eyebrows to find mine across a table, he made his suspicion plain. Dumbledore did not look at me differently, he merely looked twice as often at everything else, as if to compensate for his inattention. That, in its own way, is a pressure. If the headmaster's eyes are busy with the rest of the sky, then the sky might fall elsewhere. My name was suggested as a possible answer at a table I had not expected to be at. The conversation was not aimed at me, it was a moth that had flown through the room and had been struck by the heating lamp of adult worry. A group of aurors and officials had come to the castle for consultation. They stood in a ring by the staff table and shared information like old friends swapping foxes. One of them said, loud enough for the common room to revolve, a sentence that put the whole house on its toe. We have to consider the Malfoy connection, he said. It was soft, but it had the effect of a hand closing. I felt the circle tighten. My stomach did an odd flip. I would have thought that such things were the stuff of my father's parties, of adults weighing the merits of an alliance. I had not expected it in the air of my school, with enamel goblets and the cries of first years across the room. It landed on me like a small stone in a shoe. I would be lying if I said I was not angry. There is a petty kind of satisfaction in the unfairness of it all. If your name is already a map, it is always convenient for other people to point at you and claim they were merely reading the lines. For a moment, the memory of how my father would have smiled at that convenience fluttered unpleasantly through me. Lucius Malfoy likes the idea of influence. He likes the idea of control almost too well. He told me, in the way that fathers sometimes tell their sons things to see how they react, that there are moments when a man must place himself where the country will read him. He had not meant for those words to reach me like a weapon, they had the effect of one. Narcissa, mother, is sharper. She is fond in a different way, her love is a clean line drawn around anything she chooses to protect. When I told her the rumors at supper, she neither flinched nor made any attempt at spectacle. She simply said, "Do not make yourself part of the story." Which was, in effect, an instruction, do not be useful to anyone's narrative. You should not be a hero, you should not be a provocation. You should be a discreet, intelligent, unnoticed thing, like silver cutlery. There are many loyalties in a Malfoy house. There is a fidelity to blood, to lineage, to a set of ideas as stubborn and careful as a hedgerow. There is also the loyalty that a mother has to a child, which is capable of defying even lineage when the need is felt. I had to navigate those memberships and then decide which ones took precedence when the wind got sharp. Keeping the prophecy secret is not simply a private choice, it is a navigation through family maps and political currents. I had to balance them without a safety net. The next day the corridors had more eyes than doors. Prefects were deputed to the entrances, teachers walked in a new formation, shoulders squared. I found myself taking smaller routes, hunting for the spaces where the castle's own bureaucracy slackened. The moving staircases are merciless in bad weather and lax in good, but an observant boy can find them when they are most amenable. Portraits, too, are gossip would paint and will sometimes offer an old memory in exchange for a slice of flattery. I walked the special routes that give you the possibility of unnoticedness and collected over the day a set of small, useful things, a stray footman's key, a scrap of paper with a ministry seal, a note from a portrait that suggested some nights were better for walking near the astronomy tower. The scrap of paper was the most promising. It had been tucked between the pages of a book in the restricted wing, an anonymous return, someone had said, but the paper itself had been burnished with an old stamp I recognized in a mood more than by sight. It bore the ministry's crest and a faint wax ring, but the ring bore no initial, the wax had been smudged as if the finger that had pressed it had been hurriedly cleansed. Whoever had taken it had not had time to finish their plan. The wax ring suggested haste, and haste in the world of oracles is never a good sign. Oracles, like gardens, need time to be coaxed. To try to rest and answer quickly is like taking a straight edge to a landscape and demanding mountains in an afternoon. On a different evening, a portrait, the grey woman with a face that looked half-candle, shifted her eyes in a way that she had never done for me before. Portraits in this castle remember because they are made, in part, of memory. She told me quietly that there had been a footfall in the southern stair the night of the break. Footfalls are the evidence of people, and people, in turf you do not own, are suspicion enough. Luna and I met in the library again, because the library is where the castle keeps its better silences. She had a notebook with her, a bent, delicate thing, and she drew a ring with a set of tiny dots around it. They might have been stars. They might have been teeth. If someone wanted to ask a ring something, she said, the ring would have to be kept somewhere that listens. Quiet rooms that are used to keeping secrets like to be visited by people who are used to not being seen. Her fingers traced the ring slowly. The department has a lot of quiet rooms. It does, I agreed. So why not ask the thing here? Why go to the ministry? She looked at me with an expression I had begun to read like a map. Sometimes people think the ministry is neutral. Sometimes people think its dust is honest. For some people, ministry dust is indistinguishable from sunlight, I said. It was a flippant thing to tell her, but it landed with an honesty I had not expected. The people who speak to rings are not only those who want the truth, they are people who wish to see their lives verified by a different authority. And when your world is politics, when your father moves like a bishop on a chessboard, the temptation to consult instruments of absolution can be enormous. You could be accused because your name is useful, she said, bluntly. She says things that are blunt and tender at once. It would be heavy and slippery. You talk as if I was worried, I said, but the sentence was a shield. I was worried. There are ways of being suspected that are worse than being suspected lightly, Luna said. And ways of being suspected that are worse than being suspected at all. It depends on who is doing the suspecting. She did not mean the obvious thing. She meant the social machinery that can turn a rumor into an indictment. She meant that when adults decide they will make a boy's name fit a piece of evidence, they will carve it to shape. The difficulty, which is the adult part of this whole ridiculous adolescent tragedy, is that I cannot tell the adults what I know without inviting another form of damage. The prophecy is a private thing until it becomes public, and once it is public, it is a weapon either for or against. If Lucius smelled opportunity, he would force my hand toward alliance. If Dumbledore received it, he would wrap it in caution and weight it against the safety of others. Either way, my own agency would be a thing citizens busy with bigger things had stolen. So I lied. I lied in ways little and large. I let questions land and did not answer them. I fed them modest, plausible things. When McGonagall asked if I had been with anyone the night of the break-in, I said yes and named a friend from my house, someone who would nod solemnly at the idea of such a thing but also keep a secret unless it saved his skin. My lie was a quick, mediated thing, true in its way but not the whole truth. It soothed the storm. There are moments when keeping a secret is a cowardice and moments when it is a small, necessary courage. I am still learning to tell which is which. What I do know is that the more people look at me because of my name, the more I want to stop them from using that name as a key. The pressure came to a point when Professor Dumbledore invited me to his office. He does not call boys to him lightly. He has the patience of a man who has learned that a garden takes a long time to answer. He greeted me with his usual gentleness, but there was more weight than usual behind it. He asked about my family and about the rumors, and he did not press me for the one fact that sits under my ribs like a pebble. He asked about my feelings in a way that suggested he knew the map but wanted me to draw my own route. That is important, he said, and what he actually meant was that it would be foolish to force a boy into a role that would make him miserable. Do you feel safe, Mr. Malfoy? It is a strange question to be asked by the head of your school. It is stranger still to be asked by someone whose face carries the infirm wisdom of a man who has had the world ask him the same question in many different guises. I could have given him one of the adult answers, about loyalty and public duty, but I gave him the simpler, truer thing. No, I said, and it felt like a confession. But that is not the same as being afraid. The difference is subtle and important. Fear is a precarious, thrumming thing. Not feeling safe is a long shadow across your day. Courage is sometimes the decision to allow that shadow without letting it freeze you. You must keep your own counsel, he said. But you must not keep others from safety. That was an instruction shaped like a paradox. One could follow it without dishonesty, one could also break it and justify the break as protection. I left with his words looping in my head like a charm I could not yet untie. By the end of the week the castle felt smaller. People moved with the same steps but in tighter arcs. The library's corners, which had once offered me a sense of retreat, now felt like a set of angles designed to hide and to be discovered. I found myself watching the portraits more often, asking them about their memories, and making notes of the staircases at hours when they were less watchful. We found small things. An Aura's handkerchief in a corner where apprentices used the parapets, a boot print that did not match any student size, a faded ministry pamphlet about oracular artifacts. None of it pointed definitively to a person. It pointed to a pattern. Someone had been here, they had been interested in questioning and answers, they had left in a hurry that looked like impatience. The rumor, like a disease, had to be contained. Teachers marched the corridors as if the very stones might be infected. Prefects had more authority than they had been given the week before. Slytherin still mouthed their jokes, but their laughter had a pinned edge. I moved like an actor in a role that was not written for me. Then, one night, as I passed under a gaslit portrait, I found a note slipped into my sleeve. It was small, and I might have thrown it away as a prank, if not for the sweep of the handwriting. There were no signatures. The paper smelled faintly of steam and dust. It contained 2 words. They were not a threat. Be careful. It is a phrase that can mean several things. A parent says it before a boy crosses a street. An enemy writes it with a different set of intentions. I held the paper between my fingers and felt how my life had become something that could be cautioned. I folded it and put it in my pocket. That night I paused at a window in the Slytherin dungeon and looked out at the grounds. The castle below was a silver thing in the moonlight, and the lake looked like a brooch on a dark coat. I thought of rings and oracles, of wax seals and smudged fingers. I thought of the way adults will often force a child to decide between the thing that keeps a family's name untarnished and the thing that keeps a school safe. I thought of Luna's steady gaze and of Dumbledore's patient questions. I thought of my mother and father and of the way the Malfoy surname had always been both protection and weapon. The rumor of the ring had made people forget that a ring is also a circle, and circles return to the place from which they began. If the ministry had been visited and a ring had been asked a question, someone might have expected a straight answer. But truth is rarely straight. It arcs and curves in the dark, and sometimes it favors those who are prepared to walk where others will not. I had promised myself not to be a public figure, not to be a lever. Keeping that promise had become more complicated than I had expected. I could hide the prophecy and let others use my name to their own ends. Or I could step into the small, awkward work of preventing the world from making a mere weapon for either side. Luna found me, when at last I had decided to be less clever and more useful, by the portraits at the hour when the house was most empty. She had a lamp in her hand and the look of a conspirator slightly at odds with her shoes. "You look like you have a problem that would benefit from unusual friendship," she said. "You look like you have a habit," I returned. She smiled. "It is a good habit." We spoke in a low voice about plans that were more prosaic than heroic. The room of requirement, she said, could be very practical when one needed a place that wanted to hide. That was its purpose, after all. Portraits sometimes remembered small things if you told them the same small thing 3 times. Moving staircases liked to be read like books. It all sounded like a children's manual for skulking, and perhaps it was. We were children still, after all, even if the adults were already treating us as if our decisions might change the course of history. "I do not want to be the reason anyone gets hurt," I said. "Then do not be the reason," she replied. Her voice was a chord that tightened just slightly. "Be the reason someone looks twice and stands in the way." It was a strange little commandment, practical and oddly moral. Luna had a talent for rendering noble things into manageable steps. I found myself grateful. When I went to bed that night, the scrap of paper in my pocket felt heavier than it had the day before. Rumors will try to shape you if they can. People will name you as an answer because they want a shape to fit the fear in their hands. I had to learn to move through their hands like something less malleable. There was a softness to the choice I made. I could have turned away and left the matter to adults. I could have been useful to my father in one conversation about power. I could have been something other people wrote down in neat lines. But that would have meant watching a place I care for burn quietly around the edges because someone else wanted to ask a ring to tell them the world's instructions. When the castle sleeps, it is a false quiet, the kind that accumulates the night noises of 1,000 lived lives. I stood in the corridor, feeling the heat of the lamps, the press of portraits, and the slow disclosure of the staircases. You learn to make yourself small in the face of forces you cannot name. You also learn the small, stubborn courage of turning up. "I will come with you," Luna said simply, as if instructions were never dramatic. She drew a small map in the air with her finger, a secret hand-drawn geography that included the room of requirement as if it were just down the hall. "You will?" There are few things I did not expect from her, and her friendship, strange and steadfast, was the only certainty in the shifting hue of suspicion. "Of course," she said. "Friends do not let each other be used as examples when there is a problem to be solved." Her certainty wrapped around the decision and made it lighter. I imagined my father at his desk, making notes about alliances, and my mother pacing the drawing room and exchanging few words but meaning many. I imagined teachers whose eyes had already added my name to an unhelpful list. I imagined the department and the ministry, with their vaults and conservative men and women who thought they could force an answer by storing it in the right place. The ring, whatever it was, had opened a gap in the world that many people would like to step through. People will open holes if they think the future can be bought for the right price. I would not let my name be the purchase price. We agreed to meet at midnight, when the staircases are most pliant and the portraits slightly more talkative. It was a small plan, but small plans are how revolutions get off the ground, by not calling themselves revolutions at all. We would not be heroes. We would be two very ordinary students, two friends, carrying a low flame between them and hoping it would be enough to keep something safer than our reputations. As I walked back to my common room, the world felt like a chessboard with a hand hovering over the pieces. I could feel the weight of adult intentions like a storm on the horizon. I could feel my own name drawn up in other people's mouths like a tool. But I also felt the odd, curious buoyancy of having decided to do what was mine to do. It is one thing to be the answer people suggest. It is another to decide not to be the answer they expect. Tonight, I would not let them make me into a weapon. Tonight, I would collect what the castle offered and try to follow the thread before anyone else could tie it into a noose. At midnight, the moving staircases would move for us, and the portraits would soften. The room of requirement would be what we needed, not a symbol, but a practical hiding place. I thought of the wax ring, the smudged seal, and the small note in my pocket that said, simply, "Be careful." I thought of Luna's steady hands and the way her loyalty felt like a promise, small and sure. I had a secret that could change everything. I had a family who might profit if they coerced me into the map they preferred. I had teachers who suspected me and shields that were, at best, half-formed. The world was a ring that could be made to close. We would not wait for that ring to snap. We would look for the place where it had been pried open and try, quietly, to put something less dangerous in its center. Chapter 20, Masks and Midnight. There are faces everywhere in Hogwarts. They hang on walls, they peer from frames, they are carved into stone and hammered into breastplates, they have opinions and they tell them in the sort of low, soft voices that make you feel perversely like you are overhearing a private conversation about candles and coats. On any ordinary day I could have enjoyed them. On ordinary days the faces kept the castle civil and amusing. On nights like this they felt conspiratorial. They had been meddled with, not in the clumsy, adolescent way first years scratch initials into armrests, but with a careful, purposeful hand, as if someone had walked the castle like a tailor taking precise measurements. Lips had been retouched with a line of ink. A cheek had been scored with a thin, deliberate white slash like an old scar. Suits of armor, usually sleepy and content to clank into position only when insulted, stood with their visors tilted differently. The metal faces learned a new expression that ought not to belong to metal. The stone gargoyles above the main staircase looked as if they had been rearranged by some slightly bored architect, their mouths carved in shapes that suggested questions, not the usual grim warnings. The first time I noticed, I told myself I was simply noticing more. That was the mind's favorite trick, to turn the fact of attention into the illusion of danger. I liked to think I was merely acute. The truth was less flattering. I had been watching the faces because the castle had begun to itch. There was an electric tightness to the corridors, the sort that makes candles flare and whispers stand on end. Some part of the castle was waking up to something it already knew, and the rest of us were hustled into catching up. It had been a Friday, late, after a feast that felt like a rehearsal for something solemn. The great hall had been full of the usual noise, but beneath the comedy of carved pumpkins and clever house banter there had been an undertone, a campaign of small sabotages, a series of mischiefs threaded together by a hand that wanted to be read as more than childish. Herbaceous stew gone bitter on purpose, spectral sheet music played out of tune, a draught of cold air moving like a finger across the tops of the long tables in the moment the headmaster stood to speak. People had laughed it off, students liked to make theatre out of threat, but teachers had not laughed. Teachers had the dangerous habit of accepting the castle's mood as fact. And when teachers accept moods, they begin to look at papers. I had spent the evening in private instruction with a man who wore long coats and had opinions about cauldrons. Severus Snape did not smile, he cultivated an expression that made rejoicing a military maneuver. He told me, in his clipped, careful way, that certain parchments had been consulted, prophesied, dusted, and cross-checked, that the castle was humming with the old metallic taste of prophecy. He said it as if prophecies were pests to be weeded, and I believed him for the sound of it. I did not believe him for the warmth. There are certain things that smell like betrayal even when they are offered as facts. After the lesson I walked the portrait galleries. Portraits are a comfort if you permit them to be. They are memoranda of civility. They gossip less loudly than people, they can be reprimanded with a stare, and they do not take oaths or form alliances unless coaxed. That night the portraits were a wash of low voices, their subjects pulling faces at one another, their frames lined as if a storm had run its fingers along the paintings. I passed a portrait of a thin old man who had always been fond of fur-lined coats and loud hats. He wore a smile that had been extended into a smirk, and I heard him brag, in a voice like an overstuffed carriage, that someone would make the masks talk. The words were intended as mischief, the tone made them a threat. It was behind him, tucked into a fold of the tapestry at a height meant for hands larger than mine, that I found the paper. It was small, a scrap rather than a leaf, and it smelled faintly of that pine oil they use on trophy cases. The handwriting, the first thing that made my gut drop, was an angling, hurried script that I ought to have recognized and disliked. I am capable of many infuriating things, but my handwriting is, like my profile in house portraits, an inherited affectation. The letters leaned to the right, the tails were long, and a certain flourish always finished a G. When I saw the G in the scrap, my stomach performed a minor betrayal and turned at the sight of it. The message was a fragment, a half sentence and a direction. Someone had scrawled 3 lines and then stopped, as if the end of the sentence had been smoked away by breath. It read, in essence, beneath the masks, where old faces keep their tongues, the answer sleeps. Find the mouth that never laughed and ask, who then will stand with us? There was no signature. There was a broken line of ink where letters might have been. And there, at the bottom in a hurried, smaller hand that felt peculiarly like my own, were 2 words. The first was blurred as if squeezed in a hurry. The second, surprisingly clear, was a place I recognized as much by the muscle memory of a name as by any external fact: Grey Stone. My throat went dry. The castle's faces seemed suddenly louder, as if the portraits had woken to notice what had been found. I pressed the scrap into my pocket and walked back to the Slytherin dungeons with the air of someone who had been insulted by common weather. To be entirely honest, I wanted to show someone. The scrap was the kind of dramatic evidence that makes a person less interesting to their parents and more interesting to their superiors. It was proof someone knew things, or wanted people to think someone knew them. But the house common room was full of the sort of company that took pleasure in scandal and weaponized it. There would be questions. There would be salivating for scandal. There would be the inevitable snake dance of opinion, accusation, and arrogance. I had a better sense of what a scrap like this could do in the wrong hands. It could make me into a symbol I did not want to be and, with the right squeeze on the seams, turn me into a martyr or a pariah in turn. So I did the most obvious adult thing I could think of. I hid it in my pocket and pretended to be charming at dinner. My lies are a practiced art. I am a Malfoy. I have practiced pale smiles in the mirror until they became varnish. But hiding the scrap was different from hiding a face. It was a secret that sat in my side like a small stone. It was not a loyalty. It was an accusation. The next morning the castle was jumpy. Students brushed shoulders with an accusatory look, as if each corridor had been transformed into a theater of secrets. The suits of armor had been rearranged to block particular passageways. A portrait of a cheerful witch who had once unstitched a duke's trousers in a duel of manners had been found hanging sideways in the corridor to the astronomy tower, which made trips to the telescopes a lesson in agility. When I met the headmaster in the hall, he smiled his usual, slow, inclusive smile and said nothing. Dumbledore's silences are not emptiness. They are an examination. By tea time a fragment of the story had been shaped into gossip. Someone had discovered that a portrait had been altered, someone else had found a carved face in the French corridor with a fresh mark at its chin. The word sabotage was used in the way the press uses a dramatic noun to make an incident sound like history. Teachers took papers. The ghosts moaned and kept their counsel. And I, who had a scrap in my pocket, felt like a man carrying a live bird under his sleeve. The bird's heartbeat was a rumor, its feathers a prophecy. That evening I went to the portrait gallery again. It felt obscene to return to the scene of discovery, but there was a reason I liked the gallery beyond the hung-up respectability of faces. Portraits have memories. They can be coaxed, with patience, into offering what their owners knew, and they could be flattered into reminiscing in ways the living are not. I stood before the thin man in the fur again, whose painted eyes were trained in the direction of the main staircase, and I asked him, very politely and very softly, whether anybody had been here after the feast. He bristled. Portraits bristle in the way only oil and varnish can bristle, with a rustle. After the feast, he said. Yes. Night folk. The sort of guests who are not seen in the waking hours. They have hands that smell of tobacco and trouble. Did they leave anything? I asked. Pieces, he said. Pieces of masks torn off for sport. A question in the throat of a statue. A handkerchief with 2 initials, one of them smudged. 2 initials? I let the silence sit between us. He looked pleased to be practical. Delilah, I think. Or Dorothy, he squinted, the way portraits do when they are troubled. No. D. It was D. A second hand. D. Anne. R. Door R and D. The bristling portrait did not know the truth. Few of them did. The castle keeps more secrets than any of us. I had been thinking, privately, of Greystone for a long time. Greystone is a word that adults use like a punctuation mark. It is less an address than a history. It is a house that practices memory with style. My parents' home hums with political maps and old portraits. It breathes aristocracy and an old sense of entitlement, the sort that sits on chairs and refuses to be polite. Greystone holds past loyalties like delicate china displayed under glass. For anyone who expects a certain sort of social order, returning to Greystone is as natural as a horse returning to a stable. For someone who secretly carries a prophecy, the name is a knife. The scrap that bore Greystone was not a welcome home letter. It was a summons. Whoever had left it wanted me to think of that place. It suggested I was to find something beneath the masks there. It asked, in the way secrets do, a question I could not answer: who then will stand with us? There is a kind of question that demands a name, and I had no name. I had faces in the family, faces in the house, faces in the world that expected me to wear a mask and cling to it. There were Death Eaters who would swarm for any sign of leadership. There were teachers who would read me as a subject for prophecy like one reads a specimen under glass. There was the castle itself, which would prefer to wrap any mystery in its own usefully passive language and hand it off intact. There was also a girl with hair like a cloud and eyes like coins who had once given me, quite calmly, the sort of friendship that demanded nothing extravagant. Her name was Luna. I went to find her because she is someone who listens in a particular, clean way. She does not treat the world as a theater of suspicion. She treats it as a puzzle, and how she solves puzzles is by asking any and every question that occurs to her. When she looked at a thing, she did not immediately declare loyalty to an explanation. She let possibilities sit on her tongue like sweets and tasted them all. You would be surprised how comforting that is in a world that insists on monocles. She was sitting in the western corridor, in a small thicket of chairs that had been left in the passageway for people who liked to pretend they were allowed quiet corners. Her radish earrings blinked in lamplight, and she had tilted her head in a sort of way that suggested she was listening for music inside the walls. "You're pale," she said, as if it were a matter of taste rather than alarm. "It suits you." I sat down on the chair opposite her and placed the scrap of paper between my fingers, keeping the folded side to myself. For a moment I thought she might think me ridiculous. Instead, she reached out without asking and took the paper. Her fingers were cool and steady. She smoothed it, watched the ink as if it were a map made of running streams, and then read it aloud in a voice that sounded like someone stating the weather. "Beneath the masks," she murmured. "Find a mouth that never laughed." Then she tilted her head, the way owls do when they are considering whether something is food. "Why would a mouth not laugh?" "Because it was made to be serious," I said, feeling absurdly protective of the puzzle. "Because it's a stone mouth. It can't laugh. Neither can portraits. Yet they sometimes wear smiles that are lies." She tapped the fragment with a fingernail. This is a question. That is interesting. Interesting is one of your revisions of the English language, I said. She looked up then and caught me properly, with that particular sort of clarity that makes the world halt for a second. Do you want to show someone else? I thought about who, and the list of names ran like a ledger of possible betrayals. My father, who thinks loyalty is a ledger written in ink you cannot smudge, my mother, who would do anything for me and for whom I am a secret concern that must be disguised as a performance, Severus, who would appreciate the puzzle and file it away like a specimen, Dumbledore, who would look at a scrap and then look at me and then fold his hands and start listing moral poetry. The better question was simply this: who could I trust with something that might change everything? You are a peculiar comfort, I told Luna. So are you, she said. You look like a person pretending to be a dapper sort of villain. But you are not wholly villainous, your hands are not steady enough to be bad with. That made me laugh, a small, brittle laugh, and the sound seemed to surprise both of us. She smiled then, a gentle, slightly sideways smile, as if she were sampling a brand of honey. We decided, without fanfare, to begin looking for the mouth that never laughed. It was late. The castle sighed and rearranged itself. The moving staircases were busier than they had any right to be. One set of stairs had shifted so that it now required students to recite the oddest permutations of numbers to get to the west wing. We asked portraits for directions. They were cooperative in their way, eminently self-important and oddly generous with a hint of scandal if you flattered them properly. Try the corridor past the tapestry of the bull, suggested a lady in a green brocade who had once been insulted by a duke and spent a century painting his eyebrows off. There is a stone face there that was carved with its mouth turned down. It always looked like a fellow refusing to partake of pudding. We thanked her. We walked. On the way, a suit of armor moved with a purpose that was unsettling. It set itself on our path and then did something most suits do not do, it spoke. The voice came out folded in metal, but it had been enchanted to carry instructions. The castle should keep quiet at night, the armor said. Tell no one. The masks have ears. Who told you that? Luna asked. The suit of armor clicked. I overhear. I am a very good listener. We sidled past it with a polite bow. There is a region of civility that exists between the living and the enchanted. If you keep to it and keep your receipts, you avoid trouble. But we were already neck-deep in motive, and motive rarely leaves one neat. The stone face we found was exactly as the portraits had said, sullen, small, chin tilted in permanent disdain. It had been the sort of carving students liked to chalk moustaches on, if they had the nerve. But now a careful ring of powdered chalk surrounded it. Someone had buffed the stone at the jaw as if it were greeted politely every day with a clean cloth. The mouth had been filled with something, wax, perhaps, an enchantment crusting like sap. When Luna reached out and touched it with her forefinger, the wax gave a sound like a throat clearing. We both pulled our hands away as if from a cat. Who then will stand with us? Luna read aloud, as if the question were a hymn. Then she smiled in a way that suggested she had come to enjoy a riddle. That's one of those dramatic questions, isn't it? There will be shouts and trumpets and somebody will step forward, but sometimes the person who steps forward is a pair of gloves. Or an army, I said flatly. Or a friend, Luna amended. She looked at me. Someone small will stand with us, I think. You? A flattering prophecy, I said. I prefer my compliments cold and my predictions dull. Her eyes did not leave mine. Do you believe it? I considered that. It felt like the sort of question that could be answered in thin slices until the answer was nothing but the length of a staircase. I have never liked being chosen, I said. It sounds like an adjective in a play I didn't agree to join. Why would it be terrible? She asked. Props are helpful. Chosen ones get quite a lot of gloves and sometimes a new cloak. Why not be chosen? Because you are in control of the costume, I said. And someone else picks it. Ah. Luna's face made the small, sympathetic noise that people make when they hear a confession they like and that fits into a neat pattern. But you can still choose a cape with pockets. I almost told her about the rest of the scrap, the way the line had stopped and the impression of my own handwriting sketched at the bottom. I almost said that the hand had been mine. I almost told her that the idea of my own script being used to summon me felt like a sort of theft. Instead, I stayed silent and watched the carved mouth. The wax at the mouth flaked under our mutual attention. It cracked like old glue, and when the crack widened a little, there was a smaller piece of paper tucked into the cavity, rolled into a cylinder like a message from a ship. The sight of it was theatrical enough to be ridiculous. I cannot claim restraint when the world prefers drama. I slid a finger into the mouth. The paper came away easily, as if gloved in secrecy. The handwriting on this one was different, slanted and careful, like a craftsman had written it during tea. It read, "Not all masks are taken from the outside. Check inside the armor with the asterisk. The portrait on the east landing is fond of tea and remembers the smell." There was the asterisk, inked, small and impatient. I felt my throat tighten. Inside the armor with the asterisk. I remembered a suit near the west wing, embossed on the breastplate with a small star. The suit usually stood alone by the corridor to the staff quarters and looked ready to bluster. If something had been fitted inside it, someone had been within arm's reach of teachers' rooms and the kitchens. That was audacious. "This is getting better," Luna said. "Someone likes theatrics." "Or it's a trap," I said. "Everything is a trap if you watch it long enough and keep naming it traps," she pointed out. "Do you think someone wants you to find this?" The question sat there like a delicate dagger. The scrap had been placed where I would find it. It had the name Grey Stone. It asked me to go home in a way that sounded like a command. It had my handwriting on it, or something dressed very like it. So there were three possibilities I could see. Someone was trying to push me into a role, someone was trying to manipulate my loyalties, or I had, for reasons that would be a story for better beds, left the mark myself. "Either way," I said, turning the paper so the words were hidden from Luna like a card kept from a novice magician, "I need to know who inside the armor with the asterisk is talking to." Luna looked at me as if I had made a good point. "Then we must ask the suits of armor," she said. "They talk if you listen the right way. Make them tea, I always say. They like Earl Grey." The idea was ridiculous. We both giggled at the image of a suit of armor sipping tea. The sound was light and it made something in me unclench. Laughter is a small revolution against fear. It does not defeat prophecy, but it distracts it. We did not make them tea. We are not in the habit of serving tea to enchanted metal, but we did stand where the starred armor kept its vigil and speak to it as though it were a bored doorkeeper. "Are you the sort of armor that takes messages?" I asked. It clicked and whirred and then opened its helm slightly, like an old man regarding a child. "I have been known to borrow trinkets," the armor said. "I keep them safe. I resent the wind. Would you mind if we opened you?" Luna asked. The armor made a noise like an offended household. "One must follow due process. There are forms. I will allow it if polite." We opened it. Inside there found, lodged in a secret cavity behind a chain, a stack of letters folded into a careful fan. The top one had a seal I recognized. It was not my father's crest, nor anything from the ministry. It was a symbol of someone older, a sign of old loyalties. Someone had gone to a great deal of trouble and exactness to leave these messages where only certain hands would find them. The letters were not incendiary or wild. They read, in various hands and different levels of care, like reports, "The masks have been adjusted. The portrait near the kitchens remembers a man with a limp. We await the signal. He will not know. He will not know," I repeated. The paper was warm with the smell of other people's pens. Someone had been writing about me as if I were both a plan and a puppet. "Who is he?" Luna asked. "I am not sure," I said. "I might be him. Or I might merely be the door they think he will choose." We spent the rest of the night like two conspirators who had not yet sworn an oath but had already decided it was our business. We read the letters under the melancholy light of a corridor lamp. We coaxed a portrait into recalling a man with a limp and a watchful look. My mouth tasted of old ink and worry. I felt the tightness in my chest as if it were no longer a private commodity but a thing for the whole castle to hold. There is a peculiar cruelty to knowledge that refuses to be invisible. It presses itself into your throat. By the time the clock hand seemed suddenly wrong and the castle settled into the thin hours when ghosts hold their breath, we had a small map of the night's work. Someone had wanted me to know 3 things: that the masks were being moved by a careful hand, that grey stone had been named in a way that suggested a summons, and that there were people who had placed messages in precisely engineered places so that an intended person would find them. I should have been relieved to have evidence. Evidence is the most comforting of all forms of power. It is a ledger you can hold up to someone's face and say, "See? This is how the world is." But evidence can also be a burden. Evidence indicates intention, and intention presupposes an actor. Actors make plans. Plans require choices. A manuscript in an armor's cavity is not yet a declaration, but it is a step in that direction. "You will tell someone?" Luna asked as we walked back toward the Slytherin common room. The candles in the corridor guttered as if listening. "I cannot," I said. It was the truth. It felt like a flimsy thing to add. I had been raised to be a man of certain public loyalties, but it was also the honest answer. Telling would change everything. It would bring tongues, and not the kind that tasted honey. It would bring the press of expectation like an army on the lawn. "You'll keep it?" she asked. "I will keep it," I said. "For now." We parted under the tapestry of the bull, and I realized, with a small, startling clarity, that keeping it would not be a guard against the thing becoming true, but a choice to step nearer to it. Choosing silence in a world of whispers is not harmless. Silence attracts weight. Silence becomes stone if you let it. That night's sleep was a fickle guest. My bed in the Slytherin dormitory felt like an upholstered theatre seat. I dreamt of carved mouths breaking into applause, and of the grey house with its echoing halls, and of my own handwriting curling into a question mark like a coiled snake. The house ghosts drifted like familiar concerns, the bloody Baron lingered, eyes like dark coins, and the nearly headless Nick performed his usual ghostly duty of hovering with a lament. Even the grey lady seemed interested, hovering with a candle, as if the castle itself preferred to hold vigil. When morning came it brought new rumors. A suit of armor had been found in the western passage with its visor cocked, as if winking. A portrait at the staff entrance had been given a pair of new, invisible spectacles. And the scrap with grey stone, which I had hidden and then left in my pocket in a fit of irrational superstition, felt as if it had shifted its weight into a demand. Sometime during the day a letter arrived for me from home. The seal was unremarkable, a formal, careful script that suggested ordinary life. My mother's hand had the precise economy of someone who writes to control as much as to inform. I have seen many letters from grey stone. They are instructions disguised as affection. She asked after my studies, which I thought it manner to answer with accuracy and small obsequious flourishes. She ended the letter with a line that was not affectionate: "There is a carriage leaving at the end of term." The end of term. It felt like an ultimatum disguised as routine. There are homes which demand their boys come home for reasons of tradition, for reasons of dancing and dinners. There are homes that call you back because stability is best preserved with your presence, and there are homes that call you back when they wish to perform an old ritual of loyalty. Grey stone was the kind of place that practiced its rituals like a religion. When one carries a secret, the world reduces itself to a series of small choices. Do you reply to that letter? Does one decline a carriage and invent an illness? Does one fold the scrap into the letter and burn it? I had the sensation of walking on a narrow ledge. My choices would be read by many as scandalous or traitorous. My non-choices would be read as cowardice. That evening I made a decision I did not share with anyone. I would go home, not to be poured by duty, but to ask the rooms of grey stone to tell me what they remember. The scrap had asked me to find the mouth that never laughed. Grey stone had been named as if it were a theatre that kept props. I would find out if the mouth belonged to the house, or to someone who worshipped it. I confess to you, reader of my own fate, that the decision felt both foolish and right. There is a strange moral arithmetic to being told you have been chosen. Even if you resist, your muscles know the steps of the choreography. I told myself I was doing it for information. That too was a kind of truth. It is easier to be brave if you can script the courage as a means to an end. Before I left for the carriage I saw Luna. She had a way of making Ruin look hopeful. She did not wear her radish earrings, she had tied her hair back in a manner that suggested she had arranged thoughts like beads on a string. I told her about the carriage and my plan. She regarded me with that untroubled regard she reserves for things that might be surprising and often are. "Take a cloak," she said. "And a book. And perhaps a friend in your pocket if yours is an understanding one." I thought of counting hands and choosing allies. My fingers closed on the scrap in my pocket, the paper now soft at the fold as a well-handled coin. I could feel the letters as if they were a pulse. "Who will stand with us?" Luna had asked in the corridor, like a child trying on a big word. Now, as I prepared to leave, the question sat between us like an unopened note. I did not yet have an answer. I had only a map of small, clever lies in a house that wished to be more dramatic than it had any reason to be. The masks had been meddled with, the mouths had been adjusted. Someone wanted a face on me. I folded my cloak, tucked the scrap into the lining as if it were a talisman rather than a summons, and stepped into the night. The castle watched me go with 100 painted eyes and a brass mouth that had been polished to a shine. It was beautiful in a way that made courage feel like a reckless thing, heroic, perhaps, but also improvised. The carriage waited at the edge of Hogsmeade, a dark shape against a sky that felt like a swallowed coin. I climbed in with the private, guilty pleasure of someone who knows how to play his part. The driver inspected me with the discreet interest of a man who has seen many faces pass through grey stone and has learned how to read a good one for concealed nerves. As the carriage rolled away, the castle settled back into its sleep, or whatever the nearest approximation of sleep is for a place too full of portraits to be still. The windows of the great hall were pinpricks in the dark. The faces inside their frames kept their counsel. For a wild, foolish instant I imagined that someone was watching the window and would see me leave and decide I had a flair for theatre. In truth, the scrap had made theatre of me whether I liked it or not. That is the peculiar tyranny of prophecy, it changes the ones who carry it before they have decided to accept it. I had consented to nothing, and yet I felt the script cling to my sleeves. Grey stone would be a test. Grey stone would be a study in old loyalties and the kinds of people who wear masks like armor and do not take them off for the convenience of sunlight. I thought of my father, of the way his voice conducts the room without raising his tone. I thought of Narcissa's small kindnesses, the way her hands always remembered whether one liked sugar and whether one liked the seat in the carriage. I thought of Severus Snape, and of how readjustments in the castle would reduce to notes in his ledger. I thought of Dumbledore's quiet hands, which move as if they are always rearranging a chessboard with kindness for a knight you cannot yet trust. Most of all I thought of Luna, and how she had looked at me like someone who had always known, in her own precise way, that the world is odd and that oddness could be tender. I had come to depend on that steadiness like a houseplant depends on the sun. I had not wanted the plant to be a symbol. I had wanted it to be simply green and soft. The carriage wheels did their slow, inevitable work, and grey stone rose out of the dark like a grey statement of intent. It kept its face poised, an aristocrat refusing entirely to look surprised. The drive from the station felt longer than it ought to have been. I thought of the scrap in the lining of my cloak and the question it bore, who then will stand with us? I could not answer that. But grey stone meant to answer me. It was only a matter, I hoped, of which doors were opened first, and whether the masks would keep their mouths shut long enough for me to find out what they were hiding. Chapter 21, The Cost of a Smile. The drawing room at Grey Stone was arranged so nothing could surprise a visitor. Heavy curtains, velvet-backed chairs, portraits that watched like polite relatives, everything placed with a deliberation that taught you how to sit, how to speak and how to smile. I had practiced those things for as long as I could remember. There is a particular kind of armor in pale smiles and immaculate cuffs. It does not clang when you move, and you forget you are wearing it until someone tries to pry it off. That evening the armor felt too tight. The fire had been banked low, and the room smelled faintly of Polish and old paper, the scent of a house which believed itself better than the weather. Outside, the rain was making its own decisions. It rattled the panes in a steady, calm way that I envied. Inside, my father made the only entrance he knew how to make, silent as a shadow, perfectly timed, and confident that every silence he arrived into belonged to him. He had been at the ministry that afternoon, or so he let on between sips of whiskey from a glass that had never had its price written upon it. His coat left a dark ring on the carpet where he hung it, his gloves flat on the side table like an accusation. He spoke of stability and of opportunity as a man might speak of the weather, both inevitable, both to be managed. He used the words I recognized as blades: duty, legacy, preservation. We are being offered a way to keep what is ours, he said, casually, as if he were commenting on a chess move. He smiled, and it was the smile that had wrenched my knees out from under me as a boy, the smile that promised things in exchange for obedience. I listened because I had learned to, because the art of listening is what keeps a son alive in a house that breeds politics. He laid out the bargain as if arranging cutlery, public support, a show of allegiance, a name aligned where it must be. In return, security for the Malfoys, for our home, for you. The unstated ledger behind the words was cruelly efficient, safety bought at the price of a signature, a speech, a photograph in the right place with the right people. He believed in this trade with the same quiet conviction with which he believed plants needed root. It was a calculation, men of our circle like their equations neat. Choose the stronger side, and your roots hold. Choose badly, and everything you have cultivated withers. He told me this as if I should be grateful for the logic, as if I should salute the designed future. He did not ask whether I thought the world would be better for that trade. He only assumed I would. You're being practical, he finished, and the last syllable was soft and deliberate. He watched me as if I were the final piece on his chessboard. I could have stood then and put both of my hands on the mantel and said the words that would have closed this conversation like a tomb. I could have folded for him, performed the filial duty, let our name anchor itself to whatever storm it deemed safest. Instead, something small and dangerously precise moved in my chest. Luna's voice, if it could be called a voice, it was more a constellation of ideas, came to me not in words but in the plainness of being witnessed. She had not been the sort of person to make a show of judgment. She had listened to me the last time we had met in the corridor outside the astronomy tower, I steady under that pale hair, feet tucked close to the stone. She had asked questions in the way someone of her sort asks, not to catch you out but to place you on a map of reality where you are allowed to be odd and still belong. I had laughed it off when she suggested that prophecies were like threads that snapped if you tugged too hard. But she had not laughed when I told her something half-truthful, about the whispers in the staircases, about portraits that blinked fast and leaned in to pass on gossip like it was contraband. I had not told her everything. She had not needed everything. She had offered something steadier than the arithmetic of men, the idea that being chosen did not demand becoming a cipher for other people's safety. I said nothing for a long time. It would have been theatrical, a son who defies his father makes a good story in other people's drawing rooms. Lucius did not want theatre, he wanted certainty. He wanted my assent, plain and unadorned, the kind of assent that would be useful in public and profitable in private. I thought you would understand, he said, softer now. The softness made it worse, more intimate, more like a disappointment as if I had let him down personally. I thought you would think of what is best for us. For your mother. My gloves, folded paper straight on the table, seemed suddenly silly. I had practiced the perfect removal and replacement of gloves until the motions were as automatic as drawing breath. Now my hands remembered being small and unarmored. The house had a way of reclaiming whatever parts of you it had paid to keep. For a thin pulse of time I imagined opening my mouth and telling him everything. Prophecies are not common currency in private parlors. They are full of misreadings and fever. If I had told him, if I had shown him the way the words unfurled in my head like an accusation, perhaps he would have treated it with the severity he reserves for threats to status, arrange an alliance, keep the family intact. Perhaps he would have believed a boy who had not yet learned to speak without guile. I thought of my mother. Narcissa's protection is not the protective breed of a war leader, it is quieter, a shield made of angles rather than swords. I had seen the way she watched me at breakfast, the way her hand smoothed a napkin the wrong way around when she was anxious. Telling her would have been to drag her into the calculus he proposed, to ask her to choose which of our 2 children she would wrap in thinking and which she would send into the open. I could not do that without becoming what he expected, the obedient heir. So I refused in the smallest way I could. It is a strange instinct to think of defiance as pinch-sized, as something refined to a sliver. I had practiced my public refusals in the mirror. I knew how to mock and how to dissemble. On the inside the decision scabbed quickly. I would not give him that thing. I would not give him my name made pliant. No, I said. 2 letters. Sharp as a knife. No ceremony. No explanation. Just a word that had never been part of our family's lexicon, outright refusal. My father's expression recalibrated as if someone had altered the wiring of a familiar machine. For a breath he regarded me as one regards an odd curiosity at an auction, intriguing, possibly ornamental, not to be trusted with anything of weight. Then the anger came, and it was slow and cold, the sort of anger that has been trained in the mine of public disgrace and polished until it stung. "Is that your answer?" he asked, incredulous. He set his glass down with care as if the sound of it might shatter the fragile order that remained. "You disappoint me, Draco. There are different kinds of disappointment. There is the disappointment of being a child who has not lived up to a parent's hopes. There is the disappointment of an investment that has not yielded returns." His disappointment was an economic term. It assumed there would always be time to profit. It assumed the world would continue to make bargains in the necessary coldness. He did not see that some things could not be converted into currency without losing what they had been meant to preserve. "You are naive," he said. "You are letting sentiment blind you to reality. We are not in a position to be sentimental." I interrupted, unable to stop the laugh that rose like a swallow from somewhere too honest. I have always had a talent for brittle jokes in the worst moments. It keeps people amused and makes them underestimate you. Since when has the Malfoy family been center stage for sentiments? I thought that privilege belonged to others. He flinched as if struck. The line of his mouth was suddenly hard and unwatched. "Do not be playful. This is not the time." Which is precisely why it is the time to be honest. The words were warmer than I felt. There was an odd courage in admitting refusal without an argument. When one makes one stand without flourish, it is harder for the opposition to paint it as a fit or a folly. "I will not sign." He had expected pleading, bargaining, perhaps even a defensive explanation about cowardice. An outright no made his eyes slide, searching for a chink in my armor he could exploit. He would have liked to catch me in the act of weakness, to latch on and pull until I yielded. "You would endanger us," he said. It looked like a statement of fact, shaped to remove guilt from the speaker. "You would endanger your mother. You would disgrace this family." The way he said us made the word a small fortress that he wanted intact. He saw me as a turret that should align with the walls, not a mind capable of siding with the people who will need him one day anyway. It is astonishing how men reduce a life to maintenance of stone. For a second I felt sacrilegious, as if I were making a private rite of infidelity to my own upbringing. The ache came then, thin and religious, hollow in the chest, almost like the memory of being admitted into a church. It was not only disappointment I felt so much as mourning. I mourned the sun image my father preferred and the way my refusal would destabilize his entire pastoral ideal. I mourned the intellectual child who had been raised on the clean arithmetic of alliances and had never been taught how to hold contradiction or to sit with an ugly moral choice and not tidy it into profit. It felt like the end of a liturgy I had never liked but had been instructed to rehearse until the lines stuck in the voice. "When did you become a philosopher?" Lucius sneered, which is the sort of thing a man says when he is running out of other words. "You are a Malfoy. You are meant to preserve what we have. What do you know of the consequences of failing to do so? What do you know of the world beyond?" He did not finish the sentence. He did not need to. The list of consequences hung in the air: wealth lost, houses seized, names tarnished. There were other men in other rooms who made those lists into strategy. He had never once considered that the world beyond his lists included children at a school that had never been his, that it included ghosts and portraits and staircases that would reconfigure themselves against the threat he claimed to outrun. He never imagined that a boy could be both a son and something else entirely. I know enough, I said. Enough to know that safety built on fear is a house that will empty itself of people. He laughed, not merrily. You speak as if you have principles, Draco. As if you can afford them. No. The single syllable again. It felt like a pebble thrown into still water, small and making rings. I cannot. He leaned forward, the movement of a man used to getting what he wanted. You will think of your mother. You will think of what a wrong word can cost us. It felt, in that moment, like he was trying to trade my conscience for a ledger entry. I thought of how motive and truth had been rearranged in my infancy until they matched a ledger that suited his life. I found it obscene that he believed the arithmetic would put us all right. For once in your life, I said, and the words surprised me with their bluntness, consider that I might think of the people who live there, the castle and the children, and not only our windows. He put his glass down with a small sound, and it might have been the most honest noise in the room. He had always been a man that expected obedience. He had not expected a son's willingness to hold someone else's life as an equal weight. You are naive, he said again, but now there was the whisper of steel beneath the contempt. You will not be permitted to produce public trouble. We will not, he broke off, then steadied himself. The family will protect itself in other ways. Other ways? It was an armory phrase, quietly ominous. I could feel, as if by proximity, the machinery of his connections begin to hum. Men like Lucius have options that look like shadows on a map, arrangements, threats softly issued, alliances that do not leave their names in public. He could keep his hands clean while others did what needed doing. He envisaged me as the visible piece, useful and patent, while the real work happened out of sight. The anger that followed had a febrile edge I had not seen in him before. He walked the room like a cat tempted to spring but held back by the width of the drawing-room table. You will not make me show you how large the world can be when a name is thrown away, he said. You will not make me choose between my own sense of propriety and the future of our family. Then don't make the choice for me. Saying it aloud felt like removing a bandage. It made my arm tingle. It was petty to think such things of a man who had taught me to be clever with money and to be immaculate with my manners, but rage has many small fashions. I will not be put up for sale. Narcissa moved then from the doorway, where she had stood like a statue carved in concern. I had forgotten she was there. Her hands were folded, fingers practiced in the old craft of domestic calm. The look she gave me was thin as paper, worry folded onto resolve. Draco, she said softly. Her voice was not a rebuke, it trembled with the sort of fear that has the weight of love. You must be careful. There are things you do not know. There are many things one does not know. The future is a dark library in which most of us are not given a lamp. I nodded, because I know how to acknowledge warnings without surrendering. My life has been a long series of acknowledging and withholding, of the two hands you must learn to use if you are to keep your head on your shoulders. I had many reasons to be careful. But care and cowardice are not synonymous, and that day I wanted to make the distinction clear. I know enough to make my choice, I said. And I will make it. He stood so abruptly the curtain stirred, and for a moment the paintings on the walls seemed to lean forward in curiosity. The room was full of invisible people, siblings in oil, ancestors in gilt frames, each of them a possible lecture on loyalty and the preservation of name. My father's face was a map of all the decisions he had not expected to be refused. Consider your mother, he said, once more, as if repetition could salvage persuasion. He left the sentence dangling like a threat. He meant to say it would be dangerous, he meant to imply that loyalty to the family was the only pragmatic thing to do. It was the sort of logic designed to silence a son. I have considered her, I said. I will protect her. But not by betraying the things in me that would be lost if I simply let myself be folded away. It is strange to lay down one small, clear refusal and watch the world rearrange itself in response. The anger in my father's face changed the texture of the evening. He gathered his gloves as if collecting the remains of a plan and walked to the window. He looked out at the rain as if the world beyond his pain might explain me. "You have put yourself in peril," he said quietly, not to me now but to the room, to the house. "You have put us in peril." "You will always say that," I said. I could not keep a trace of humor from my voice. A nervous reflex. The last humor I would easily afford. When he left the room, he did so with the precise gait of a man closing a business meeting. No doors were slammed. A servant later would enter and set the carpet right as if nothing had happened. The house breathed again, keeping its own counsel. For all its calm, there is a way those homes know of fractures in their foundations and will dust over them until the rot is practical. I did not sleep well that night. The hollow ache in my chest pulsed like a forgotten thing. It was a cost I had anticipated and yet had not fully measured. Perhaps that is the nature of courage. Its beginning is always amateur work, improvised and expensive. There was a part of me that mourned the elegance of an easier life, the public applauses, the untroubled ease of being a namesake, a banner to hang as warning and to shelter our own. There was also waking clarity. My name, when illuminated by a cause not my own, could become a symbol that asked for blood in exchange for safety. The castle at Hogwarts, the children within it, the moving staircases that had been whispering to me in dreams, those threads tightened in my chest. I had a feeling in my bones, like a compass gone a little wild, that the wrong choice now would make ghosts of those I loved. It was a private reckoning I could not offer my father. I found an excuse to go to the library the following morning, that half-innocent pretense that I needed new accounts and old volumes. The library is where people go who want to be invisible in the pursuit of something else. It is where I had met my first doubts and where I had also learned to place them beside evidence that was less romantic and more useful. I sat in the cool shadow of stacks and let my mind untangle the whispers and the evidence of sabotage at Hogwarts. The drawings of staircases that moved in quick irregularities, the portraits that had been exchanging secretive notes, the room of requirement's new tendency to present itself with curt nods and closed mouths. My fingers found a scrap of paper in my pocket, a note Luna had tucked into the folds of my parchment the last time we had crossed paths, a single lucid sentence that had seemed light when she gave it and heavy when I read it later. "Look for the thing that keeps changing its clothes." It was as cryptic as ever, but Luna's type of cryptic is honest. She points you toward a sensible truth by calling it a nonsense. The trick is to take the nonsense seriously. I thought of that line as I watched the rain pattern the window of the library. Changing clothes. The staircase that moved at odd hours. A frame that did not stay the same. It struck me as a sort of political metaphor and a practical clue at once. People changed faces for safety, houses changed stories. Perhaps the sabotage was not clumsy, not simply the work of men seeking to terrorize. Perhaps it was careful, a surgical trick to unsettle the school's patterns. If I was to refuse my father's bargain, I would have to find other ways to protect what mattered. If I was not to be the public puppet he desired, then I would have to become useful in another way, quietly, strategically. There was something about the way Luna listened, her steady disregard for what ought to make sense, that made me want to be precise again. The thought was not heroic. It was not made of banners and speeches. It was a small domestic plan: learn more. Pay attention to the rooms and their moods. Ask the portraits questions without letting them know you were asking. Follow the staircases when they shifted. A child's idea, but I had been a child in many rooms and could still walk corridors without drawing attention. There would be risk. Risk is expensive. But it is cheaper than the kind of safety that requires your soul as a down payment. I left the library knowing I could not be blunt in every defense. My father would not be placated by subtlety. My refusal had already marked me as dangerous in his ledger. Men like him prefer simple narratives: obedient heir, greedy defector, traitor redeemed or punished. There is no room in such stories for a child who seeks to be a protector in his own imperfect way. When I returned to the house, I found a letter waiting at my desk. It was from someone at Hogwarts, an ordinary thing in ordinary times. The envelope bore the school crest and a tidy scrawl inviting my attendance at a certain council. I recognized the gravity in the lines. Teachers had started to convene more frequently. The sabotage had been too precise, too threaded, for them not to worry. Prophecies were being consulted. Snape was always circumspect, Dumbledore careful. I kept my mouth shut about what my being named might mean. No one needs a Malfoy confessing prophetic burdens, least of all when names like ours can be used as talismans by those who would march under any flag. I creased the letter with fingers that did not tremble. There are days when one must perform normalcy until one is normal enough to surprise the world with the truth. I would go to the council. I would sit and listen. I would take in their concerns and add nothing that made me pray to my father or to the circles that wished to wrap me in their banners. I would find a way to protect without becoming their banner. And there would be Luna. She was a lantern in a wardrobe of suits. Not flashy, not brilliant in the way of fireworks, but persistent, steady, strange. The thought of her steadied me like a string tied around the wrist in the dark. Perhaps she would laugh at my seriousness, perhaps she would tell me in one of her sideways ways to listen to the portraits as if they were old conspirators. Perhaps she would take my arm as if it were a thing to be used, and not a thing to hang a name upon. The cost of the smile, I had realized that night, was not only the loss of comfort. It was the loss of the people I would be if I accrued my life purely in the currency of my father's choices. Smiles can be costly in small ways, the way they cheapen truth, the way they flatten urgency into acceptable gestures. And refusing a bargain, even by 2 small letters, creates a space for other things to grow: quiet courage, found family, slow and steady plans. It leaves you vulnerable to wrath and intrigue, but also open to a different kind of belonging. When my father had gone to his room, I sat by the small fire that befits a man who has been breathing politeness all day and stared into the embers. They were ordinary, unremarkable. They glowed with a patient heat. The castle at Hogwarts would need people who would watch embers and not only banners. The portraits would need a confidant who could carry a truth without letting it be weaponized. Luna would need a partner who could be both ridiculous and relentless. I could put on the pale smiles and ride the world like a polished carriage, but not if the carriage must run over the people I had begun to care for. There are many kinds of courage. Mine, tonight, felt like refusing to be sold and then thinking of practical ways to keep what mattered intact. I discovered in myself a willingness to be lonely rather than dirty, to be suspect rather than complicit. It cost me my father's immediate approval, which is a world of sharp edges in a house like ours. The ache in my chest was a sacrament, a grief I allowed myself because I had decided not to be what he imagined. Dawn would bring the council and the politely posed questions about safety and prophecies. It would demand that I be charming, useful, and presentable. I would be all of those things, because some weapons are ceremonies and some are wiles. My refusal was a small sharp thing, 2 letters, but it had been enough to change the course of a week. If I wanted to do more than refuse, I would need allies. Not the sort of alliance my father imagined, crafted in corridors with printed threats and shadowed promises. I would need the kind of alliances forged by laughter in cold tower rooms, by quiet confessions in libraries, and by the patient, improbable bond of someone who believes you even when it makes less sense to do so. Luna's strange calm was not an answer but a key. She had always seen people as collections of oddities rather than as banners. It is an advantageous mistake to be small and sharp and to allow yourself to love someone who thinks prophecies are threads to be felt rather than chains to be worn. In the morning I would go back to Hogwarts, to the portraits, to the stairs, to the rooms that might answer if someone simply listened. I would go ready to keep my name out of the ledger he desired, and ready to learn how to fight in ways he could not imagine. I put my head back and let the embers color my ceiling. One small refusal had already made a new map of my life. It left a jagged edge where my father's dreams had been. Underneath the ache there was something like relief. The world had not remained a set of neat equations. It had become messy and human, with moving stairs and gossiping portraits and a girl with strange hair who keeps her truths like seeds. I kissed my fingers to the air, ridiculous and real. There would be consequences. There would be men who would prefer hunger to moral inconvenience. There would be nights when the house felt a little colder and mornings when my mother watched me over her tea as if trying to judge whether I had lost my head entirely. but the taste of holding a refusal in my palm, small. She would not give me sermons, she would give me a sideways look and perhaps a scrap of nonsense that contained a direction. I liked that about her. It was the sort of faith that left room for everything messy and important. I would allow myself to be steadied by that faith because otherwise my refusals would calcify into mere obstinacy. There are worse fates than being obstinate, but there are better ones too. When I blew the embers with slow, almost ceremonial breath, a single glowing piece settled and flared as if to make a point. It was a small thing, a necessity undone and then made right again. I thought of the castle, of its portraits pulling the corners of their mouths when a story interested them, of the staircases that loved to tease. I thought of the faces of the children who did not belong to our house and who nonetheless deserved not to be frightened into a world shaped by bargains. Outside, the rain had stopped. The clouds had thinned into something like a promise. I could not know, then, what the cost of my no would be in the long hours ahead. I only knew that I had refused to become the thing my father asked for, and that refusal had a shape and a name. It was not all courage. It was not yet righteousness. It was a small, sharp thing I would have to carry like a blade or a compass. It would prick and guide me both. I folded the scrap of paper with Luna's note into my book because her words belonged to the kind of strategy one preferred, indirect, odd, quietly accurate. I left the drawing room and closed the door on the polished, predictable air of it. The house hummed. My father had chosen lines he would live by. I had chosen a way that asked for other debts to be paid. I slid out into the hall and the portrait frames watched me with the curiosity of people who collect secrets. I had not told them the truth yet. I had not told my father. There were things that made you choose a life, and there were things that made a life worth saving. I had said no, and that no would have consequences. But I would not be the sort of son who allowed a bargain to be the only option. The stairs creaked in a familiar, insolent way as I descended, as if they had been listening and were pleased I had finally decided to amuse them. There were 1,000 small choices to make now. The first was simply to go back to the place that had become my real home. The second was to find the people who would help me keep it. The third was to keep the secret of what the prophecy named me to myself until I could bear to speak it aloud without it being turned into a chess piece. I had refused my father's tidy bargain. There would be other bargains offered, and some of them would be harder to refuse. I reached the bottom step and felt the house like a living thing, watchful, patient, full of opinions. My refusal had set something in motion. It had the taste of sacrilege and the weight of something holy. I thought of how odd it was that my grief felt so like prayer. I had given my answer. Now I had to follow it. The next step was to go home, to sleep badly, and to get up at dawn to be the kind of person who keeps an eye on staircases and portraits and the sort of quiet courage that comes without banners. I closed my fingers around the edge of the stair rail and felt the wood, cool and sure. When I pushed open the front door of grey stone, the world had been washed clean by the rain. It smelled of wet stone and promises. I drew a breath that tasted of cold and reckoning and thought of Luna, of the library, of embers. I had refused a bargain. Now I would discover what it cost me, and what I might save by the refusal. The castle would need me, and I was, against many odds, ready to try. Chapter 22. Ancestors' Urn. Grey stone prefers silence the way some families prefer silver. It gathers it in the corners, smooths it over mantelpieces and inlaid floors, lets it harden into a kind of etiquette. Even the clocks here keep their ticks private. There is a faint sound, if you stand very still and listen, like someone leafing through the house's memories with white-gloved fingers. I had meant to leave on Saturday morning, as was expected, and to return to Hogwarts with the cultivated air of a son relieved to have endured parental theatre and ready to be irritated by the castle's drafts. Instead, I found myself in the portrait corridor with my hands full of excuses I did not intend to use. The corridor is a private museum of calculated faces, ancestors who would have been bored at the thought of boredom, who never met an insult they thought too delicate to archive. They lean out of their frames with that particular, aristocratic rudeness portraits are allowed. They judge the house as if it were a ballroom and the rest of us mere footmen. I had walked past them often enough to know their tastes, a fondness for marginalia and for telling you precisely what they would have done in 9 different fashions, each more efficient and less sentimental than the last. Tonight, I was the prodigal son returning early and unpolished. I had not told father I would be back. He preferred the edition of me printed for guests, pale, polite, insufferably assured. He had not been in the drawing room, as he had not been for the past week, occupied with obligations that made the house feel gilded and fretted with danger at once. Mother occupied the conservatory. She favored tea and home remedies and the sort of worried competence a mother develops when the one thing she meant to control refuses to cooperate. I was tired of being put together for other people's eyes. I wanted to be somewhere that had to do with me and no one else. That was unwise, of course. Houses like ours keep rooms that answer when you need them, not because they are kind, but because they are very good at being useful. I had been drawn to the opening with a curiosity that felt dangerously like hunger. There, between the portrait of a man with a sword and the portrait of a woman whose gloves had been fashionable in a century I hadn't studied, was a frame I had avoided. It was smaller. Its subject wore a black coat that had once been able to silence halls, a look my father still practices in polished form. The nameplate read nothing. Some things prefer anonymity, and Malfoy portraits of a certain vintage took pride in their coyness. He leaned forward as if he had been waiting for me. Portraits are allowed to make an entrance, it is one of their few civil liberties. His eyes were pale and dry with knowing. He did not smile. A Malfoy who skulks at home, he said. His voice was softer than it had any right to be. It was the voice of somebody who, for all his Polish, had spent too many years watching consequences bloom into regret. That is a rare specimen. It is only skulking when it is discovered, I said, because manners are a reflex. I inclined my head with a small, rehearsed grace. It felt ridiculous to practice bows in a corridor, but one does not entirely abandon one's privileges at a whisper. He chuckled without amusement. We have always been interested in grace, he said. Mostly our own. We stood that way for a moment, 2 parties in a parley of looks. I felt the old, familiar muscle whip of irritation, blood in the face, the reflex to sharpen and hiss. That disgusted me. It belonged to the public Malfoy, the one who spent his days polishing things that were not his and smiling while the world put its hand out for my inheritance. Do you know why I am here? I asked. Curiosity is an expensive thing, it needs to be purchased carefully. Because the house drew you, he answered. Because when the evening thickens, we look for one another. Because you are the sort of boy who cannot keep his hands out of closed cupboards. I barked a laugh that I expected to sound sly and sounded, instead, like a cough. He leaned closer in his frame. Portraits can be terribly intimate when they wish to be. The paint moves like a person remembering touch. There are things a portrait will tell that a living man will not, he said. Some of us have sat in frames while our houses made fools of themselves for generations. We learn which whispers will scuttle and which will anchor. You are going to tell me how my ancestors were right, I said. It was what they always do, lesson, self-satisfaction, the triangular gesture as if laid out in an old, unplayable game. He smiled then, thin and private. On the contrary, I am going to tell you how they were not. That was the sort of thing one reads only in histories designed to be scandalous and is then shocked to find still smelling of the laundry used to wipe its feet. I braced myself. He told me his name in a voice like a key turning. Eustace, he said, a name that sounded as if it had been made of polished bone. It fit the line and the painted collar and the kindness to which his jaw only pretended. He had been alive in a time when the name Malfoy still carried an advantage big enough to buy silence, when pride worked with the clock and pressure with the law. He did not talk much of dates, but of atmospheres, the press of a conspiracy, the small ceremonies that make wickedness respectable. He spoke of a prophecy that had come to the house like a raven with a letter gloved in ice. I was a young man, he said. Young and clever and inclined, as the family is, to favor cunning over kindness. A prophecy arrived, as they do, wrapped, reverent, with someone else's urgency. It spoke in circles, prophecies always do. We read it as one reads a poem where every stanza promises a compliment. I will not deny that I was tempted. Who among us was not tempted by being the pivot of history? We thought the name in its shadow belonged to us, or to someone like us. He paused. The paint in his face deepened as if the memory had been an autumn and he had kept part of it in his mouth. It mentioned a child, he went on. Not a family, not a house. A child. We decided between ourselves to make a bargain. There was a creature we thought we could impress, we thought to offer him something he wanted in exchange for being gentle with us. We thought of accounts we would keep and what to call them. Pride, boy. Pride bought us our comfort and shortcut our courage. He said the word pride with no flourish. There are sentences in which pride is a cloak. He had worn it and it had made him clumsy where he most needed nimbleness. You left a child, I said. It was not a question. My throat tightened in a way that surprised me. There was irony in how my lungs remembered old grievances as if they were family heirlooms. We did, Eustace said. We made our choices according to decorum. We made lists. We burnt a few things. The ceremony required an urn. It is proper when you wish something contained to dress the burning in proper vessel. We put in that urn the paper that named us as the successors to what the prophecy promised. When it smoothed into ash we thought we had buried the possibility of being wrong. We meant to provide our children a future without the shock of being unmoored. We meant to hold the line and keep the house intact. And all of it? I breathed. A performance. A performance with consequences. His painted eyes tracked me as though assessing how a child made of current decisions might break. We convinced ourselves we had done a kindness. We had left the house whole. He told me what he had not meant to tell, that their interpretation had been convenient, that their comfort had been purchased with someone else's dismantling. The urn had been ceremonial and final. We kept the ashes, he said. Not to show what we had done, but because ashes are tidy and because tidy evil has never had to explain itself to itself. I had always thought of family history as a museum of trophies. Seeing the care with which they had preserved disgrace, not for amends but for posterity's peace, tilted something inside me. Men, he said, prefer tidy scandals. They prefer the versions of themselves that travel well. We wrapped mistakes in parchment and put them under the mantelpiece, Eustace said. We thought them buried. There was a moment's pause. A portrait doesn't need to breathe very often, but when they do take a breath it is with the patience of someone used to slow confessions. That is the part the house never writes on the ledger, he said. The part where you learn that no matter how beautifully you wrap a thing it does not stop smelling. The part where the thing you tried to make disappear begins to complicate your nights. You make it sound as if it came back, I said. He smiled with the sad, infuriating certainty of someone who has watched the same folly return to collect its bill. Everything comes back when it is owed. The thing we convinced ourselves belonged to us, our prestige, our right to be feared, was borrowed from the dignity of others. It will not remain an investment. Debts are tenacious. I had expected arrogance from him, even an attempt at justification the way an old man will justify a wound as an adventure to someone younger. I had not expected apology. A Malfoy who apologizes in his portrait is a curious sight. It should make the collector's rooms very busy. Why tell me? I asked. There were practical reasons not to listen. Landed houses do not change practice because a portrait grows wistful. The Malfoy way is durable, it meters itself in indemnities. Why should an ancestor's remorse loosen the chain around my ribs? Because you carry the same shape, he said. You walk as if some parts should be arranged by other hands. You put on a face like someone checking the timepiece of the world for damage. You think a prophecy is an armor as much as a burden. He had me there, naturally. I had practiced armor. My pale smiles are a form of defense as much as coquettish malice. I have learned the exact angle of contempt that keeps people from trying to touch you. I had believed, for years, that being aloof was being safe. The thought of losing that has a way of waking you at night in the cold proof of your own stomach. You know, of course, Eustace said softly, that prophecies are not commands. They are a kind of stubborn suggestion, They arrive, they instruct insofar as one chooses to believe the instruction. But a house, a family, can choose to be the means by which the prophecy is fulfilled because it is terrified. Or because it hopes. Those are two different sorts of cowardice. He pronounced cowardice like a connoisseur, which meant he had tried both. So what we did, what my generation did, was to interpret in the only way that allowed us to keep appearances. We wrote our ambitions where a better conscience might have written mercy. We made decisions not for who would live but for who could sit comfortably at a table after the deed. There was no theatrical flourish of villainy. There was only a practicality that made me feel very small. Of all the words a Malfoy can indulge in, regret is the most unwelcome. It embarrasses your heirs by making human mistakes look like moral choices. But then the portrait did something I had not expected. He shifted within the frame, the paint on his sleeve flaring like a flag, and the edge of the canvas sighed. "Do not mistake me," he said. "I do not confess because I expect absolution. I confess because we have the bad habit of telling our children less than we should and yet expecting them to live the consequences. There are things under my frame that will be useful to a boy who does not wish to inherit only the rubbish pouch of our old certainties." He indicated, with a small, theatrical pivot, a nook by the baseboard where, discreetly, a panel had been carved into the wall. I had never noticed it, that was the point. Houses like Greystone are as adept at secreting truths as they are at showing off silver. Portraits, likewise, are notorious for hanging inconveniently near exactly the spot people forget to sweep. He told me to be careful when I approached. "My paint is old," he said, with a humor that might be called self-regarding. "I shouldn't be made to stretch." But stretch he did, and the nail of his painted hand hooked at the edge. The panel popped out with the faint, polite sound of something making a choice to be found. Inside, on a cushion of dust, a golden urn sat like a small, solemn moon. It was, of course, predictably ornate. The Malfoy eye has never been made for humility. The urn's lid had a little family crest etched in so many filigree loops that one had to admire the skill and the taste before remembering to despise the object. I felt foolish for being moved by an ornament. Pride tends to maim the senses. "That is what we burned," Eustace said. "Sins made tidy." Statements that read better in ash. It is not the physical thing you need. His voice softened. It is the record. Inside the urn there is the page that began that generation's certainty. We burned the parchment and kept the ash. The parchment itself will tell you better than any confession. It names, in black ink, the way we interpreted the world. He lifted the lid with a slowness that felt like sacrament. Within were not only grey powder and ribbon but a folded letter, remarkably preserved by the intentions that had once set it aflame. Eustace fumbled with painted fingers until the page lay between us, alive again. The ink glowed like a shadow of old intentions. I read it because I could not help myself. My blood was quick to curiosity. The letter named the name it had once named and then, in a flourish intended for someone braver, had been burned to become a kind of furniture. The letter's handwriting was severe and elegant. It read like a man convinced he would be obeyed even by his own conscience. It spoke of a child who could shape fate, of an omen that promised change, of the advantages to be gained by being the family that greeted greatness on the doorstep rather than the family that had it thrust upon them. It did not, as I had feared, say anything explicitly. That is part of the odiousness of old power. It keeps its hands clean by being vague. But the direction was clear, the shortening of the throat of a man about to lie. We presumed the subject of prophecy to be ours in the way a landowner presumes a river will flow through his fields. We made arrangements that suited us. Eustace watched me. "There are two things you should know," he said. "One, a document that is chosen to be ash is chosen because it makes the living easier to live with. 2. A boy who is given the burden of a misread prophecy often has more room to decide than his ancestors believed." The last sentence landed like a small, soft bomb. I had been carrying a secret as if it were granite, a prophecy that named me, which I had folded into myself like a sealed letter. It was my private ceremony. It gave me something to do besides answer to father, besides pace and diet my days until I could be more armor than person. I had convinced myself that because a thing had been said of me, There was a line cut through me, a destiny I could not put down without the house accusing me of indelicacy. It's not a question of meaninglessness, the portrait went on. Prophecies are not junk. They are maps with options. People die because others mistake them for decrees. I felt the heat of that as if it were the first insult I had ever eaten. I had thought that to be chosen was to be trapped. The portrait, of all things, reduced that fantasy with a single, unadorned truth: being named does not remove your hands from the wheel. Why tell me this now? I asked. The corridor made my voice sound like I was speaking in glass. Somewhere in the house, a clock cleared its throat and decided to be unhelpful. What business is it of mine to unbury the sins of ancestors? Old people like their secrets. They make them pretty and then they sit back and watch young fools trip. Eustace's painted face was tired the way a man's that knows its mistakes in the small intervals between breakfast and appointments. Because you carry the same shape, he repeated. And because this house likes to think it's permanent. You are not permanent, Draco. Houses are not either. You will be told that your duty is to be the image we hold up to strangers, but a duty is not a sentence. I wanted to laugh. It would have been rude to do anything too theatrical. My laugh came out short and abrasive, which suited me well enough. And you, great-grandpapa, would have me reject everything I've been trained for. You think I can? I do not imagine what you can. I offer a cautionary tale. He rested his painted chin on his hand, very human. Do not, for the sake of our family's vanity, let another child's life be trivialized. And know this: the parchment in this urn was not merely a record. It is the small pivot around which a family built a justification. Remove the pivot and you make the house wobble. That made a pleasing, dangerous sound inside me. To remove the pivot would be to unset the furniture of my life. It would be to unsettle father and mother and, far less delicately, the sort of acquaintances who assess your seat at a table by the way your cloak hangs. But it also promised something more rarefied and alarming: the possibility that the chain I felt wrapped around my ribs might belong only to my fear of breaking their furniture rather than the furniture itself. There is another thing, Eustace said. We were wrong in a way you might find instructive. There was someone we thought we could bargain with, someone in power who promised us a horizon rather than a rebuke. We were very careful about our bargains. We thought arrangements could be polite. We thought kindness could be mutual. We were, in a word, very foolish. I knew who he meant, and the name had a sound like a scar on the world. It made the portrait's confession more immediate, less abstract. The family's conviviality with darkness had often been phrased in pleasant sentences that spoke of order and purity in history. Eustace, who had lived through a time when such lines cost people their feet, did not have patience for polite euphemism. Did it turn out badly? I asked. It was an idiotic question, but necessity makes one ask small things. It turned out like all unpaid accounts, he said. Short, terrible, relentless. Pride has a way of binding you in interest. We wanted the security of being aligned so that the house would slide forward with the currents. Instead we slid, and with us many others. I am telling you this not because I imagine you will feel the same shame as I did, I have the comfort of being dead, but because I think you should know that there are no tidy boxes. You cannot keep the ugly in a box and expect it to not stink later. He said it without moralizing. There was no sermon in his voice, only a sort of weary catalogue of consequences. I thought then of the nights I had spent arranging my life into forms I could carry without collapsing, of the list of obligations father had given me like a ledger. The portrait's confessions made the ledger look like a list of compromises rather than of rightful duties. Take the parchment, Eustace said. It will not save lies by itself, but it will unpick small lies. You are clever. You can use paper and portrait and broken habit to create a new sort of argument around which the house must turn. Or you can lock it again and let the house tidy itself into another generation of identical mistakes. There was gall in his suggestion, the sort of gall old men often cannot help. It was galling because it was sensible. To have the document, to know what the family once told itself, offered leverage. Leverage in my hands could mean a way out or a means to fashion new chains. The gratitude that came with it was complicated. I hesitated. I had 1,000 reasons to refuse. Taking it would be treason to a long, polished line of habits. Taking it would mean opening the urn, letting the ash settle itself into me. It would be a breach. It would also be necessary, in a way Eustace did not say he had given me the means to be gentle with my own future. I reached forward. The parchment smelled faintly of smoke and old ink. It should have been decorative, a thing in a museum case. Instead it felt like a weight that had to be put somewhere. Do not take it like a theft, Eustace warned with a soft authority. Take it like an inheritor who wishes, for once, to understand the price of his inheritance. Code it not as evidence but as history. If you choose to use it to complicate rather than to punish. There was an elegance to that, which made me uncomfortable. Punishment is a heroic old idea. Compassion requires more effort and, often, a different kind of courage. The portrait had taken to moral reform like a man trying to teach his descendants to dance. It was clumsy, but not dishonest. I will not be the one to rewrite the world, I said. I meant it in two senses. There was a small, private truth in admitting I could not, on my own, undo generations. There was also a smaller, lonelier thing. Even the idea of trying frightened me, because to try was to be exposed. Rewrite, Eustace said, and the paint in his mouth softened as if pity were a confection. No. But you can start. You can be the person who chooses differently, not cleverly, not to keep appearance, but simply because it is right. That is all courage needs most of the time, the nerve to be ordinary. I thought of Luna then, for reasons that had nothing to do with decorum. Luna would find the phrase splendid in an odd way. She would admire the crumbs of ash for having texture rather than meaning. She would, I thought with an almost Malfoy warmth, not look at me as if I were a cartoon of my family. She would also ask me, in that level voice, if I had checked whether the urn had been charmed. That ridiculous, precise curiosity, the way she keeps details on a string and makes a bracelet of them, had accompanied me into more nights than father would ever know. Come back in the morning, Eustace suggested, with the sing-song cadence of someone making an offer one can either accept or refuse. Bring the boy with the strange eyes if you prefer. He will have less need of my drama. That made me grin despite myself. He used humor like an instrument. I tucked the parchment into the inner pocket of my coat with hands that felt suddenly clumsy with the knowledge of inheritance and the weight of possibility. The urn went back into the panel with a polite clunk. Eustace smoothed his painted sleeve and returned to his posture of stoic hauteur. As I walked away from the corridor, I felt the chain around my ribs shift. It did not fall off, not at once. Shackles do not drop because someone throws a parchment at you. But the metal that had kept my breath measured and my smile on was warmer now for having been acknowledged. There was motion in the chain. That was a beginning. In the drawing room the house was its appointed self. Mother played the piano like somebody who is practiced at making the right noises at the right time. The notes were made of politeness and worry. There was no accusation in her face, only a line of carefulness she had perfected for years. I sat and listened as if the portrait's voice had not lit a small, urgent flare in me. My dear, she said eventually, with the kind of worry that belongs to mothers who will count every step their children take with the intimacy of accountants. You look better than you sound. Is everything the matter? Assemblies of old men in frames, I said. It seemed appropriate to be light. It seemed criminally inadequate. She set her hands on the keys and folded them. You always return with a story, she said. Her voice was a domestic thing, and I loved and feared it because she was the tenderest keeper of the house's softer corners. Do bring it to breakfast. Your father will be pleased to see you back. He was, predictably, not yet home. I thought then of the parchment in my pocket. It thudded gently against my ribs like a heartbeat I had allowed to happen. I could show it to father and watch his face go precisely the colors he used for affronted aristocracy. I could bring it to Dumbledore and watch a very different sort of unemployed care and protocol and a very long, patient argument. I could burn it again and be neat, and let the house tidy itself for another generation. I did none of those things in the drawing room. Instead, I made a small decision that felt both terrifying and exultant. I would not allow my inheritance to decide the measure of other people's lives without letting that measure be tested by something like conscience. If that meant making enemies in the family business, so be it. If it meant admitting that my neat, pale smile had been a cowardice, I could live with the bruise. Outside, the sky over grey stone was the colour of pewter coins. The carriage was ready to return me to Hogwarts in a morning, which meant I had hours to decide whether to collude or to complicate. I slipped the parchment back into my pocket and, for a moment, let my fingers rest on the warmth of it. I thought of Luna's odd, luminous patience and of a school that was getting stranger by the week. I thought of teachers who consulted parchments behind closed doors and of men who liked their prophesies tidy because it kept their hands tidy, too. Eustace's face watched from the corridor as if he were pleased to have completed the duty portrait so rarely enjoy, to make the living uncomfortable enough to do better. The corridor hummed with the lives of old men, and in that hum I felt, for the first time, a possibility that had nothing to do with pride and everything to do with choice. I folded the parchment into a place where it would not be smudged and I closed my hand around it as if it were a lifeline. I had always carried things this way, secrets folded into the lining of my coat, the private geometry of survival. But this folded thing would have another use. It would be a small, stinging piece of family truth that could unsettle the furniture or be re-hidden. That was the point, I thought, as I crossed the hall. It was a choice I was about to make. And as the house turned itself into evening, with servants smoothing silver and shadows arranging themselves like careful guests, I understood the true cruelty of our lineage. We were excellent at tidy sins and abysmal at reparations. The portrait had not given me absolution. It had given me a name for the chain. That was enough for now. When I stepped out into the cold, the carriage light made the stones look as if they were lit from within. I pulled my collar up against the wind and, for the first time since the prophecy unrolled itself like a secret in my life, I felt the chain on my ribs loosened by the fraction that decides a man's path. There is a difference, I realized, between being named and being fated. Names are given, fate is chosen. I had been carrying a name for so long I had begun to believe it was my fate. I put the parchment under my heart and thought of how I would begin. I was not sure whether I would go to Dumbledore with it, or to Severus, or to the one friend who never seemed to be on the right map of family politics at all. Luna, perhaps, because she would see the thing's edges without being dazzled by the house's silver. The carriage lurched away. Greystone retreated into its dignity, and I sat forward, feeling the weight of a small, dangerous truth against my ribs. I thought of my father and the rooms he would rather not have opened. I thought of Eustace, whose portrait had told its grandchildren something that might yet be righted. And in the dark carriage, with the road unraveling toward Hogwarts and whatever waiting would be there, I realized that the only thing I had to do now was decide in which direction to pull. Chapter 23, The Whisper Way. There is a particular hour at Hogwarts when the castle stops trying to be polite and starts to gossip properly. It is not the noisy gossip of plates in the Great Hall or the shriek of ghosts. It is a slow, intimate whisper that runs under your cloak and up your spine, pressed into the mortar between the stones. Students with nerves like moth wings move faster at that hour. Teachers pretend not to hear. I have learned to stand still. The corridor called itself the Whisperway. Students with a taste for the dramatic had given it that name, and the corridor seemed to enjoy the attention. The name stuck, like a nickname from a relative you cannot quite forgive. It fit. If you leaned your back against the cold, damp wall and closed your eyes, the words ran by like fish in winter water. Single lines. Rhymes. Opinions. Little verdicts on portraits and staircases, on the oddities that passed by at 2 in the morning. They were not all evil. The stones had favorites, and those favorites were usually, as you might predict, of a certain pedigree. Marble liked marble. Oak liked its own knots. The voices of the castle were, like most of us, biased. Luna sat opposite me, knees up, knees together like she always kept them, her knees forming the small island where her mind set anchor. Her wand lay across her knees like a silver twig. She could have been asleep. Instead, she hummed the second half of the last line we had just heard and smiled as if she had been offered something delicate and unexpected. You hear that? she asked. Her voice was the soft kind that made secrets feel less like traps and more like presents. She could make you believe in improbable things without requiring you to lie about them afterwards. I hear it, I said. The wall thinks the fat lady's wardrobe is a traitor and the Gryffindor stairwell owes allegiance to anyone who brings it a biscuit. I said it lightly. A joke, a wedge between the cold and my skin. The castle, when it gossiped, did not always have our best interests at heart. It liked to judge. Luna frowned at me with the kind of concentration that made her look ancient and young at once. It's not about gossip, she said. Listen to the rhythm. It's pleading, not boasting. The rhyme shifts when the portraits pass. There's a word that only shows when the grey lady's shadow crosses the pattern. It's hiding something, Draco. I could have said I already knew this. I had been listening to corridors for as long as I could remember. Walls are the oldest witnesses here. They remember the names spoken in the dark, the footfalls of students who were children when the castle breathed a different kind of magic. I had ears for the old murmurs because the world outside our walls required listening of a different sort, whispers that weren't mortar-born but cold-blooded, spoken by men who thought loyalty was a suit you put on for dinner and took off with poison in the cuff. Instead I shifted my weight so my shoulders met hers at the middle, slight contact that meant, I will not flinch because you are here. She met the small, steady signal with a tilt of her head. It was astonishing, the way tiny things could become anchors. We were here because the castle had begun to stir in places it had always pretended were still. A sash of tapestries had frayed into words the other week, naming cupboards that had been sealed since the founders argued about staircases. A painting of an old headmistress had started to hum a lullaby that was not in any music book. The moving staircases sometimes stood very still at night, as though listening with us. At first I had thought it was mischief. After the cracks, after the sabotage that turned candles into memories and skewed the astronomy tower's charts, I had learned to trust suspicion. You have the pieces, Luna said, fingering a scrap of parchment between her fingers. It had been folded so many times the creases lived like ridges. I had found it in the restricted section, tucked between a book about the etiquette of running a private inquisition and a volume on ancient wards. The title had been ripped away by someone with manuscript-clean gloves and a nasty, steady hand. The remaining line suggested directions rather than sentences. Where the stair remembers a name, it read, and the portrait forgets to wink, listen for the last rhyme and follow the scene. You went to the restricted section alone? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Luna believed library rules the way some boys believed in house points. Rules were maps if you understood the margins. Alone, and with diffuse light, she said. Diffusion makes words more truthful. Less glare. I tried not to smile. I was not as good at keeping secrets as she was. I had kept one that felt heavier than a wand in my pocket. I carried a prophecy like contraband, folded in the quietest place of my mind. I did not tell her about it. Not yet. There were people who would use that knowledge as a lever, and fathers who thought levers were best left untested. For now I held to the face of the puzzle in front of me. It required the kind of courage that doesn't announce itself, the sort that looks like pacing the right number of steps past a sleeping portrait and tipping your ear to the mortar. We had crushed business with portraits for 3 nights, asked them a question and the portraits pontificated in exchange for compliments or gossip, until Neville's toad got into a framed debate about herbology and the paintings were more interested in arguing about its breeding habits than anything relevant. But tonight the walls had been unusually clear. The rhymes were stitched together with odd little changes, like someone had been mending a shirt with the wrong colored thread. It says arch and forget, Luna murmured, tracing with the tip of her wand as if the wall were a sheet of skin. And then there's the word he was told to forget. Who was told to forget? I asked before I could stop myself. The place between my ribs tightened. It always did when an old warning brushed up against me. Lucius had a way with warnings. They were polished weapons with edges wrapped in velvet. He had told me once, in a voice that suggested that telling constituted an education and a threat in equal measure, that there were places in Hogwarts one never visited. Old archives. Certain names were better left buried. Forget them. That was the sort of counsel a house gives when it is trying not to be remembered. That's the puzzle, Luna said softly. Bias of watchers, whose eyes are the rhymes written for. If the wall favors portrait A, it hides what portrait A fears. You mean the wall tailors its riddles to the prejudice of the portrait? I said. It sounded ridiculous when stated like that. The castle was not sentient in a cheerful, cooperative way. It was a living archive with temper and memory. But the point was true. The Grey Lady had always been frightened of light. The Bloody Baron liked blood in the form of neat historical annotations. The Fat Lady liked drama. The stones favored them accordingly, and thus concealed or revealed. Luna smiled that small smile again, the one that suggested she liked riddles almost as much as she liked being the person who heard them. We must find the watcher who hates what you are afraid of. Her eyes softened. Find their bias and the rhyme will show you the seam. It is not easy to explain the way fear sits like a knot and yet sometimes loosens when facing a puzzle. Fear wants control. A riddle gives it a shape it can be set against. I had feared the prophecy in a way people fear snakes, fascinated and terrible, yet tonight, with Luna's quiet beside me, it felt like a map. We began to move. The moving staircases obligingly moved, not out of friendliness but because that is their nature. Each flight we crossed made the rhyme shift by a syllable. The castle rearranged itself in small, dignified ways, as if to make a point about how public space is managed. We passed a portrait that objected to our passage with a sharp, aristocratic sniff. I had an argument with a knight in tarnished silver who insisted on giving direction only to those who could name his ancestor's horse. We declined to name the horse. Hear that? Luna whispered, and I did. The mortar paused in its flow as though listening. The rhyme returned with a new line, under memory's knee, a ledger sleeps. Ledger? The word landed with a cold clarity. An archive. That made sense. Archives are where memory is kept. They are built in places the castle thinks are safe, under stairs, behind portraits, under the watch of ghosts who are fond of repeating themselves. The specific phrasing, memory's knee, carried the kind of odd metaphor Luna loved. It suggested an anatomical part of the castle, a hinge in the old foundation that folded into itself. The Grey Lady's shadow must cross it, Luna said. She floats near the west wing, over the old infirmary. West wing, west wing, west wing. She said it as if the repetition shaped the corridor. I liked the way she did that. She made repetition into a key. We went west. Shadows thinned into the hush of the less traveled wings. The torches here sputtered as though reluctant to light anything of consequence. We rounded a bend where a tapestry had once been but was now only a suggestion of thread hooked into plaster. The rhyme came quicker now, as if the wall itself wished to be finished with secrecy. Find the arch that remembers, and ask the name that walked the stairs. Do this before the watchers count the doors and choose to forget what they had seen. It was the last line that made me stop. We were not the only watchers tonight. There had been a pattern in the sabotage. Portraits were bent, tapestries were torn, and the moving staircases cooperated with an evident spitefulness. Someone had been trying to purify the record. They were not interested in the truth, they were interested in making sure nobody could piece together who had done what. The walls spoke of a deliberate amnesia. Who is choosing the doors? I asked. It was a dangerous question. Danger had a tendency to answer. The watchers, Luna said, as if the word itself could be any number of people, the portraits, the ghosts, certain professors, or the darker sort of observer that moved like a blade between families and used memory as currency. She turned her head, and in the dim light her eyes were not the dreamy milky thing people mocked, they were bright and sharp as glass. They are biased toward a cleanliness. They want the ledger empty. I thought of my father, of Lucius's meticulousness. He liked his house tidy in a sort of way that did not tolerate questions. A ledger that revealed patterns, family ties, contracts, visits, was exactly the sort of thing men like him would rather not find in the world. Which meant the ledger, if we found it, would likely say things about the Malfoys that a lot of people would prefer to remain unsaid. It might show the same kinds of lines that made my name appear in a prophecy. I smelled the threat and I turned away from it, briefly, to look at Luna. There was a gentleness in the way she regarded the world that was not naivete. It was a refusal to fold into the usual. I wanted to be brittle and clever in her presence, but she taught me to be softer without letting me be weak. "So we go under memory's knee," I said, and the words felt like a decision. We would go where I had been warned not to go. I had been told, in a ceremony that felt more like a sermon than a conversation, that certain archives were best erased. Fathers like to erase things by ordering their sons to forget. There was a nasty efficiency to it. "Before the watchers count the doors," Luna repeated. "That implies counting is important. The watchers fear witnesses." We skirted the usual routes. The castle has many bones. We knew the map by heart because Hogwarts hides its remarkable things in places you might trip over if you did not respect its sense of humor. The scene the Rhine hinted at lay behind a skulk of portraits that preferred to argue about politics instead of giving directions. We had to placate the portraits with flattery, a difficult exercise of the truth under the circumstances. I told a portrait it had decent taste in cravats. Luna told another that she appreciated its angle on the reform of Owlpost. They responded with advice about horses and soup respectively. Both were useful. Finally we found an archway that didn't appear to be an archway until you stepped near it. The stones curved in the way a mouth does when it is pretending not to speak. There, the mortar spoke plainly, the words running beneath our hands like a language between breaths: knee, founding hinge, ledger, name. It took only a touch to make a key in my chest turn. I had been warned to forget this place by my father, by certain handed-down traditions in our family, warnings wrapped in velvet again. The Malfoys have a complicated relationship with memory. We prefer it curated, like a gallery you bring visitors through and leave them stunned rather than informed. That had been how I was taught to believe loyalty looked. "Are you afraid?" Luna asked. Her question was small and honest. "Of the consequences," I said. The truth smelled of metal and old ink. Of what it might say about me. She considered this like a student considering a particularly generous abstract. "Names are less fixed than people," she said. "They are like plaster. You chip them or you fill them. Either way, you can change the shape." It was the kindest thing she could have said. It was also untrue. Names were not as malleable as plaster for me. They had been used like tools and weapons by men who cared for neither truth nor tenderness. Yet her belief in the mutability of names gave me courage of a different sort. If the ledger told a story I could not bear, perhaps I would be able to answer for it. Perhaps I would be able to put new ink beside old. I found the seam and pushed. The stone moved with a sigh that was neither made of wind nor breath. Behind it was a narrow stair, not a grand spiral but a single, responsible set of cold steps sinking into the dark. Air hissed out of the opening, carrying with it the smell of age and something sweetly metallic that might have been iron or might have been a spell that had refused to die. "We will need light," Luna said. I produced a wand, of course. We always produce something. The castle did not like this. It objected in the form of a portrait's indignant tutting. The steps took us down. They were not the sort of stairs that took you to a cozy room. They slanted, and they bore the faint scratch marks of many names reduced to initials. Once or twice a faint, almost inaudible voice tried to speak from the walls, an old librarian perhaps, or an archivist who had never quite grown a body. The deeper we went, the more the mortar's voice receded until it was a memory of other voices. Down here, it seemed, was the place everyone had wanted to forget. We reached a door at the bottom, a stout thing with studs of tarnished copper. It did not have a nameplate. That was a detail that felt deliberate. The wall had been right about the ledger. There was one, and it had been folded into a room the castle had meant to protect by ignorance. I put my hand on the door and felt a pulse under the wood, as if the house itself was a man with a slow heartbeat. It was a ridiculous thing to think in a moment like this, Hogwarts as an old soldier guarding its secrets, but the idea steadied me. Old soldiers kept better watch than old men of privilege. Old soldiers protected what mattered and let the rest go. Luna produced from a pocket a long, narrow lens of goblin glass she said she had found in a market in Hogsmeade. She turned it and looked at the door, then at the seam, then at me. How badly do you want to be the man who laughs on the other side of a ledger? She asked, as if that phrase were any sort of decision-making tool. It worked in a peculiar way. I had been laughing on the other side of many ledgers for my whole life. Laughter had been the thing I used when a rope was looped around my throat. Badly enough, I said. We pushed the door together, not theatrically, just the efficient cooperation of two people who had spent too many hours in corridors together, listening. The hinges grudgingly opened. Inside was not a room of scrolls, as some secret places are in books. It was an alcove of shelves and boxes and a single desk, and a lamp that had been left to burn as if someone had expected to return. The lamp's flame looked like gulls. It made the dust on the ledgers look like a galaxy. Ledger, of course, was not the only name for these things. There were index cards bound with ribbon. There were small wooden cases labeled in handwriting that belonged to a generation that had not quite learned to fear their handwriting. There were registered visitors' books, the sort that recorded names in careful, polite ink. It felt like stumbling on the room where the castle kept its memories of chance. My fingers went to a spine without thought. The book was leather and cold. The title label had been torn off. I opened it and found entries, names and dates, brief notes, and the kind of small marginalia that implied lives. A ledger of visits, perhaps the kind a head like the castle's head would use to keep track. My eyes slid across the pages, and then caught on a name in a hand that trembled with a fear I recognized. It was a name I had seen elsewhere, the name that had once been spoken with restraint by men who do not like being contradicted. It was my name. I read it like someone reading the record of a life they had not noticed was theirs, Draco Lucius Malfoy. Beside it, a date. Beside the date, a small note in a clipped script. Seen with, it said. The rest was torn away. Something in the lamp's flame caught the edge of the torn paper. I had the sudden childish irritation of an unfairly folded page in a book. You were warned, Luna said, but she was not saying it like a threat. She was stating a fact the way you know to bruise. Who told you to forget? It was not a threat. It was advice given as if it were a favor, I said. My voice came out a little thin. My father. He told me there are things that must not be found in certain houses. He gave me the instruction like a talisman. Luna's eyes were attentive. Then he keeps his ledger clean. No ledger is ever clean, I answered. You can polish it, you can rub at the ink, but under the varnish you can still find the stains. The room smelled like papers and old memory. There was another book beside the ledger, a smaller thing bound in dark cloth. I traced the clasp with my finger. It was the sort of clasp that made me think of contracts. I wondered how many contracts were made and broken and then committed to the castle's memory by way of necessity, by way of people like my father. You should be careful, Luna said. She reached for my hand, light as a moth. The contact was nothing and everything. They will notice you were here. That is the part one cannot afford, I said. There are certain lies you cannot afford because the people who hold them dearer than their reputations will take them like medicine. I kept thinking of the saboteurs repairing the world by removing witness marks, of the watchers counting doors like accountants. If they noticed the ledger's change, they might suspect I had been searching it. If they suspected, my name would be a wedge. But the ledger opened had already done its damage. Names do not remain tidy in the presence of eyes. They leap out. I turned a page at random. There was a notation in a different ink, spiky and urgent. Severus S. reported an entry. It read, the handwriting having the sophistication of someone with a barked order in his chest and a needle-sharp discretion. My heartbeat stuttered. Severus Snape. The name had 1,000 weighty echoes. He had, to say the least, been an odd guardian of truth in these times, and to find his name here was to find a small presence of black warmth. A teacher? Luna breathed. He has always watched the boundaries. Yes, I said. He watches things people assume he does not. Beside his name was a reference, an arcane code that suggested this was not final. The ledger had been annotated after the fact. Someone had been watching the watchers, cataloguing their cataloguing. It was a maze of mirrors. For a moment I felt dizzy, as if I had been playing with a piece of string and discovered that it was threaded through the whole world. There was another notation lower down, in a hurried, cramped hand I did not recognize. My eye strayed across the ink to the eaves of the page where a thin strip had been torn. If a ledger is an honest thing, someone had been trying to keep its honesty inconvenient. Someone went to a lot of trouble to remove what came after my name, I said. It was the sort of sentence that could be spoken by a man who was not afraid. I was not that man. I was a man who had learned to say things with a careful economy. There was an entry, and someone thought it dangerous to leave. Luna looked at the torn edge with the sort of sympathy she reserved for small tragedies. You could piece it back, she said. The room of requirement sometimes provides the right materials. I thought of the room that becomes what you need and hates being named properly. It is temperamental and jealous and sometimes absurd. It also keeps odd skills in its walls for people who need them. On a practical level, it had helped us once before to iron out a problem with an instrument that measured omens. On a metaphysical level, it was the sort of place that could, if you were fortunate and careful, restore torn paper. Do you think it will help? I asked. Asking was part of the ritual. I know it will, she said. Her voice would not be moved by argument. It has helped me with a pair of shoes and a box of soft things that knew how to soothe my headaches. It understands lack. There was a fragility to the ledger like the breathing of a trapped animal. It wanted to be mended. The fact that it bore my name in its pages made mending both necessary and dangerous. If I left it to lie as it was, others might come and read between the lines. If I tried to piece the page myself, who would I be to rearrange the past? Questions like that were the sort that made me late for dinners and advantage people less inclined to listen. We should copy it, Luna suggested. Make a facsimile, and then lay it back where we found it. Keep the copy where we can find it but not where it will be counted. There are marks on my hands even if I do not touch them, I said. I thought, with a clarity that felt like ice in my mouth, of how my father would react if anyone ever saw me in a secret archive. The Malfoy household would understand secrecy as an endorsement and then use the knowledge like a cudgel of obligation. I had no wish to hand my father such a cudgel. Luna's hand tightened around mine. I will copy it, she said. We will make it safe. We will use the room of requirement for materials. And if it is dangerous, if the watchers notice, we will be ready. There was a steadiness to her that did not require speeches. With Luna beside me, I felt less like a boy being tested by higher powers and more like someone who could choose the tests for himself. She gave me room to be frightened and to act. That is the particular form of courage she taught me, the courage that walks forward while still keeping an eye on the shoulders. We took the ledger carefully and carried it up the narrow stairs, which began to seem suddenly treacherous in the way old things are when you have decided to be hasty. The castle's damp breathed against the backs of our legs. The mortar murmured, partly in curiosity and partly in the manner of a thing that knows secrets too well to be surprised by them. The room of requirement was, as the castle likes to be, whimsical. It took 3 attempts to find it properly. The first time it gave us a janitorial closet with an apologetic mop and a note that said, in its own soap-streaked way, "Not tonight." The second time it offered us a library for lost socks, which was charming but not useful. The third time it opened to a quiet, lamplit space whose walls were made of the sort of shelving you find in workshops, drawers full of fixes, spools of thread, pots of glue for binding books, small jars of the sort of powder you use to ease old ink back into its place. It smelled of lemon rind and the kind of neat close smell a place smells when it has already decided you are not a liar. You were not lying, Luna said, when the room had settled into contentment, making a small scene where its shelves sighed and arranged materials into a tidy row. It likes us. I did not expect the room to like anything, I said, and meant it. The room is earnest to a fault. It is the antifather of rooms, prepared to give you knitting needles if you say you need to mend a heart. It was generous tonight. We sat up at the single desk and laid the ledger down as if it were an old animal we needed to examine. Luna worked with a slow, meticulous calm. She mixed a solution that smoothed paper and used a tiny brush to mend the ragged edge of the page as though she were sewing up something more precious than a tear. "You deserve to know this," she said, not to the ledger but to me. "Whether it will hurt you is another matter. I had always been good at wearing smiles. They were pale, courteous things that did the hard work of diplomacy more efficiently than any wand. Tonight my smile was quieter. I felt the ledger's name breathe under my hands, the words on the ink like small bones. It mattered who knew what. We worked until the small lamp was low and our eyes ached. The room had given us a set of small clear sheets you could use to overlay missing words. Luna used a set of nubs of silver to align the fibers. There was a small sweetness to this, recovery as craft. When the mending was done, Luna laid the overlay in place and breathed. The torn fragment settled like a piece of a puzzle. The words came back in a shape that made the room smart. It was not the dramatic revelation you sometimes get in books, where thunder and thunderbolts and an astonished crowd appear. It was a line of ink that said plainly as a ledger can, attended meeting, names discussed, Lucius Malfoy, Mr. Proctor, Potterswick, subject, Council on School Influence. Note, possible engagement with parties friendly to the heir. Witness, Severus S. I read it 3 times. The room hummed with the tiny resolution of a task completed. It was far from vindication. The ledger did not judge. It recorded. It was precise in its neat cruelty. "So this is why my father told me to forget," I said. The air between my words was suddenly very small. The ledger was a neat, undeniable trace of connections that could be spun the way a prosecutor spins guilt. That my name, my father's name, was in the company of others the castle avoided mentioning was not a surprise. It was the sort of bureaucratic truth that destroys myth by degrees. Luna put a hand under my chin and tilted my face up, as if there were a small knot to look at and a neat stitch that would ease it. "It does not make you the thing the papers say you are," she said. "It makes you someone whose life was once discussed." "It makes me someone whose life will be discussed again," I said. The ledger would not stay secret forever. People counted doors like accountants, and there were watchers who kept lists. My worry, one I had hidden under 1,000 pale smiles, was that the watchers who counted doors would notice the ledger's shift and fix their eyes in a way that meant more than being watched. They would assign intention to the motion. Luna set the overlay aside. "Then we will write another line next to it," she said. "Not to falsify history, Draco, again, she never suggested deceit, but to provide context. People look at lists and think the worst. We can give them the truth." "You would stand with a Malfoy?" I asked before I could be guarded. The question was half joke, half suspicion. "I would stand where people are unjustly accused," she said, without hesitation. "And then I would walk with them until the truth was clear." Her warmth was not an argument against fear. It was a hand held in the dark. For a moment I forgot the ledger and felt the simpler sort of constellations that bloom inside people when they are given permission to be flawed. I could feel my father as a distant continent, present, sure, but not the whole map. It was a revelation in degrees. "We will return it," I said. "We will replace the page. We will not read more than necessary." Luna nodded. "And we will make a copy to keep in a safe place." The room offered a small box to put the copy in, as if it was pleased at being able to be useful. I slid the copied page inside. We went back the way we came, the stairs tolerably polite. The castle noticed the ledger had been touched. The mortar was less chatty as we passed. Portraits cast us ironic expressions. The scene closed behind us. We left the door as it had been, the ledger mended and the room containing the record of meetings that may one day be read as proof of treachery. The distinction between gossip and proof is a fine line. Men like my father lived on the better side of the line by choosing which side to present. Night had become something like dawn by the time we reached the dormitory wings. We were tired in the small, focused way that follows a job done thoughtfully. My hand still smelled faintly of lemon and dust. Luna laughed at that. She said the smell made me look of the earth, rooted, less like wool-slick promises. "Do you regret it?" she asked as she tucked the packet into her robes, where I knew she liked to keep confidential things with a certain ceremoniousness. I thought of the ledger under the castle skin. I thought of the way my father had given me commands and shaped the world into a corridor with a single light at the end. I thought of Severus Snape's name, recorded as a witness, the idea of him as a measuring rod in a ledger file. No, I said. Truthfully, I had been returned to a decision that had been made for me once and again. I had tried, as all of us do, to be elegant in my compliance. Tonight I had chosen not to be elegant. I had chosen to be careful. Luna squeezed my hand. Then you are brave, she said. I wanted to tell her that bravery is an illusion size to fit shoulders. I wanted to tell her that bravery sometimes looks like being cowardly until an important moment. I wanted to tell her how often I had practiced smiles until they had an edge and were sharp enough to cut. None of that would be necessary tonight. We parted at the stair that took us to the Slytherin landing and the Ravenclaw Tower in a way that made the world feel slightly reordered. I went to the staple of the Slytherin night, cold water in a basin, polishing my hands as if preparing to sign a dangerous paper. I tried to sleep and failed for a dozen reasons, many of them small and precise. The ledger's line ran through my thoughts like a thread. Before I turned away from the basin, I caught myself in the mirror. My face looked younger than the ledger suspected. There was a new quiet in my eyes, like someone had taught them to keep a secret softly. I had the sort of courage I had been trained for, measured, slightly insolent, ready with a remark. Tonight it had been different. It had been a duller, more luminous sort of courage, the kind that accompanies a decision to keep a thing and make it honest. The castle was awake when I returned to the common room. The fire in the hearth threw up sparks that looked like tiny, scattered prophecies. The portraits on the walls talked in low voices about exams and potions and the tragic state of house biscuits. I sat down in the hide of leather that someone preferred for the main chair and let the world be as it wished to be for a few minutes. Luna's handprint on my memory warned me in a foolish, necessary way. The ledger would sit in the public room it had been kept in. It would be read by those who counted doors and by those who had the patience to read thin, cautious lines. Someone would notice something, or they would not. I could not pretend to have rewritten anything but my own reaction to it. I had chosen to know. The knowledge had not made me lighter. It had placed upon me an odd sense of possibility. I am the sort of person who measures things, reputations, wounding words, the tilt of a father's jaw, but tonight I felt an additional unit of measure, the weight of alliance. Luna had placed herself in the ledger's margin like an annotation. That is the slow work of found family. You make careful marks where hope might be placed. When I rose to go to bed, a painting I had passed every night of my school life, a stern old headmaster who disliked Slytherin on principle, let a small, resigned sigh escape. The fat lady, who had a habit of being dramatic, gave a sound between a yawn and a gossip that might have been approval. The castle's whispers folded back into the mortar like a secret satisfied. I did not sleep well. I woke before dawn, as though the castle had set a clock for me. There was a sense of momentum now, a direction. The sabotage had come from men who wanted to make the past white again. We had found a ledger that kept a darker trace. And somewhere in the tapestry of things, names were being chosen and assigned motives like hats. That is the way investigations start, with a small truth and a series of people deciding what they wish it to mean. I dressed in the quiet hours. I thought of Severus's name in the ledger. He was a man who read intentions the way other men counted coins. If his presence was recorded, it complicated any neat tale that might otherwise be spun. The more complicated the picture, the less the world likes it. Men who prefer tidy things prefer to arrange the corners so their own hands are not visible. When I left the common room, the dawn had only just begun to hold its breath. The castle around me was like a beast just waking, the moving staircases yawned and shifted, the portraits forgot their yesterday's complaints and began in on fresh ones. I had the odd feeling of standing at the lip of something both significant and absurd. It was the taste of evenings spent where the world caved slightly in the place where you stood. The ledger would be read. The watchers would count doors. They would decide who was friend and who was threat. I could not make them see the truth. I could only stand with one person who had chosen to trust me and one old room that preferred to be useful. There are times when a secret moves you forward. There are times when it becomes the very hinge of your life. I had been warned to forget an archive. I had not. I had taken the ledger into the light and seen my name spelled out in an ordinary ink that had been meant to wound. I will not say I was surprised. That is another sort of lie. But I will say this, as we left the room of requirement, as Luna folded her copy of the page into her pocket and I felt the world arrange itself with an edge in it, I understood clearly for the first time what Dumbledore and Snape and the rest of the castle had always been balancing. You know the pieces you trust less by the things that are missing, you know the people you can rely on by who sits beside you while you sort the ledger. When we reached the open corridor, a wind slipped through the castle like an omitted word. The mortar whispered an additional line, one that had not been there before. It slid across the stone and landed in my ear with cold precision. "Count the doors," it said. "Count who counts." Chapter 24. Under the library. The library has always been a place that keeps its secrets with polite, bookish patience. It does not shout. It does not slam a door in your face. It waits, and when you are foolish enough to trudge into its less frequented corners with your sleeves rolled and your patience threadbare, it offers you the sort of knowledge that makes you stand very still and wonder if you are being watched. That is how I found the loose stone. I had not expected to be in the library at all that night. My plan, when I left the slithering common room, after a feast of thin smiles and thinner compliments, had been modest. A stroll, the sort of solitary, self-important promenade Slytherins take to remind themselves that the castle belongs to them until the alternative requires they lend it up. Then the moving staircases had rearranged themselves in a manner that felt suspiciously like a puzzle, and the portraits had been unusually evasive, all of them blurring their eyes and offering cryptic hints about stubborn old mortar and not all corners are corners. That is how Luna found me, as though she had been following the stairs instead of me. Of course she had been following the stairs. Anyone who paid as much attention to the angles of Hogwarts as Luna did was a friend my sort of trouble ought to keep. She was standing beneath the Dewey Decimal Man's portrait as if she had merely chosen the spot because the painting was listening particularly well. She smiled at me the way people smile at a small nuisance that they nonetheless intend to keep. "Stairs have been sulky," she said, which somehow made me laugh. It is a dangerous thing to find yourself laughing in a library at midnight. It makes the echoes louder. We moved on together, because companionship makes clandestine exploration feel less like mischief and more like a plan. The stacks were their usual cruel intimacy, rows of spines like back teeth, the smell of dust like stale citrus. There is a noise the library makes when you brush past too many books too quickly, a minor scolding of pages. The stone under my palm was cool and smelled faintly of mica and old glue. It gave with the polite reluctance of things that have been pressed into place by people who meant to be permanent. Behind it, a cavity. A pocket in the bones of Hogwarts. A small space, not much bigger than the inside of an armadillo's old case, and within it scrolls, the sort of scrolls that look as though they were rolled by people with fingers younger than the parchment they used. I have seen treasure in other people's homes, trinkets in the grey stone, silver that never tarnished because it had been polished by fear rather than care. These scrolls were softer things. They smelled like things that do not hope to be found again. Stacked like forgotten bread, bloated slightly at the edges, covered in the dust that falls from years and time. Luna crouched next to me, her knees bent in that unself-conscious way she has. She reached out and touched the topmost scroll, and then she blew at it, very gently, like a child clearing a dandelion before making a wish. That act should have been impossible in a wizened school, but Diana, who knows what you call it, she said, they hold their breath. I could have told her that books rarely share that trait, but I did not. I had learned that when she said something odd and true, you were better off letting her have the truth. We arranged the scrolls on the rug in decreasing order of dust. Some were sealed in wax, household crests long erased, sigils in patterns I did not recognize. Some were merely folded and tied with string whose knots had given up and let the whole sentence unravel. There were lists, names and dates and promises, and small scrolls with broken edges that looked like tiny maps to regrets. The air around them was patient. The castle had, for a very long time, been economical with its outrage. It kept many things hidden because it could not carry the weight of them all. The first dozen contained banal things, oaths between house elves and housemasters, agreements that a portrait would not sing at odd hours, the usual matrimonial contracts of old witch and wizard families. We worked like thieves of memory, because what else did we mean to be? Thieves, but of the quiet sort. We read in the candlelight we had not meant to bring and listened for the sounds that these things make when they are unwound. Luna hummed under her breath, which was how she thinks sometimes, by making little bridges with sound. Then I found a slip of vellum sealed with black wax. The wax was older than my father's gauntlet, dark as something that had been burned, and stamped with a sign that made the hair at the back of my neck rise. It was a sigil I had seen in my father's papers, once, in a margin where some of his allies had recorded favors and threats. I did not need to be told whose hand held that ink. It belonged to a time and a tongue that traded in absolute promises. The kind of promises that do not bend. I have families who make such oaths. I pushed the seal with one fingernail until it cracked, because you never quite get over the thrill of breaking things that were meant to keep secrets. The parchment slipped free, and the words were in the hand of someone with terrible grace. That particular curl of letter has a way of half hiding the truth while presenting it as inevitable. It read like a careful thing that knew how to hurt without leaving teeth marks. The sentence began with a rhythm that made my chest tighten. There are sentences that feel like a small, definitive pebble. They make a pool of thought ripple and then stop. The phrase on that fragment was such a pebble. He of the pale smile. He who carries a family's weight like a mantle that is too large. He who can turn soft words into locks, and who will choose whether the old door stays closed. Malfoy is named, as one names a marker on a map. Malfoy as punctuation, a fulcrum. Malfoy who will stand where the world leans and decide which side it will fall. It was not flamboyant. It did not declare thunderclaps. It was a precise kind of cruelty. It put my name somewhere it had only ever lived in my own mouth when I practiced to myself before mirrors, whispering it like a spell that might change the reflection. I had been careful. I had arranged my life into palaces of omission, private little rooms where some truths could sit like awkward relatives. I had refused to speak that truth aloud, not because I was ashamed, but because to speak it was to give it legs. It was to attract the things that hunt named things. Luna made a small sound. I could not tell if it was a laugh or sorrow. In the dim light, you could see the manner in which she processed grief as if it were a riddle and thus a thing to be considered. She reached out, and her fingers rested against the vellum. "That is clear," she said. "The castle keeps its sharper edges where it thinks they will do the most good." She did not seem surprised, only curious, as though the world had offered a new puzzle to her, and she liked studying the margins. They came then, the way tide water comes up ashore and takes away the little footprints you had been counting on. I had expected staff might notice a disturbance. Portraits do gossip, and there are spells that like light and notice, but it was the portrait of the librarian, who had apparently been napping for longer than she ought to have, that sent word. By the time we had bundled the scrolls into something resembling order, there were the soft, measured footsteps that announced certainty. Dumbledore arrived as he always does, late, as if he had taken his time choosing whether to care. He wore the same half-smile that looks at mischief and at prophecy and sees two different pictures. He did not snort or scold. He stood just inside the shadow of the stacks and looked at the papers in the same careful way he looks at people, like a man reading chess moves he already half understands. His hands were folded in front of him. He looked more tired than he had at the start of the term, as if the year had been drawing on him with small, patient teeth. Snape shut the stacks behind him with a sound like a thrown cloak. He was a darker shape than the shadows and kept to them, the way some things do that do not want to be lessened by light. His eyes cut at the scrolls with a surgeon's curiosity and a duelist's suspicion. He did not allow himself the moments of wonder he had once been granted as a child. He had built himself an armor of disdain instead, and it fit him like a second skin. McGonagall arrived last, as if she had been delayed by the practicalities of having to look after order in a school that tended to indulge at seasonal catastrophes. Her face was the straight line of someone juggling responsibility and indignation, and she stood at the edge ready to correct either. There are faces that suit strict commands and others that make room for mercy. Hers balanced both. She took in the scrolls, the loose stone. Her voice was short. "Who brought them here?" she demanded, and the word "who" is a good thing to ask when you are deciding if someone will be watched or protected. I could have melted into a reasonable explanation of youthful curiosity. I could have left them to their questions and carried the secret back into my sleeve. But prophesies taste of iron when they are near, and the copper in my mouth made lying a rude thing. I had practiced concealment with the sort of effort a man applies to polishing a portrait. It is a peculiar skill to be practiced in a house that values presentation. Yet keeping this particular thing from being named felt, suddenly, like hoarding a bomb. Dumbledore's gaze found me. He folded back the vellum with fingers faintly stained by ink. He read, not aloud at first, but you could see his eyes recognize a pattern and then a name. His expression softened in a way he rarely allowed near my face. He looked at Snape briefly, so briefly that only someone trained to watch for the flicker of expression would have registered it, and there was a conversation in that look. Snape's jaw in return became a landscape of dark decisions. "You were in the library," McGonagall said, as if one might be late for tea and that should be the worst of it. She did not say at this hour because she knew better than to build sentences around obvious points when the matter at hand was more urgent. "You should not be under curling staircases at midnight, Malfoy." The name came out like a summons. I felt the eyes of every portrait in a gallery press against the backs of my skull. I gave the answer I had been practicing. I was following a faulty stare, and a portrait was being unreasonable, and Luna's small hand brushed mine in agreement, as if the touch could lend the explanation weight. I am skilled at the pale smile, at the art of shrugging off either accusation or admiration. I had been polished to tolerate it. But there was the paper in Dumbledore's hands, and in the pale glow of candlelight the letters looked like small weather. He read the sentence again, and then he read the word that made the air in the room change. He set the vellum down carefully, like one would set a pet in need of soothing. Then he looked at me as if he had been waiting a long time to ask a question of someone who would rather not be asked anything serious for some time yet. "Is this why you have been secretive, Mr. Malfoy?" he asked. His voice was the voice of someone who understood more than he revealed. "He does not like to be unkind. He dislikes the necessity of things that hurt. I suppose that is what makes him frightening at times. His kindness is not a weakness, it is a choice." I swallowed. I could feel every side of the room, Snape's tight watch, McGonagall's practical edge, Luna's small steadying presence, arranging itself around a truth I meant to keep as a private litany. There are truths a cousin at dinner expects. This was not one of them. My fingers brushed the vellum and the letters seemed to lift off the page in the way that certain charms have when they carry conviction. "Yes," I heard myself say. "Small. Controlled. I am not a person given to losing my temper or composure. I am practiced at the long exercise of appearing superior to my own frightened thoughts." Saying the word aloud changed something. Saying it made my throat thick. Saying it made my mother's face flash across the back of my eyes, reminding me of the coins on her mantle and the way she had instructed me, softly, fiercely, about the family name. Saying it made my father's voice a memory like wire. Dumbledore's eyes were not surprised, but they were grave, as if a child had discovered where a storm gathers and tried to bring it inside for tea. He folded the paper back together in different places, unreadable gestures. Snape's expression did not change so much as sharpen. He was the kind of person who kept his reactions like knives, too useful to put aside. "We will have to be cautious," Dumbledore said, and there was that patient tone again. "There are older things at work. Houses keep records for a reason." He looked at me without asking who else knew. That look is harder than a question sometimes. It asks whether you have the courage to be responsible for what you know. McGonagall's voice, when she spoke, was practical as ever. "We will secure these documents. You will return to your dormitory, Mr. Malfoy, and you will not discuss this with other students. Understood?" "Yes," I lied. "I meant at least the second half." Students cannot be trusted with the world unless they have already been hardened by it. A curse tends to spread faster than prudence. I had already known too much. I had, for reasons I did not have to explain to anyone else, decided to keep this particular thing entirely to myself. That had been my choice. I had thought it was a clever one. Cleverness does not always look like courage. Snape's voice broke across our conversation like a cold wind. If this belongs to the restricted section, there will be a record, he said. If there is a signature or a hand that we recognize, we will know where it originates and perhaps to whom it was entrusted. There is a line here, Dumbledore said. He repeated the phrase quietly, and in his mouth the sentence became less an accusation and more a map. It was then I noticed how very old the paper looked, the ink embedded like a memory in the substance of the thing. The edges fell in a way that suggested it had been rolled and unrolled so often that it had nearly given up on its own secrets. There were other scraps stacked beneath, smaller things that must have been the minutes of others' conspiracies. A torn oath with half a seal, perhaps once binding and now only a curious footnote. A vow whose signatory had scratched their name in a hurry. Broken vows, Luna said, as if reading an exhibit label. She had a way of saying things with a deftness that made them true without fanfare. They're always smaller than you expect. She turned the paper with gentle fingers and the wax cracked and went brittle. They keep being useful after they're done pretending to be important. Something about that gave me an unpleasant jolt. The kind of promises my family made are not built to be small. They are big, blunt things with metal behind them. The scrolls in my hand suggested a long history of negotiating borders and pledges, of pacts being made and remade like suits of armor with a new polish. I wondered, for the first time with something like honest fear, how many of those pledges had been made in corridors that smelled of the same dust. Snape reached for the vellum as if he might consume the words with his glance. "Do you know why this would be stored here?" he asked. His voice was all knife-edge logic. To him, nothing was accidental. He did not enjoy the precarity of coincidence. He wanted to make it mean something. It is the temperament of a man who will always try to find a hand that set the stage. "No," I said. I might have lied. I might have told him that I had no clue, that perhaps some other house had used this as a hiding place. But my stomach had a small, unpleasant sensation, like a hand touching bone. I had seen some of my father's papers. I had seen phrases that whispered about inevitability. I had seen plots folded up and placed where dust would hide them. The nature of my family's alliances made every secret a possibility and every silence a risk. Dumbledore folded the parchment gently and set it down. "There are layers to history, Mr. Malfoy," he said. "We must take care that we read the right one." His eyes traveled briefly to the portrait galleries as if for counsel. "And we must keep this reading private for now. Who else knows?" The question had the weight of a palm. I could feel my secrets retreat within my chest like a small, restless bird. I thought of the rooms in grey stone where contracts were written on sober paper and signed as if one were consigning the future to the bank. I thought of the men who made promises as a form of currency. I thought, not for the first time, of the way a name can be pulled from the quiet and used like a key. "Only Luna and I said, and there was a truth in that. Luna had been with me. But naming her was also a kind of defense. She is practical in ways that other people mistake for flights of fancy. She will accept secrets the way people accept stitchwork, because things hold together better when someone is willing to mend them." "That will have to be all," McGonagall said, and in that tone was the implication that the fewer knots in the rope the better. "Miss Lovegood, you are free to go. Mr. Malfoy, we will speak in my office in the morning. Do not wander under the stairs again. And do not make a habit of disappearing into the castle's more private places." We left the stacks in the way people exit a stage after a tragedy, shuttled out by those with the courage to close the curtain. In the corridor, the portraits murmured like gossiping hens. The staircases shifted imperceptibly, as if shrugging off the disturbance. The castle is clever in that way. It rearranges itself so that certain things cease to be convenient. Alone in my dormitory, with the four-poster casting sensible shadows, I found that the phrase had settled behind my teeth. I had not wanted the word to be spoken aloud. I had wanted to be the sort of person who could carry weight without it being noticed. Yet the castle had placed my name among its things. The papers had named me not as a boy who will live in a certain house or whose hair sat in a particular manner, but as a fulcrum, that delicate, ridiculous pivot upon which other people's histories might tip. There is an absurdity to being both trained in aristocratic ease and suddenly the locus of everyone's attention for something beyond breeding. I thought of my mother's hands, the way she would smooth the crease in my robe when I was small, and I imagined the look on my father's face when, if he discovered this. There is a rage in people when plans are decided by a force other than their own expectations. I could feel the faint stirrings of it, even from the distance of the dormitory. I did not sleep, at least not in the generous sense. Sleep refused to be useful when your name has been written into something older than your fear. I lay awake, counting the sound of the pipes and the unsteady breath of the boy in the next bed. The castle breathed, and I thought of the way a name flung into the world behaves, like a pebble dropped into a pond, the ripples go where they will. My problem was not that the ripples would happen. My problem was that the people who are good at catching ripples, men like my father, men like the ones whose seals I had broken, were very good at reading patterns. Morning came with its ordinary annoyances, alarms ring, tapestries complain, the great hall groans as if stretched anew for the day. My mother's letters were waiting for me, rather perfunctory in tone, nothing the size of an instruction but heavy with what was not said. That matters. In my house, what is omitted carries as much message as what is stated. I kept to the plan that Dumbledore had suggested, quiet, measured, careful. There is a discipline to secrecy that I have always appreciated. It requires the same skills I had learned at every social gathering, the control of expression, the management of rumors, the art of saying not much. But the paper wanted to be read again, and in the quiet between lessons I found myself returning, once more, to the image of the vellum and the black wax. There are moments, I have discovered, where being a young man and being expected to be a hero are not remotely the same thing. Heroism has an old fashion to it that does not suit anymore, it likes capes and neat finales. The truth is smaller and more intimate than that. It sits on your tongue as if asking permission to live. It waits to see whether you will allow it to be named. That afternoon I went to the room of requirement. I had been there before for less noble pursuits, finding quiet corners that were not watched, but on that day I wanted a place that could hold the sort of silence that books had kept for themselves. The room gave me what I needed, shelves that were not quite there until you wanted them, a table with a chair soothed by use, and a sense that people who have kept things too long sometimes grant one reprieve. I took the copied phrases I had made, just a few lines, the ones that had been most precise. You cannot carry a prophecy like contraband forever without it fading into fact. I did not know what to do with the knowledge. I had an instinct to train a mockery on it first, call it the Slytherin reflex, and then a deeper muscle, the one that had sometimes surprised me when called upon by family cruelty, that suggested a different strategy, turn the thing into a promise, only gentler, voluntary. That is how courage feels when it arrives in small increments. You decide not to be used by others. You decide to use the knowledge to protect, rather than to compel. Luna found me again in the quiet. She sat without comment and made a place for me in the empty chair. Names suit you, she said, as if remarking on a new tie. They sit on you like the right scarf. You make me sound very fashionable, I said, because flattery is the friend of composure. She smiled, not a surprising thing. She was much more than a decorative oddity, she was a person who kept her thoughts like tools in a box. Who else knows? She asked, and the question was simple and sharp. No one, I said, because it was true in the terms that mattered. Only Mr. Dumbledore and Professors McGonagall and Snape. For now. She leaned back and folded her hands in her lap, as if knitting something that did not exist. They will be careful, she said. They will think like librarians and stairs. That is a useful thing. She looked at me then, and for a moment there was no mischief, no wry detachment, only the unadorned concern of someone without ambitions of gain. Are you frightened? Everyone asks you that eventually. It is the polite way of shaving truth down to the right size. I told myself that I had rehearsed answers. I could not, at that hour, manage the full weight. Yes, I said, because it was the smallest honesty. Her hand found mine, brief and cool. Brave is just a word people use when they don't want to admit they wanted help, she said. You were brave when you let us see the papers. That counts. It was, I suppose, the smallest suddenness that mattered most. Her words had the practical quality of a stitch. They did not unmake the problem, but they altered the fabric of my fear. Someone else had placed their reliance upon me, not with the calculated interest of my household, but the quiet, lateral trust of a friend. It is dangerous to let people in who have neither a vested interest nor a strategy. It is also the only way to practice courage without showing your hand. We were interrupted by the softest of knocks, an almost imperceptible thing, and then Dumbledore was there in the doorway with the tenacity of a man who knows when to open a door. He carried the folded vellum in his hand, the same that had been in the library. May I sit? He asked. Yes, I said, because there was nothing else to say. He Saturday. He did not speak at first. He arranged his fingers and watched me as if reading a book whose story he did not yet intend to tell me. Do you know why a prophecy would be placed where students might find it? He asked, his voice entirely mild. No, I said. People say so many things to soften the world, I have learned to keep them light. He nodded. The castle hides things that are inconvenient to report in a ledger. It also hides things that might require a child to make a choice before they are ready. He looked at me then, and for the first time the weight of his years seemed to gather. You are not a solitary thing, Draco. There are choices that belong to families and choices that belong to a single heart. That sentence was like a small hand touching a frayed seam. I thought of the ways I had been raised to believe that family decisions were the ones that lasted, that private courage was often swallowed by the communal will. I do not want to be used, I said. It was not the most strategic sentence, but it was honest. You will not be if you do not allow them to use you, he said. This naming does not compel you to anything. Names are only effective when people obey them. It is an odd thing to be told that the burden of a prophecy is also a choice. It does not dissolve the danger. It sharpens it. If prophecy is a map, one might still choose the route. If it is a binding contract, one might attempt, dangerously and with great care, to rewrite the margins. You will need counsel, Dumbledore said. He was not a man who handed out prayers like tokens. And you will need people who will challenge the assumptions around you. The castle likes to reassert its tales. I thought of my father, of the men who read names like accounts receivable. I thought of narrower things, like the coldness of the ink and the brittle wax and how easily promises break when they are not tended. I have people, I said, because truthfully I did. I had people who were keen to keep my reputation intact because it suited them. My mother was one, my father another, and behind them the network of alliances that made names into weapons. But those people would not help me choose. They would decide. That is perhaps the cruelest of family economies. They love you enough to mold your fate. Then you will need different people, Dumbledore said. He tapped the paper between his fingers and looked at me like someone who had measured the distance between two cliffs and thought about building a bridge. You will need friends who will not count the cost as a ledger. You will need those who will not be moved by the shine of your name. That was when I realized what the truth had been wanting from me. It did not want to be hidden. It wanted to be anchored. Anchors do not always come from the places you expect. They come from hands that will not let go. I thought of Luna, with her steady, sideways logic, and of the simple, odd ways she had a habit of making complicated things plausible. She was not the sort of person whose first inclination was to protect a name. She protected the person under it. Dumbledore rose then, as if the conversation had run its course for the time being. He folded the papers and set them carefully into a folder lined with spells that would quiet things. The castle has given you a name, Mr. Malfoy, he said. Now you must choose what to do with it. And when you decide, tell someone who will be useful. I thought of the vaults and the chambers in my family home where names are stored like silver. I thought of the way people made their wills and their threats. I thought, with an odd clarity, that if I was to be named, I would prefer to be named by my own choices. Luna will help you, Dumbledore added, and there was no bravado in his voice, merely the steady, certain knowledge of a man who had seen unlikely alliances save things that were otherwise doomed to be very tidy and very sad. She smiled, as if the idea suited her precisely. "I'd like to help," she said, and the smallness of that sentence contained an enormous promise. It was not the dramatic sort of pledge you hear in histories. It was a quiet compilation of intention. She meant it. When Dumbledore left, he pressed a hand to my shoulder. It was a simple gesture, paternal and entirely insufficient for what lay ahead, but it was what he could give. "We will be careful," he said. "We will read, and we will hide where we must. But remember, a named thing is not yet governed. That remains a matter of will." I slept then, not in a generous way of untroubled boys, but in the thin, watchful hours where you dream of the way a stair will land if you misstep. At dawn, I rose and dressed and put on the pale smile that had been a useful thing in my life. I walked to the corridors with the private knowledge that my name had been laid on the table and examined. People would begin to look at me differently. People would measure my gait for signs of destiny. The castle would adjust. Outside, the portraits continued their small conversations. The staircases were, for the moment, mercifully obedient. In my chest a small line had opened where fear and resolve met. Perhaps it is an odd thing to say, but the name on the paper had not destroyed me. It had defined an edge at which I had to stand. Which side of the edge I chose would be, in the end, the only thing that mattered. I do not yet know the shape of the choice. There are nights still to come and conversations that will be more difficult than the ones I have had. There are hands that will reach for me with interests that are not kind. But for the first time since I found the loose stone and the paper that named me, I felt something like a plan. Not because I am clever, though I shall always be clever enough for many things, but because there was someone beside me who believed that names could be anchorage, not just aims. I folded my hands to hide the shaking of my fingers. I put my face forward and practiced being the boy who had never been given a choice. Then I stepped out into the corridor, and in my mouth the name tasted like something to be guarded rather than a weapon to be used. I said it once, very softly, as if to make sure it belonged to me before the world tried to borrow it. "Draco Malfoy," I told the empty air, and the castle did something I had never heard it do before. It seemed to wait. Chapter 25. All Signs Gather. They say stones remember. Grey stone remembers my name the way a tiger remembers the scent of its first kill, sharp, inevitable, a thing that slips under your skin and refuses to be ignored. Hogwarts is different. The castle remembers in a softer, more dangerous way, in the hush of a corridor that has suddenly become a throatful of gossip, in the way a portrait blinks twice before it chooses which truth to hand over. It remembers in fragments, in half sentences, and stepstones. Tonight it remembered me in pieces. I was stacking those pieces on the floor of a little-used gallery, under the watchful, woolly stare of ancestors who had very clear opinions on how to treat a child who might or might not be the focal point of every nervous whisper. The fragments lay between us like bones, thin curls of parchment, some scorched at the edges as if someone, or something, had been impatient. Runes. A few letters clear as cuts. A stray smudge of ink that had not meant to be poetical and yet looked oddly like a tear. Together they made no grand sentence. Together they made a palmful of hearts. Luna sat cross-legged across from me, knees brushing my robes, her lamp soft and sideways like everything she did. She had a laughing Weasley of hair tacked back with a bead that didn't match anything else and a look that said she had been expecting this, in the quiet way of people who think the world is a foldable thing and the crease is only a question of where one puts a finger. She picked up a scrap, examined it against the gallery light and nodded. "I thought so," she said. The words were simple, the certainty was not, and I let myself be steadied by it like someone taking hold of a railing in bad weather. "Thought what?" I asked, because refinement obliges one to politeness even in moments of revelation. "That the castle would be sentimental," she said. "It hides things where it's afraid. It leaves crumbs where it wants us to come looking. Pieces fit together. Sometimes they clicked like a lock, sometimes they glided, reluctant. We had assembled most of them over the last week, stolen during those thin hours when portraits were half asleep and the moving staircases still practiced their caprices. I had my own reasons to hunt them, a polite, private terror, the sort that likes to be dressed as curiosity, but Luna had reasons too. She believed in threads more than she believed in headlines. She believed in the quiet stitches that held a thing together. It is a funny thing to be believed in by someone who believes in nargles and the sound of thimbles. It is as if she took the wildness inside of me, the part that wanted to laugh at everything because fear tastes bitter, and made it tidy with a ribbon. The first time I had heard of the prophecy, the one that later would be spat into countless breakfast room conversations and rattled like a charm in ministry offices, it had arrived like a dare, someone else's problem. Prophesies were best left to headmasters and safekeepers. They were dusty, heavy things that preferred the smell of war to the light of afternoons. My father had his own opinion on prophesies. My mother had another, quieter. Neither of them told me everything. They did not need to. Expectation will sit very properly in the lap of a Malfoy if you let it. But prophesies are not always polite. They leak. They peel. They bruise. Early in the term, a ceremony backfired, a shelf in the Department of Mysteries gave up a sigh and a splinter and the castle caught a hint. Whispers spread through the building like acid rain. Someone said something in the Gryffindor common room. A portrait of a long-dead headmistress told another portrait that secrets were bad dress. The house ghosts wailed and sighed, as ghosts do, and suddenly pieces of parchment that had once been kept under lock and key started to go missing. Fragments drifted into hands like confetti, a piece here, a whisper there, a memory caught in a painting's eyelash. When the shards began to line up, they did what prophesies do best, they made faces. The faces they made were not all kind. They were sharp in some places and vulnerable in others, as if someone had boiled the truth down until it was a concentrated flavor you could not ignore. Each piece suggested an image. One mentioned a crescent moon over a ruined hearth, one, oddly, the smell of grey stones after rain, one, a family name that fit too comfortably. Alone, each scrap meant almost nothing. Together, they pointed. The pattern settled like cards on a table and, for the first time in my entire life, the name of my house did not sound like home. Is that, Luna began, and I did not let her finish. It was not cowardice. It was calculation. Denial has its uses. It makes you a better spy of your own self. I had learned to curve my lips into phrases that invited ridicule and deflected inquiry. I had learned to wear pale smiles like armor. So when the pattern showed a Malfoy with the kind of inevitability that made candles gutter, I simply inhaled as if I were smelling the steam off a very good cup of tea and said, "The castle is melodramatic." Luna did not laugh. She folded the scrap toward me and her eyes did something like going soft. It says he will be born into a house where silver looks natural. It says the path wins where people expect a straight road. It says, and this is the bit that makes the portraits nervous, that he did not know he had the map until the map started to talk. She was right about the portraits. They had been odd lately. The fat lady had been squeamish about letting anyone pass her door at unusual hours. The head boy portrait near the entrance had been prone to faint little rants. Even the venerable founder portrait seemed to be licking at their frames like cats, retelling the same passages as if by practice they could alter them. The moving staircases had been jittery, changing patterns as if they were being watched. Students were muttering about omens, some of them clapped at the idea of a Malfoy at the center of it all and others spat the word like an insult. The castle's memory was not gentle with us. "Well," I said finally. "I suppose we'll have to ask the castle politely to stop being so theatrical. It was a joke, and jokes have armor. But jokes do not put a hand on a person's shoulder the way Luna did when she leaned forward and, as carefully as if she were handling a moth, placed the final scrap beside the others. The last piece was plain. It had no flourish. It ran like a line drawn in pencil and then left to fade. No one could accuse the past of flamboyance at that point. The thing it recorded was simple and absurd and entirely inevitable. The fragments lined up like hearts on a palm and the pattern pointed at me. It pointed at my name in ways that did not feel like a compliment. I will not say a scream rose in me. The sound was quieter than that. It was a pressure behind the eyes, a small avalanche where all the family portraits had been standing on a cliff, and suddenly the cliff stepped on a pebble. My mouth tasted of metal. I wanted to stand and walk. I wanted to walk to Greystone and knock on the study door and demand the same thing I had asked him every time I had thought to ask: what are you preparing me for? What is the trade for being born into that name? Instead I told Luna, don't tell anyone. She made a face like she had been offered a pudding she had not desired. Who would I tell, Draco? The portraits did already. The house ghosts think they're detectives. Nearly Headless Nick has been dramatic all week. Who would I tell? I corrected. Very few people are permitted to know some things, and none of those few are nice about it. Keep your cruel, perfectly timed tragedies to yourself. I tried for Rye. It came out thin. She smiled the kind of smile that believed in the small, steady triumphs of being alive. I won't tell. Not unless you want me to. That is what friends do. Even if they're lunatics. She called herself worse things, in other moments, and always with love. For all her sidewaysness, she had an accuracy I liked. She named things I had not wanted to name and did it without the thinness of pity. She did not soften the word for me. She held it flat and told me both what it was and what it could be. Prophesies weaken with too much arguing, she said. They are like jumpers, you pull and they stretch. Hold them gently. Ask questions. Ask the castle to tell you where it's keeping its hands. It was not mean counsel. It was dangerous, in its own small way. Prophecies and secrecy were not evenly matched. The larger dangers were easy to name: my father's connections, his catalogue of loyalists who liked to make direct offers with blunt edges, the resuscitated factions who preferred their leaders to be visible and unquestionable. The quieter threat, the thing that wrapped around the spine of the school, was suspicion. The moment your name becomes the axis of conversation, you stop being a person in the eyes of others. You are an idea. Ideas are easier to sacrifice than people. I had a feeling of being observed in the gallery. Portraits did that. They leaned forward and pretended not to be listening. I suppose even they had been waiting. There are rules in the castle. You do not break them lightly. The fat lady, when I passed her doorway a few evenings later, made a point of humming very loudly about the weather and how feathers were the height of nonsense that season. Her feathers were an act of something like politics. The school took sides. Not all of them were neat. Some of them were ugly and impulsive and looked for scapegoats, and some of them were noble and blinked a little too quickly, trying to be kind without admitting that kindness might cost them something. Slytherin had its pride. Pride is sticky and sometimes it sticks to the wrong things. A handful of my housemates, the loudest, the ones who thought courage was swagger, started to speak of advantage in the same breath as fate. They eyed students from other houses as if calculating where to put bets. A few of them began to walk the corridors with their robes buttoned especially tight. Others, like me, learned to make polite ironies about the whole thing and smiled pale smiles that had the shape of armor. Across the hall, the Gryffindors muttered and paced and held arguments as if the rhythm made them braver. The trio, known well enough that their names made the portraits quiet, was certainly not quiet. They argued about fairness and danger and the cost of believing prophecies at all. I admired their noise in private. It is easier to be loud than to be quietly clever. Hermione had been in the library more than usual, nose bowed to parchment as if she could out-argue fate itself. Ron took to staring at me across gatherings with an expression that had the soft bruise of someone being broadsided by an idea he had not chosen. Harry looked tired. Celebrity is a heavy crown, it clinks. The teachers tried, as teachers do, to be neutral and decisive at the same time. Dumbledore had that look, the one of someone who had been awake to possibility since before most of us were born. He kept his distance. A look from him was never a verdict, it was a plea for patience. McGonagall was sharp as a carving knife and twice as efficient. Snape watched me as he always did, as if every misstep of mine were a private failure that required his personal note-taking. There is an advantage to being someone people find easy to distrust. If nobody will believe you in the worst way, they will also be quick to believe your rivalries. That was the insidious part. The castle's factions bent and bristled and took positions. They read the scraps as fuel. The people who wanted a Malfoy to be the focal point did so because they imagined power unrolled in front of them like a carpet. Those who feared it imagined a puppet whose strings were tied to a fate written by people who liked tidy ends. Both of them were right in their own way. The choice was, as it often is, narrower than either claimed. It sharpened on me. There is an odd intimacy to wandering the moving staircases at night when the school's breath is slow. The steps have opinions and sometimes offer them as direction. On nights when things are fractious they become unpredictable, and that is when portraits will betray you more readily. Most people do not use the staircases as a place for thinking. They prefer the library or the common room. I have always liked the stairs. They are a model of indecision with style. Luna and I followed the staircases because they offered us doors we did not have to explain. The room of requirement, that fickle thing that will become a home to many secrets, had been particularly useful. You have to be precise with the room. It does not reward melodrama. You should not enter shouting your intentions or flinging your worries at it like confetti. You should stand and think as if you were ringing a bell in a rainstorm, simple, steady. I had learned that with Luna at my side. The room is shy. When you finally get what you need, it feels like finding a pocket of summer under a damp blanket. We found, because the room will sometimes be helpful for those it judges honest, a low table and a shelf with a dust-in book of records. The last scrap we had been missing was tucked into the binding like an old receipt. When we slid it out, the room made a little satisfied noise. The portraits outside shuffled their frames as if that was the most dramatic thing they had seen in years. The scrap was not dramatic. It contained the part that was always the least dramatic of all, a family signifier, a small domestic detail, the sort of thing written to anchor memory in ink. One could, in theory, have misread it. One could have tied it to any number of houses if one were already inclined to wish. But the castle, true to its temperament, had not been wishful. It had been specific. The scrap mentioned a name that had been whispered in my nursery before I ever knew the meaning of the word. The scrap spoke in the voice of someone who knew how to close a door quietly and how to sharpen a promise. We placed the final piece beside the others like the last plate on an elaborate setting and listened to the way the gallery became very small. The portraits looked in. The house ghosts murmured. The fat lady adjusted her feather boa with a show of indifference that read like dread. There is a peculiar etiquette to being a center of attention that you did not invite. You learn to fold yourself into small sizes and hope the world will be polite enough to miss you. I did not tell anyone. I had my reasons. My father would have understood the public utility of such a claim all too well and planned accordingly. He would have offered me roles I did not want and dangers I did. My mother would have shielded me in a way that would have made the world smaller and safer and, in the way maternal markets sell, less mine. I had no intention of letting the world buy me for the price of silence. Instead, I learned to answer the castle with other means. I learned the quiet craft of being useful without being used. I started to note the places where sabotage had occurred, the herbology hothouse where a vine had been coaxed into mischief, the astronomy tower where an instrument had been misaligned with a mischievous hand, the great hall where a banner had been found in tatters as if someone had been trying to switch the banners like trick cards. Sabotage is a small art. Someone was practicing it as if getting ready for a canvas. The incidents were not random. The way things broke had an intentionality to it that felt like punctuation. Someone wanted the school to feel unsafe, to manufacture a need. A need, of course, invites solutions, and those solutions, in turn, reward those who can make them. When you combine a leak of prophecy with households eager for advantage and a rank of followers waiting for a signal, you get a dangerous chemical. I could smell it. It tasted of ash. That was when I started to make choices that were not about the carpets at Greystone and the statues in my father's study. I started to move quietly, an invisible hand in a cloak of ease. There is a certain freedom in pretending nothing troubles you. People give you space to be careless. They trust you to be careless. You become a small shadow that everyone underestimates. Luna followed me into places I would not have chosen alone. That was not bravery so much as faithful curiosity. She would cock her head and ask softly, "What does the evidence like?" And as absurd as the phrase sounded, it made me laugh and then made me look harder. She taught me to find patterns in things that would have otherwise been dismissed. She had the patience to sit through my pale smiles and find the person beneath them. One night in the astronomy tower, while the other students slept and the moon sat like a thin coin in the black, we found ourselves watching the instruments. Old telescopes creak like old men when you move them. The observatory smelled of oil and iron and the sweet, patient tang of old paper. The sky was a dark, unhelpful witness. We had reason to think that someone had been using the tower as a place to signal, to align more than stars. Prophesies have a taste for the theatrical. Certain people like to arrange the heavens to correspond with their plans. We took turns looking up. Luna's hand found mine on the brass. It was the sort of small, ridiculous intimacy that felt like a lesson. Taking another's hand in the dark is an act that teaches your pulse to be honest. I watched her face by starlight and saw its edges glow with something that refused to be explained away as mere atmosphere. "Do you ever think the castle is tired?" she asked quietly, as if the very stones were old and the secrets were too many. "Sometimes," I said. "Tired and bored. It prefers trouble when it can be finely arranged." She gave a small, precise laugh. "Then we must be very careful arranging it for it." She slid a note across a map, hand steady. Her plan was not frightening. It was diligent. It asked for patience and little, clever maneuvers. It suited me. We followed a clue from the gallery to the kitchens where a house elf had been tampered with, to the greenhouses where a plant had been coaxed into producing sorrow instead of blooms, to a portrait that remembered too vividly the smell of a particular ink. Each time the pattern sharpened. Each time the evidence gathered like rain. And each time, the castle shifted. The students' conversations acquired the brittle edge that comes when people try to be clever over someone else's peril. It is a nasty thing to be used as a pivot of fear. You learn to recognize the look on the faces of those who are already making lists of who will be burned first. I learned to see those lists. I also learned who would cross them. There were unexpected allies. An old portrait of a headmaster who had been fond of sly jokes had a way of offering directions that were more useful than polite. Nearly headless Nick, who had the unique ability to dramatize, began to act in ways that were almost helpful, as if he had been reminded that ghosts have reputations to keep. Severus, in his own fashion, did not stop watching. He did not change. He never changed, and that constancy, whether it was loyalty or a careful spy's habit, became oddly reassuring. He asked questions like knives and handed me answers like wrapped sweets, bitter but useful. At the same time, the other danger was growing. There were people like my father for whom the news of a Malfoy in the center of prophecy was an irresistible opportunity. They started sending me advice that smelled of command. They began to drop by the common room with two bright smiles and packages that were not gifts but contracts. It is an old maneuver of the comfortable to make generosity feel like debt. They were not subtle. They were never subtle. I learned to deflect them. Diplomacy is its own weapon. You can be both courteous and obstructive. You can accept a cigar with one hand and fold the paper around it with the other. My barbs became folded into pale smiles. They mistook my civility for complacence. That was useful. People hate a man who hides storms behind polite teacups. At the heart of it all was the choice. I had always been carefully trained in what my family wanted of me. There is a tightness to aristocratic expectation. It acts like a corset, and you can either breathe through the discomfort or wear it until your ribs realign. My father expected me to be an instrument. My mother expected me to be saved from instruments. Both of them, in their separate and sincere ways, taught me the language of duty. But duty means different things to different mouths. One of those mouths wanted me to be a visible banner. Another wanted me to be a shield. I wanted, perhaps naively, to be a person. That is the vanity of adolescents who find themselves the focus of a prophecy, the desire that life be about small things. It is not heroic. It is hopeful. It is the wish that you might get to choose your own knighthood. That wish is why I chose the small rebellions that did not require banners. When sabotage happened, I made sure the injured were tended. When a portrait was frightened, I spoke soft phrases to it until it stopped shaking. When a banner in the Great Hall was torn, I secretly mended it while the assembly argued and cast suspicion like a net. These are minor, often invisible things. They are not the sort of heroics that make for statues. They make for warmth, and warmth is underrated as a strategy. One evening, as the end of term slid into a thin, honest snow outside the windows, the Great Hall hummed with the sort of cultivated normality that adults prize during crises. People argued, some with sincerity and some with the coquettish cruelty of teenagers playing at politics. I sat at the Slytherin table and listened. The air tasted a little metallic with rumors. Across from me, Pansy Parkin, who was a dreadful conversationalist but an excellent source of gossip, whispered petty plans about alliances and the proper use of power. I half listened and corrected the salt on my bread, thinking about priorities. Luna arrived late, as if she had been stopped by an entire system of doors that liked to be coy. She slid into the bench beside me, took my hand for a moment, and then placed a folded scrap of parchment in front of me like an offering. It was a note from the fat lady. She says, Luna whispered, that the students are spinning their stories so tightly the castle will be dizzy. I looked at the note. Her handwriting was an odd splutter of sternness. The message was nothing of consequence, and that was the point. People needed a vessel to pour their fears into. If the castle was dizzy, we needed to make it sit down for tea and explain its thumping head. I had not intended to become anyone's vessel. I had not intended to be a symbol. That symbols have their uses. They can be used to rally, certainly, but they can also be used as decoys. If people believed you were fragile, they might spare you from the knives of a worse plan. If they believed you were strong, they might throw you into the center of their wars. You have to be clever about how you allow people to see you. I found a decision in that idea. It was nothing like heroics. It was a daily accumulation of small acts. It was the collection of kindnesses that would add up to a net strong enough to catch the people I cared for when the world pulled them tight. I decided, quietly, that I would choose to be useful in ways that did not involve being anyone's puppet. The choice was not mine alone. Luna had her own reasons for staying. She looked at me as if she had the map of my face memorized, and her loyalty was not theatrical. It was quiet. She did not make vows. She made observations and then did the work necessary to make them true. That is love in the particular way that is most dangerous to the world, the soft kind that keeps coming back. The castle, as always, had its own pace. It will make you believe you are the eye of the storm if you let it. Its currents will draw attention to you until you blink. It is better to be a slow-burning light than a flare. I told myself that a great many times as I returned to my bed at night with the fragments folded like a secret into my pockets. There was a knock on my dormitory door the night after the assembly. My mother's visiting wizard had not arrived. The knock was softer, more uncertain. For a fraction of a second I considered resisting. It is easier to be brave in imagination than to be brave at the sound of your own name on another set of lips. I opened the door and found Luna on the landing, shawl wrapped around her shoulders like a secret. The night had been cold. Snow tracked itself in small, perfect circles on her sleeves. Her hair had a flurry of frost in it, and her eyes were the odd blue of the sky when you look at it through a sliver of window. There's one more piece, she said. She held out a small, folded thing. From the Greystone archives. I felt the word as if it were a stone dropped in my chest. Greystone, the name of the estate, has a sound like an obligation. It also has a sound like home. Neither of those things made me comfortable. Greystone had doors that my father kept closed and secrets he kept like furniture. I had not thought the estate would be part of the castle's memory. Yet here I had to admit a small, private reality the world had more ways of tying threads together than I had imagined. "How did you?" I began. "The Grey Lady," Luna said with that little conjurer's smile that suggested she had been keeping a rabbit in her pocket all along. "She snores like a grandfather clock. She keeps letters in odd places. She wanted to be helpful." I took the scrap from her and unfolded it. It was smaller than the others and written in a hand that had belonged to someone who liked neatness. The line that folded on the page fit into the rest of the pattern like a final, bright tile. The castle exhaled. The portraits took a breath. The house ghosts chose their lines. The fat lady, somewhere in the great hall, coughed theatrically. At that moment the world contracted into a very small space between my hands. The pieces, laid end to end, pointed at me the way a compass points to north. They suggested a narrative and left out mercy. They were not unkind in their wording. They were precise. They had all the cruelty of accuracy. I felt a strange, almost religious calm. The thought that came to me was not an exalted one. It was not the thought of destinies fulfilled or banners raised. It was practical. It was the idea of a future that involved other people's faces. My mother's, my father's, the portraits who had watched me grow, the students who had been small enough to be simply frightened. I imagined them as people to be kept safe, not as symbols to be perfected. That is the thin wire between cowardice and courage, the capacity to see people as small edifices of warmth rather than as trophies. I folded the scraps and slid them into my inner pocket. Their edges pricked. Secrets have a way of being tactile. Luna watched me with a steady face that did not feel surprised. She had always, in her quiet way, known that my choices would end up being more complicated than they appeared in the polished surfaces of a Malfoy drawer. "What will you do?" she asked. I could have said anything heroic. I could have said, "I will gather allies, I will stand alone, I will accept what will be." Those are good answers for other people's stories. I had a different answer. "I'll do what I can," I said. The phrase is unimpressive but careful. It contains a stubbornness people mistake for cowardice. In practice, it is a type of courage, the patience to fight without a contract. Luna smiled as if that were enough. There are moments a person says something small and you know it will be the scaffold on which the rest of your days will be built. This was one of those moments. The castle, in its infinite, long-term memory, continued to make its decisions. Heads would be turned. Talents would be tried. People would choose sides. The world would sharpen and dull around me. I would have to be faster and quieter and more careful than I had ever been. I would have to learn to trust strange loyalty and stubborn affection. Perhaps, I thought, I had always been made of spare parts that could be assembled into something better. I closed my door behind me and felt the weight of the parchments like a small, heavy answer in my pocket. Outside the walls, grey stone would be a rumor that had teeth. Inside, the school would spin its stories until they either solved the mystery or swallowed us whole. People would choose what to believe. I lay awake and felt the pulse of the castle as if it were a living thing, a heart beating under my bedboard. It was both terrifying and ordinary. I thought of Luna's hand in mine, of Severus's dark watching, of parents who gave orders as if they were ornaments, and of the students who liked to make themselves important. I thought of choices. Mostly I thought of the quiet thing I had decided to be. Tomorrow the portraits would gossip. The house ghosts would recite their lines with dramatic flourish. The teachers would tighten their ties and sharpen their pens. My father might send another visitor with bright recommendations. People would make offers and threats. The world would continue to demand I be less than I was. But for tonight there was snow and the castle breathed and, beneath the hum of portraits and the soft indignation of feather boars, a plan. It was not a grand plan. It was a rack of small instruments. It was kindnesses, like hooks, ready to catch falling people. It was the accumulation of small truths, quiet and stubborn, that have a way of binding larger things together without anyone noticing. Outside my window the moon watched as it always had, indifferent, perfectly honest. I put my hand in my pocket and felt the edges of the scraps. They were rough. They were real. I held them as if they were a map in Welsh, indecipherable until one traced their rivers. I closed my eyes and, for the first time, let the palms of my hands rest on a future that had my name written inside it and chose, with the small, slow certainty of someone who had learned how to be both careful and brave, what kind of man I would be when the rest of the world finally caught up. Chapter 26, Grey Smoke. I had been practicing indifference in the Slytherin common room, an occupation at which I had earned a certain, if chilly, distinction when the first bell went off. It wasn't the sort of bell that announces supper or an extra detention. It was a low, resonant thing that seemed to vibrate through the stone itself, the sort that makes you notice the ache in your molars and remember the exact shape of fear. The sound came with a smell, old stone, and fear. I know how that sounds absurdly theatrical. I am not given to theatrics, at least, not publicly, but sometimes the castle speaks in scents and tones rather than words. You learn to listen if you spend enough nights worrying about what the walls remember. The smell slithered under the green curtains like a thing with a purpose. Grey smoke followed, rolling along the corridor as if the portraits had sighed it out. People moved as most people do when danger is anonymous, first with irritation, then with calculation. Slytherins folded their faces into practiced calm. Faces are small, serviceable shields. I replaced mine like a glove and left the common room with the rest, my wand already up, not because I expected to use it, but because it is useful to hold tools when you suspect someone will play with yours. There is a particular clarity to emergencies, the mind sheds superfluities and keeps what is necessary. Mine kept the old things. The memory of too many conversations in pale rooms, my father's voice smoothing and taut as braided leather about appearances and utility, my mother's low, exacting protection. And, beneath both, an argument I had with myself that never quite reached decision, to be seen as expected of Malfoys or to become something else entirely. I had been practicing concealment of a different sort all year. Prophecy, after all, is something one keeps neatly folded like a dangerous handkerchief. To be noticed tonight was not merely inconvenient, it was jeopardy. The stairwell was a smear of grey. Smoke hugged the banisters, poured from the lower landing as if someone had uncorked a pail of lead. Portraits flapped at their frames, trying to keep their heads above it. One middle-aged man in a colonial hat kept singing the same bar of an old war hymn, and the fat lady's voice, when we reached her, was already a trembling chord. Password, she demanded, but no one heard us, words dissolved in the smoke. I could, quite easily, have retreated. The sensible thing would have been to wait for prefects or staff, to let someone else be heroic. The sensible thing had always suited me. But when I caught sight of a pale hand clutched to the banister, fingers whitening through smoke, the sensible options narrowed to nothing. A single hand, too small to belong to anyone of my year, and the bones of the wrist protruding like a map of decisions. I moved before I could critique myself. The girl was coughing, she had a round face and eyes too large for the angles of her cheeks, bending inward like someone who read maps backwards. She had a wand twisted in a glove and a Ravenclaw scarf, and the way she looked up at me between coughs was not pleading. It was a sort of astonished query, as if a platypus had offered to help should you ever need a small, unassuming bucket. I knew the girl, of course. Hogwarts is a place where you come to know faces, the castle insists upon it. She was in Ravenclaw, late first year, I think, always found in corners with loose-leaf maps and a mind that catalogued oddities. She did not expect me. Many did not. That was what made her clutch so swift. "Get down the stairwell," I said. My voice sounded oddly far away in my own ears, as though I were listening to myself from the other end of a tunnel. "I'll lead." "No, listen. Stay low." She did not argue. She did not offer a name. She followed, coughing. Her hair had flecks of silver ash in it. When we reached the landing below, smoke curled into the hall like the slow approach of weather. The castle behaved as if it were a living thing, which of course it is. Moving staircases shifted with a peculiarly sentient impatience. One of them, in a manner of pettiness, refused to lower at all and went straight from fifth to fourth without the courtesy of our intended landing. Portraits bickered and tried to shelter their favorites within the folds of their painted gowns. A stone woman with a pincushion bonnet pressed herself against her frame and offered a garbled warning about the West Wing. Do not let them near the old storage. Someone had arranged this. Sabotage has the same generosity as a well-practiced curse. It tells a story. The smoke was not random, it moved with purpose, laying itself across doors, finding airflows, curling through chimneys. Whoever had let it out had mapped the castle's breaths. This was not mischief. This was a hand that knew the skeleton of Hogwarts. You cannot be a Malfoy without learning to count possibilities. I did the maths aloud in my head. Who benefits from chaos? Death Eaters, certain offshoots of old families, people who wanted to frighten the school away from safety, perhaps even pinned something on a convenient scapegoat. The answer was expansive. Over here, the girl, Luna, I would later learn, the name might as well have been a foreign coin, said. She was beside a portrait of a dual man knitting something dully magnificent. The portrait says the fire's not where the smoke is. It sounds like a misdirection. I almost laughed at the precision of it. Misleading smoke. Naturally. We skirted a cluster of first years huddled under banners, their faces red and fat with panic. A prefect was directing, voice clipped, fingers rigid as if carved from alabaster. Behind him a shadow moved where no shadow should have been, not a blot of smoke, but a figure that cut through the grey like a knife through cream. They were clever enough to hide in the confusion. The figure was wrapped in a cloak that swallowed light. Their movements were quick, an accuracy of purpose that suggested training. Someone was using the smoke as a screen, someone who wanted silence and opportunity. Where did one go in an old place to steal advantage? To portraits where memory keeps its riches, to the archive rooms, to places where the castle kept things it no longer needed to remember out loud. We followed at a distance that was hopeful and useless. I had not come to be heroic. I had come because my hands remembered to move before my mouth could explain itself. The prefector's commands thinned as smoke saturated the hallways and the castle's alarms, bells deeper and more animal than that opening one, sounded again, louder, like a hive that has been poked. The sound pressed into my chest, the smell of old stone and fear layered over it like a second garment. The figure paused at the portrait of a man who had, in a much older life, been known for counting ledgers. They spoke in a whisper that sunk into the frame. The portrait wavered, then swung aside like a door. The figure slipped through with an economy of movement that annoyed me, my mouth twisted. There was a repository of old things behind the portrait, an old corridor Hogwarts rarely allowed unbidden visitors to see. The person inside was not looking for trophies, they were looking for something smaller and older. Prophesize, I said, though Luna wasn't listening in the usual way. She crouched and put her hand on the wooden floor as if listening to a distant beetle. The portraits remember who has been talking about predictions, she murmured. They take kindly to truth. That sounded exactly like something no one should have said under the present conditions, and yet it had the effect of steadiness. Luna was not alarmed by the use of language that other people named nonsense. She had a way of treating the room as if it would, in turn, treat her kindly back. We reached the opening. The air behind it was colder, the cloud of smoke thinned as if someone had put a lid over a pot. The figure inside had a small package under their arm, not the shape of a book, not entirely. It felt like something wrapped in leather and secrecy. They were halfway into the narrow passage when I moved. I am good at telling other people to move. I am less good at initiating direct contact. But in that narrow place, with the castle coughing and a first year who did not gawp at my lineage breathing beside me, something about my hands took charge. I stepped forward and raised my wand. Stop, I said. The word in my mouth sounded arrogant, which is ridiculous. But the figure froze because it was intended to. The smoke sounded like a body of voices outside the passage. The thief's gloves were stained with grey at the fingertips. They turned slowly, revealing an angular face under a hood. It was not masked, but the face was younger than I expected, too young to belong to the official Death Eater cadre. There was an intensity there, a hunger that made the eyes sharp as knives. You shouldn't be here, I said, which was both true and performative. This was the castle, not a theatre. There are actions that require less declamation and more precision. Nor should you, they answered, and the voice had a rasp that suggested smoke or something worse. It is a dangerous thing to meet someone's eyes when they are looking for advantage. You can see their inventory, what they want and why, how much they have prepared to take. This one wanted information. They wanted something locked away and labeled future. The shape of their interest put an ugly tick in the back of my mouth. They moved with the quickness of someone who expected to be unobserved. They pushed past me. I stepped in front, and for a moment we simply balanced on either side of a narrow doorway as if we were poles holding a tent taut against wind. I have been trained in many charms. My wand is clean, my hand is quick. I thought to disarm, to knock the package free and trundle it into the open where portraits could see and teachers could deal with the trouble. That would have been the neat, moral move. Instead, I spoke without thinking, stupefy. It left my lips because action is simpler than conjecture when your throat is thick with panic. The spell hit them with the soft sound of a falling book. They sagged, crumpling into the stone like someone who had been persuaded to put down a small, hot iron. The leather package slid from their arms and thumped onto the flagstones. For a second there was only the sound of the castle breathing and the small, stupidly human sound of my own pulse. Then the thief blinked and, with a sudden, disobedient bolt of energy, darted sideways and away through a corridor that should not have accepted escape. The moving staircases cooperated in a traitorous way and tilted their steps to help. The thief was gone. We were left with the package. It was worn from their hands. The leather was old and soft, a ribbon, blackened where someone had lashed it with ash. There was a label tucked beneath the knot, written in a slow, careful script. I picked it up with gloves because there are old lessons, do not touch what might speak. Voice, entrusted to archive. Date, omitted. Remarks, to be delivered under circumstance of omission. It was not the neatest of tags, but it had the weight of truth. The package wanted to be secret and also properly tended. The smell of it was not smoke. It was something cooler, like iron and wax. A symbol had been stamped into the leather, a mark I knew from family letters, though I had not expected to see it here. The symbol was old and barbed. Hide it, Luna said. Her voice had a rare steadiness to it, not at all like the small, uncanny woman most people let themselves imagine. She reached out with something like reverence and, for the first time that night, looked at me as if I were not a rival or a piece of family theater but a person who maintained private methods for keeping truth wrapped. She perched beside me on the stone and lowered her voice. They won't be looking for the obvious place. I looked at the archway behind the portrait where the thief had entered. A dozen places suggested themselves, the room of requirement, perhaps, an old hollow in the wall where the portrait stored lost love letters, a patch of floorboards that sang when you stepped on them between certain hours. The castle is generous with hiding spots. It also remembers where it keeps things. You can't very well hand it to a painting, I said. It was meant as a joke. It sounded like one too, but neither of us laughed. Paintings do better than people sometimes, Luna said. But they like tea before noon. If we give them tea, they favor us. She smiled in a way that did not pity. Or, she added, we might use the room of requirement. The room of requirement is a peculiar sort of mercy. It will only reveal itself to those who need something and are not lying about it. Sometimes it is a room with beds, sometimes it is a room that remembers a child who lost a tooth. It does not judge the reason for your quest. It merely provides. To ask for it is to admit you need something. For someone like me, who has spent months cultivating the persona that never needs anything, asking felt like failure. But there are larger failures than pride. We moved as quietly as the castle would allow. The moving staircases had a mood, they were distracted and helpful in unequal measure, like animals whose masters have begun to quarrel. The air in the corridors tasted of iron and char. Portraits muttered, one old woman in a rusted gown called my name, her voice like a cobweb, and when I passed she said, as if between stitches, keep your mouth shut about your father. I keep many mouths shut at once these days. It is a skill of survival. We found the room at the top of a stair that decided, without ceremony, to turn inward instead of out. The tapestry on the landing was damp with a smoke-like stain. The castle's memory rubbed off itself onto cloth. I walked along the wall 3 times and allowed the truth of what I needed to shape itself in my head, a place out of sight, warm, and able to hold secrets that were already starting to smell of exposure. The door materialized like a promise. Inside the room there were cushions and cupboards and a small hearth that refused to burn properly until you asked it kindly. We tucked the leather bundle beneath a loose stone and covered it with a blanket that smelled faintly of lavender and old books. It was absurdly domestic, and that absurdity made me feel, for a sliver of a second, ridiculous in a harmless way. "You shouldn't be doing this," Luna said, as if it were an observation about weather. I thought she meant moral consequences. I thought she meant reputational dangers. She might have meant both, though she did not elaborate. Her attention had shifted as she sat cross-legged on a cushion and studied a small brass compass that had rolled out of the bundle and now pointed insistently north as if it were ashamed. "Neither should you," I replied. It was all the rebuke my mouth could manage, and I suppose, if you parse it, a confession. She did not ask questions about why the package might be important. Luna does not treat importance as a hierarchy of fame. She looks at what is present and asks it to speak. I found that easier to bear than 100 interrogations. She smiled, small and crooked. "Paintings like tea," she said again, as if confirming an earlier theorem. "But they'll be hungry for facts too. They don't take kindly to thieves." We did not stay long. Teachers were arriving like the deliberate arrivals they favor. Dumbledore's voice at the far end of the corridor is a sound like a bell in water, patient and deep. Snape appeared as a shadow and then as a man with a face like a dagger. He looked at the smoke, at the charred eaves of banners, and then at my gloves. There was a sort of accounting that happens when the caretakers show up. The castle switches from being a creature of its own to being a place with agents. I folded my hands in a manner carefully rehearsed to seem small and uninterested. "It was strategic," Snape said to Dumbledore, low and dry. "Not an accident." Dumbledore's eyes creased. "Indeed," he said. "And that could mean any number of parties. Whoever it was, they understood the corridors. There is an economy to speaking up. You either volunteer information and risk suspicion, or you fold in upon yourself and let someone else do the counting. I have learned both sorts of silence well. Tonight I kept the last kind. I left the room of requirement without telling anyone we had been there. I left my footprints and my ghost of good intentions, which is nothing at all." When the castle was sort of calmed and the smoke thinned away like a stage curtain, the arguments began not with teachers but in small, dangerous places. Who had started it? Who had donned the robe to steal? Was it a mischief maker, or someone far more insistent? The answers ranged like spider legs across the globe of suspicion. I watched others exchange looks like currency. I watched eyes move toward Slytherin, because that is often where eyes begin when something ugly needs a name. Lloyd of the Hufflepuffs threw a cup that missed a portrait by a narrow hair and muttered a curse under his breath that named old alliances. It stank like old air, convenience. In the aftermath there is always an accounting of convenient things and inconvenient truths. The leather bundle stayed under the stone in the room of requirement. Whether anything in it would be opened and read in safety was another matter. There are people older and more dangerous than me who will read well where a message wants to stay dark. Keeping something secret is a full-time job if your name is Malfoy and your family happens to have enemies and acquaintances the same. I walked back to my dormitory with ash in my hair and the feeling of a small animal in my chest. There is a shape to victory that is not the shape of headlines. You do not become a hero because you save a life. You become a different sort of thing, someone who knows they can move the world a fraction and that the fraction will stretch. Luna met me in the corridor by the portrait of the Laughing Duke. She had a look on her face as if she had been thinking of possibilities and found them delightful. She offered me a small brass compass, one of the items from the leather bundle that had, apparently, refused to be carried by a thief. "You kept the compass," she said simply. "It likes you. It points toward where you will need courage." That was lunatic, of course. I smiled because it felt wrong to throw a girl under suspicion simply because she gave me simple, impossible things to believe. Besides, the compass looked ridiculous in my pocket, like a toy trying to affect world events. Luna's eyes, when she looked at people, do not mind for weakness the way other people's do. She looks for what is missing. She had not expected me, and the manner of her appreciation was not for my house or for my manner. It was for the simple fact that I had chosen to act. "You should go," I said. "Back to the common room. You'll need a blanket." "So would you," she replied, with that same odd calm. "And not for your hair. Heroes get cold easily." Perhaps it was the absurdity of the notion, Malfoy, hero, covered with blankets, that made me laugh. It was a short exhale that felt like air up into which someone had just let the pressure of a small victory. I was not unacquainted with the sensation of being lighter for an hour, only to be expected to carry twice as much tomorrow. The rest of the night was a catalogue of statements and denials. Teachers questioned students, windows were inspected, the fat lady was soothed with a pot of tea that, rumor had it, the portraits had stolen from a pantry in order to be pacified. The symmetry of the thing was almost too much, portraits complaining of being robbed while living reminders hung on the walls, draped in centuries of memory. By morning the story had divided neatly along familiar lines. Some mouths in the great hall called for increased measures, others demanded that houses be held accountable. The cast of suspects widened and contracted like a breath. The castle smelled faintly of burnt lavender and the sort of indignation that comes when old institutions are poked. I returned to my bed with my hair smelling of smoke and the compass jingling against my hip. I have slept on better triumphs in my life, presents from parents, the satisfaction of a sharp retort, but never one that tasted quite like ash and possibility. I felt, with the small, proud ache of someone who has bandaged a friend's wrist before anyone gave them a reason to be grateful, inexplicably brave. Then, in the middle of the night, when the house was in its deepest, self-satisfied sleep, a portrait in the corridor murmured my name as I passed. "You'll have to tend it carefully, lad," it said. The man in the colonial hat finally finishing his hymn. Some things, once woken, wake others. I thought of the leather bundle tucked under the stone and of the face of the thief and of the ways the castle had conspired to let us see a small piece of intention. I thought of Luna's steady way of looking and her absurd essays on things that cannot be proved but which, one day, might prove themselves very useful. And I thought of the word that had been folded into my life like a pressed flower, chosen. The word had been whispered and hidden and protected by older hands, and I had carried it like a secret token in my pocket. I smoothed the blankets to convince them I was still only an heir and a boy with expectations. Outside the window, the castle breathed, and somewhere in the darker stair creaked as if someone unseen had stepped down to walk a path only they could navigate. If someone had thought to count it all up, they would have found a man whose courage was a patchwork of training and impulse, humor sewn onto fear, pride folded into redemptions, and, in the middle of it, a small brass compass that pointed stubbornly where it pleased. I put my hand on it as if it might leap, and, in the quiet that remained, I understood that tonight had broken something and made something else possible. The next morning, in the whispers that smelled faintly of soot and the bracing cold of accusation, someone would ask the obvious question, who benefits from smoke that hides its hand? The obvious answer is never the whole story. I had found only a corner of it. There were names shaped like knives in the margins of those corners, and someone would have to follow them. I had, for the first time, saved a person who did not expect me to. I had put myself between an opportunity and an opportunist, and I had kept a secret I was not certain I was entitled to keep. It felt like a small, improbable victory. When I lay awake and stared at the ceiling, the castle's slow breathing folded around me like a promise and a test. I liked the taste of it, the way responsibility made my mouth slightly bitter and almost entirely awake. I suddenly realized that I was not merely polishing a family name to shine on some society page. I was learning to place my hands where something needed holding. Outside, in the east wing, a portrait whispered to itself and the sound threaded through the corridors like a thread of grey smoke, thin and insistent. And I, for all my polished ease and pale smiles, felt the tightness of a promise form in my chest, to keep what needed keeping, even if it meant stepping out from behind a mask. The compass in my pocket warmed, as if in agreement. Chapter 27, Luna's Lighthouse. Smoke still hung in the stones like a memory when I found the little room. It had been one of those places the castle keeps for people who like to be out of the way, a narrow, tall window set into a thick wall, a sliver of a ledge where a person could sit and look down at the lake without being seen. The air tasted faintly of soot and of the metal tang that follows people who have been too near fire. Portraits downstairs had been hissed at, fussed over, the fat lady's voice had cracked on half a thing like a harp string. I could hear the rest of the castle rearranging itself as if it too were shifting its weight to see what had happened. I had expected the worst when they finally realized what had happened, the blaming, the looks that make a man feel as if someone has taken his face away and held the expression up to the light to study it. I had practiced the pale smile that could admit no fear and no admission. It is a useful thing, the practice smile. It keeps your family from questioning you, your enemies from reading you, and your servants from wondering which key was left and which door should stay locked. What I had not practiced was quiet. The school did not roar, it sighed. The trouble had been contained, there had been cleverness, not mine, never mind these past few weeks, and a lot of people had reasons to be relieved. That relief, oddly, was the dangerous thing. Relief hides what's beneath and lets people go on pretending they know things they do not. I had sat on the ledge for longer than I ought to have, feeling the stone cool against my back. The view down over the black lake was a band of silver, the water was still except for the occasional ripple where a lockkeeper's boat would have been an impossibility only in children's tales. It was the sort of quiet that makes you hear your own breathing and the small, shameful things you have kept folded inside yourself for practice. I had been keeping a lot of things folded. She arrived without declaring herself, as if she had decided not to call attention to the fact she'd been watching for me. I should have been annoyed. Any Malfoy who admits surprise is giving people the wrong idea about themselves. Instead, I found the surprise to be not nearly as unpleasant as it ought to have been. Luna closed the door behind her with the kind of carefulness that says someone has learned when silence is more sensible than questions. She looked the same as always, hair like a messy halo, eyes that examined without accusation, that sort of sideways, slightly distant smile that is not a smile so much as a small permission. She sat cross-legged on the opposite side of the ledge and made no attempt to officer the space between us. People do not expect Ravenclaws to be invasively comforting. They mostly think we dwell entirely in the realm of the footnote. "You smell of smoke," she said, as if it were a fact as ordinary as the color of the sky. She tilted her head. "And of iron. And of polishes. You have been keeping your knuckles tidy." There is an economy to Luna's observations. She will tell you plainly what she sees and then let the rest sort itself out. I wanted to sneer then, to make the pale smile that says I enjoy this and pity you for your hardness. Instead, my hand found the small brass button on my sleeve and I turned it between my fingers because it was a thing to do. Habit is a kind of armor too. People think I am armor, that is the idea. "Do you always make lists when you come to feel frightened?" she asked, as if arranging fear was something one could do like packing. "Only when it helps me sleep," I answered before thinking. It came out in a tone that suspected the questioner of being both impertinent and insightful. Sometimes my mouth betrays me in ways my mind never does. Luna did not look offended. She looked almost pleased. She held out her hand then, small and unadorned, the fingers pale against the grey of the stone. It was a gesture so unremarkable that I was on the point of refusing it just to be contrary. Instead, I took it. Her palm was cool. Her fingers were like the fingers of someone who has spent a great deal of time turning pages and examining things, and not necessarily in any order. She closed her hand around mine with a sort of deliberate gentleness. I had the odd, swift sensation of being a thing anchored in place, not trapped, but recognized. We both sat like that for a moment. I could feel the pulse in my wrist under the skin. It was a small, ordinary thing, and I had been hoarding smaller things of that kind until they became treasures. "You have been hiding," she said, and it was an accusation with no malice. There was a clarity to it that felt like being unbuttoned at the collar. I managed, I lied by degrees. The truth was too big to be served in a single portion. People who have to conceal a prophecy learn to ration their confessions. It is for economy as much as caution. One leak and the entire house floods. Luna's head tilted. There was a tiny smile, The kind that means she is pleased because she has not yet had to argue. You are not hiding from the whole castle, she said. Only from those who look at you with arched eyebrows. Those who look with tired eyes already know things are not easily put in any one place. There was a smallness to her that made everything else bigger, a way her simple sentences rearranged the light so that it felt calmer in the face of what might go wrong. People talk about courage as if it is a thunderbolt. Luna treats it like a series of small choices. Stay. Wait. Light the lamp. Each one is unremarkable, together they keep a thing alive. It is more complicated than that, I said. It is always more complicated. Complexity is why we have long words and folding chairs and polite behavior. My family expects allegiances. She nodded, but you could see her mind turn the word over. Allegiances can be like coats, she said. Sometimes you wear them because they are warm, sometimes because they are the only ones left. Sometimes someone else leaves one in your room and it smells of their cigarettes and money. You can borrow a coat without meaning to keep it. You can also take it off. There is a style in how Luna speaks. It is not mystical so much as pragmatic in a curious way. She finds metaphors like a spider finds threads and weaves them into structures that support rather than confuse. I have never enjoyed being compared to clothing. There is no dignified way to be a man wearing a borrowed coat. But the thought of removing it, the literalness of it, did something. It unfurled a memory I had been very fond of, a winter when Lucius had taken me to watch some sort of demonstration of magical arms and had laughed too loud and clapped me on the shoulder and said, "Remember who you are." I had swallowed that phrase as if it was sustenance. People will expect you to be everything they have read in old, comfortable histories, Luna said. Her eyes were somewhere beyond me, taking in the pattern on the lake. But sometimes the story is fresher than the paper. You can be the new bit. That last sentence, simple and bright, set something inside me stirring. The idea of being the new bit was dangerously appealing and also oddly childish. It felt like an invitation to be reckless. It also was, beneath its lightness, wholly true. I have had many roles assigned to me: air, instrument, cymbal, polished boy. No one had ever suggested I might be author. The very suggestion felt like a small treason against my upbringing. "We are being watched," I said then, in a voice that tried to be dry but failed because fear leaks like a bad potion. I could not be flippant when it came to this. Dumbledore's cautious regard had been more than caution, it was an inspection. Snape's glance was a calculus. My father's was a ledger with columns for profit and shame. There were whisperings, too, in the corridors, some of them eager, some afraid. People like certainty. Prophecies are a kind of tax on the certainty of others. They watch everything that moves in the dark, Luna observed. Mostly to see if it is a bobbit or a broom with a mind of its own. She spoke as if naming the watchers made them less effective. But not everyone sees what you are thinking. Some people look for signs in faces, in fine collars and in white gloves. Others look at the shadow and think they know the light. You make prophecy sound like poor lighting, I said, immediately. That was the old malice, the easy put down. It felt good in the mouth. She didn't bother to contradict me. I think prophecy is like weather, she said instead. No one can control if it rains. But you can choose whether to stand on your balcony counting the drops or to close your shutters and do something else. It will still be wet either way. That made me laugh, which felt absurd at first, the sound of it in a place that smelt of smoke and chessboard strategies, but it was honest. It was the sort of laugh that clears a throat. Laughter is a maneuver, it buys space. And in giving myself that space, I found a shaking hand to hold on to. There was a long list of things I had practiced hiding in case of legislative and familial attention. Bits of me had been put away with neatness that was almost military in its efficiency. I had practiced sounding indifferent to Gryffindors. I had practiced sneers. I had practiced not flinching when someone mentioned Dark Lords as if they were a kind of perpetually fashionable accessory. I had practiced, in short, deceit as a lifestyle. The trickiest part had been practicing the deceit I told myself. You can get very good at teaching yourself not to want things you secretly do. You have been very brave, Luna said, quietly. Not the noisy sort. The brave who say no to certain things inside, not to people. That is a difficult thing. It is a different kind of courage. Brave was a word that sat awkwardly on my tongue. Brave is what is awarded in song and on medals. I had never considered myself candidate for either. My life had been built on the assumption that to survive I would need cunning, not courage. Yet there it was, a small approval from someone who will not make spectacles of your fear. Her approval had the odd effect of making my fear less monstrous. You can look at a thing and, if you practice, fold it into a pocket. I felt foolishly compelled to explain myself. In a way, it was easier to recite the facts than to present the explanation, because facts change hands more easily than confessions. I found myself telling Luna things I had rehearsed in my head more times than I could count, and yet when they came out they were not like the polished coins I had shaped them into. The words clattered like things dropped from a tray. I have been told things I must not repeat, I said. I have appointments. People come to the manor and talk about what ought to be done. I do not always agree with their methods. Who comes? She asked, simply. She did not ask in the way a judge would, with note-taking and a ledger. She asked in the way someone hears an unplayed music and wants to know the melody. People I dislike, I replied, which was true and also inadequate. I wanted to tell her everything. There were nights when the manor felt like a room full of animal eyes waiting for me to blink wrong. There had been promises made to me as if they were gifts, and threats which had the intimacy of a conversation at the fireplace. It is remarkable, the kind of intimacy fear insists on. Luna put her thumb over my knuckles. Her touch was not possessive. It was an anchoring. If they leave stones in your path, she said, you can move them. The sea is patient, it will make new shores if you let it. She sounded like someone who had thought about this matter a great deal. Do you think I'm supposed to? I began, and stopped. Prophecies are like doors, once you open them, you cannot easily close them again. I did not want to tell her the words that had been whispered in a dark room with smoke-stained curtains and solemn faces. The thought of hearing a prophecy out loud in someone else's ear felt unclean in a very private way. Besides, there is always the terrible arithmetic of beliefs. If you tell someone the number of a thing, they may begin to weigh you against it. I think you should tell me what you need, Luna said instead. She was not evasive, she simply refused to turn the matter into a dramatized revelation as if it were a performance. She had a way of making things matter without spectacularizing them. What I needed, as it turned out, was small. Perhaps fear makes everything larger, perhaps the things I needed now were simple because the rest would echo out into the longer term. I needed someone to believe me in the quiet. I needed a hand that did not let go. I needed an answer that was not judgment. It's all right to be scared, she said, which was not news. What mattered was the way she said it, without pity, without a prize handing. Fear tells you where you still care. That is not a thing you should throw away. Care is a weakness, my training instructed. Care is an indent in the armor where people can fit a coin to buy you. I had been taught to button that place shut. But Luna's hands were warm and her voice made small holes in the steel that had swallowed my better instincts. Care is what makes you unpredictable, she said. The best kind of surprise. I wanted to be unpredictable in ways that meant people did not know whether to fear me or pity me. But Luna's revision was better, unpredictable as a virtue, not as a peril. I suppose the next thing I did was the sort of small betrayal men make when they decide they would rather be seen by one person than 1,000. I told her things I had only ever allowed myself when the skies were very dark and the house empty and my mother had been coaxing me to sleep with talk of responsibility. I told her that I had been watched with eyes that counted the seconds between my breaths. I told her of the visitations at the manor, the hush that fell when Lucius raised his glass as if toasting the lateness of the world. I told her that sometimes I found myself hoping the castle would simply stop needing me at all. She listened with the slowness of someone who takes notes without writing them. At one point she laughed softly, and it was not unkind. It was the sort of laugh that acknowledges the absurdity of certain things while also acknowledging their terror. She is disquietingly good at placing the strange next to the ordinary and letting them fold into a reasonable shape. You might be the sort of person who can make a difference, she said, and by that she meant something that was not the theatrical chosen one, a spectacle. She meant ordinary differences, a saving of a corridor from being closed, a warding that lasts longer, a decision to stand where the line is thin. Those things sound less dramatic, she said. They are still useful. There are moments when someone reformats your sense of importance in a way that is both small and irrevocable. Her words were like that. They did not make me a hero. They made me useful. There is a humbling clarity to usefulness. It is the sort of thing that anchors. I found myself telling her other smaller confessions too. I told her, with an attempt at lazy bravado, about sitting up late in the library with a telescope that had been requisitioned by me under some pretext. I told her about how I had mapped the movement of the constellations not because I cared for fame but because I liked the way the night rearranged itself, and because the stars do not lie in the comfortable sense, they are not impressed by pedigree. I told her how moving staircases had shifted in the last fortnight in patterns that felt less random than usual, as if the castle were corralling something. With each small admission the room seemed to tilt in favor of a new atmosphere. I had been told my confessions can be dangerous. That is true in certain circles. But Luna kept my words as if they were small, delicate things that required folding rather than flinging. It felt indulgent. It felt like mercy. I had never been on the receiving end of that kind of mercy. There are people who give you a hand because it is expected. There are people who do it because their hands are warm. At some point, probably when the light had slipped from silver to a kind of deep indigo that lets owls become silhouettes, Luna leaned her head back on the stone and blew softly. The breath made my knuckles warm under hers. You are a harbor, she said. There are some sentences that are soft and shattering at the same time. Not the sharp kind with walls, she added. The sort that lets boats in when they are tired. They bring all sorts of flags. It does not matter which flag a boat flies when it is cold and water is in the belly. Harbors keep people from being lost. It was an extraordinary thing to hear. Harbors are not heroic. Harbors are necessary. My whole life had been taught to measure success in terms of trophies, banners, of people who dare to be remembered on pedestals. The thought of being a harbor was both offensive and deeply appeasing. It meant being useful. It meant being a place where things could be made right. I practiced not being that, I said, because that was the truth. I practiced being the pillar that made people look up. You are both, she said. You are allowed. There are moments in a life where the liberal, dangerous idea that one can be allowed something feels like a revolution. Allowed by whom, you might ask, allowed by the soft insistence of another person. Luna offered allowances as others offered opinions. She looked at me like someone who had decided that the world had room for oddities, and that oddities could be fixed with a little attention. Do you know what I am afraid of? I heard myself say. Saying it made it real. It made me small in the way you are small when you cry, which I have done exactly twice in the last 16 years. Tell me, she said. Her voice was patient. That I'll be used like a signboard, I said, finally. The words felt dusty coming out. That people will point to me and say there it is and then go back to their dinners. Luna's fingers tightened on mine. Signs are useful, she said. But signs are not people. You are allowed to be more complicated than whatever you point to. The way she said aloud again made me want to hold her there and never let the word go. People will laugh, I thought. They will place us on postcards. She would be called strange and I would be called worse. But I had never wanted a postcard. I wanted a place. The idea that I might be someone to be trusted with light, the lighthouse idea, was a thought that made my chest expand and ache at once. I did something then that was smaller than a vow and bigger than a trifle. I let the practice smile fall. It came away like old paint. For a second I was naked, astonished at the coolness of the air on my face. I think, I said, and my voice had a tremor I chose to keep because it sounded honest, I think I want to protect this place. Not because of prophesize, Not only because my name is something people like to drag into histories. Because I like the way it smells here. Because the portraits tell the same stories and still it is home. Because sometimes, when you look out over the lake, it feels like the world is on time. Luna's smile, the slow, sideways one, widened as though pleased at the quality of the confession. You do, she said. Harbors have to want to be harbors. Otherwise they are just holes in a cliff. The truth of that made me laugh, softly. The castle answered then. A portrait 2 rooms over made a sound like a throat clearing. Someone, somewhere, must have been opening a window. The moving staircases creaked as if in agreement. It was ridiculous to be comforted by a castle, but perhaps it was not so ridiculous. This place had taken me in as properly as the manor ever had. It had given me corridors and a common room, and an education in cunning. There was no reason it could not be kept, even if only by a boy who had always practiced being a mirage. Luna's head came up. There was a resoluteness in it now, as if she had decided on a new arrangement for the stars. We will make plans, then, she said matter-of-factly. Not the loud ones. The small ones. We can watch the staircases and see where they put their feet. We can listen to the portraits that do not like company. We can ask the room of requirement to be useful when it feels like it. I do not want to bring trouble, I said. That sentence contains a great deal for people like me who are taught all the angles of trouble. Trouble comes to the Malfoys like fog, it hangs and stains and is hard to clear. You will probably bring a little bit, she said. Even good things have that tendency. But you are not trouble, you are a harbor. Harbors sometimes have rocks. They have tide and gulls and someone to paint the railings when they are bored. That does not make them the sort of thing to be banned. She said it with a gravity that one might use for the most important of domestic chores. It was the incongruity of it that was calming. I liked the idea of painting railings. It is a childish notion and not particularly Malfoy-like, but it anchored me the way a small ritual will. It is remarkable how a plan to paint a railing can make you imagine a future where you are alive enough to need a railing painted. I might have laughed at myself if I were not so sincerely picturing it, grey posts, a little chipped, me with a small brush doing something ordinary and rather ridiculous in its normality. You expect me to do this alone? She asked with mock severity, and for a second the room was full of a girlish conspiracy. Her eyes were bright in a way that made the rest of the world seem flattered by comparison. No, I said, and almost before I realized it my hand covered hers fully. The gesture was stupidly adult and terrifying. There is a very specific kind of courage in taking someone's hand because you need to. It is the sort of intimate breach that the manner does not teach. The manner gives you gloves and distance. I still have gloves sometimes. But not this time. Good, she said. Very good. Harbors are not helpful when they are closed. Her voice folded around that private joke like a blanket. It made me want to stay in that moment longer than was sensible. The castle outside the small room was rearranging itself. People had somewhere to be. The night was gradually rubbing out the details of the day. I will ask, I said at last, and the word surprised me. It was not a vow to be recited in the face of the whole world. It was quieter, and more dangerous for being so small. I will watch where the stairs put their feet, and I will keep an eye on the portraits. And I faltered, because the next piece of truth was one of those heavier things you keep balanced on a pinhead. I had practiced smiling through heavier things for years. I had practiced standing as if behind my back there was a spear that had not yet been drawn. And I will keep the light, I finished, because it felt right. There is a quality to keeping a light that is both literal and symbolic. You tend it, you guard it, you risk exposing yourself to a flare. Saying it made me feel foolish in the way that declarations of the heart make you feel eventual embarrassment, but it also made me feel as if I had done something honest for once. Luna turned her face to me as if the sentence were music. You have already been a harbor, she observed. You are allowed to call it what you are. There was a tenderness in her voice that made my fingers clamp harder on hers. The world beyond the thin walls was madder than I wanted it to be. There were people who were patient in their cruelty, There were people who would use a signpost as an altar. There were prophecies, and there were those who would hurry to manufacture them into outfits. And yet here, in a small window that the castle had given us, with someone who thought in sentences as odd and steady as weather reports, there was a lighthouse. You called my hand a harbor, I said, because I had to. This was one of those small exchanges that, if unremarked, becomes a space that no one else can enter. That is what it feels like, she answered. Warm and safe. But sometimes harbors need a light too. Maybe, I said. The truth of it sat like a pebble under my tongue. I could taste something like metal and sea. Maybe we could take turns, she said, with the matter-of-factness of someone assigning dinner chores. Even lighthouses find naps useful. One person can be the light and the other the harbor. Even in jest, even in the childish banality of the plan, my chest softened. It was not the theatrics of ancient destinies. It was domestic and small, and yet the thought of waking in the night to someone else tending a lamp so that you might sleep, the thought was a kind of grace. Agreed, I said. The word was lighter than I expected. The agreement did not sound like a promise to the world, it sounded like a compact, a small, private thing. It did not absolve me of the things I had been told. It did not make the manner less complicated. But it put something in place that made my breath less tight. Outside, in the corridors, someone must have been arguing about which portrait would be allowed to have a tell-all. Somewhere, the fat lady must have retrieved her voice. The moving staircases sighed like old men shifting. The castle, as usual, was being itself. It would take more than a single night to rearrange the map of fear. Luna laced her fingers through mine as if sealing a pact. Her hand was a small ship in my palm. I could not remember the last time anyone had touched me with such an intention that did not expect a return of titles or coin. Her touch was simple. It was the sort of thing that could be recovered from if someone decided to be less kind. That made it, in truth, priceless. I am not offering you miracles, she said softly, as though reading the small tremor of my face. Only this, that someone knows. That is a kind of lighthouse too. It saves you from walking off the cliff thinking you are alone. That image, saving from walking off the cliff, was terrifying because it was so easy. We have all watched others step away from things they did not believe they could keep. I had done it myself more than once. Now there was a hand to hold while I learned other gestures. I will try, I said. Trying is not always heroic. It is pedestrian and stubborn. It is a quality that is as close to courage as I have been willing to come. I will watch. I will keep the small lamps that can be kept. I will not let them make me into a sign. Good, she said. We settled into the silence then, the sort that is full of plans. The night grew thicker and the lake darker. The stars were waiting for no one, and yet we spoke about the ways in which people rearrange the sky for convenience. There were, we both knew, larger battles ahead, voices that would clamber to give names to the things we were half formed into. There would be dark men with polite voices and colder hands. There would be whispers in the house and threats disguised as confidences. But for that hour the world had shrunk to a place where two people could decide how to keep a light. I am not a man of grand speeches. My speeches are composed of small maneuvers and clever pardons. But in that sliver of time I found a new articulateness, an ability to promise while not betraying the particulars I had been told to hide. I kept the dangerous words bunched in my chest like a private ledger. I let the softer ones go. Will you tell no one? I asked finally, a stupid, small question as if secrecy were a jewel. That is what harbors are good at, she said simply. Keeping things from drifting. It is, perhaps, the most dangerous thing to be tempted by, the thought that one could be a harbor and keep secrets in all the right places. Secrets can be protective. They can also rot if they are not cleaned. We had choices then about what to share, about the cunning of the mind versus the warmth of the hand. I had always thought cunning would save me. Now I was learning that someone else's steadfastness might be the better gear. We sat until the window turned darker than ink and the castle settled into the thinness that comes before dawn. For a moment I considered the enormity of what lay ahead, the intrigues that would press and the people who would try to claim me as a sign. It worried me in a way that sharpened my sensitivity to everything. The smoke had cleared elsewhere, here the air was only faintly tainted. The small room smelled of stone and of Luna, and the smell made me think of things I had kept genteel and neat and far away from the light. "Will you help me keep this?" I asked then, not asking for an answer I had not already given to myself. "I will help you keep it," she said. The sentence was modest and, in its quiet way, heroic. It contained no fanfare and no prophecy. It was a plan and a comfort wrapped together, the kind of thing that is more useful than any shouted claim. There was a moment then when I felt the thinnest of thawings occur in me, a warmth I had thought would be only calculation crept through. It was not love, not in the way the fine pages of romances talk of it, but it was a warmth that had no cost ledgers attached. It was dangerous because it promised more. It made the idea of being small in front of another person less humiliating and more necessary. "Will you stay?" My voice was small. It was a question I had not practiced asking. "I think I prefer lighthouses that have company," she said. "Lights like to gossip sometimes." I laughed then in a sound that was entirely my own. It was a private laugh, a small and ridiculous one that tasted like smoke and lake water and suddenly not terrible possibility. We sat there until the color in the east began to grow at the edges like a bruise turning into dawn. When I took my hand away, it felt emptier than before. When I left the room I carried with me a kind of light that was not luminous so much as honest. It fit in my pocket better than a coin. It was something I could clutch when the manner loomed and when faces read me with ledger eyes. It would not fit the neat categories people wanted to shove me into, it would make them have to try harder, and for a man like me, that was no small thing. Outside, the castle was waking properly. Somebody had opened a window to let the air move. There was the faint sound of the moving staircases shifting their weight for the day. Portraits were now more boisterous than they had been in the shelter of night. The world resumed its complicated, appetitive motions. As I walked back to the common room, my robes pulling at the hem from the last of the smoke, I thought of lighthouses. They are not heroic in a single moment, they are persistent. They stand while boats are small and waves large. They do not seek praise. They are there to be useful. It felt unambitious and yet entirely right. I had kept many things by smiling. I had never tried to keep a light. Saying I would try felt like stepping off a ledge where someone had already tied a rope. It was terrifying and also oddly the most sensible thing I had done since coming to Hogwarts. There were answers to be found, stairs to be watched, portraits to be coaxed into honesty. There would be visits to the room of requirement and idle telescopes to be consulted. There would be Dumbledore's carefulness and Snape's quiet scrutiny and the relentless arithmetic of a father's expectations. None of those things had been mitigated by my promise. If anything, they had been made heavier. But there was now a small, improbable light in my pocket and a girl who had decided that there were worse things than being the person who keeps the lamp burning. I walked back through the castle with that light and with the memory of the harbor in my hand, and I felt, not brave, not exactly, but willing. The difference was an hourglass turned. The sand could still fall, all I could do now was decide where to hold the glass. Chapter 28, The Prophecy. They sent for me in the ordinary way the castle had of delivering extraordinary things. A piece of parchment slid under my dormitory door with the same precise, aristocratic economy that my mother used to direct servants. No flourish, no ringing bells, just a single line of ink and an instruction to present myself at the head of the school as if I were a promising pupil come to be chided for a broken curfew. It was, I thought as I straightened my tie and smoothed the crease of my robes, exactly the sort of thing the world did when it wanted to make a person feel small. I walked up the spiral staircase to the headmaster's office with my face practiced into an expression of polite curiosity, the pale smile that had been my first and best defense since I learned to answer most questions with an elegant shrug. The office door was open, light spilled out and painted the portraits in long rectangles. When you are used to being watched, you notice different kinds of attention. The portraits dressed in their finery seemed to blink less like idle gossip and more like sentries. The fat lady's portrait, visible in the hall through the door, had pulled her mask back a fraction and was peering as if she might see something that had not yet happened. Dumbledore's office is one of those places that teaches a young man how to feel very small overnight. The dragon gargoyles on the banister, the jars of odd powders, the curious instruments that tilted and chimed like nervous birds, they make a theatre of thought rather than a mere room. Tonight, though, the theatre had been hushed in the way of a place where people are trying to make the impossible sound ordinary. I was met by a small congregation of eyes long practiced in weighing too much of the world on too little of one's face. Albus Dumbledore in his grandfatherly eccentricity, Professor McGonagall so severe she seemed carved from granite, Severus Snape with his mouth folded like someone who keeps secrets as easily as he keeps a potion, and Professor Flitwick small and wired with concern. There was a spare chair for me not quite in the circle of light. They did not offer me tea. That was something of a relief. Tea muffles everything in polite steam and would have been unbearable while the room held its breath. The parchment lay on Dumbledore's desk like an animal at rest. It was kept in a cylinder of glasswork, the kind that should be ornamental but insists on being ominous. He unrolled it with slow hands, and the wax on the seal cracked with a sound that seemed to make the whole office lean forward. It was the official archive sort of cracking, more final than a slammed book and less dramatic than a falling tower. I had seen enough legalities in my life to know the difference. It said my name. Not in the quick, idle way my father used when he signed letters, but threaded through words that moved like water wearing stone. The language of the thing was not clean prophecy speech, it preferred shadow and two meanings, metaphors that wanted to fold back on themselves. One of silver tongue and colder heart, it began, or something that could be read that way if you were wearing the right spectacles. One born to a house of polished doors, who will be cruel to choose a path among the old stones. It went on in circles, refusing to be nailed down like a proper accusation. It spoke of a name, of a household, and of a decision that would not be a simple thing of spellwork or battle lines. It did not brag of doom. It asked questions like a patient lawyer. The way Dumbledore's eyes met mine across the parchment was what stopped my trained mouth from saying what might have been a polite joke. There are moments when other people's faces become maps you can read, McGonagall's thin lips pinched with worry, Snape's jaw clenching as if he were weighing an ingredient for a potion that might scorch, Flitwick's fingers worrying themselves into knots. Dumbledore's face, however, held that soft, cunning light that has made him terrifying in its kindness to a good many people. When he looked at me I felt seen in a way that the grey stone had never taught me to endure, not as an emblem, not as a sun to be polished or a name to be used, but as a person who had perhaps been called by something that very slightly resembled destiny. The staff listened as if their ears had become the floorboards. They read the parchment aloud in turns, not with the high ceremony textbooks reserved but with a kind of reverence older than my family's silver. The words, because even when the parchment refused to be pinned the meaning is always insistently human, bent toward a kind of choice. It did not say, plainly, he must live, nor he must die. It asked who he would be, whether he would walk the corridors that belonged to generations of Malfoys, cloaked in a lineage that expected him to be untroubled, or whether he would turn his back on that path and follow something else. There was no dramatic naming of a savior. There was, instead, the image of a corridor splitting into two, of a green light and a dark doorway, and of a name spoken into the night that hung there like a coin in the air. I did not breathe for a moment. My life had been built of choices I had not made aloud. My father taught me which words to use at parties and which enemies bear smiling, which lines to draw in the sand and how to leap over them with the correct combination of entitlement and finesse. My mother taught me how to make a cold hand feel like comfort. The world had always assumed, and I have to confess, often obliged, that I would choose as my house had chosen before me. To be told, quietly, that the choice might be mine in another sense was to have a different sort of inheritance thrust upon me, responsibility. Responsibility and the possibility that a single wrong choice could be turned against me in ways that no public schoolboy could laugh off. Malfoy, Flitwick said softly, as if reading the name from some other book, is not an uncommon name. But this, he gestured at the parchment. The tiny gesture made the air in the room seem to thin. It names a Malfoy, said Dumbledore without hurry. He folded his hands as if in prayer, though none of us wanted to invoke anything more religious than the truth. It names one who will stand at a fork and decide which life to lead. It is written in riddles, but such things often are. Prophecy rarely offers the comfort of a map. Snape's mouth formed the kind of expression he keeps for vials that might curdle. It told me he was thinking along professional lines, assessing risk, weighing leverage. I know that look very well now. I have worn it more than once, in other people's drawing rooms. It looked cooler on him than it would have on me. You will understand that this cannot be made public, McGonagall said. Her voice did not shake. She had always had the sort of steadiness that could bend steel, which is why she looked like a much older, sterner portrait to many students. You will also understand that it is a matter of safety. For you, for the school. Of course, I said before my mouth could decide if it wanted to be wry. The pale smile did its perfect work of disguising the fact that my hands were suddenly small and children's quick in my pockets. I had been taught to assent to things. Assent rarely delivered one from danger, but it worked at maintaining appearances. Dumbledore watched me with those half-lidded eyes that make one want to confess and to be forgiven simultaneously. He said, quietly, a prophecy's truth is measured by what the person does, not by the syllables on the parchment. We should speak plainly. You are the one named. The words that follow are less clear. We do not claim knowledge beyond that. What we offer is help and discretion. Help. It sounded almost like a bargain. When I left the office, the world seemed to have thinned around the edges. The portraits whispered as if they had long been waiting to comment and now had to choose their words carefully. The fat lady closed her mouth with a click that could have been either a dismissal or a warning. The stairs took me in their usual way, but the passageways were quieter than usual. It felt as if the castle itself had been holding its breath and was only now exhaling in a low, exhausted sigh. I thought, ridiculously, of the house elves at the grey stone polishing silver. No one in my family had ever had to have this sort of conversation. My father would have turned it into a victory or a weapon without noticing the difference. He would have worn the news as a new badge, updated the portrait gallery in his head and moved on. That was not my private reaction. The pages of the prophecy did not command me to take up arms for any one cause. They set an expectation, not a march. In the middle of a lifeline by other people's decisions, this felt like an invitation to be small in a way that I had not been allowed to be before, to be terrified and to have that fear witnessed. Fear is an unpolished thing, and I do not like the look of myself when it shows. But the thing that surprised me, and will surprise people who only know me for my sleek manner, was the strange steadiness that ran under it. Once a choice is placed before you, something in a person can settle. It is as if you have been given a name to answer to, and answering turns panic into plan. The staff were careful after that. They asked me if I would keep the knowledge to myself. They told me, gently but with the kind of firmness that did explain to a child the reasons for an operation, that the fewer people who knew, the less danger we all faced. They offered arrangements, practicalities, extra protection, certain classes rearranged, ways to ensure I would not be a public target. They spoke in the language of hedges and defenses. It was all very pragmatic and heartening in its defense of their obviousness. I was polite and agreed. I told myself I could do as they asked. I told myself many things as I moved through those days. The part of me that is Malfoy, the trained posture and the reflexive glare, kept attempting to reassert itself. It produced small jokes in private, a sardonic commentary on the way Dumbledore explained fate. It tried to treat the parchment as another thing to be managed, catalogued, and handled in the way my family manages scandal, wrap it in sable and put it behind a portrait. But another voice, quieter and less used to being listened to, had started speaking in the corners of my mind. I have long since learned that the more noises a house makes, the better you can eavesdrop, and so I stored the quieter voice away, where it could not be flattened under routine. That voice belonged to someone who seemed to have the peculiar power of seeing the inside of things without making a spectacle about it. Luna Lovegood said to me one day, some weeks before this, while the castle performed its small pageants and petty cruelties around us, names are like bottles, Draco. You can hold one until you decide what to put in it. She turned that over in her mouth as if tasting an idea. She had been wearing one of the old radish earrings that make everyone smile at the oddity, But where most people would let eccentricity be a show, Luna's artness was quietly logical. She did not need noise, she needed truth. Having a name doesn't pin you down, she had continued in a casual way that lets important things be startlingly plain. It just gives you something to tell when you make different choices. I remember that now as if it was a charm cast against panic. Her eyes were oddly steady, unblinkingly curious, and the world did not tidy itself around her. She believed, not like a schoolgirl in a romance but in the unpracticed way of someone who thinks things matter because they do. I remember standing in a corridor with the echo of words from Dumbledore's office on my skin, and thinking that I had never believed anyone so quickly as I believed her suggestion that a name need not be the end of a story. Because that's the thing with prophesies. People always treat them like verdicts. He will do this, they whisper, and then build scaffolds of expectation to make the world fit the whisper. I had watched entire families, my own included, arrange their lives as if a single sentence born on parchment could justify 1,000 small cruelties. To have the parchment name me and then to find that its demand was not to kill or conquer but only to choose was a new torture and a new mercy. It made my nights lull. It made me listen differently to the whispers on the stairs and to the house ghosts who drifted below my windows like slow apologies. The Grey Lady had not been as talkative as she might in public, but she left me with the kind of history that sat in the bones. Our family had made choices in the way people make habits. Sometimes those choices make things easier, sometimes they are chains. To be told I was named by something old and secret placed me, against my will, inside an old story that had been running for generations. It was possible to regard that as heritage. It was possible also to see it as something that could be rewritten. There were meetings after the reading where papers were shared, and everyone in those meetings bent themselves around the same practical problems: who could be trusted, what safeguards would look like, what consequences might be when certain people learned what I had been named. There were the obvious calculations: the Malfoy name would be used as a rallying banner by those who prefer certainty to thoughtfulness, and the subtler possibilities, the ways people would lean on me as either a shield or a cudgel. I learned quickly that when one is named, one becomes a currency. That is a disagreeable fact. Currency is something that circulates without consent. You cannot be groomed into anything you are not, Snape said once in one of those quiet moments when I had expected a sneer and instead received a different sort of weapon. He watched my hands as he spoke and then deliberately looked away. But people can attempt to harvest what they think you will be. His words were not kind, but they were honest. They were, in their way, a compliment. He assumed agency at my disposal. It was flattering in the disingenuous manner that often accompanies being a Malfoy in a place where others are counting the cost of your name. It would have been easier to be named if my family had reacted in front-page ways. At least then the shape of the problem would be obvious. Instead, my father offered the kind of silence that is its own argument, and my mother bore the news as if it were a small and manageable illness. They arranged for discreet visits, for conversations in the library under the scent of old leather and the authority of ancestors. Their pride was, as ever, neat and almost unruffled, but I could see the calculation behind it. If the world thought a Malfoy might be the hinge upon which things turned, then the family could be used in many different fashions by many different people. I had been raised to be useful, now the world wanted to define useful for me. There were nights when I imagined the House of Black Banners new and bright, and I would feel a kind of shame that a private fantasy of power rose in my chest like something unearned. There were other nights when, lying awake beneath the dark, I saw Luna's face instead. Strange, you might think, that someone as practiced in public appearances as I should take such comfort from a girl who kept her hair in a scatter of untidy wisdoms. But Luna did not look at my name as if it were a thing to be impressed upon other people. She looked at me with a patient curiosity and asked what sort of life I wanted. She asked it once as if she expected me to answer, and when I did not, she simply sat with me and allowed the silence to be a space where answers could be born. It was the strangest, most dangerous kindness, someone giving you time. You would think, perhaps, that the castle must have hummed with the news. In truth, it was quieter than the gossip usually expects. Perhaps that is the weight of secrecy, or perhaps the castle itself knew that some things must be kept in hush rather than bellowed from the great hall. The portraits folded their conversations into the corners of frames. The ghosts, who had a kind of historical amnesia on purpose, drifted past like slow weather. The thing about being named is that people tend to treat you in extremes. Some will fall to worship you, others to suspicion. For every praise there is, somewhere, a finger. That balancing of extreme attention is itself exhausting. I learned that glance by glance. It is easier to perform when people assume you always will. I grew adept at polishing my shield. But the parchment had cracked something in me that my family's polishing could not reveal. When something names you, says the world, you must either live up to it or be consumed. The prophecy placed open phrasing before me and offered one practical power, the choice. That was no trivial thing. It meant that whatever my family might wish for me, whatever the Death Eaters might scheme, whatever teachers might fear, I could, in the small private rooms of the night, make decisions. Those decisions would be as dangerous as anything. There is an odd moment in the life of anyone who crosses the line between boy and the person who must be depended upon. You feel the weight of people's expectations before you feel your own will gather weight. I felt that shift like a tide moving around the bone. It was terrifying. It was also, in a way that surprised me, strengthening. I think that choice, that small, daily assertion, is what people mean when they talk about courage. Courage, I have since learned, is not a trumpet blast. It is domestic. It is the way you speak a single polite sentence that alters a plan, and the way you act in private refrains that preserves lives. I told no one of the prophecy except those who needed to know. I kept the parchment's content confined to the few faces who had watched me while Dumbledore unrolled history between us. There were reasons of practicality in that, to shield me from becoming a symbol, but also, simpler, that I did not want my name to be a cloak draped over my friends like some awkward costume. I have never taken kindly to other people's pity. Pride is not always an ugly thing, it is sometimes what keeps one upright when the world applies dangerous forces. Once in the quiet, Luna and I did sit beneath a tapestry in a corridor whose portrait had an unfortunate fondness for exclamation. She held my hand like it was a curiosity she was cataloguing, not something scandalous that needed to be hidden. Her fingertips were cool and her voice steady. "So you are named," she observed, as if she had only been informed of the weather. That is a useful thing to know. It gives you a way to talk about the future without shouting. It gives other people a way to talk at me as if I were a herald, I replied, with more humor than I felt. They will offer me banners and warnings in equal measure. Then you must remember to choose for yourself, she said. Names are only bottles if you let them stay empty. It was a small counsel, almost a truism, but her faith in the simple truth of it lodged itself inside me. There are few things more radical than being asked to decide something for yourself when your whole life has been a demonstration in how to please others. The staff continued to watch, which is to say they prepared for the practicalities, the ways we might reroute expectation, the strategies for keeping me connected rather than weaponized. Dumbledore, in his ambiguous way, made it clear that prophecy is not glue. It is not an automatic chain. It is simply a possibility that becomes firmer the more one allows it to bind. A prophecy does not compel, he had said softly. It instructs, perhaps, on what might be possible. It always leaves room for you. The rawness of being named passed through many small things after that, an extra set of knots at the edges of my sleeves, a particular weight to my name when delivered in the halls. People who had previously tripped over civility found reasons to be pleasant, and people who had been sharp grew a length of tongue. Little conspiracies bloomed around me, teachers adjusted curricula, portraits offered counsel from atop their frames, and rumors traveled by mirror in the night. I watched from the middle of it with a newly alien patience, learning how to be accounted for without being consumed. There were, of course, those who assumed they knew already what I must become. The Death Eaters had their own notion, a cartography of loyalties drawn in ink too bold to pretend otherwise. They tried once, before I had time to think, to see if I would be malleable. It was a clumsy test, the sort of thing that mistakes my family's name for a guarantee. They met with my father and tried to adjudicate what they thought would be good for their cause. My father, being my father, kept his cards close. My mother, who has always had the sharper eye for the family's welfare, made clear in a single conversation that she would not sacrifice her boy to any ideology. That conversation had been the truest demonstration of courage I have yet to see in our house. So I own, now, something the world had not wanted me to own: knowledge. The parchment's words were not a command to be harnessed, they were an invitation to be considered. And, as invitations go, it altered the shape of me. For the first time I felt a pressure less like the weight of a family crest and more like the steady, even pressure of responsibility. I tasted the strange, slow iron of it. It was not pretty. When I think back to the day the prophecy was unrolled, to the small, confidential way it was presented to me, I remember with odd clarity the way the light fell on Dumbledore's face and how the portraits leaned back as if to give us privacy. The world felt like a stage with curtains drawn momentarily aside. To be named is, in a fashion, to be made a promise. You promise to do something with the thing named, whether you like it or not. I will not pretend I did not fear then. The fear was a constant, familiar as breath. But alongside that fear there was a curious steadiness, a kind of readiness I would not have believed myself capable of. The prophecy did not tell me who to be. It told me that I would be given a choice. That was the strangest gift and the strangest burden. I folded it into myself as one folds a map to a destination you are not sure you wish to visit. The castle trembled in small, practical ways during those weeks afterwards. The great portraits, usually so alive with idle counsel, grew more careful. The house ghosts took to particular corridors with a vigilance that perhaps they had not had in decades. Night after night, in private, I practiced small, private rebellions, refusing my father's pride-fed speeches, declining invitations that felt like tests, learning to speak plainly without the soft protectiveness that had been my armor. It was work, and it was lonely, but it was necessary. And because no life is entirely private, I found myself pulled into the odd refuge of Luna's company often. Hers was not rough comfort or the noisy loyalty of schoolboys, it was the slow, patient sort that believes in making a person visible enough to see themselves clearly. She had the softest effect on me. When I told her, once, about the world that seemed to want to lay my name on a spearhead, she merely nodded and suggested that names could be reproposed. You could put something else in the bottle, she said. You could make it useful. That idea, ridiculous and empowering both, became a small North Star. It does not sound like much, a girl who believes in radishes suggesting that you put meaning into a name, but then, neither are stars ostentatious, and they are better at navigation than at noise. I have been trained in 1,000 social survivals, I have been schooled in the art of wearing histrionic indifference as the best defense. But standing in a narrow room as Dumbledore unrolled an old, cryptic parchment and finding my name threaded into the letters changed something that practice never could. It was not an announcement so much as the unfurling of a possibility. The castle listened. The staff offered their cautious arms. The world outside began to tilt its head, curious. There is a peculiar terror in being looked at as if you might be the hinge of many doors. You imagine people with torches, chanting names. You imagine your life becoming an emblem. You imagine also that the thing you might choose will hurt those you love. It is the most human of problems. But there is also, undeniably, a moment of relief when the thing that has been quietly moving through your life, the sense that there was a story written without your consent, is placed on the table and considered. It frees you, paradoxically, to begin to choose. So I began to choose. I practiced in small, private ways. I told a lie that spared someone pain and watched it blossom into mercy. I refused, once, to attend a party orchestrated as a demonstration, and the quiet that followed was so sweet I almost learned to taste it as a meal. I listened, often. I did not always say the right thing, but I tried to build a private compass, and that is where courage starts. When the parchment was rolled back into its glass, and Dumbledore set the seal in place like someone tucking a child into bed with both hands, I felt something crack and settle at once. The crack was the breaking of certain illusions, that my life's path was as preordained as my name suggested. The settle was the making of a foundation, a slow, careful conviction that the choice would be mine. I will be honest. It was a terrible, terrifying, quiet thing to carry. People, bedrooms, corridors, everything felt the heavier for it. But in the way of small domestic revolutions, it also made my sleep more purposeful. I woke with plans rather than with the old reflexive postures of swagger. I watched my hands for the first time as if I might direct them. I let my mind practice courage like a muscle. It is not grand. It is not the sort of thing ballads are made of. It is work. That evening, leaving the headmaster's office with the knowledge packed between my ribs and the castle exhaling in soft rumours behind me, I made a vow inside myself. It was not the white-hot oath of a hero in stories. It was quieter, a private, hard little vow to choose deliberately. To be a Malfoy in name would not be the same as being bound to every expectation that name had earned. I would defend my people and my school as I found right. I would not be a banner waved by others. That, I thought as I stepped into the corridor and felt the portrait's curious gazes, was going to be the work of my life. And I would begin tomorrow. Chapter 29, The Oath I Am Given. I learned to make the pale smile work long before I understood how fragile promises could be. For years it was a practiced thing, a curl of lip, a flash of teeth, the suggestion that nothing would ever be quite serious enough to spoil a dinner or a duel. It kept trunks from being searched too closely at grey stone, it smoothed calls across thin-carpeted drawing rooms, it made house elves polish the silver longer than necessary when Lucius had guests. At Hogwarts it did other work. It was armor. It was a mirror for other people's fears. It let me glide past questions with a surer step than I felt. Then the castle, which had been nothing in particular for me when I was younger, merely a theatre of advantage and annoyance, began to behave as if it had its own opinion about me. Portraits that had always inclined their heads in my favour stopped smiling so readily. Staircases shuffled in ways that put me in the wrong place at the wrong time. There was a new draft on nights when no one else lit a fire, the kind of cold that doesn't come from weather but from intention. Rumours are the currency of a school. You could not pass a common room that winter without halting to exchange one. Someone had the latest patch of burned cloak to show. Someone else had seen a cupboard rearranged, as if the castle itself were trying to hide its own bones. The stories reached me with the same sly grin they always had, 100 mouths leaning into the wind to see how far a whisper would fly. Only this time, the wind came from places that smelled of dark oil and older promises, and the whispers settled like ash. When I was summoned to the head's office, I thought it would be another inquiry, a polite dressing down that would end with me being told I might be a model for Slytherin coat-keeping at Christmas. Dumbledore's summons always had that effect, a severity wrapped in a peak of amusement, a tide that pulled in young and old until everyone felt themselves more significant and less so all at once. It was not Christmas. The office smelled of fire and lemon drops, but also of something more dangerous, the slow weight of being told what you do not want to hear. Professor McGonagall waited at one side like a chess piece carved from granite. Professor Snape sat behind a pile of notes with the expression that had been miscalculated by many as merely disdain. There was curiosity there, too, like a knife under silk. Dumbledore looked at me as if he had been expecting me. He always did, in ways that felt both pleasant and uncomfortably intimate. They did not accuse. No one said the words out loud, they cannot, not with the way those words hang in the air and gather other syllables until an entire life is suggested. Instead they told me what had been happening, parchments misplaced, cupboards emptied, the restricted section disturbed in ways that made the wards shiver. Prophesize, the word was used as if it were a person, as if it had been hurt and might bleed, had been targeted. People were coming for them. They told me, as gently as a blade hidden in velvet, why something like that would concern them. They listed fractures and possibilities the way mathematicians list proofs. I had watched them for years solve problems that had nothing to do with me and everything to do with responsibility. It is astonishing how often you can be given a part in a drama without the courtesy of a rehearsal. They asked a question that was not a question. It was phrased as an invitation to choose. It was phrased, because rules and legalities and appearances required it to be, as a chance to protect the school. Protect the students. Protect the castle that kept folding itself into new corners to hide the things that should be kept safe. They asked me, in effect, to stand between Hogwarts and whatever was hunting those parchments. It is an odd thing to be asked to keep a secret that binds you to other people's safety. It smells faintly of betrayal. Even the attempt at a noble phrasing did not hide the fact that in the rooms where loyalty was currency, I belonged to a family whose ledgers would prefer me on their side of an argument. I am a Malfoy. There are expectations that cling to the name like a scent. A Malfoy does not stand between his family and what they seek. A Malfoy favors the side of advantage and legacy. At least, that is what I had been taught. There were other practical reasons I was asked. My name opens doors that others cannot. My father moved among certain circles. It would be easier to watch patterns from the inside if someone of our name did not raise the obvious alarms. That was, in many ways, the most honest part of the conversation. They were not asking me to pretend to be a traitor to my family because they distrusted me. They were asking me because me, with my silver tongue and our name, could be useful. Useful is a slippery thing. It can feel like a promise. It can also be a noose. I thought of the wardrobes in our house at grey stone lined with medals and gilded addresses, of the great portrait of an ancestor who had always glowered at the wrong guests, and I felt, with a clarity that was almost physical, the distance between what I am expected to be and what I had begun to want. It surprised me. I had not known I was changing until I saw it reflected in those astonished, tired eyes of the headmaster. The moment to answer arrived, not as a thunderclap but as a sudden hush. I remember the way Snape's cuffs creased when he folded his hands, the way McGonagall's mouth thinned. Dumbledore's gaze was steady and strange, as if he had been waiting for me to find a place to stand and was prepared to rearrange everything else around me until I could. I made my pale smile. It wobbled at the edges. It did not have the smooth glide of years behind it. The humor that used to sit there like polished silver had cracked under something honest. There was fear, and a flicker of something new, an attempt at courage that was not contemptuous or performative. I recall thinking, absurdly, of my hair. There is a time-honored tradition in my family of assuming affairs of the heart will never interrupt grooming, and I muttered to myself that my parting would be as straight as ever, whatever I chose. I said that I would do it. It was both simpler and more complicated than I expected. There was no oath that would summon springs from the floor or chains to bind me to the lake. There was no incantation spoken on my lips, no silver cord tightened at my wrist. The thing I gave was the deliberate arrangement of my will, the promise of constancy in a place where constancy had lately been in short supply. Dumbledore recorded it in his own way, and there was a ritual of sorts, a small congregation of intent, a knot tied in the air by two professors and a headmaster who knows how to make a burden feel like something less alone. Snape's voice was low and practical as he explained the measures the school would take, wards adjusted, new watchings placed where rogue steps had once gone unnoticed. He was careful to point out the vulnerabilities as if they were loose threads anyone could tug. McGonagall made an argument about duty and principle, and said something that implied she trusted my judgment because she had to, and perhaps because she had no other recourse. Dumbledore, who rarely prescribes like a physician and never orders like a general, spoke of other things. He said, in that manner of his, circular and precise, that families can fracture and be remade, that the castle remembered those who cared for it, and that sometimes the hardest kind of protection involved letting the world know what mattered to you. He placed a marbled paper, thick and warm, on the table in front of me and asked my hand to rest upon it as a formality. I did, because the gesture somehow helped, a grip to make an invisible promise feel more solid. When I left his office, the castle was quiet in a way that felt approving. The portraits along the portrait corridor inclined their heads at me with new interest. The fat lady's paint seemed to shine a little less complacently. It is an odd thing to be noticed by painted people. For all their gossip and their vanity, portraits hold the memory of the school with a stubborn tenderness. I felt that tenderness on me like a shawl. It made me want to stand straighter. The trouble with choosing a side in a war of loyalties is that those who are on the other side do not take kindly to the movement. My father did not call it a betrayal. He did not use such small words. His displeasure was a wider instrument, cold dinners, a careful distaste that had the texture of a legal notice. He summoned me home faster than usual, an abruptness that smelled of necessity. Greystone looked the same, with its long shadows and the silent dogs in the kennels, but the rooms felt newly calibrated to a patience that had thinned. In my father's study he did not shout. He cannot, his strategies are better practiced than that. He used silences that weigh more than words. He had friends who judge other men for their lack of backbone by measuring how they treat their sons. Lucius allowed me to be judged in that fashion by being the public example of disappointment. He spoke of duty, of reputation, of the ruin that dogged fame when it was invested in the wrong people. He told me that family was everything. He told me that choosing a school over a surname was a confusion I would regret until the world had proved him right. My mother, when she found me in the library after hours, fingers still smelling of ink, was different. Narcissa is not the sort to preach. The woman measures things with practical instinct. Her worry is quiet and acute, like a falcon's attention. She did not tell me I had been foolish. She asked whether I had thought it through. She asked whether it was worth the danger. She asked, in small, taut phrases, whether there were other reasons. I told her there were. I told her about the way the castle had begun to shift underfoot, about the way the portraits look when they are seriously considering immorality, and I told her the truth in one small sentence I had never planned to use out loud, that I liked being at Hogwarts in a way that made me keep certain people safe because I wanted them safe, not because it advanced us. She did not smile. She pressed her lips together and, for the first time in many years, looked at me as if I were not a project to be finished but a small, dangerous creature that needed tending. Her fingers found my cheek and were warm. There is a kind of grief in maternal hands that is near hospitable. She had spent years arming me for a world that had not prepared me for belonging. She said nothing more than that she did not want me to be wasted. That was all. It was more than an accusation or a blessing. It was everything she could give. When I returned to Hogwarts, the fracture had begun. There were letters from acquaintances that read like examinations, meeting requests that were thinly veiled interrogations, and a new kind of silence from those who preferred the safety of not asking. The house, Slytherin, did not fall silent, it simply bent the conversation toward other goods. There were whispers that my father had been slighted and that I had been young and foolish. There were more malignant whispers that suggested deeper treasons. To be useful in a house of rumors, you must also be a contradiction. I had to look the same in my face as ever and hold different things in my hands. That is more difficult than it sounds. A man can change his mind without changing his expression, but others seldom allow him that mercy. People want the convenience of static characters, villains, heroes, the reliably hateful uncle. I was suddenly in a position where I had to persuade them of my new tautness by being steady in action. I discovered quickly that the promise to protect the prophesied did not arrive with instructions. It arrived with a map of possibilities and a long list of people who might want them. Dumbledore placed before me a pot of responsibility and a key ring of options. He did not order me. He taught me, and I have always responded better to being taught than ordered. He named the players and the places, which is how he always begins, by making you understand the shape of a thing so you can move inside it with less danger. I also discovered that the castle wanted to help in ways that were not strictly practical. The room of requirement manifested itself to me in a way it had not before, not as a place to hide from exams or to store brooms, but as a sort of living vault. It sensed the need. It opened for things that wanted to be kept and would, in its own peculiar judgments, decide how well they were hidden. Portraits agreed to be coy. The house ghosts promised to mislead anyone who knocked for gossip. Staircases folded the route to the place in on themselves, tripping those unfamiliar with the geometry of the castle. And then Luna Lovegood smiled at me. Luna is the kind of person the world classifies as strange for lack of better language. She floats through things in a way that suggests gravity is an inconvenient suggestion rather than law. Her eyes are moon-like in how they consider a thing. They are not judgmental, but they are precise, and she has the habit of noticing the edges of arguments that most people miss. She wears her beliefs as easily as others wear cloaks. There are times I think she believes in things only because it pleases her, and then there are other times, quieter, when I see that her peculiarities come as armor and curiosity in equal measure. The first time we really spoke was not a momentous conversation. She came upon me in one of the shifted corridors, where the staircase had placed me against the wrong portrait, and I was trying to adjust my expression from casual superiority to don't look surprised. She offered me a biscuit. She called it something else, a name I had never heard, but it was a biscuit all the same. She regarded me without mockery and without fear. If there is one thing that trips up preconceptions faster than a laughing tormentor, it is an observer who does not flinch. She had been asking questions of the portrait dwellers, she told me, about things that had been moved. Her explanations were a thread of sideways logic, where everyone else saw a puzzle. She offered a smell, a recollection of music, a scrap of thread pulled from an old gown. The portraits reacted to her in ways that felt old and familiar. They confided, because they liked the voice she used. Luna was curious about prophecy warders and the particular problems of papers that remember things. It was the sort of question she would ask as if she had been considering the physics of a teacup all afternoon. I told her, briefly, that I had promised to stand between the castle and whatever preyed upon those parchments. She did not look scandalized or delighted. She nodded as if it were the most reasonable thing in the world. That moment is small now when I think of it, a passing constancy like a moth over lamplight, but it formed a backbone. There is someone in the world who knows what you have decided and does not recoil. That someone is a rare, luminous thing. Luna asked, simply, whether I was frightened. I told her the truth, that there was a tremor in the base of my throat whenever I imagined the people who might ease a hand over my name and decide what to do with it. Luna said the oddest thing, that fear is a useful thermometer. That you can measure bravery by the tenderness it cleaves to. She said we could make a map together, if I liked. She wanted to see the castle as a living organism rather than a set of rooms and codes. She spoke of the house ghosts as if they were old doctors with a fondness for gossip and suggested we coax the faces in the frames into being our allies. I accepted. It should be said plainly that my gratitude was not performance. I meant it. She was, in those weeks, the only person apart from a headmaster who had asked me to do the right thing without stiffening her chin at the name on my collar. She believed in odd things in a way that allowed her to believe in me. That was a kind of faith I had not thought I deserved. We worked together. We made the room of requirement what it needed to be for keeping things people wanted to keep because they loved them rather than for keeping things out of law. She insisted on soft padding for the stacks of parchment because fragile things sound when they fall. The fat lady agreed to give a false password to anyone who arrived looking like a solicitor. The grey lady, who had always been particular, promised to misdirect anyone asking for old memories. The moving staircases were taught, in secret, to make certain routes difficult for anyone unfamiliar with the castle's more obscure habits. Part of the charm of this arrangement is that it required no fanfare. That is how the best rebellions begin, quietly, with tutoring, with misdirection, with the slow practice of being careful. We hid the prophesies in places that complained if anyone was in too much of a hurry. It felt like putting a piece of one's childhood under the duvet. The room became, for me, a small domestic thing instead of a vault, a cupboard of memories with cushions and shelves and a lamp that threw a warm light across old parchments. Luna and I would sit for hours after classes among those soft, secret stacks. She would hold a sheet against her knee and tell me the most improbable theory about who would come for them next, and I would find myself correcting stories only on matters of fact, how certain people moved and which doors liked to be opened slowly. She would smile at my meant-to-be sharp retorts and correct the edges of them with a patience that felt like careful sharpening instead of dismissal. That patience stitched me together in more ways than a tactical alliance could. Having someone who preferred the truth of your edges to the value of your brand is an enormous comfort. She was not blind to my failings, nor did she ask me to perform a contrition that was not my own. She accepted my propensity for barbed humor and replied with a sideways remark about Nuggles or something equally impossible. We began to keep a secret within the secret, not just the location of parchments but the fact that two unlikely people would guard them together. The more I invested in the castle, the more I understood that protection meant 1,000 small acts. It meant rerouting a clumsy prefect who might let a secret slip. It meant being at the library near closing time to ensure that no one took a book that they could not resist because they were above the law. It meant telling a lie sometimes, the kind of small, convenient untruth that preserved someone else's dignity. It meant going home and looking like I had not been away at all, and then returning to do work that had nothing to do with appearances. The decision fractured other things. I cannot be naive about the cost. Lucius's face when I refused to be useful in the way he had envisaged was a map of expectations retracted and lines redrawn. He accused me, in ways that were pointed and precise, of making a choice that would sacrifice our position. He warned me of being maligned and of the precariousness of being the wrong kind of son. He offered me advantages to be taken back if I would walk away from the work. He reminded me, in that rich Malfoy cadence, of how the world had rewarded our name for generations. I did not step back. I could see his strategy when he proposed alliances. It was not that he wanted me safe so much as he wanted me to be useful in the same narrow way. He could not fathom the idea of risking the family's favor for an ethic like mine, not an ethic of blood and legacy, but an ethic of a castle and a girl and a truth. He called it folly. My mother called it worry. Their reactions were both true. I had chosen something they could not control. That is, in itself, a kind of freedom. It is dangerous and lonely and sweet. Free things are often perpendicular to obligations. I felt that sharpened inside me like a newly made spear. There were practical consequences. I began to receive visits at odd hours. I found myself the subject of overheard conversations over breakfast. My name had always been food for smugness, for bets about how soon a fashion would fall from favor. Now the bets included whether I would be turned, pressured, persuaded into revealing where we had hidden things. The Death Eaters who came to our house began to probe, in polite cruelties, for weakness. Lucia's friends shortened their visits. Invitations that had once been lavish became conditional. It seemed to me, in that season, that the world preferred certainty to moral nuance. It is a very tidy world. There were, too, quieter consequences that were less easy to catalogue. A boy I had been at times cruel to in earlier years, and for which I would have liked to show contrition but had not always known how to find the right words, came to see me in the passage one night. He did not speak of past slights. He simply said that he had heard I would stand between the castle and the things that wanted to break it, and that he wanted me to know that someone on the other side of my common room did not think me irredeemable. It made a little rustle under my ribs that felt suspiciously like gratitude. All these things conspired to teach me a new word, stewardship. It is not the sort of word one expects to enter a Malfoy's vocabulary. Stewardship sounds like the thing you learn in a church about keeping rails polished and windows cleaned. But in this life it meant something sharper. It meant the slow accumulation of small mercies, a corridor unblocked, a ghost given a drink, a house elf protected from unnecessary cruelty because a person in a robes remembered how to be kind. It meant choosing the side of those who needed care because you had chosen the place where they lived. Luna taught me how to do that with humor and an almost preternatural calm. When I was tempted to be grandiose about my promise, she would gently reduce the hyperbole with a note about how nice it would be to have the prophesize in a place nobody could reach without permission and a decent cuppa. When I began to style my resolve as a performance, she smoothed it down with small practicalities, a list of who to check with, a schedule for rounds, a way of asking the portraits for favors without making them feel slighted. I had, in her, someone who loved the detail. She loved the way a lock turned, the smell of old parchment, the small geometry of keeping things safe. Our partnership, if one could call it that without sounding too much like a commission, developed an intimacy that was not all at once but like a slow printing in the wake of repeated touch. There were small, private gestures, a hand at the small of my back when a painting was particularly inquisitive, a scarf warped to hide the shape of a mark I had not meant to show, a laugh that made my pratfalls less pointed because someone else in the corridor was recording them with affection, not contempt. One night, after we had tucked a new archive into the room's fold, Luna leaned against my shoulder while we listened to the castle settle. The portraits were gossiping to the tune of a sleepy harpsichord. The candles in the room burned lower and threw shadows that quivered like small, black birds. She said she believed the prophesies were like seeds, some would sprout as planned, and others would be stubborn and need their heads tended. I think it was then, perhaps for the first time, that the pale smile became something other than protection. It was not entirely sincere, it still had a sliver of automatic defense. But under it there was an honesty that had not been there before. I felt, for a ridiculous second, like a small boy in a suit that was a little too grand for his shoulders. Luna touched my hand, unbidden, with a quiet absolution that felt more intimate than any confession I had ever given. I suppose the truth is that vows do not change a man in one day. They are not instantaneous metamorphoses, but they alter how you walk through a room. They reconfigure what you hide in your sleeves and what you set upon the mantelpiece. They remake the conversation you have with the people you love. Taking that promise to protect the castle meant letting things go that I had been taught to covet, the unchallenged good opinion of my father, the clean progression of our family's plans. It meant facing danger with my eyes open and not a litany of inherited excuses. It meant, too, being prepared for what would come. There were the small signs first, a portrait that used to wink at me refusing to do so, a boy who locked his diary in a different kind of secrecy than he had before because he had been scared into prudence, a teacher who looked at me with the suspicion of someone who had been told I might not be squarely on his side. And then there were things that were louder, sundering things that had not even been threats before. One evening, as the moon pushed through clouds and the castle hummed with the soft complaints of people studying, a shadow moved near the outer path. The fat lady's sleep was restless. A delivery owl refused to come near the courtyard. The house elf in my kitchen trembled in a way I have seldom seen. I felt something under my skin like the prickle you have when the air changes before the storm. Dumbledore called for an immediate meeting. He did not say more than was needed. His look at me was the look of a man who places a coin on the table and asks if you will take it. He did not want to coerce me publicly. He wanted, I think, to ensure I understood the consequences and that I had not taken the vow as a practiced thing, but as a lived thing. He did not need my words. He needed my willingness to be small sometimes and large at others. I stood up in that room and wondered, with a clarity that startled me, whether there was anything in my life I would sacrifice to keep safe what I had chosen. Houses fall, names are tarnished, alliances shift. But I thought of the boy who had told me he did not think me irredeemable. I thought of Luna's hand in the dark, the way the portraits muttered encouragement, the way the room of requirement had padded itself around things that needed gentleness. I thought of pupils who had no say in which gods watched them. I thought of a castle that had given me more than a stage and decided, with a slow, determined voice, to stand at its gate. It was not a grand answer. I did not strike a heroic pose. I drew my breath and said, as plainly as a man who had spent a lifetime learning to say the right thing at the wrong time could, that I would keep my vow. That I would stand between the castle and what came hunting the prophesies. That I would do it because it was what I believed a person ought to do. There was a cheer that was not boisterous but was deep and odd, the kind that comes from being agreed with by the stone of a place. The portraits nodded, even the portraits who had been quietly skeptical tilted their heads as if to say, well played. Dumbledore smiled in that way that was both sad and pleased, and Snape nodded once, slow and black, like a closing door that acknowledged a presence. McGonagall allowed herself the smallest, very English of gratified looks. When I left at night the castle felt like something that had taken me in and settled against me. I had not performed heroics. I had not signed bonds written in curses. I had given something quieter and more dangerous than a word, my constancy. The cost would prove itself later. I knew that. I had seen the faces of my family. I had felt the news leak into other rooms. But the thing that surprises most people about choosing is not the cut but the way the wound can become a seam. It is a curious thing to bind yourself to a place and people who are, in many ways, not like you. It is more curious to find someone who sees you without the cruelty of expectation and offers you an improbable, steady love, not a rush of declarations but a slow architecture of small actions and a careful noticing of things. Luna's devotion is that sort. She does not make grand pronouncements. She keeps a careful ledger of the small kindnesses. She brings me biscuits when I've mislaid my appetite for dinner talk. She asks about schedules and feed awards and which portrait is in the mood to pretend to be mean to strangers. And she believes me when nobody else will. That was the strangest and most comforting thing. Not everyone will trust a Malfoy when he says he will keep a vow, but the castle itself, including its whispering, painted inhabitants and that odd, steady girl, had offered me a place to be a different sort of Malfoy. It felt, in a way I had never had before, like home. I kept that vow in small, deliberate ways at first, patrols that were otherwise nobody's duty, petitions filed on behalf of less noticed pupils, a careful inventory of doors and their favorite tricks. Each time I did something protective and not theatrical, the little smile that used to be armor softened. It turned into something that was honest. It was not that I had been transformed into a saint. I was still Draco Malfoy. I still loved certain luxuries and certain jokes and the warmth of a family that, in many ways, had trained me to be cautious. But there was now a scene in my life. On one side were those expectations, on the other was the school and a friendship that might be more someday, and which, at least for now, was enough. There are, of course, consequences to fists unclenched and choices made. There will be people who consider me a traitor. There will be hands in dark places that make offers and then expect more. I knew all that when I put my signature, however informal, to Dumbledore's list. I knew I had lit an immovable lamp that would draw moths. I also knew that some lamps burned so that others might find shelter. When the first ripple of trouble reached the school, a break-in down by the lake where a bathrobe had been discovered, a portrait that had been coaxed into answering a question it had no business answering, I was awake for it. I had come to expect noise at odd hours. I had slept on a bed with one ear tuned to movement. But the sound that night had a shape distinct from intrusion. It was a footfall on the outer path, the measured tread of someone who had been taught how to breach a place without a fanfare. Luna found me before the alarm did. She was wrapped in her cloak, hair caught in a little tangly manner she had that made her look like a comet. She took my hand in the corridor, in the way that spoke of comfort and not command, and asked whether I wanted to open the door or to let the school take care of it. I had the odd certainty then that I was ready for the choice I had made. My smile was not the practiced thing, it was a small, new thing that was still vulnerable and unrefined. I opened the door. Beyond it something moved and the night answered. The first real test does not always arrive with trumpets. It comes as a knock. The thing on the other side had designs and opinions of its own. The castle, too, had an opinion. We both braced for the first words. Chapter 30, Pale Smiles, Dark Tomorrows. I learned early on to make a smile mean something other than what it seemed. It could disarm a prefect, smooth a quarrel at table, soften a visiting parent's suspicion. It could be a weapon, too, pale, precise, polished until it flashed. Lately I have been practicing another sort, the smile that is an offering. A measured lift of the lids that says I am not a thing to be stolen, that I will not hand you my fear as if it were a trinket. You can take it or leave it. I decide. The great hall had the odd, brittle cheer of people who had been given back what they thought they wanted and discovered the seams were still showing. The house points had been settled. The intrigues managed into neat reports and rumors distributed in controlled doses. We ate. We were taught. We pretended, collectively and courteously, that the close of one unpleasant episode was the end of a lesson, not the beginning of a war. It is easier to pretend when everyone has an interest in keeping the show going. Professors prefer calm, parents prefer the illusion of normality. Even the portraits, for all their enjoyment of scandal, quieted under a shared instruction from the headmaster's frame. They shifted from loud commentary to discreet reminiscence, as if the castle itself had been told to sigh and be sensible. Luna sat across from me, chin cupped in a hand that seemed to have been shaped by moonlight rather than bone. She had a book open in front of her, but she was looking at the dais, at Dumbledore more than at the food. Her expression was the peculiar steadiness that belongs to those who move through the world on a slightly different geometry to the rest of us. She noticed things others labeled impossible or merely eccentric. Most of the time I would have teased her for it, the way I had once teased with a certain ease that shielded me from real conversation. But the teasing had become softer, it landed sometimes as a question rather than a rebuke. It landed on me and, of all things, sat there. Nobody asked us why we sat near each other. People waited for more interesting rumors. It saved us from the audience we had both begun to dread in different ways. Luna's company was a small and necessary rebellion against the expectations that wrapped themselves like chains around my shoulders when I thought of my name, of Greystone, of my father's smooth impatience. She did not ask me to explain. She did not try to unpick the threads I kept knotted. She simply pointed things out in observations that made the world rearrange itself into patterns I had not expected to see, a portrait that blinked twice at the precise moment a staircase changed, a telescope that picked out the tail of some star like a needle pointing away. There had been, after all, so much to notice. The sabotage campaign, the whispers and small, cruel spoils, had not been a single mind's doing. It had been a cluster, mischief that had teeth. Someone, or something, had wanted the castle off balance. The stairs had misled first years into empty corridors only to close like a mouth, house ghost gossip had been weaponized into fear, a tapestry had been cut and rearranged until it told a different story. The charm work of the place had been abused until the portraits grew spooked and the candlesticks dimmed their light in patient sympathy. It was not the sort of thing that happened without hands behind it. We were fortunate that Hogwarts has such hands to use. Dumbledore's frame spoke of careful watchfulness, not alarm, and there is a difference. Snape's own presence, he lingered in the corridors like a shadow that had learned to be useful, was another kind of watch. He looked at things in that way of his, as if peeling away layers with a glance. Sometimes his glances felt personal, sometimes they felt like the measurement of a man accustomed to calculating outcomes and losses. He spoke to me at a distance that was not quite human affection and not quite the thin respect of a subordinate. He passed me notes about potion components that might counter a certain kind of miscasting. He watched me when I handled a cauldron as if judging a report. His impressions of me were a riddle that suited his face. It is not true that I was the only one who kept secrets. Prophecies like the one that had placed their heavy, unexpected attention upon me are by nature unpopular with the people who prefer things to remain tidy. Teachers read parchment like cartographers reading old maps. Prophecies are stitched with half-truths and fevered certainty. They invite hunger. Knowing a line of a prediction makes you imagine its end as if you were sketching it yourself. That is dangerous. The headmaster kept the pieces he deemed necessary, the rest he folded away like a map that would burn the hand that tried to hold it all at once. I could have set the whole thing ablaze by telling the truth. I could have announced who I was and watched the castle rearrange into a theater for every faction that wanted to claim me. Instead, I kept my mouth closed and my smile ready. It made things more complicated. It also meant I chose my battles. My father had not made that choice for me. Lucius's hands-on advice came as frequently as the post which slid open our silver-edged envelopes. He had always understood pressure. He conducted it like a music I was supposed to play on command. There was, in his demands, the old whisper of politics: a sun is an emblem, a sun is a shield, a sun is a line of succession to be displayed. Narcissa's instructions were quieter, less performative. She murmured caution and the calculation of survival. She taught me how to lean without snapping when you were expected to bend. I think we are all judged by the shoulders we bring to things, by the way we hold what is placed upon us. I have carried many burdens with a look that says I do not mind. That look served me in drawing rooms and parlors. It served me poorly when the choice on the table was not mine alone. It is curious what a corridor can tell you when you are watching it the right way. Moving staircases have moods, they get sullen and stubborn, flirty and playful. If you are patient and you know them, they will tip their treads like a cat showing its belly. Luna had an inclination for listening. Standing on a landing, she had one hand on the banister and could tell me, with the kind of earnest patience only she has, that the staircase was thinking of going to the astronomy tower that night. It wanted to see the stars. The fact that it had ideas at all did not surprise her. What surprised me was that I began to care. We found things in those moments. A loose stone that hid a scrap of parchment. A portrait who, when coaxed with the proper kind of flattery, which I am, when I choose to be, uncommonly fluent in delivering, would admit to having seen a dark-cloaked figure slip through a doorway at the hour before dawn. Portraits hold grudges and secrets like old friends do. They will speak if you wedge their vanity with the right compliment. I was never untroubled by that. I am aware vanity is a dangerous lever. But when lives are at stake, one uses the levers that are available. The room of requirement became our repository of sorts, not because it is reliable, but because it listens. Ask it the correct kind of question and it will open to you things the castle herself has been hiding. We asked the wrong questions as often as the right ones. We made mistakes. We left clues where a clever prying house elf might find them. We corrected our errors. Luna had an uncanny memory for wrong turns and how to reverse them. She kept lists in her head the way other people keep bookmarks. There was a time when I believed the only way to save something was to stand over it with a rod of command. That belief had been inherited and polished. Greystone had trained me in the art of imposing will. Hogwarts, by contrast, is an organism. You do not impose yourself on an organism as if you were rolling out dough. You nudge, you persuade, you listen. I had to learn that the hard way. The sabotage, at its most venomous, relied on the castle's willingness to be tricked. We became less willing. Teachers taught as if on the edge, careful, full of small instructive sharpness. Professor McGonagall's transfigurations were exact. She corrected not only the work but the way I faced the work. Her brow furrowed as if she were surprised at me, and not in the way a predator might be surprised to find prey. Rather, she looked at me as someone taking stock of a student who might yet be steered. Dumbledore's eyes, the memory of them, rather, in a portrait that seldom left its frame, followed the students like a gardener watching seedlings. He had a way of seeming amused and serious at once, which is an annoying combination when you are trying to hide things. And then there were the late nights under the astronomy tower. Being up there is like being in an old library where the books are the sky and each star holds a page. Telescopes are clumsy in the way they make things intimate. You are suddenly very close to something impossibly distant. Luna understands constellations the way others understand family names, as stories you tell to keep yourself tracking forward. We mapped oddities, two stars that seemed to linger a little too long in a position that should have been fleeting, a shadow on a known path that did not belong to the moon. We made notes. We turned those notes into questions. This is the thing about small mysteries, they collect like dust in the corners until they begin to interfere with the machinery. Someone had been whispering omens into the castle's ear, and those omens had teeth. We followed the teeth back to their bite. It led to a splintered group of followers and a handful of followers who were not sure whose voice to trust. Fear is a currency that spends itself quickly. Loyalty must be purchased with a different coin. Some paid in violence. Some in silence. Some in an appearance of pragmatic neutrality that, in the right light, looks like complicity. My role in all of this was a complication I never ordered. It is one thing to be a Malfoy. It is another to be the one a parchment chooses to name. Rumors warm themselves to a name like moths to a candle. To be named is to attract the moths and the predators both. I did what I could to be less candle and more shadow. I lied with the ease of someone who had perfected the art of understatement under pressure. I did not do this out of malice. I did it because the alternative was spectacle. Spectacle is loud and illuminating. Illumination reveals the places you would rather keep dark. It reveals the soft spots in your armor and the people who stand behind you. In the quiet hours, I found that my armor had soft places. I had also acquired allies in the most unlikely of corners. Luna, whose steadiness feels at times incompatible with what the world expects of gentility and aristocracy, became an ally by way of a simple human trait: she listened without measuring the cost. She had ways of saying things that made me less alone in rooms I did not want to be in. It is possible to be both a Malfoy and a person who chooses courage. I would not have learned that without the repeated kindnesses that are small and cumulative, a hand on a shoulder at precisely the moment when one is tempted to glance toward an easy escape, a note slipped into a book with the single word that meant more than any lecture: stay. Luna gave those to me without fuss. She is not given to grand gestures. She is given to accuracy, to the kind of care that is easy to dismiss as eccentric but which, over time, reconstructs a life from the inside. Politics swirled. The Death Eaters, when they moved like a fog that finds the corners homes do not reach. There were families who considered the prophecy a tool, others who considered it a threat. Lucius had lungs full of opinion and a way of making certain points quietly in the drawing rooms of our circle. I answered him, sometimes, with the kind of pale, rehearsed charm that kept our discussions on an even keel. It kept us from shouting, at least. Narcissa watched me with a watchfulness that had the shape of fear disguised as pragmatism. She is a woman who will dissemble for the welfare of those she loves. I suspect, though I do not say it aloud, that fear molds her into a sort of strategist. Sometimes I would catch myself in the slithering common room looking into the murky lake that sits beneath our windows and thinking of all the things that could drown a man who thought he knew how to swim. People expect Slytherins to take advantage of every wave. They think we will always trade kindness for leverage. That is what we are famous for. But it is easier to maintain a reputation than to be one's real self. My real self, the one that learned to be brave by degrees rather than by posture, began to behave differently. Courage is not always heroic. It is sometimes small, the sort of thing that looks like stubbornness until examined closely. Staying with a task when everyone else wants to quit. Speaking up when the easy path is to keep blessed silence. Petty things look different once they accumulate. The castle is full of such petty things, a forgotten charm here, a misaligned candlestick there. You fix them, and in fixing them you stop the spread of a rot that would otherwise go unnoticed until it was too much. We were lucky in our teachers. Dumbledore understands the calculus of chosen children and dangerous truths. He knows the way a prophecy can turn desire into destiny and how that can kill a person slowly. He is cautious because he believes in a school's ability to hold its students without making martyrs of them. He told us in a way that made me trust him, even as the headmaster of my enemies. That is the odd thing about trust, it arrives from directions you did not expect. He offered counsel without coercion. He left us with the space to make our choices. Snape, for his part, is an enigma constructed of angles. He favors the language of consequences and good sense. If he has affection, it is buried under layers of that cloak. I have, in some bizarre fashion, come to appreciate his blunt economy. He is not soft with me. He does not need to be. He sharpens me with challenge the way some men sharpen a sword. I do not know if he trusts me. He watches me as one watches a student whose potential is both a threat and an asset. We found some answers, and the answers birthed new questions. The parchment that named me had been trimmed and folded in a way that suggested hands other than destinies at work. Someone had cupped at truth and softened it or sharpened it depending on what they wished to happen. Prophecies are curious, they tell truths and they invite lies. They are bargains struck at too great a cost for the unwary. To learn that you have been named is to be offered a destiny you did not order. It is to find yourself a conduit rather than an agent. I wrestled with that. I still do. The castle, for its part, responded as a living thing does when it knows it is being hunted. Portrait gossip moved like smoke down the halls. The house ghosts, who carry the weight of centuries, thrummed like old bells in the walls. They were restless, and that restlessness is infectious. It made us all, in small ways, lean towards one another. There is a strange comfort in the presence of others who are awake with you at the same hour. There was a moment one evening when the corridors seemed to agree on a single kindness. A portrait that had long been snappish and uppity, the sort you would imagine to have been very certain of its own superiority, slid a ribbon across the top of a frame in the room of requirement where we had been working. Inside that ribbon was a scrap of a map, a small tracery of ink that suggested, perhaps, a secret hatch in the east wing. When I brought it back to Luna, she smiled in that way that makes you feel like a conspirator whose crime is delight rather than danger. It was the kind of small victory that matters because it is uncommon. Of course there were setbacks. We lost ground in the ways you lose things that are not given back to you, a trust eroded, a source frightened into silence, a charm overturned. Those losses taught me the necessary sting of humility. I am not the sort to fold easily. Yet there were times I stood beside Luna on a landing, the castle breathing around us, and felt the shape of my own smallness more keenly than I had at Greystone, where everything was measured for its prestige. There is an odd thing about carrying a dangerous name, it draws others who would use you for their safety. Some offered me allegiance that smelled of calculation. Others offered protection that was softer, and for reasons that were not entirely self-interested. The plot of friends and foes is never a straight line. Alliances in a time like this read like scenes in a cloak, sometimes they hold, sometimes they fray. I am learning to be careful about whom I expose my shoulder to. Luna has, by contrast, exposed hers willingly. She does not do it like a challenge. She does it like a fact. When fear stalks the common room, she will speak to a frightened first year about the way the boggarts often take the shape of what one most expects. She tells them to think of the thing they love instead. It is such a simple piece of advice, and yet she offers it as if it is the most revolutionary act in the world. In her telling, love seems like a map, not a weakness. I suppose that is how I found myself standing on the southern battlements one dusk with Luna at my shoulder. We watched the sun fold itself away and thought about what comes after a calamity is survived but not resolved. There was the hush that occurs when the world is inhaling. The tower bells, old, heavy things, did not ring then, but the castle hummed with a kind of patient attention. It felt as if something older than us all had shifted its gaze and was considering its next chess move. I, for one, was not prepared to be again peace. I have never been comfortable with the idea that my name means something that should be used by others without asking. That is where courage, such as it is, begins, in a refusal to be consumed impressionlessly. I will not be a pawn in a war someone else wrote. That does not mean I will not stand where I am needed. It means I will make the choice for myself rather than be chosen by the hunger of others. Yes, Luna said, quietly, as if answering a private thought. She leaned back against the parapet and her eyes caught the last line of light like a lantern. They are watching. She did not sound afraid. She sounded factual. The way she speaks of things is unadorned by dramatics, it is simply the report of someone who has noticed. That was the thing about Luna, she named danger without dressing it in prophecy. Naming is not the same as obeying. One is a map, the other a chain. I thought of the parchment that named me and felt the old weight. It was heavy. I could feel the threads tugging at my collar. I smoothed my robes and decided, in the small and deliberate way I have lately been deciding things, that my smile would be mine to give. There are people who will use a chosen name to press a man into shape. There are others who will bend the world to save what it has chosen. I will locate the line between those two gestures and stand on the side that keeps people alive. We turned away from the battlements then. The castle swallowed our conversation like a friendly mouth, and it felt, absurdly, like home. We went back through staircases that remembered how to be ordinary and portraits that returned to their small, fiery gossip. The room of requirement folded itself closed behind us, as if satisfied for now. We put away the notes, locked the boxes, and counted the charms that had been mended. There is an ease in ritual, in doing what must be done. The smooth performance of normalcy at meals, the way you can write your homework in a neat hand and tuck it away, these acts are stitches. They hold the fabric together while we decide who we must be. In the end, what I learned in that season of whispers and signatures is that choices are not either-or propositions. You do not have to be only what you were taught to be. You do not have to be only what a parchment, or a parent, or the echo of a violent history insists you become. You can be many things if your courage is patient enough to let them grow. I am not yet what I will be. I am only what I choose tomorrow over and over. That is both terrifying and damnably liberating. I find that I cannot keep my face to the past the way I once did. I cannot pretend that everything I have been taught is the only measure I am allowed. Luna squeezed my hand once, briefly, as we walked into the common room. It was an odd, private punctuation, as if to say that we would keep watch in our own styles. Hers, quiet, constant. Mine, careful, strategic, with the occasional pale smile offered like armor to someone who needed it. Outside, beyond the windows, the night had settled in the shape of a promise or a threat. I could not tell which I preferred. It is simpler to hate the night and simpler still to be frightened of what it may hold. But the castle has lived through many nights and it knows how to keep its children. We will keep our eyes open and we will keep our plans thinner than we might wish, for secrecy is as important as steel. There was a final, small thing that night that stung like a nick, a whisper from a ghost in the staircase, not a message of doom, but a line almost thrown away, a stray piece of gossip that sounded improbably like a map. The spirit suggested that larger hands had paused to consider their next move and might be waiting for something, the misstep, a name spoken aloud, an allegiance offered with too much speed. I swallowed. The old reflex was to frown and show the world I was too smooth to be troubled. Instead, I smiled and let the smile sit like a seal. It is mine, I decided. It is the one thing I can choose to offer. If the world will insist I be a chosen thing, I will choose how to be chosen. We retired to our beds, and the castle sighed around us. Lantern light settled into the stone. The portraits murmured their habitual observations and then, with a tiredness I recognized in my own bones, settled into sleep. I lay awake for a while, listening to the castle breathe. It occurs to me, as the shadows lengthen and the moon trims the edges of the towers, that the war we feel at our door is patient. It does not rush. It calculates. It waits for the moment when pride outpaces prudence in a man's chest. If I am named, if destiny has seen fit to thrust my name into the light, then I will not be the one to step forward because others demand it. I will step because I choose to stand in the way. The next morning we would return to lessons, to the polite battles of explanation and embarrassment. The students would laugh in the hall and the professors would teach with the care of those who have spent decades knowing when to be hard and when to be soft. The surface of the castle would mend and do what castles do: protect, instruct, shelter. Underneath, the chessboard would be reset and the pieces moved with that patient interest I felt watching the sky. We will be ready in ways the world does not yet understand. I closed my eyes then and pictured the future I had not yet earned. It was not the grand thing the world would want of me. It was small, a life in which I could be both the son my family required and the man I must choose to be. A life in which Luna's hand fit into mine without apology. A life in which the smile I wore could sometimes be simply that, a smile, and not an armor. Whether the world will allow such a thing is a wager I cannot control. But I will, from now on, wager with a different kind of coin. I will wager the small courage that keeps a house warm, that mends a tapestry before it frays, that whispers a truth when the easy thing would be silence. When I finally slept, the last sensation I remember was the castle turning over like a great, patient animal. It was not yet time for its jaws to snap. It was, for the moment, content to watch and wait. And I, who had spent so long learning how to be chosen, felt suddenly, wonderfully, terrifyingly, ready to choose.